CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Only one type of burger. For every palate. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not. She does dream of things done right. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave's got your blacktop covered. Visit GoPaveUtah.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
With the 9th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano, tackle, Utah. With the 28th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah.
Well, PK, we were told all year that the Utes had 2 first-round draft picks, and there it is. They go 9th and 28th, exactly as advertised. No surprises. That was the range they were supposed to be in, top 10 and late first round.
Yeah, it's good they joined the Sun Devils, 2 first-round picks.
2 for the Utes, 2 for the Devils, 2 for the rest of the Big 12, who had 6 first-round
That's
picks.
a decent showing. It's not Ohio State that had like 6 in the top 10, as usual.
They did have 4 guys named right out of the gate and just blowing through there. The Big Ten's like, yeah, we had the most with 10, and Ohio State's over there. Yeah, we did the heavy lifting. That was cute from the rest of you guys.
Well, Ohio State says that if you're not a first-round pick, they're not even interested in recruiting you. So that's what they do, obviously. But, yeah, good for the local guys. They lived up to the billing. They had that billing at this time last year after the draft was over, particularly Fano, who pretty much had it after his freshman year. He just had to wait his time, which was 3 years. Lomo, I think, played like 25 snaps his first year, so he got a redshirt season, so he had 2 years of eligibility if he wanted, but he didn't want it. He needed to go make the money. Good for him, having that opportunity to go in the first round, 2 offensive linemen. It's what Utah does, man. They put guys in the trenches that go to the NFL regularly. This is just another 2.
Ohio State with 4 of the top 11 picks. How much pressure on Ryan Day to win, no matter what Kyle does at Michigan or Indiana? Man, it's Ohio State. They got 4, and there's nobody close.
Yeah, I think it's been that way forever and ever. Woody Hayes, John Cooper, Earl Bruce, the one other little dude who was from Ohio that went back into administration. I can't think of his name. I can see his face. And Ryan Day, Urban Meyer, it's Ohio State. I mean, it hasn't changed at any point. So it's just the pressure is always there. You have to win and win big.
So the other storylines, as expected, Fernando Mendoza, number 1 to the Raiders. The second pick, yes, Texas Tech. I guess they're spending the money on the right guys, right? David Bailey goes number 2. Right. The Chiefs move up to 6 to not help the offense, to help the defense.
Oh, it's football, man. You need help everywhere. And the Raiders thing, that Al Davis impression that you do, I don't think most people get that anymore.
That's other people doing Al Davis.
I like what the Raiders did in Mendoza. I mean, he was a star. And now they, last year they drafted running back Genty out of Boise State the year before, the Bowers kid, the tight end. So you got some good weapons there to build around. I would think at some point, and you keep drafting these high picks, you've got to start getting some momentum in the win column.
And Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame running back, goes third. The return of the running back was Ashton Genty last year. Jeremiah Love. We're starting to see people use high picks on backs.
Well, I guess if you're good enough, but the Love pick, the Cardinals need help all over the place. They didn't think there was a quarterback there. I think most people were surprised that the kid from Alabama went to the Rams at 13, and good for him. That's a great spot to be in. I don't know if he's going to turn out to be anything, but for him, that's a good spot to be in. The Cardinals have James Conner and a kid named Tyler Algier. So we'll see what he can do there. He's going to have some competition, but he was really good in college. Most people looked at him as the runner-up in the Heisman, if there is such a thing, that he was that good, and he, high, big-time exposure stage. You're not going to get any higher from where he came from, Notre Dame.
And now Ty Simpson goes into the Jordan Love role, right? And Stafford becomes the guy on the clock. How long will Aaron Rodgers stay in Green Bay? Stafford, I think he signed for a couple more years. Not that he couldn't retire.
I think Stafford is signed for one more year, is what they were saying this season.
Day 2 of the NFL Draft starts tonight, 5 o'clock. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
If there is one, are you going to be able to rebound it?
Get it in. McCollum fires. Hawks take the lead. 109 to 108.
Nowhere to go. Gave it up to Barrett. Barrett on the drive. Put it up and in. Little teardrop from RJ. 58-all. Barrett outside to Barnes. Barnes in the teeth of the defense once again. Barnes.
1 of 8 from downtown.
That's the second time that Spencer has touched the ground.
He took that one from St. Paul. He was so far away.
Highlights from the NBA playoffs, 3 games. Nikola Jokic struggling to shoot the ball, just a little better than 25% from the floor. And they didn't have Aaron Gordon, and they don't have a win either. Game 3, Minnesota dominates. They're up 2-1 in that series.
Well, yeah. I mean, you look at their top 2 scorers, 7 from 26, and for Murray, 5 of 17. I mean, we can talk all about all these things you want to talk about, but if the ball don't go in no hoop, you're in trouble. They shot 34% from the floor and 25% from the 3. You're going to lose most times when you shoot that poorly, especially from your 2 main guys, your 2 all-stars. What's that, 12 field goals and whatever 26 plus 17 is? 43, 33, 63, 73? I don't know.
Cleveland loses in Toronto, so Toronto gets a win for the first time. Cleveland's still up 2-1 in that series. The Cleveland bench shot the ball pretty well, but the Cleveland starters from 3, an atrocious 5 of 25, 20%. Yikes. Donovan Mitchell, 15 points in the 126-104.
Yeah, that's less than half of the average in the first 2 games.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's basketball, man. He's not going to shoot a high-level percentage every time. If I'm Cleveland, whoop-de-doo. It's going to happen. I don't care who you are. Mitchell's a good player. He's all-star and all that caliber for sure, but, I mean, he's not an all-time great. Where is Steph Curry? If Steph Curry has bad games, which he's had, then Donovan Mitchell's going to have them. Sometimes the ball doesn't go in. We can complicate this sport as much as you want, but often that's what it boils down to.
Hawks beat the Knicks 109-108. Atlanta wins at home. They are up 2-1. C.J. McCollum with the big shot to put the Hawks in front, and then the Knicks couldn't get a shot off in the last sequence, ended up throwing it in their backcourt and losing the game. So the Hawks now up 2-1 on a New York team with high hopes and high expectations, and now a hole to dig out of.
Well, I think that I've seen this so many times. You're worried about getting the last shot. Just get it. Why not get a great shot right off the bat if you can get one? And maybe they couldn't get one in this case. It wasn't like there was anything that was just wide open. But so many times you see them, they're worried about the clock, and then they don't get it. a good shot. In this case, he didn't even get any form of a shot. Dribble to the baseline and allow the baseline to become another defender, and you got nowhere to go.
Yep. And it was a little guy trying to score around big guys, and Brunson didn't have anywhere to go, any way to get a shot off. So when he tried to find a guy out top, he threw it in the backcourt, and that's the end of that.
It broke my heart.
The team of your youth, the New York Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
The Sixers and the Celtics 1-1 play in Philly tonight. The Lakers up 2-0 going to Houston, and the Spurs and Blazers are 1-1. Big Vic, what's going to happen? When will we see him again? Bum-bum-bum. Those are the 3 games tonight, all on Prime Video. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
The draft, we mentioned the Big Ten led the way with 10. The SEC had 7 players picked in the first round. The ACC 6, the Big 12 5. 2 for Notre Dame and 1 for the group of 6. So now the conferences can beat the chest over that. And then, I guess, beat their chest after rounds 2 and 3. To see
you told us the Big 12 had 6. Now they got 5?
The Big 12 does have 6. 5, my bad. 6. UCF had a guy drafted. In addition, David Bailey went 2. The Devils had 2, and the Utes had 2. It was 6. And college football playoff expansion talks left unresolved. Debate continues over what will it be, a 16-team tournament, a 24-team tournament. What are they going to do? They can't agree, so it drags on. Rounds of meetings and all that stuff and blah, 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 yada, yada.
Yeah, I think this was the commissioners and Notre Dame's athletic director was there to discuss all that stuff down in Dallas. So going back and forth. Yormark didn't think it was going to get done for a bit now, so obviously this year it's going to be 12. I don't see why they just don't go to 16 and then see where it's at. You know, why have to have a definitive, this is what it's going to be for whatever? I don't have any problem with trying out things and then go from there.
Wonder how much of it is ego between the Big Ten and the SEC. They've dug in. No, we're going to do what we want. We're going to do what we want. And everybody else on the sideline looking at
They're not doing what we want.
Yeah. So right now it's staying at 12, which nobody wants, but that's where it is. But when Yormark can so accurately predict this in advance, it doesn't seem like
if you predict it in the
so far in
past, then it's not a prediction. It's a fact, right?
If he knows it weeks ago, then it's not really a negotiation now. People are dug in.
Well, he said it at the Big 12 football game when they had the press conference before. I was there. He said he did not anticipate it happening for next season, which would now be this upcoming season.
So you're basically 4.5, almost 5 months ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag BYU.
The breaking news
the news is already out there. Today I'm officially declaring for the 2026 NBA draft, but as y'all all know, there was not contribution, but my mom wanted me to stay in college for to graduate. But I told my mother that I'm gonna declare for the draft, but I'm gonna finish and get my degree online. I'll probably finish within the next 4 years. I'm gonna stay at BYU, enroll in classes online. I'll probably major in mass communications. And just get my degree online because I wanted to make both of them happy. Obviously, their ultimate goal was for me to go to college for free.
There's A.J. DeBonsa making it official. He's headed to the NBA draft. He's going to get a college degree. And will he go number 1 in the 2026 NBA draft? I expect he will, but we don't even know the draft order till May 10th. So there is A.J. doing what really we expected, PK. He's going pro.
Well, the system demands it. And sure, you can get your degree online if that's what you want. I like it. Anybody who does that then becomes a spokesperson, man or woman, for other young people because there's going to be maybe 20 people in his lifetime who have the basketball talent that he has, and he's going to make millions. He did not go to college for free. He was handsomely rewarded. He didn't have to pay anything. But the 99.9, particularly in communities that struggle financially, this is your way out. If there's ever a way out, or your best way out, put it that way, is through education. And then he could stand up there and speak to young people as his profile is going to get exponentially larger and larger over the next 15 years. And then he can speak to people, young people, impressionable people, and say, yeah, this is what you need to do. I think it's absolutely awesome if he does it.
There's all sorts of studies out there about what you make if you have a GED or a high school degree versus if you don't. And then if you go get some type of degree and training from a trade school, how much more do you make? And how much more do you make if you go to a 2-year school or a 4-year school or get a graduate degree? So you can see all the trends out there if you chase them. Like you said, it's a well-worn path. It doesn't make it an easy path for people, especially depending on whatever they have to overcome or where they're starting from.
Yep.
But there is a path there. And, you don't have to look any further than the junior colleges here and the numbers for Snow and for Slick and the number of people going and getting degrees and making more money and helping themselves and their families out.
Yep.
All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
And Jeffers is swinging a fly ball into left field. Back it goes. Deep it goes. Tie game. Ryan Jeffers, an 8th-inning grand slam. And the Twins have come back. It is 7-7 at Citi Field. Now Bichette hits one toward the gap in left center field. Racing back, Lordick. He won't get there. It's off the wall. Beatty is in. Simeon scores. Fan scores. Bo Bichette drives in 3 with a bases-clearing double.
Tonight is the 1-0. There's a swing, and that ball's belted out to right field. And that is hit a ton. It is gone. Seager's 6th home run of the year. A no-doubter.
Highlights from around Major League Baseball. The Mets were up 6-1 in the second inning. It looked like they were going to snap their massive 12-game losing streak, and then you heard Minnesota battling back to tie it in the 8th at 7. But the Mets pulled themselves together and get the 10-8 win. So the streak is over. They got a lot of work to do to even their record up and get back to 500, but they do get the 10-8 win over Minnesota and end the streak. Now we can turn our attention to Philadelphia, PK. They lost their 9th in a row as the Cubs won their 9th in a row.
Yeah, I think they ended the streak 2 nights ago, but Lindor is out too because he came home with a run a couple of nights ago and felt something in his leg, and he's one of their better players, so the Mets are up against it. The Phillies, man, they're up against it. They've got a long losing streak. Cubs got a big winning streak. My guy, Cam Schindler, goes to hometown. His dad, the chief of police in one of the communities in Boston, and he pitches well. People were throwing stuff at him in the bullpen. Those Boston fans, they're so classless. I hate them.
And the Yankees have won 6 in a row now.
Yes, they have.
Look at the Yankees go with that.
I look at them, man. I look at them often. The team that was closest to my home. Literally. The Mets were a few miles away.
All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Picked up by Lehkonen. We'll go low to high for Devon Taves. Cale Makar. Picked up by LaFerriere. Winding shot, scores! A beautiful seeing eye shot by Cale Makar. Taylor Hall. Hall fans on a pass. Gets it back. Miller feeds Blake. They score! The Hurricanes respond and retake the lead. Jackson Blake. 2-1 Carolina. Comes to Byram. Middle of the ice for Krebs. Saka got on him in a hurry. Now it's Tuck with a shot and he scores! Alex Tuck has put the Sabres ahead.
Stanley Cup playoff highlights. Sabres win in Boston 3-1. They're up 2-1 in the series, and we're working on a couple of potential sweeps. Carolina beat Ottawa 2-1. They're up 3-0. Colorado beats LA 4-2. They are up 3-0. And that is what the
picked up by Lehkonen.
Mammoth were playing to avoid, PK. Avoid the Avalanche. They look awesome, and it's 3-0 in the first round series.
Yeah, I don't have that mindset of avoiding somebody because at that point I'm immediately defeated. Once I want to avoid anything, I'm going to get it, and I'm going to lose. I've already set myself up. But that's neither here nor there now. It's all about making history in Salt Lake City, the first playoff game ever in the NHL in the state of Utah. That's
tonight.
Extremely exciting.
7:30.
We'll be there.
Delta Center. History will be made. And they'll be back for Game 4 on Monday. And we have tickets to that game that will be given away in the 8 o'clock hour. So stick around. Lower Bowl tickets to see Game 4 Monday night. We will give them away in the 8 o'clock hour this morning. There are your headlines. That's what's trending. And it is all brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. No job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. David Locke's going to join us this morning at 8:30. Pablo Mastroianni at 9 o'clock. Stick around. DJ and PK, the question of the day is next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We have some southbound slowing on I-15 as you head between Riverdale and Roy, but you can pick back up to freeway speeds from Clearfield into downtown. Coming out of Lake Point on SR36 is slow and go as you head through the construction area. This Mother's Day, treat mom to something unforgettable at the Roof with our brand new spring into summer brunch menu that she'll love. Celebrate mom in style above the heart of Salt Lake City at the Roof, slc.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Joining us now, longtime head coach at BYU, Dave Rose, kind enough to carve out some time for us. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Not as well as Tim, but I'm doing really well today.
It's a good day today, Coach.
Yeah, it is a good day. I'm really happy for you, big fella. I can remember those days driving in the middle of nowhere on our way to recruit kids or watch games in the summer that you talked about someday wanting to have your own radio show. And I thought you were kind of crazy, but
you already knew that.
Yeah, so I'm happy for you. Good luck to you.
It was such an awesome experience. I mean, I had so many different experiences. I worked for Rick and I worked for Ray, and they were distinctly different. And then Ray and Dave were so different, but all in a good way. I just value so much. It was a 12-year education on just how to be a good person.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Doug Wright here with Monty at Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. Monty, give it to me straight. Why is Connecticut the premium choice over those standard electric softeners?
Doug, it comes down to this. Do you want an appliance you have to babysit? Standard water softeners have microprocessors and computers that need setting and adjustment, and they use a lot more salt. So you get to haul 40-pound bags of salt down to your basement every month or so.
And Connecticut?
Zero electricity, zero timers to reset, zero downtime, and uses 70% less salt. It's a higher standard of engineering that completely removes the hassle of owning a water softener.
That's what I love about my Connecticut. Dee and I never have to even think about it. We occasionally add a bag of salt and it just works, and I've never had to set or adjust anything. Do what I did and get the one that just works. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details. It's It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit MountainLandPowerEquipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Game 3, Stanley Cup Playoffs Opening Round Series. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the Vegas Golden Knights. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Las Vegas Aviators host the Salt Lake Bees tonight at 8 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow with Mint Medical Clinic. If things in the bedroom haven't been what they used to be, you're not alone, and you don't have to just live with it. At Mint Medical, we treat the root cause. Our trifecta treatment combines 3 powerful approaches that work together. First, acoustic wave therapy, clinically proven to open up and regrow blood vessels. Second, compounded pharmaceuticals, from GLP-1s, peptides, and stem cells, which bring proven results from the inside out. And third, hormone support, because when your levels are off, nothing else works the way it should. It's not one thing, it's the process. And that process is why our patients see increases in their energy, drive, confidence, and performance. Right now, for the next 20 callers who sign up, you'll receive a free consultation, the blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift, completely free. That's a $700 value, yours at no cost. And this month only, we are covering your stay in Lake Tahoe or Branson, Missouri when you sign up. Our way of saying thank you for taking the first step. Call 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. Or visit mintmedicalclinic.com. Let's get you back to mint condition.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it is time for the question of the day. Former Utes Spencer Fano and Caleb Loma get drafted in the first round. Business as usual for the Utah program? Question mark. Alex, well, according to Joel Klatt, it's death, taxes, and Utah football.
That's right. He's been pushing that.
He loves that line.
For a long time, man. And, most often he's right in terms of winning. You can't win it all and go to the Rose Bowl, or now, obviously, the Big 12 title game is where it's at until they wake up and realize those games are dumb and they get rid of them, which they will. But the program has been very successful for many, many years. And on the second, which was Lomo, obviously, that you heard Kirk Street. People in Michigan are wondering what they're going to get. This is what they're going to get from a Kyle Whittingham program. And that was something that has been a staple. Yeah. And I think they're going to get that. I mean, they've already been talking about this Heitler kid, the running back from Michigan, who's an incoming freshman who was there for spring ball. They re-recruited him, I guess. And he chose to stay. Why wouldn't you, man? If I'm that kid and I got Kyle Whittingham coming to Utah or Michigan, and I know how many great offensive linemen they've put in, how many great running backs they've had, 1,000-yard rushers, blah, blah, blah. The history is there, and I don't think it's going to change. How many carries you're going to get? Yeah. Because you are going to get the ball. Especially if you're good enough. With Jason Beck, and Jason Beck's talked about, I take my guys and we tailor our offense to the talent that we have. Now, we're talking about Utah. That's Michigan. But I think that we're going to see a continuation of that. I don't know that Morgan Scalley is going to deviate. It's going to be fascinating to see over the next 5 years. I don't think we're going to see a big change from last year to this year with a returning quarterback. What do we do as far as what goes on? And then I assume Bird takes over the Ficklin kid after next season. At that point, he'll have 2 years. So we may have to get 5 years out before we actually see a quarterback that isn't a Kyle Whittingham guy, in a sense, take over for Utah. It might literally be for 4 years with 1 year of Dampier and 2 years of Ficklin. Who knows with the transfer portal what can happen, but just going on that assumption, I think that the Utah will still be known as a program that is tough in the trenches, and you go there and you end up, if you're good, if you're a multi-year starter, if you start young, you're probably going to be an NFL guy, and that's really cool.
This is pretty much what Utah has done in the draft for a decade now. Last year was a little bit of a blip because Lohner was drafted, and I don't think anybody else was. So that would kind of be the outlier. You look over the last 10 years, though, and this is how it goes. They're going to put, ballpark 5, 6, 7 guys in any given draft, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. You can actually look at the NFL draft, and it reflects what Kyle Whittingham said about needing to upgrade the talent joining the Pac-12. And, getting 3 years in and have better classes, and then you can see kind of the rise in the draft by the time they get to 2017. But you can draw a bigger comparison and say this is what Utah football has been for 25 years. Not quite as consistently, but those Sugar Bowl and Fiesta Bowl teams produced a lot of draft picks, if not that very year, then the year after also.
Absolutely, yeah. What was the Sugar Bowl was 2004,
2008.
Right?
So it was the 2009
I meant Fiesta Bowl.
draft.
I was going back to Fiesta Bowl.
Oh, the Fiesta Bowl team, it was 04, and the 05 draft, they had 5 guys picked, and then a couple more got picked the next year and the year after that.
Yeah, for sure.
So, they had some, obviously some sophomores and juniors who are on that Fiesta Bowl team who were really good. Eric Weddle was one of those guys.
Yeah. This is a program, and they can tout that, and they should tout that.
Yep.
Because kids want to play, most of them, I think, want to go to the NFL. That's where the money is, and that's what you've been doing. Who wouldn't want to play ball for a living if you have that opportunity rather than nothing against any other job, but when you're that young, and you're only young for a bit, NFL lifespan is so short that you've got a lot of time to do whatever else you want to do. As we just saw with DeBonsa and heard from DeBonsa, he wants to get his degree, and good for him. He's got the world by the tail right now. But it's going to go by once he starts hitting 33, 34, he's going to look, wow, man, these last 15 years, they just blew by. Everybody does. Maybe when you're young, you don't really think about it because it's not something that 35 years old to you is way old, as it should be when you're 19. But it goes by fast. And so the point I'm making is you can go do whatever other job you want to do after you're done. If you're playing NFL football at 35, you should consider yourself extremely fortunate. You'll have plenty of time to do whatever it is you want to do and go get the money now. Plus you'll have the money, man, and then if you use the money and don't let the money use you, you set yourself up. And Devon Vele talking about wanting to own an engineering firm. He's on his way if that's what he wants.
Yeah, and DeBon's saying he wants to major in mass communications. It's like he's got the personality, he's got the charisma. There's media work waiting for him somewhere, and who knows what the media look like when he's done playing in the NBA, but there'll be some type of media work somewhere. Someone will be talking about basketball, and looks like he's lining himself up to be one of those people.
Well, I think that his future includes coaching the Jazz, doesn't it?
After he plays there 15 years and wins a bunch of titles.
Or succeeding Kevin Young as the coach.
Oh, I see what you did
at BYU.
there. Nice.
That would be something. Who knows what's ahead for him? They got to be living the dream. They had yesterday. I forget which parents. Oh, I think it might have been Simpson. They interviewed his parents, and his mother's choking up, and his father. This is something I wish everyone should experience. Yeah, well, hardly anyone is going to experience it, and they act like the kid has been trained since he was out of the crib. The dad's a football coach. This wasn't by accident. This is what it was all about. They've worked for this since the kid was old enough to walk, and he got it. And that doesn't mean you can't be emotional. And we saw Spencer Fano, our guy for KSL Sports, Steve Bartle was there, and hugging his father. And he knew it was coming, too. It's like, it's not a surprise. He knew it was coming. It was going to come. It was just a matter of which pick. But still, it's a notable opportunity for them. And if you go to the University of Utah and I believe, especially if you're getting significant time as a freshman, you're in. I look at some of the freshmen who've played. Spencer Fano, right?
Yep.
He started from day one. Zach Moss got significant carries as a freshman. Eric Rowe, Clark Phillips, Jalen Johnson. These are guys just right off the top of my head without even looking or thinking about it. If you play a significant amount as a freshman at the U of U, you're going to the NFL. That's a fact. And I don't know that it's changing anytime soon.
More reaction from people about this. Shots fired here, PK. They just can't help themselves. The question, and this wasn't, well, I guess maybe we should have anticipated this where it's going. Former Utes Spencer Fano and Caleb Loma get drafted. Business as usual for the Utah program. And Brandon says, except for the winning. To which Baylor answers, 11-2 isn't good enough, huh? And that leads to a bunch of laughing, crying emojis and comments. So
Utah had its most underrated 11-2 season in the history of the program. And I would dare say in the history of college football. They're 11-2, and they were barely talked about. And the thing that we're going to remember from this past season, is that's when Kyle Whittingham left. That was his last season as the winningest coach in the history of the program, rather than the actual team 11-2. Think about that, man. They were 11-2. So many ho-hum wins, capped by a ho-hum win that they just dominated Nebraska in Vegas right from the start. Wasn't much of a game. They should keep playing in Vegas, man. Aren't they undefeated since they went in the Pac-12 in Vegas? That's their home away from home. We talk about how BYU was. BYU saved the Vegas Bowl back in the early days of Bronco because the bowl was on life support in terms of attendance, and then BYU goes, 5 years in a row, was it? 4, 6? I don't even remember. I have to look it up. And then, they have to add extra stands, and one of them capped off by the BYU-Utah game in which they weren't scheduled to play that season, and they did, and it was sold out. It was fun. I remember doing the pregame show out there because the old Sam Boyd at Big Field, and we were out there, and that was just awesome. And now you look at Utah, when they go down there, they win, and they dominated, and it was cap an 11-2 season, but it's almost like it's not even thought of as an 11-2 season for some strange reason. They were an outstanding football program, and one of the losses was not that the venue matters between BYU and Utah, so I can't really say on the road as if it was a big travel thing, but it was a 3-point game with an onside kick, an opportunity to recover it and maybe tie it up or win it. Who knows?
It was by wins and losses, it was Kyle's second best season. But they weren't playing in a conference title game, which they did 4 other times when they had, what turned out to be 3 and 4 loss seasons. So to just be sitting there with 2 defeats, it sets that apart. Aside, obviously, the Sugar Bowl season, they didn't lose at all. That's his best record by numbers. So he had higher ranked teams, and he had teams that were in conference title games or won conference championships, and the Rose Bowl teams will be remembered fondly. But as a winning percentage, 11-2, second best ever, and you're right. It's a footnote to Kyle left.
Yeah.
To Michigan.
That's crazy.
I know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't think that the footnote is that he stopped coaching at Utah. He could have gone anywhere for him, but I think it's from Utah. It's the fact that they decided that he needed to go, essentially. They made him an offer he couldn't accept. But the team was really good, which leads me to optimism for next season, that the team will, again, be really good. And they'll have to replace the offensive line, understood, because they have 2 studs there that go in the first round. And they can use that, man. Morgan can use that in his recruiting, that's not going to change, that's still who we are. We are going to be tough in the trenches, and our guy Joel Klatt will continue to sing our praises because we're not changing. I agree. Way to go.
Jared says it's great for the program, but especially those players that put in the work to be great. Sounds like Jared took a lot of satisfaction out of sitting there watching the Utes get drafted.
I've got no problem with that, man. That's who you guys are. Tough. You're going to get a team that's going to give you everything you want, and we're going to be physical, blah, blah, blah. I see no reason why that stamp that has been put on that program for a long, long time doesn't continue. Yeah, that's a great selling point. And these guys, they didn't get off track. Some kids get off track. There's in all sports. They've got the talent to. There's kids in high school who got the talent to go play in the colleges, but they get off track. And there's kids in the colleges that have the talent, but they get off track to go play in the NFL, and it doesn't happen. And these two stuck with it and did what they were supposed to do. Yeah, that's role model-ish type behavior. You got to be big enough. I mean, and they are. They have the size, so they can get that thing done. But, yeah, they deserve the credit for doing what they needed to do. And, their good fortune, they stayed relatively injury-free, and they were able to play. And now this is their reward, but in a strange way, it's just the start. It's not a culmination of anything. It's the beginning of something.
The beginning of a new lucrative chapter for both these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what they do. First round in the NFL, you're expected to play because anytime a first-round pick is released in the first 2 or 3 years, it's always noteworthy. Like, oh my gosh, what happened? You know what I mean? As far as that goes.
Yeah, it's a story when they swing and miss that high.
Yeah. And we'll see what the Browns do. I no idea. But and you got the Patriot thing with this stupid Vrabel nonsense. And but they seem to be a team that is on the ascend with the nice. I don't know what's going to happen with Vrabel. I just don't get these guys. Was it worth it? Was it that special? Was it that much different? Doing what with your wife? They really had to go do that? What the heck?
Well, we left it out. I mean, now it's more the salacious stuff. But, man, there was a lot of salacious stuff coming out yesterday. Holy cow. A lot of speculation.
Was it worth it? That's all.
Yeah.
Was it worth it?
It doesn't seem like it. Seems like it'd be pretty embarrassing. And
now, if it was Heather Locklear, that might be another story.
Easy does. Yeah, and just the level of embarrassment he seemed to have, just having to get up there.
Of course, he should be.
Talk. Yeah, I mean,
how about the wife and kids? Hey, come on, man! My goodness, so many men have been taken down by that. It's ridiculous, but I assume he's going to continue to coach, and I assume the team is going to be better than it was last year. So Lomu steps into a winning situation, which tends to happen the later that you are drafted. That's what's going to be cool about the Jazz this year when they draft. That young man is not stepping into a losing situation. Now, I know, they've been losing 4 years in a row, but that's over. That's freaking over, man. This team is going to win next season to the point it's going to be boring. It's going to be like in the old days.
Okay.
Wasn't it boring in a sense that the Jazz won? Yeah, of course they won. They're supposed to win.
No.
Yeah, that's
boring.
I think it'll get to that.
It will. I don't think it'll get to that year one.
Maybe
not. It does get to that.
But maybe it will. When you say you don't think, that means you're opening up the possibility that it will.
I believe that the anticipation of will they get to 45, will they get to 50, will they get to 55, will they be seated 8, 6, or 4, whatever, higher than that, that will drive whatever happens next year. Now, you get a little further out, you do get into a stretch, and we saw this when Sloan was just stacking up 50-win seasons. It's like, all right, they're going to be in the 4-5 series. Let's get to the playoffs, and here we go.
I'm putting no limits on these guys. Let them put them on themselves. I'm not gonna put any limits. I'll put high expectations, but I'm not gonna go floor. I'm willing to talk about ceiling, but I don't want to talk about floor. No, not after 4 years of crap. Nope, not next season. And Lomu, that's the same thing with the Patriots, right? You establish the Patriots right off the bat as AFC winners. That's the floor. Minimum.
They got to do that again, or it's a bust.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, unless this coaching situation has really screwed it up, but it is just one man, and no one's doubting his coaching ability. It's amazing how all these guys. Obviously, we saw it with Tiger. You got all this, fooling around stuff, but it didn't. Once he got on the tees, it didn't seem to get in the way. And now we see these other two ding-dongs have been doing this for years, and clearly it was compartmentalized because the Patriots had a breakout season last season, right? Yeah, they did. And so we expect that's the bar. That's the same thing with the Jazz. Whatever they do in the 26-27 season, that's the bar. That's the low point. It'll be the high point in the last 5 years, understood. But beyond that, that becomes the bar, right? And then you have to continue to clear it. It gets to a point where it's impossible to clear it. OKC, hopefully you get to that point. Like OKC can't clear the bar. They can reach it again, but they can't get any higher, I guess, unless they sweep everybody and their dog. But that'd be awesome. But I wouldn't want that, because then that seems like, oh, man, the competition sucked. Then you invite that, right? Whereas last year it went right down to the end. And actually for OKC, they can, if you want, Halliburton went down or else, you know what I mean? They can put to rest all that stuff this season by winning it. You can't get lucky a couple of years in a row. You want to give them luck one time, okay, fine. But if you win 2 titles consecutively, that means you're really good.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. History will be made tonight. Where does it rank on the list of historic sports nights in our state? We will get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Slow and go on southbound I-15 from Riverdale to Roy, but other than that, there are no delays on I-15. We are seeing pockets of delays on Bangerter Highway and Mountain View Corridor as you head from 35th South over to the 201 freeway and on the 201 freeway through Magna. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The playoffs are back in Utah. In only their second year in Salt Lake City, the Utah Mammoth are in the NHL playoffs, and your home of every second of every moment of Utah Mammoth hockey is right here. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as the Mammoth make their run to a Stanley Cup. Keep it right here on the Zone for the best coverage of Mammoth hockey. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In Utah, over 200,000 families have trusted RGS Exteriors with their homes, and there's a reason for that. Our family's business has been serving Utah homeowners for 5 generations. In fact, there's no exterior company in Utah with a longer history, not even close. That kind of reputation doesn't happen by accident. It happens year after year, award after award, referral after referral, and home after home. At RGS Exteriors, we specialize in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that protect and transform your home.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to Provo Town Center for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. The used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV, Provo Town Center, 1200 Town Center Boulevard, Provo. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Game 3, Stanley Cup playoffs, opening round series. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the Vegas Golden Knights. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Las Vegas Aviators host the Salt Lake Bees tonight at 8 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Adventuring with your family in the Wasatch Back? Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley to get one of their famous strawberry shakes and a strawberry chicken salad. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the train and best of state shakes.
Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not. She does dream of things done right. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave's got your blacktop covered. Visit GoPaveUtah.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth and Golden Knights, Game 3 tonight in their Stanley Cup playoff opening round series. Mammoth winger Kyler Yamamoto talks about what their win in Game 2 shows about this Mammoth team.
I think it just shows the resilience, in our group. Obviously, we had the lead going in the third. We gave up 2 and, lost the game. But, to come back and, have that performance tonight, it shows a lot for this group right now.
Puck drops tonight at 7:30 here on The Zone. Brought to you, Mammoth Updates brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Got multiple questions up on our Facebook page, and one of them deals with a big game that sits right in front of us tonight. History will be made with the first NHL playoff game in Salt Lake City. Where does it rank on the list in the state? Eldon, right up there with the 2 championships the Grizzlies won. For now.
Oh, I think it's higher than that.
I do too. Minor league sports versus this? Nah, I'd go with this. Kirk, hi. We've been waiting since 1969 to have a Stanley Cup game here. That's very specific.
What happened in 69?
Well, the late 60s is when the league started expanding. I think it was a year or two before that, but I think there was a big wave. I mean, I think the NHL expanded really quickly from 6 to 16, 18, 20 teams, somewhere in there, over like 2, 3, 4 years. So maybe at that point there was some anticipation this was such a good minor league hockey market that they'd get an NHL team. I don't know specifically why he picked 69. Maybe that's when he was born or when he moved here. I don't know. I haven't been waiting since 69. You haven't been waiting since 69. But Kirk has.
Well, I've only been waiting 1 year.
Cam, it all depends on how far they go in the playoffs.
No, it doesn't. No. This is akin to April 17th, 1984. That's what this is. And that was the night that the Jazz went in Utah. That was the first time they made the playoffs. They played the Denver Nuggets. The game was at the Salt Palace. It was not sold out. Attendance was 10,000 plus. And then game 2 was 12,000. Now, I never went in the Salt Palace, so I don't know how many it seats. But if they had 2,000 more, that would indicate that the first game was not sold out. And they won that first game. They beat the Denver Nuggets 123 to 121. I looked it up.
Well, that would indicate then that as exciting as this is in the moment, on the all-time list, it becomes more of a footnote.
What does?
Having the first playoff game.
No.
Because nobody really talks about that first playoff game. I couldn't have told you anything about it until right there.
Because you weren't here.
What?
You didn't live here. Of course you couldn't. No one expected you to be able to recite anything. But for the old-timers, that they could recite it vividly. If you were here, and in 1984, if you were 19 years old or what have you, and knowing the sports fan that I know you to be, you would know it. But you weren't here, so of course you had no knowledge of it. That's understood. That's not news.
But it would be topped by all the stuff that came afterwards. And we're anticipating stuff's going to come afterwards.
You're right. But stuff hasn't come. This is in the moment right now. The moment is today. And everything now is way bigger. You're putting it on an even plane. No. Nothing in 1984 is as big as what goes on in 2026. They didn't have a plaza. They didn't have sports radio stations. Jake and Ben will be there broadcasting at 2 o'clock. The TV stations will be there. It's going to be way bigger. Hatback will be running around passing out you free sweatshirts or something if you're a Vegas fan. Hey,
free merch, people.
Yeah. Who was it? Battistone? Did he own the team then? Was he on the plaza? Hey, look at me. No.
I don't know.
Of course you didn't know.
What did the plaza look like outside the Salt
There
Palace?
was no plaza. This is a whole corner street. It's a square block. It's way bigger. It was probably on local television, too, if at all.
Yeah, it would have certainly been on local TV.
And here it's going to be on national, international, galactically, the people up in Canada. And how about this? Vegas against Salt Lake City in the NHL? Nobody would have thought of that a decade ago because the two teams didn't even exist. Yeah. So, I mean, comparing it to then, no. But for those people who were around and were NBA fans, that was a big deal. For those 10,000 plus and whoever else, what was cool about the game is that the Jazz, 4 3-point attempts, all by one person. Guess who it was? They were 1 for 4 from 3.
On that roster, who would it have been? I got it down to 2 guys. I'll say Dr. Duncanstein.
Which is sort of ironic. He's the only guy who shoots the threes, and he's known for dunking.
Yep.
What the crap are we shooting threes for if you're known for dunking?
The only guy who can make them.
He was 1 for 4. Yeah, I struggled that night. He was 4 for 15. Thurl was on that team.
Big T.
You think he remembers it? I bet you he does.
Yeah, he probably does.
He started, played 28 minutes, had a pedestrian game, only had 4 FGAs. He's thinking, come on, AD, pass me the ball.
Well, that wasn't what AD was there for, man.
He was 9 of 22.
Talk to anybody who played with AD, man. AD was there to get shots up.
Yeah, it was a big 3 in terms of FGAs were Adrian Dantley, Ricky Green, and Darryl Griffith. And Thurl and Mark rounded out the starting 5. And my father's favorite Phoenix son of all time played 23 minutes off the bench, was 3 for 3 from the field, 6 for freaking 6 from the free throw line.
I didn't know your father had any favorite sons. I thought he hated everything about Phoenix
except
sports.
this one guy.
One guy broke through, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he played for both teams.
All right, DJ and PK. It's 97.
You got to guess who it was.
Did Rich Kelly play for both
teams?
Yes. Okay, all right.
I knew you'd know.
Well, I lucky guess.
He loved Rich Kelly because Rich Kelly was kind of an off-the-wall guy.
Yeah.
And Rich Kelly entertained him in interviews. And so he loved when he played for the Suns, when Rich Kelly did well, he loved it because Rich Kelly was a funny dude. John Drew came off the bench. That game was 11 of 13.
Oh, look out.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
DJ and PK, coming up 8 o'clock hour. We got to give away tickets to see Game 4 of the Utah Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights. That's coming up after the break. Stick around for that. We've also got David Locke joining us at 8:30. I do think there are lessons in the current playoffs for the Jazz going forward. I think for the Jazz this summer, there is one Jazz player who should be taking notes on what's happening right now. We'll talk with David Locke about that. And then Pablo Mastrone's here at 9 o'clock. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you believe it? This is already the last weekend in April. Next week will be May. Time waits for no one, as they say, so you got to take advantage of the time and don't let it use you. You use it to the best of your ability. That's what you need to do with your money, too. Have it be used to the best of your ability, right? And get help with your ability. You're probably, if you're like me, you don't have much ability when it comes to finances. Get with the folks at Trajan Wealth. Let me tell you about the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. You can trust them. That's the bottom line. I can go use a whole bunch of fancy words and sentences. Bottom line is you can trust them. How do I know that? Because I trusted them. Sat down with them. These are veteran people who know what they're talking about. You're not just getting one person. You're getting the whole company too. And they're going to put your best interests in the priority seat for sure, because on that list of priorities, they want you to be happy. It makes no sense for you not to be happy, man. You need a wealth management plan that's going to protect and maintain and expand your portfolio. Of course, that's what you're looking for. Well, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they will understand the tactical investing and personalized strategies that will match whatever comfort level you have and match whatever your goals are. You can go to TrajanWealth.com and read all about it, or in addition, I say and, maybe not or, but and, visit TrajanWealth.com, see how they can help you move forward with confidence. You can set up an appointment so you can do what I did, man. I like to see people, I like to talk to people. I met with them in person, talked to them on the phone. We did some Zoom stuff, whatever it takes, they're going to be there for you. Give them a call, set something up. First consultation, it's not going to cost you anything, literally for free, so you lose nothing. That local phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. Where I met with them, right off the freeway down south in Draper. Same thing, you live up north, no problem. They got offices up there. They'll come up there and meet you in Farmington. That website, it is extremely comprehensive. You can check it out right now. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth is the website. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures available at TrajanWealth.com.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name Dan to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Hey, it's Brian with Olson's Greenhouse. In today's busy world, your home should be your sanctuary, a peaceful retreat where you can unwind, breathe deeply, and recharge. And what better way to create that haven than with flowers? A pop of color in your flower beds, a cheerful container garden by the front door, or a lush patio filled with vibrant blooms can transform any space into a personal oasis. Flowers don't just brighten up your home, they lift your spirits too. Research even shows that surrounding yourself with plants can reduce stress and boost happiness. At Olson's Greenhouse, we grow premium quality plants that make it easy to bring beauty and joy into your life. Whether you prefer bold, eye-catching colors or soft, soothing pastels, we have the perfect flowers to complement your space. And with locally grown plants, you know they're ready to thrive. This spring, create a sanctuary of color and comfort with flowers from Olson's Greenhouse. Find us on Instagram at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens or go to ogg.com to find a retailer near you. That's ogg.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. AJ DeBonce announced he's going pro yesterday. He's going to the NBA. I know college basketball feels, looks, and pays like pro basketball, but nonetheless, he is leaving for the NBA. Will AJ DeBonce become the 3rd player from one of our Utah universities to be drafted number 1? Bum, bum, bum. And the first Cougar, I might add.
You did add.
Andrew Bogut, and who else, Mike wants to know? Alex Smith didn't play basketball, LOL. Well, PK put this question up, and PK knows his basketball history. Billy the Hill McGill. Now, of course, we're going back more than 60 years, but nonetheless, he was the number one pick in the NBA draft.
Yeah, I learned all about Billy the Hill McGill. I didn't know about him, then I got there at Utah. Just the same thing at BYU and Utah State. Didn't have a whole lot of history. BYU football to a degree. The other sports when I first got here, not nearly as much. I mean, I knew of Chambers and Vrains, obviously, and gosh, Markoff filled me in quickly on Pace Mannion and how good of a player he was. Markoff was a walking historian of the place, and obviously I knew about Danny, but he talked to me about Chosich and what a remarkable player he was. Never saw him, obviously, but Bill saw him right there from press row and raved about him. So I caught up pretty quickly in my history. Pearl, Poison, Pollard back in the 50s, and Billy that you speak of. So, yeah, he was, and then Andrew Bogut. And now DeBonsa has this opportunity. And if I'm picking first, no matter, I don't care who I am, it doesn't matter which team of the top 4 teams that have this opportunity to get him, I think that you take him. Yeah, absolutely. And I got some issues that I saw pointed out online with Mr. Locke that I want to get his thoughts on because I respect his basketball knowledge and insight extremely. So I don't know that it's going to be the Jazz. Obviously, none of us do. I would be over the moon if that were the case. I still think the Jazz will get a good player either way. But to me, DeBonsa showed enough. If you're going to go on tape and athletic ability and the things that seem to matter, I don't see how he's not.
Who would Locke take number 1?
You have to ask
him.
him.
Wait and let him reveal that.
I don't know.
Joins us in the next
he may not be prepared to answer that yet, and that's okay.
If his point is that AJ isn't a lock for all-time greatness and whatever stuff you want to put out there, there are flaws to his game. I can accept all of that, absolutely. But when I look at the other players and the issues there, I feel like it's clear you would go with AJ at number 1. And you could live to regret it. I mean, Kansas, I don't know what was going on at Kansas, PK, but load management in college, there was just too much of that, and that just looks like a big red flag to me. Now, it was a little different, but the guy who had the big red flag, and people were talking about the talent, but the other stuff, like what's going on here, was Ace Bailey. And it has worked out like a charm for the Jazz. He dropped to 5. And in retrospect, I'm not sure that should have happened. He was pegged at 3 most of the season. And so he dropped a couple spots. I don't know about Darren Peterson, Kansas.
I think in retrospect, if I'm Philadelphia and Charlotte, who didn't
they
take
got
him
such good players.
Yeah, so it's not in retrospect.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, you get 5-10 years down and you see how the careers go. But sitting here after year 1, yeah, you can justify all the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
That everybody got top 5 value picking in the top 5.
Yeah.
And usually when you get 5-10 years down the line, you can look back and say there's 2 or 3 guys who shouldn't have gone top 5.
Yeah, but
maybe two of them are just complete
you're right.
busts.
You're right. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. But that last year was a great year for top 5. It looks like, unless, who knows, there might be changes with injuries and whatnot, knock on wood that it's not. But that looks like great top 5 picks. The Peterson thing, I'm not so worried about that. I want to see for myself. I want to know everything that I can know about him because who am I to tell him, hey, you don't sit, you need to ball out, and you could get hurt and you could lose money. What am I going to tell him? No. The system made him play college ball, not he wanted to. I don't think that he was like DeBonsa.
If you were eligible for the NBA draft after high school, which I think is what you and I both think it should be, but it isn't, that he and DeBonsa would have been straight to the NBA.
Oh, I don't even think that they have to wait till high school.
Oh, let him go at 16,
and go whatever. I mean, the baseball, they signed these Caribbean kids as teenagers. What's the difference? Why? I'm not going to say they have to go to high school if they don't want to. I don't know that I put any restrictions on it. We see teenagers in other occupations, I guess you could say. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want it if that, you're looking for best thing for the young man, young woman. I get all that. But that's their choice. But nevertheless, if he decided that he wanted to sit out to maintain this huge investment, or his handlers, and he's a kid too.
So what do you get told? I mean, that's the deal with Ace Bailey.
You would think, yeah.
It wasn't his idea. That was, an adult said, this is a good idea. So
right, and he's been listening to these people. Yeah. I mean, Sewell, now it was the COVID year, and the Pac-12, they had their political reasons, and so they barely played any games, and BYU played them all, and everybody came out fine. But Sewell didn't play that year. There's kids who did that. I mean, what's the difference between what Peterson did versus Clark Phillips, I think, didn't play in the second Rose Bowl? The Rose Bowl. Yep. He didn't play. And he's a Southern California kid. Where was the outrage?
I think the difference is it's one game.
What's the difference?
And the sport is way more violent, and I think that's the difference. And I think if it were
a
one
quarterback
basketball
is way more violent, I don't buy it.
If it was one basketball game, nobody would be saying a thing.
Yeah, but they play way more. What's the percentage of games that he missed versus the percentage of games of football? You're not going to compare one basketball game in which you play 35 versus football in which you play 13 or 14 if you're lucky. That doesn't make any sense.
Sure it does. But anyway.
No, it doesn't.
It made total sense to me.
Of course it did, but you're wrong.
Nice.
It's the percentage of the games. The theory is the same.
Peterson played about 2/3 of their games. But even in those games, he pulled himself out of games at times and sat for a whole second half. So,
to protect the investment, you're going to tell him, risk the investment? Who are you to tell him to risk the investment?
I'm David James.
I know, but Bill Self didn't even do it.
He couldn't, and he wasn't happy about it.
And he signed up for it.
He did sign up for it. As a matter of fact, he paid money for it. Other people, rich people's money.
No, I got you. Yeah, that's an excellent point. You're right.
Yeah.
He did pay money for it because it wasn't literally his money.
He was given it, and then he moved it.
But money that he could have used elsewhere. Yeah. So, in a sense, it was his money.
He picked his poison, as it were.
And maybe that is an issue. Maybe it is. But I want to see it and talk to the young man and talk to his people myself.
I get why, before all that happened, I get why DeBonta was 1, Peterson was 2, and Boozer was 3. I also get why some people saw Peterson 1 and DeBonta 2 and Boozer 3. Boozer is incredibly reliable, but I think lacks the top-end athleticism.
He does. He totally
does. He's going to be a really good pro, but I don't think he's going to be a great pro. I don't think he can be the best guy on an elite team, and the other two could be. I mean, Peterson has to be healthy and play and all that, but if he is, and you pass on him, you could feel pretty foolish later on, because when he's on, when he's dialed in and he's playing and he's good, he's really good. I mean, he's just making shots, and they are effortless. He's got more range than DeBonta has now. Now, maybe DeBonta will develop that over time.
Suppose I told you Boozer is a 2010 guy.
Oh, I totally believe that.
And
totally.
Is that not good enough?
Not to be the best guy on a championship team. I think he'll come up a little limited. They'll be better players. But do I think he's going to be one of the top 50, 75, or 100 players in the NBA? Yes. Well, yes, I do.
You're caught up in the lack of athleticism?
I think that at the highest end of the NBA, you got to have that.
Does Jokic have it? Does Doncic have it?
No, but he's 3 or 4 inches taller.
Doncic is not 3 or 4 inches taller.
No, he is not. But DeBonta can run the offense and score from more places on the floor. And I would say that I haven't seen that from Boozer. He can't score from more places on the floor. I mean, Doncic can score from anywhere. I mean, once he's inside of 30 feet, you better be on him. And he might hit something from outside 30. He might drop logo shots on you. But he doesn't have to get to the three-point line. He can be a step or two behind the line, and he's already in range, and everybody knows it.
I want talent.
He's got it. I don't want to sit here and say Boozer doesn't have talent. And he can score. The thing is, the game's starting to evolve a little more. It went so heavy three-point, and you can see it coming back. There's more value in the mid-range. Players are getting better at it. Plus, it's the open shot. So it's not just mid-range versus three. It's open mid-range versus contested three. And we're seeing more of that. And, man, once Boozer gets into that 15 to 17-foot range, I got a lot of confidence in him. And he can take people off the dribble from 15 feet and get you something inside of 5. He's really good. In another draft, he might be the one pick.
And he uses his body very well.
He does, yes. Super savvy, high basketball IQ, going to fit well into a team. He checks a lot of boxes, but the ones he doesn't check, there's a couple boxes that the very top players in the game, they have the athleticism that Peterson and DeBonsa check those boxes.
Except Doncic doesn't have it.
No, he doesn't have the athleticism, but
Locke.
He still has the range and the ability to shoot from so many places. And to shoot, he's got quite a bit of size, not elite size, but he can get off contested shots. It is really hard to deny that guy a shot. I mean, he's not Durant. Durant's just and Nowitzki's fadeaway. There's guys it's impossible to deny a shot. You better deny the ball, because once they have the ball, they're going to get a shot. And Doncic is only a half a notch behind that.
If it's not DeBonsa, then I want Boozer, because then he'll be the first Salt Lake City native to go number 1 in the draft.
Find a tie. Find a tie.
He was born in Salt Lake City, Utah.
There you go.
Nobody talks about that.
Well, and for all the fans who are caught up, and you and I aren't, but we might as well talk to the fans who are, because we know they're listening. For the fans who are caught up in, they're going to draft this player, but he's not going to stay. Let's face it. Two of the attractive things about Boozer and DeBonsa is I think they would both stay. In the case of DeBonsa, he just seems to like it here so much already. And in case of Boozer, his dad was here and liked it and said he liked it in other places when he didn't know we were listening and people were trying to say, it's terrible. And he's on the radio in Miami going, no. No, it's not. He left Utah for specific reasons and later regretted it and will tell you, but the reasons were basketball. You know, the team wasn't good enough. They were capped out. They needed to add a 5 to compete with the Lakers' size. They weren't going to do it, so he took a chance on something else. And something else didn't turn out to be as good. But at least he had a reasonable why, and it wasn't. He didn't have a bone to pick with the city or the state. And I'm sure his kids already heard that. His kids, plural. He's got multiple players. I mean, both the twins were on Duke, right?
Yeah.
And they've heard it. So I think that they would approach it differently.
Yeah.
And they're already, I think, 2 of the top 3 picks in the draft, although I do think this draft is going to have more good players. And again, like last year, we don't know, who's drafting top 3. You could get a really good player at 4 or 5. And obviously it happened last year. They told us that draft was stacked, and now 1 year in, it looks like all the people who said that were right. And this draft's supposed to be even more stacked, so I don't know. Can they be even more right? I guess it could be 6, 7, 8 players deep. We'll see if all these guys hit.
Well, I don't care if it's 6, 7,
as
or 8
long as
deep.
the Jazz player hits.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Whether it's 1 or 4 or 6, whatever.
Yeah,
get a good player.
Literally, that's the only thing that matters. And you need that. This is an important draft because, the salaries being what they are, and that if you get to the point where, and I guess you want to get to that point because that means you're really good, that you can't pay everybody, well, then you can maybe let somebody go in some type of deal, and you got an up-and-comer that, Jaren Jackson and Markkanen can carry you for the next little bit and allow this other player who comes in as a development thing. Although I think with Boozer, if I'm looking at all the guys, he might be the most ready to contribute, but that doesn't mean I want to draft him necessarily 1 next year or
right.
And depending on where he falls. But we're just talking about the number 1 pick. I think that he might be, out of everybody, the most capable of contributing to a winning product next season. And that's great, but I'm not saying that's a deciding factor as to why you should draft him, because all the things you said about DeBonsa, his athletic ability, he's just a better athlete. He's just blessed with better athleticism than Cameron Boozer, and that's no knock on Cameron Boozer. That's more of a praise. And it takes you about maybe 5 minutes to see the difference.
It really does.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear.
Right. I mean, I knew it coming in because I'd seen DeBonsa play. Boozer on these high school situations, I'd seen him play because he's Carlos's son. We have a connection. I knew Carlos a little bit. He actually called me, left a message on my machine, PK, I want to come on your show, which really surprised me, but he did. He called me on that. He wants to be a media guy. He's good enough to do it, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, we've seen him at ESPN.
Yeah, and some other stuff. I mean, his son, the other son, Caden, is going to stay at Duke. He's not quite the prospect that Cameron is right now, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Develop your game a little bit. Donovan Mitchell stayed a couple of years. It's not the end of the world. So see how that goes. But DeBonsa, to me, has proven that he should be the number one guy. And I'm biased. I saw him in person way more. I've never seen Boozer in person. I saw DeBonsa in person. I saw his first game in person, and I saw his last game in person in college and in between also. So, yeah. And this kid, and the thing about it is, I think that he wants to get better. And I'm not saying the other guys don't, but it's just that we've been more up close with DeBonsa, that we've got a better feel for him as a human being, and that's important to be able to want to, if you have, at 19, I don't care, maybe LeBron didn't, but he probably did, have deficiencies, and go ahead and work on those. And if you listen to what he said yesterday, they go, where do you want to go? Whoever drafts me. It's amazing every step of the way this kid is saying the right thing. BYU has been very fortunate. There are 2 lottery picks the last 2 years. These guys in interviews keep saying the right thing consistently. And I'm obviously talking about Yegor. And it is amazing how these guys, despite any religious affiliation, they truly are BYU guys in virtually every sense of the word. And DeBonsa fulfills that as well as anybody that they've ever had at BYU.
And there are more good players behind them, but they don't seem to have the size. You know, they're listed 6'3", 6'5". Now, people lie about the size all the time, and then they have the official measurement. Excuse me. And then it seems like you turn around a month later, and they're back to listing Donovan Mitchell as 6'3". And I think we both know people who've talked to Donovan Mitchell. And even Mitchell finds it ridiculous. He's laughed about it and made jokes about it. They're just going to list him wherever they're going to list him. He doesn't worry about that, but other people do. It'll be interesting to see how big, because there's several guards who seem to be like they're going to go 5, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
And how big are those guys? Because the guys, at 6'4", 6'5", it's not ideal, but you can work with it. But if you're really 6 feet or 6'1", that's a problem. That's a much 6'4", 6'5" a little bit of problem. 6'1" is a much bigger problem. So how those guys fall in the draft and how much you want them if you're drafting there, and maybe the Jazz are drafting 5, 6, maybe they're not. We'll see how it plays out. Have to really dig into that before you start ranking any of those guys. They all look like they have some promise, but it is just really hard to play the game when you're a lot shorter than all the other guys running around out there.
Well, you could wear more socks.
Nice, BK. That seems like something for a Will Ferrell movie, some big old platform shoes or something.
Grow an afro.
Was it didn't he do one like the Miami Tropics or something? What was that?
Will Ferrell? Yeah. He's made a bunch of movies for a pudgy guy.
All right, DJ and PK, we got to take a break. Well, we got a couple things to run by David Locke. There's a playoff matchup that screams, Utah Jazz, do something about this summer. We will get to that, and obviously the DeBonsa question and what he thinks at the top of the draft. That's coming up. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays on southbound I-15 from Riverdale into Sunset due to a crash in Roy. Also seeing a touch of slowing from the north interchange into downtown. On the flip side, we see slowing on the collector ram from northbound I-15 to eastbound I-80. Still have slow traffic on 21 North in Lehigh as you head towards I-15. Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not. She does dream of things done the right way. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, Go Pave Utah's got your blacktop covered at gopavutah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
The first doing anything matters, right? The Stanley Cup playoffs seem to be pretty awesome, but you have to create those moments where you're like, I was there, or where was I? It has to be a little more special than just making the playoffs for the first time. You got to win a game that you're not supposed to win. You've got to create that newsreel in people's brains that you go back to automatically when you're talking about your fandom in 10 years, in 12 years, or whatever. They got to go make some moments. The fact that Vegas is big, bad Vegas totally leans into that, but you have to go beat them, and you have to create the buzz, and you have to create the storyline.
You need lore.
And simply making the playoffs, I don't think accomplishes that. They need to win these games. They need to create the lore. They need to create the moment where you're like, oh, dude, I was watching that with my dad.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at slcfatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Spring is in the air, and your forever begins here. At TSH Events in the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, elegant spaces set the stage for unforgettable I-dos. Celebrate your love story where every detail feels timeless. Reserve your perfect date today at tshevents.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Papa was a copper and the mama was a hippie. In Alabama, she was swinging a hammer. Price you gotta pay when you break the panorama. She never knew that there was anything more than gold. What in the world does your company take me for? Black bandana, sweet
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. History will be made tonight. The first of what we anticipate to be many Stanley Cup playoff games here in Utah. The second of what we anticipate to be many playoff games in the state of Utah will be Monday night. And we have tickets, a pair of lower bowl tickets to see the Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights Game 4 Monday night, April 27th. Caller 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. We will send you to Game 4 Monday night. Someone will be up 2-1 PK, and one team will feel an enormous amount of pressure to get that series to 2-2, and another team will be thinking, man, 3-1. We'll have 3 chances to win one and advance. This is a big deal. The Heat, it'll be good tonight, but the Heat will just be turned up Monday. That's the way it works as you get deeper into these series.
All agreed with everything that you just said.
Yep. All right, call right now, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Caller 12 wins. If you don't win now, another pair of tickets coming up with Scotty G and the coach from 10 to 2. And then Jake and Ben will be out on the plaza, as PK said. You can see them if you're going to the game, and they will have another pair of tickets to give away. So stay tuned all day long right here on the Zone for your chance to win and go to Game 4 Monday night at the Delta Center. Game 3 tonight. Pablo Mastroeni, RSL head coach, scheduled to join us coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, scheduled to join us momentarily. Anytime now, hopefully, we will speak with David. Alex, you making the magic happen? Trying to make the magic happen. Hopefully the magic will happen.
He's doing something with the board. Oh, he's texting someone as we speak.
David, where are you? Answer your phone.
Can't be skiing this late, can you?
A bunch of the places have closed already. There's probably somebody still open making snow, and he's probably trying to find him.
Yeah. Juneau?
But I would assume there's a lot of rocks and dirt at this
Fairbanks?
point. Fairbanks. I think he's more a Whistler guy.
Where's
Ski
Whistler?
Resort north of Vancouver.
Oh.
Go up there.
I thought you'd have to go extremely north. By the end of April, man, I've had it with the snow.
And most people haven't. That's why resorts are closing.
Yeah. It's about golf at this point. You know who just opened a golf course?
Who?
Mike Trout.
Really?
You can go look at it. Trout National. And it's in his home area of South Jersey, Vineland, which is minutes outside of Philadelphia, where he grew up.
Trout National.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The Reserve. He's got so much money, he's opening a golf course.
Yeah, I don't know if he financed the whole thing start to finish. I can't say that, but
yeah, if somebody wants to build it and put his name on it, that seems like a...
Yeah, you can go look at it, troutnational.com.
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, okay.
The Reserve. Enter. I don't want to. They got drone shots and video of the greens and a two-tiered thing with a big old ridge. Ooh.
Yeah, people think of that, just being 20 minutes outside of Philadelphia as some industrial area, but it really isn't. There's all
You get into the
sorts of
country pretty
trees
quick.
and forests. Yeah, minutes away. It's like here, how we're literally minutes away from ski areas in the mountains, and you can be in a roaring creek this time of year, literally minutes from your house. We all know about that.
Yep.
Well, that's what you have back there. It's not all a bunch of concrete and buildings and cities and Rocky running up the stairs and all that. They have that, but not too far away, 15, 20 minutes, you get this where they probably had to cut down a bunch of trees to make the Trout National Golf Course.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We are joined by the radio voice of the Utah Jazz, David Locke. David, good morning.
Oh, my gosh, a Friday morning. David and Patrick. I mean, this is the culmination of another beautiful, fabulous, incredible week of my life. And it only seems appropriate to do it the day after the NFL draft, where clearly one of you is the number one pick of all time and the other, clearly Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, well, I deal with the burden.
Okay, whichever one that might be. How are you guys?
Good. Great. I've been watching the NBA playoffs, and I saw somebody say something,
good.
And I thought, I have to ask David Locke about that because I think that applies to the Jazz. I think there's a Jazz player who needs to hear this, think about it, and then apply this lesson and learn from someone else's pain. Don't learn from your own pain. Watch other people make mistakes and learn from that. No reason to go down that road yourself. And I am talking about C.J. McCollum's post-game interview after Game 2 when he was asked, were you hunting Jalen Brunson? And he said, what do you think? And the reporter finally said, well, it looked like you were. And McCollum's like, as a matter of fact, I was. The playoffs, you find a matchup, you get an advantage, and you go. And Brunson's undersized, and they think they can beat him. And sure enough, CJ then hits a game-winning shot in Game 3 as well. And you have talked about Keontae George's defensive numbers, worst perimeter defender in the NBA. I expect the Jazz to be in the postseason next year. I really expect him to be in the playoffs proper, not just a play-in game, but in the playoffs. And a 7-game series, man, if you got those kind of numbers, they are going to be hunting you. And it's a terrible feeling. Do you think someone's having that talk with him and pointing it out to him right now? And how much is that going to register with him? And how much do you think he can improve? Or if somehow am I the only one who noticed it? That would seem incredible. That would seem unlikely.
And I'll expand it out even further. Put Lowry in the sentence.
Yeah.
Lowry's not a very good isolation wing defender, right? Like, no, this is where next year's the 2-part challenge here for the Jazz as they progress is they have to become much better. Will said it multiple times in the last weeks of the season, much better at containing the basketball. I mean, that counts to Isaiah Collier. If he can shoot well enough on the offensive end to play on defense, that counts to all of them. They have to be just a dramatic increase in performance on the defensive end. The numbers you're commenting on are Taylor Snar's dunks and threes have had Keontae as the worst defender in the NBA 2 years in a row. I don't know if that's true, but you're not that and good, right? Like, it might not be the worst. That might be a stretch, but you're not that and good. So, yes, but I also think it applies to Lowry. I think it also applies to, like, Will Hardy's going to have to figure out some scheme things with the amount of size that he has of how is it that we don't get Keontae on an island. And I think Keontae should be better. I'm frankly more worried about Lowry. Like, I think Lowry has some physical limitations on whether in space he actually can defend as a wing 3. You know, if we're into the playoffs and it's Walker and it's Jaren and it's Lowry and we're that big and they're going to pull Lowry out and put him into actions, like, okay, well, how are we getting Jaren, Ace Bailey, and Walker Kessler on the backside to help out and keeping them off the rim and keeping them at 15 to 18 feet? So I think there's a schematic challenge to Will Hardy as well. No, I mean, hey, there was the Jaden McDaniels comment that every single guy in Denver's a bad defender, right? And that they're just attacking Denver. The Jazz, actually, I'm sure somebody else had done it long before, and we opened the broadcast that night talking about the Nuggets were 28th in the league in rim defense. But the Jazz, I think, had 80 restricted area points against Denver. You know, like, Denver just can't stop you from getting to the rim, and then Jokic can't defend the rim. It's the Jazz, ironically enough, I think other people had as well. It really exposed that problem with Denver. I actually, looking back at the last 3-4 weeks of the season, and think it's really interesting to look at like teams we played that just kicked the crap out of us, who like saw a crappy team coming in who had no interest in winning and just beat the crap out of us, and then those who played with their food. And those that played with their food are in trouble right now.
That entertained PK. Nice chuckle, PK.
Listening to your, the lockdown stuff you do with the Jazz, you were talking about DeBonsa and potential hole in the game, and I saw you took some blowback. Well, wait a second, man. You've got Ace Bailey as a potential number one option, and their three-point shooting numbers are not that drastically different. Why were you high on one and have concern for the other?
So A.J. DeBonsa comes out as a 30, first percentile of catch-and-shoot players in the NBA. And 40th percentile in college basketball. And the 40th percentile number has been a huge threshold number for players in 7 years worth of data that I've collected. So those players that are under these certain thresholds. Now, let me just be clear on one or two things on AJ. One is that his dribble is shooting off the dribble. Numbers are pretty good, which gives you some feeling it might not be a problem, and his spot-up numbers are okay, but catch and shoot has been the best correlation we have. And if you're in the 40th, here's the numbers. There's been 67 players that have been below the 40th percentile. This is going to get geeky, DJ. You can interrupt me if you want to. And really what happens, I ran all the numbers. AJ's in the 34th percentile. He's the only player in the top 10, other than some Caleb Wilson lack of offensive numbers, that hit any red flags. Like I have certain numbers that hit red flags. No one else hit one. That was the only one. Here's the number. Of the 67 players in the 7 years of the database that I have that are below the 40 percentile threshold, 30 of the 67, 45%, have gone on to be 33% or less as three-point shooters. Another 20 have gone between 33 and 35, so that's below league average. So that's 65% are below league average. Check that. That's 75% are below league average. 75% of players that have catch-and-shoot numbers of the level of A.J. DeBonsa's in college are below average three-point shooters. Only 25% are good, 35 to 38% being good, 16%, and very good 9%. The contrast to those players that are above, if someone's above that number, the chance of them becoming a bad shooter is really very limited, and the chance of them becoming a good shooter is pretty limited. So the above 40% group, only 31% of those became bad shooters. So that's a 13% percentage gap. That's a telling statistical find. Only 9% of bad college catch and shoot became very good NBA shooters, compared to 19% of those above the 40% group became very good. So it's half as likely that you're going to become a very good or even a good three-point shooter.
Okay.
I think it's just a concern. It's just a concern. It doesn't mean no. It's getting misinterpreted, but okay, here's the red flag. There's the data that backs up the red flag. Now evaluate. He's not perfect.
Sure.
He's 6'9". His body's great. He goes to the free throw line at an incredible rate, and for a 19-year-old, that usually translates. There's all sorts of awesome things about him. But this is the one that's concerning, and specifically to me, it reeks of Paolo Banchero, and I'm not a fan of Paolo Banchero, but I'm sure AJ plays harder than Paolo Banchero, so it's probably fine.
Suppose you're dominant in other things then, and you don't take as many threes.
Yeah, then you're not. Then that's not the NBA. Who's doing that?
I know DJ was talking about how the game's changing a little bit.
I don't think it is. You got to shoot, man. I thought that what's his name, Nathan Grubler from No Ceilings, who does Locked On NBA Draft for No Ceilings, had a great line the other day. Shooting is now a prerequisite, and the other skills are the differentiator. It used to be that shooting was a differentiator. Shooting is now a prerequisite.
But when you say shooting, you're talking about three-point shooting.
Well, the ability to shoot at all levels. All right, who's a really great player in the NBA that can't shoot the three?
Rudy Gobert.
We're talking about the number one pick of the draft. Let's make sure we're talking about, right? We're talking about the number one pick of the draft. We're asking for someone who is – our goal of this player is to be a 10-time All-Star, which Banchero may turn out to be, and probably a multiple-time top 10 MVP candidate. Like, that's what we're hoping for, right? So who in the top 20 players in the NBA can't shoot?
Well, probably the worst shooter among elite scorers. He's streaky, and he's great when he's on, but he's up. Maybe Jamal Murray.
Yeah, but he's 38.5%.
He's under 40. Yeah, he's 36 in the
okay,
career.
That's elite.
Small sample in this series.
That's elite. Like, his career number is 38.5. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the chance that A.J. Devonta, the numbers say there's a real chance. I'm not saying this is a case. I'm just telling you the numbers. Like, we've got to listen to exactly what I'm saying. There's a real chance he's a below 33% three-point shooter.
Most people know that if you said, okay, what's the hole in his game, they would say, well, he's got to become a better three-point shooter. I think even you can go to, 17,000 BYU fans are in there screaming. And when they stop screaming when the game is over, he said, what does he have to improve in the NBA? I think they would say his three-point shooting. And what all these numbers you've given us is that if you're where he is, it's not a slam dunk. The odds are against you. Obviously, some people do it. You've given us those numbers. But it isn't an automatic that he's going to improve there. And most of the best players in the sport do shoot the three pretty well. They do.
Yeah.
So if you can't.
Okay, you said it perfectly. You said it perfectly. And just to, for those who want to, you still got to, Anthony Edwards was one of them, by the way. Anthony Edwards was on the wrong side of this. So it can happen. And Anthony Edwards is now one of the elite shooters in the NBA.
Who are the best shooters from three in the NBA?
From, depends, are we talking volume or just Luke Kennard?
Percentage.
A.J. Green, 44%.
Yeah, those guys are role players.
Yeah,
I don't want a role player with the number one pick.
Right, but the best scorer, Anthony Edwards, 38-39%. Jamal Murray, 38-39% for the year. Steph Curry, 40% for the year. Run through the best. Kevin Durant's probably 40% from three. Give me the top 10. Luka's up to 35-36% from three. The best scorers in the NBA are up at 35-36% from three. And really, Donovan Mitchell, 38-39% from three at an incredibly high volume. They're great shooters. The best players in the league are great shooters. Cade Cunningham might not be. Cade Cunningham might be at 33 or 34%. And I bet that would be, he might be the exception to the rule this year. I'd have to see what his numbers finished at. But if we go run the top 15 shoot scorers in the league, they're up 35, 36%. The script of a high scorer at 30, 31% is a problem. I'm not saying that's going to be. I'm just saying that's got to be a discussion. It's just not a slam dunk.
I think you're ripping the kid because you don't like BYU. That's what you're doing.
Right, 100%.
That is such a PK thing to say.
Because they spreadsheet kicked out a red number. I didn't realize that my whole problem was that a negative number in I hate BYU, but a negative number in my system is red. So all the Utah fans hate me because I'm implying that red in my if a number goes below a threshold, it turns to red, and red is negative, and that's my fault. I clearly hate Utah too. Yeah.
If you passed on Devonta, because all of this is relative, if you passed on Devonta, who's the number one pick? Because the other people, there is no perfect player. Everybody coming into the pros has something they've got to improve. I mean, it's Kevin Durant, who everybody knew was awesome, couldn't lift enough weight. So there's always going to be something.
So on Peterson, I think watching him a little bit at Kansas, they had just no space, and it's just hard to tell what he can do if he's playing pick and roll. He just didn't run very many of them, and he obviously didn't play a huge amount. So I would, really have to try to go back and look at some of his high school stuff and then maybe have him in the gym, or, that's hard to do at this point. But I'd have to have an understanding of what you think he can do with the ball in his hands. He's clearly not a point guard. He's a two guard from the little bit I've watched.
Yeah.
But his movement shooting is pretty incredible. He made two plays in a game. Where was it? It was Kansas, Texas, maybe, or Kansas. Anyway, 2 second jump plays on the rim where he followed up his own misses that were just astronomical. So I think in space, he's, and he almost never got in transition in Kansas because it was just so clogged. So I think that, you have to figure that out. And then I do think there's a Cameron Boozer argument here. Defensively, certainly, there's two. So the negative is that he's just so heavy-legged and whether he can move defensively. And ironically, I think he reminds me of Banchero in that sense. So we're just kind of going back to this former number one pick. And he's got, I wonder if he could thin back out a little bit. Like, I just don't know that I think that's his playing weight. In college, you're bigger and stronger and you're a beast. And I don't know, but his body might not. And then maybe he's a mobility problem and he's certainly not going to be a rim defender. So he's in the ilk of Sabonis and Şengün and these kind of players. The one thing that's really different about him is he can really shoot. And so, like, Sabonis and Şengün have been these hubs until recently when Şengün has decided he doesn't pass anymore because he doesn't like burner count. And so, therefore, he's forgotten that he once was a passer. But if you kind of go to Sabonis and Şengün prior to the second half of the season, they were able to play this offensive hub role, poor-man Jokic, but neither of them could really shoot it. What happens if you have Cameron Boozer playing this offensive hub role both inside and outside the three-point line, and he can shoot? Like, I really think that's a fabulously interesting player that can transform who you are offensively. Defensively, you got to figure it out, right? Same kind of conversation that there is possibly this glaring weakness, and we just opened this conversation about if you can't defend in space, you're going to be pulled out to the middle of the floor in the playoffs. And Boozer feels like that could be the case for him. But I do think there's a real chance that he could be one of the most influential offensive players in the league.
I don't know that he could run the offense, and maybe he could, but I don't know that he could do that outside the three-point line. Now you're starting to talk Jokic territory,
Yeah.
But definitely.
I'm being careful to not use that name, but yes, you're correct.
But definitely at the high post in that 15, 17, 18-foot range, I think he's a terror. I think that's the reason everyone's had him a slam dunk top 3 pick, because when he gets the ball in that range, he can shoot it, he can pass it, he can put it on the floor and beat to the hoop and get a layup or a dunk. He is a terror. And so if he'd grown up 30 or 40 years ago when people were running high post offenses, oh my gosh, I mean, holy cow, that'd be awesome. And maybe he will be able to step out to the three-point. Now we're back to, again, with Devontae, you got to project a little bit, and that's why all these front office type and all these scouts get paid, is to figure that stuff out, because that's a tough call. And it's like you said with Peterson, there's stuff you don't have to do in college. You just don't have to run an offense that far from the hoop.
Right. The league is moving a little bit away from pick and roll, not a ton, but not as much as people want to make it seem. Like, in other words, like, yes, we've reduced the amount of pick and roll we're running, and we're still running at 50 to 60% of our plays instead of 75%. So, like, Will Hardy kind of with the off-ball action and the handoff action Mike Brown ran with the Sacramento and the Denver's run with Adelman, I do think there's more. We saw it with Nurkic, right? Like, there's more activity in this game right now where you're trying to play 5 out, or in this case with Boozer, I don't know what position he plays, in which you're playing with that hub of an offensive player, maybe in or outside the three-point line. So I think that high post offense is actually coming back a little bit.
All right, David, we got to run. We're late to break, as always, and I know how you hate that. But, in this era when so much stuff is streamed and podcast, it doesn't matter as much anymore. I don't feel as bad.
I think you're right. By the way, I just want to share, this is a new experience for the three of us. I'm not at home. I'm sitting somewhere else, and a bobcat just strolled across the bushes out a little bit from me as we were just holding the last part of this conversation. It's better than a rattlesnake, but it's
you gotta love great. Arizona. We got bobcats down there.
That's right. When are you coming out, PK?
Soon, my man. Very soon.
Okay. Mr. Irrelevant, number 1 pick. You guys are the greatest. I appreciate you. You do amazing work. Congratulations to the new lineup over there, to the great Timmy Lacombe, who has some origin moments with the early moments of sports radio in Utah. To have him in that slot now is great. And the rise to Benny Anderson and Jake Scott to Afternoon Drive, pretty incredible. So congratulations to everyone.
All right. Thanks, David. We'll talk to you. DJ and PK, we're going to take a break. Pablo Mastroeni is about 10 minutes away. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
The playoffs are back in Utah. In only their second year in Salt Lake City, the Utah Mammoth are in the NHL playoffs, and your home of every second of every moment of Utah Mammoth hockey is right here. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as the Mammoth make their run to a Stanley Cup. Keep it right here on the Zone for the best coverage of Mammoth hockey. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Game 3, Stanley Cup Playoffs opening round series tonight. The Utah Mammoth hosts the Vegas Golden Knights. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Las Vegas Aviators host the Salt Lake Bees tonight at 8 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth head coach Andre Torney talks about how his guys match up against the Vegas Golden Knights ahead of the big Game 3 tonight at the Delta Center.
I think throughout their lineup, they have a lot of talent. I said it earlier, from their experience, their level of skills, their size, they have ability. So you need to play really hard. And I like the way Schmaltzy's line played tonight. I think they played really hard. They had a good bounce-back game, and they played solid both sides of the puck, and that helped us for sure.
Mammoth Updates, they're brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. from the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, Billie Jean is not my lover. Alex, you know why I asked you to play this?
Why did you ask me to play this?
Because I, along with the significant other, my old lady, my wife, for many, many years, we went and saw the movie yesterday, Michael. Now, you're a youngster. How old are you?
I'm 26.
26? All right, you're older than old, what's-his-face, Christian. You've heard of Michael Jackson.
I've heard of Michael Jackson.
Yeah, so they got a movie called Michael, and I went and saw it yesterday. Oh, my gosh. A lot of good music in there, and it's played. The lead guy is actually the nephew of Michael Jackson, his older brother. I want to say Jermaine's son played Michael. I went and saw the movie Michael. Oh, I was break dancing in the aisles.
Was it mostly about the childhood? Was it mostly about the adult megastar times? Was it the whole thing? What was it about?
Started in Gary, Indiana, and I've been in Gary, Indiana, and that's the most depressed town I've ever been in the United States. And it went through 1984, 85. After the Victory Tour with his brothers, then he did some other tour. He did another tour by himself, and it ended there. And so it went from Gary, Indiana to Encino, where the compound was, and then ended right around the mid-'80s. So he would have been,
Encino?
In his third. Well, Encino's where they moved to. It's in the valley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that. I didn't know he'd been in the valley.
Oh, yeah, that's where they moved.
Eventually, he moved to San Ynez.
Right. He had the Neverland up there.
Yeah, the Neverland.
But the family, the entire Jackson family moved to Encino, and that's where they were located.
People of a certain age remember the movie Encino Man. That was Encino's claim to fame.
Oh, okay. Well.
Gave it a little. That's why people know where Encino. I just wasn't aware they'd lived in the valley. I don't know.
Oh, you didn't know that?
Yeah,
I had known that.
I knew they'd been in L.A. I didn't know it was a valley.
Yeah.
Probably assumed that at that point they were somewhere with a little ritzier zip code, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but there's a big fancy house, and he brought his animals there and all that. So I saw the critics didn't like it. I liked it. I'm a Michael Jackson fan, Jackson 5 fan growing up. The dad, Joe Jackson, who they all call Joseph, is not portrayed very well.
Positively.
I will say that. I saw Joe Jackson in Vegas at the Orleans outside by the pool once, of all places. And he had a bunch of security, but it was him. I know it was him. And he's deceased now. But, yeah, it was a good movie and a lot of fun. And DJ, Billie Jean is not my lover. The kid is not my son. I don't understand. You could have eliminated that by simply getting a paternity test. You didn't need to write a song about it.
See, there you go. Very good logic. Wreck's a hit song, but it's great logic. When we come back, Pablo Mastroeni, RSL head coach, joins us. They play the Galaxy in L.A. Sunday. We'll talk with Pablo next. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
I'm author Richard Paul Evans, founder of the Christmas Box International. Thank you, Utah, for giving so much to help our most vulnerable children, kids who have been abused, neglected, and trafficked. But the Christmas Box House isn't just for Christmas. We help children 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and your help makes that possible. Right now, our kids could really use new tennis shoes and Visa gift cards. If you'd like to help, please go to thechristmasbox.org or Google us. Thank you.
Pack up the... Because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Joining us now is the leader on the field of RSL, Pablo Mastrioni. Pablo, good morning.
Morning, PK.
DJ will be joining us in a second. Hey, I don't know what you can do about it, but can we have flyovers every game?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know how much that costs, but it's a spectacle to see for sure.
You know how Jordan High School is right down the street? I'm sure you know that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and so they were playing a baseball game against Corner Canyon, which is also not too far away, and the game went extra innings, right? And they were all there when that thing happened.
They thought it was for them.
I think they all knew who it was for, but still. And I went to the game, and everybody was, as you would think, was just blown away. And you could hear it, man. You could hear it all throughout the valley because those things are so loud. But that is so awesome anytime you see it, and that was way cool. I don't know who thought of that, but that was a great idea.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was all part of the hype, Pablo, and the hype, it wasn't part of the problem right away because the team looked really good out of the gate. There were 2 great chances to score. One got called back, and one, I don't know, the header went wide somehow, kind of miraculous. It didn't go in. But it seemed like after that, then, goals change games. You don't get them. Then it seems like the momentum changes, and you guys are so good at playing one-touch soccer, and I'm constantly amazed by the parallels. The Mammoth have a playoff game, and they talk about how well they're handling the puck. Sometimes it just sticks to the stick, right? It's all this one-touch passing. It's the exact thing in soccer, and you had it for 10 minutes, then you didn't. Your heart's got to sink a little bit on the sideline when you see guys, the pass is a little behind somebody, the touch pops up and the ball pops up, shoulder high all of a sudden, which happened a couple times. You played at a high level. For people who don't know, you were in 2 World Cups and you captained an MLS Cup team. So you've been there. You can't really yell at guys, even though it frustrates you. You know it happens sometimes. Can you explain why, or it's just one of those things?
Well, I think, just having, experienced some pretty big games in my career as well, it wasn't always, from a coaching perspective and having been an ex-player, you just assume that you were great in all the games. And one of the things that I constantly express to the players is I wasn't great in I wasn't great in most games, actually. I was great in very few. I was really good in a lot. But there were games, for whatever reason, and I think in this case, the expectations, right, and I think the type of attention that was brought, the spotlight that was, at AFF Stadium on the day, and obviously playing on the same field with probably the greatest player of all time. I think in those first 10 minutes, we basically replicated the same type of momentum we started with at San Diego. In other words, what I'm referencing is we were in the zone. We were playing our game. I think after you don't score those goals or one gets called back, now you start playing in your mind, right? You're not in the zone anymore. Now you're thinking outwardly and probably taking in a lot of the moment, probably seeing a lot of the fans, probably realizing that, this is the ex-MLS champs with Messi. And then the other part, too, was they completely changed their setup, right? So they've been in the back four all season, and this game they decided to go match our shape and go man-to-man. And so all those things taken into consideration, I think, lends itself to, okay, this is unusual. And then the ball starts sliding under the feet. The touches aren't crisp. There's doubt. And then the other part, too, is, and we've talked about this in the past, is when there's doubt in the human, the ball becomes the contagion, right? So the person passing the ball isn't going to pass it to the correct foot with the correct weight of pass. It's going to have a little bit of doubt on the ball. And then the person receiving it is going to have a little bit of doubt trying to control it. And then so it becomes this you're passing on your energy, essentially. And I felt like that was the case for most of the first half after those 10 minutes. But I think in the second half, we got back into just a good rhythm, and for a good, 35 minutes of the game, I felt like we were on top of it and had some really good opportunities, in particular when we broke down the left side and we had a 4 versus 2. And again, didn't make the best decision in that moment when the game's still 0-0 and shot it from 18 yards out when we had a bunch of options in the middle and in the wide areas. And so these games come down to moments. And the team, I think, that executed better in moments was Miami. And so for us, again, I think we're a good team, but I think for us to be great, we've got to be able to take this game, digest it, learn from it, and apply it to the rest of these games moving forward.
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic, because after the game you're talking about, hey, this is in a sport where you get 30 chances. In basketball, you miss a shot, whoop-de-doo. You're probably going to get another one in the next minute or so, literally. And so you got to put it behind them. And I know for me, doubt was the foremost emotion. When I got in high school and played a weak hitting third baseman for the Thunderbird Chiefs, if I got blown away in the first at-bat, I was done. It's just like, I can't do this. And it haunted me. I wish I could go back and force myself to have confidence, because this is amazing, in which you were coming off arguably the best game in who knows how long offensively, and then you have that problem. How do you get the guys not to be in that situation in the first place?
Yeah. Well, again, I think, you can't control the players' emotions. And the way we do that is, again, going back to process and just playing what the game gives you in that moment. But like I said, I think the moment was a bit big. And so for us this week, areas that we want to focus on is how we build. And I think you saw it in the first half where we were really static. Rafa Cabral had the ball quite a bit, and it was him making a lot of decisions. It wasn't the players on the field asking for the ball or receiving the ball or moving their defensive line. It was just basically standing and letting Rafa make the decision. And so this is where I'm saying it's a bit of nerves. And so just going back to that phase and understanding that if the ball moves, players will always move. If the ball is static, our team will be static. So just getting back to that, these basic concepts. And then, again, I think in the final third is being more vertical as we were against San Diego, where we were getting guys passing the ball and moving ahead of the ball to move the defense. It just felt like even our attacking players were dropping off the last line of defense to receive the ball, but we didn't move their back line. And so we weren't aggressive in our mentality. And I think a bit of that was, too, is like trying to balance being a threat going forward and scoring goals versus let's calm the game down, let's get possession, let's orient ourselves, let's get control of this game again with the ball. And that was really in particular in the first half. So, we just got to get back to the basics. And there's games where, as a coach, you say, you wrap it up and you say that, this is a hard game to assess based upon the enormity of the situation and all the different, security measures we had to go through to get into our own stadium and the jets flying overhead. And so let's just get back to the basics. We're a great team. We've got to continue to build upon what we have in the first 7 games of the season and move forward.
When you play 3 games in 8, or in this case 9 days, it's often a chance for someone to rotate the group. You do not like to change after a win. You've been winning a lot this year. It's only your second defeat of the year, and you had that 1-2-2 draw. You've mostly been winning. So it's a chance to mix the group up, and it is the third time in 9 days. And I know how you tend to do things, but I wonder if you're a little hesitant to make some of the moves because some of the guys that you should be rotating in haven't looked great coming off the bench. Mm-hmm. You were even after the win last weekend, you talked about guys coming in have got to bring the energy to at least match the game, if not change the game. And they haven't been doing that. So how do you feel about rotating at a time like this? It feels like you might be weighing a few different ideas.
Yeah, no, I think. Listen, I think that every 3-game week will present different challenges as far as the roster is concerned. I think in theory, I'd like to keep a winning team, but there's also reasons why you don't do that. And a part of that is to make sure that guys don't get complacent and to give other guys an opportunity. I think, but for this week, the team's been playing really, really well. The guys are in a good run of form. And so I think there's going to be a balance to that, DJ, and I think we'll have a really good idea as to how guys recover. Because, again, I think, the San Diego game was emotional because we left a lot on the table, and obviously the emotion of scoring a lot of goals. This last Wednesday game against Miami was a lot physically and cognitively. So the central nervous system, they say, takes 72 hours to fully recover from a game like that. So I think a lot of it has to do with how the players that started last game recover, and then see where we're at. But again, maybe I go against what I typically do, but I think there's going to be a blend and a balance because I'm sure some guys won't recover the same way as others. And then we have other guys that have been playing these 2 games coming off of injury, like DeAndre, and that's a player that we need to, take care of and make sure we don't put him in a situation where he re-injures himself. So there's a lot of variables that go into this decision making. It's not only just, this guy's playing well, this guy isn't. So we'll look at all the factors and make the best decision for the group on Sunday here.
So then off days, are they light then for you guys?
Excuse me?
Are off days light in terms of training?
Yeah, so like yesterday, everyone came in yesterday, and the guys that started did the cold bath, massage, warm bath, foam roll, and it was basically a checkup to make sure there wasn't any injuries post-game. And then the guys that didn't get a lot of minutes trained a little bit yesterday to get a bit of, get a spark, get some the ball flowing because they wouldn't have trained in like 3 or 4 days. So and so today everyone comes together. The guys that started will have a much lighter day where they're just doing a bit of passing exercise and then stretching. And so if you start every game, you're basically just training the day before the game. In a week like this, you're not training because the game is the training, and you're just recovering whilst we have to bring the other group up to speed and make sure that they're getting their extensive work, which basically means their long distance running, getting their sprint work and their dynamic actions, which is, the short spaces and change of directions. And so it's a really interesting dynamic when you have to balance both groups out to make sure that everyone that is available for selection on Saturday is ready to go and have been getting the best preparation for that game.
There's a former coach here who used to say statistics conceal as much as they reveal. I believe he had something about beaches and bikinis and all that in that, but we'll leave that for another time. And I thought of that because Cabral's in goal. His stats aren't good. But it seems like he's making a lot of big saves and playing pretty well. And in the postgame after the win against I can't remember which one it was. It might have been San Diego at home. You said, hey, we need to have a shutout. I feel bad that guy doesn't have a shutout. You got pretty close against Miami of all teams. So you're 80 minutes in and you haven't given up a goal. How do you address that with the group?
Yeah, again, I think, it's a hard one, right? Because again, I think some of the goals that we've conceded have been in transition, but a few of them have been from set pieces, and those are controllables. And we've put in, we've put in a game during the week where the players hold themselves to an exercise where they'll each pitch in, $10, $20. I think it's $10 into a kitty when we do our set piece exercise for every goal conceded, right? So they want to hold themselves to a high standard. And then when you concede off a corner kick for the first goal the other night, a part is like we could have done better from our organization. Maybe not our organization, but from our understanding of that moment and get out the closest guy stepping out to press that shot. But also the guy also hit it as good as you can hit it and put it in like the most difficult spot to save, right? So like there's so many things that go into defending, and there's so many moments in the game that you have to defend where I thought our back line, our back three in particular, did a fantastic job, and our pivots, an amazing job of low block defending. When they had controlled possession and we were defending our box, they did such a great job. And then the two goals that we concede, the guys, their players hit beautiful shots, and yeah, we could have done better on certain plays, but there's also a part where, when you have that type of quality and they hit it where they hit it, it makes it extremely hard to have a shutout, right? Yeah. Hop is in a great spot. He makes a great play on it, and it's just a great shot. And so like there's things that you can work on. There's other parts that are, and in the game of soccer and like the game of everything else in life is there's so much randomness. And oftentimes stats don't lend themselves to understanding randomness. And there's random moments in sport. And oftentimes those are the moments that decide games, right? So, I think at the end of the day, DJ, we want to be a team that can shut teams out. But at the same time, the more important than shutting teams out is winning games. And so if it is 2-1, we'll take it every day of the week. But we just have to, I think, control the moments that we can, which is our set pieces, which is our transition defending, which is our low block defending. And if we're doing all the little things right there and those guys make a play, that's just sport.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fact. And that's across the board. I agree with you 100%. And my thought for you, not that is it easier to let it go then, but maybe is it easier to deal with?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it is. Again, you can look at all the different things. And could we have done a little bit better? Yeah, we could have probably got a little bit more pressure on the ball. But that's not to say that you get pressure on the ball, that the ball doesn't still go in that same spot, because you might have hurried him a little bit, but if he hits it the same way, then it's still in the back of the net. So, it's a lot easier to deal with given the quality of the strike. And on the second one as well. I mean, the guy hits it volley, and again, the things we're looking at is Hoff in a great spot to defend. And 99.9% of the time, Hoff is always in the right spot, and he makes a play on the ball. But the shot is just tremendous, and that's why those two players in particular have had a storied career in Europe, and are designated players here in MLS, or they were at one point. But they're because of the qualities that they have, that is very unique. So it is a lot easier to deal with, PK. However, it won't stop us from continuing to examine it and work on it.
Right.
And speaking of statistics that maybe don't tell the truth, and it's hard to believe this about the standings. PK's called me standings guy more than once. I look at the Galaxy in the standings. It's not very impressive. But I think that you got to factor in early in the year these teams that are playing in the Champions Cup, and they got knocked out in the quarterfinals. But if you're playing a couple of midweek games, if you advance, as they did, now you're playing 4 midweek games, and maybe you got a couple of flights to Mexico mixed in, so a whole fatigue factor. So I know the Galaxy's record isn't great, but I feel like judgment has to be reserved. Let's see how things shake out for them over another 5 to 10 to 15 games, which takes us past the World Cup break. Do you feel like that with the Galaxy a little bit, having watched some video on them preparing for this match Sunday?
Yeah, no, I'll say this every week, DJ, anyone can beat anyone on any given day. The rankings are just temporary in this league. They flux. Minnesota started out at the bottom. I don't think they won in their first 3, but now they're, I think, 4 or 5 undefeated. And so it's really a league of streaks. And when you have momentum, it's a powerful thing in this league. But to your point about LA, you can say whatever you want about them, but they'll have Gabriel Peck, DP on the right winger. They have Paintsel on the left, who's a DP winger. They have Royce as their target guy, who's a DP central scorer who played many years at Borussia Dortmund. And they have a very solid group behind them. And so I think, and that's the difference in this. That's what makes this league so unique, is that oftentimes a lot of the money goes to the front end of the roster. And if those guys are on, it doesn't really matter how well you do, because they're elite. And, our rosters, I think we have a really well-balanced roster. But, again, our guys up front have been scoring a lot of goals. And so it depends on which team on that day is firing in all cylinders in that attacking third. But we've got to be really on our game against an LA Galaxy, especially away from home. They're a team that like to possess, create chances, and they're great in open space with the guys that they have in the wide areas. So we've got to do a great job and really attack this game the right way.
Want to tell him about Cal State Dominguez Hills, PK, on the way out the door. Give him a little laugh as he goes down to Carson. Once upon a time, we had a couple staffers in a car down there. It got kind of awkward, Pablo.
Oh, yeah. we were down there for Pac-12 media football days, right? And we were down there for 2 days. And I lived down in the South Bay for almost 10 years. I was a sports writer at the Daily Breeze, which is a local paper there, based out of Torrance. And so we're driving down the 405, and one of our guys says, there's a bunch of school signs, and the one's is Cal State Dominguez Hills. And he says, who would go to Cal State Dominguez Hills? What is that, just some diploma factory? Turns out that's where my wife, who went to Thunderbird, and you met her, you played golf there. Yeah. That's where she got her master's. And he totally disrespected it. And this is a guy who graduated from Utah State, Pablo. Not exactly friggin' Harvard here.
Oh, man, that's why. Sometimes even when you're joking, it's not even cool to joke, because you never know people's experiences.
Exactly. Yes, that's why I never joke.
It's just because Cal State Dominguez Hills plays D2 sports and not D1. That's why the guy hadn't heard of them. They're part of the Cal State system, so they got the same academics as a bunch of schools you have heard of: San Diego State, Fresno State, Long Beach State, San Jose State. He just puts his foot in. And especially once you know Jackie, it's like, well, of all the people to insult PK. Don't insult Jackie. What is wrong?
Right, I got a diploma from ASU. That's worthless.
Now we're talking, but they play D1 sports.
But it is the best party school in the country, they say, PK.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing, Pablo, is after high school, after Thunderbird, I went up to NAU, and oh my gosh, I spent 2 years there. You want to talk about partying? You could not get away from it. I actually transferred because I was barely surviving, and at ASU, I was able to get lost.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right. No, that's funny. I didn't know you were a lumberjack too. Man, you have them all.
Yeah.
Lumberjack, Sun Devil, Chief.
Oh, he's got one more. Grand Canyon.
And so, I didn't know how this media thing was going to work out, right? So my wife was an educator. My sister and my brother-in-law, they all were teachers. So I actually went back to Grand Canyon for another year and got a teaching certificate. So the only one I didn't go to, rightly so, was those you-know-what people that I hate that went to the University of Arizona.
That's great stuff.
All right, Pablo, from flyovers to Grand Canyon and Cal State Dominguez Hills, I think we've covered it all. We better let you go. We will watch the game Sunday night, and we'll hope to talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Take care.
All right, there's Pablo Mastroni, RSL and the LA Galaxy, Sunday at 5 o'clock. It's the only Sunday game. Full slate is Saturdays, but that one's been moved to Sunday. All right, DJ PK, we're taking a break. When we come back, all the headlines, everything you missed in this show, coming up next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A few new crashes out there right now. The first one on the on-ramp for southbound I-15 at 6 North. Another one on eastbound the 21 freeway just before 32nd West. That has moved over to the left shoulder, and it doesn't seem to be causing any delay to traffic. Make your space bloom with beauty at Olson's Greenhouse, locally grown premium flowers. Join KSL Live this Saturday at 90th South Home Depot in West Jordan to celebrate Olson's Container Fest happening at all Home Depots. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK for Peach Windows and Doors. Spring is the perfect time to install windows. Give your home the $1 million feel it deserves. PK, there's a lot of people selling windows, kind of cookie cutter, kind of the same deal. But if people want their home to have a little personality, to feel like themselves, you ought to go down to the showroom and take a look at all the options. There are so many options to see at Peach Windows and Doors, 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City.
Those are facts, my good man. Whatever you want, whatever you're looking for and desire, they can make it happen. They've got so many of those options, as you say. And think about it, guys and ladies. Windows, they get outdated, right? Everything in your house, if you've been in it a long time. So why not upgrade it and make an investment into your home and enjoy it while you're still living there? It really is a win-win situation for you.
We upgraded from single pane to double pane glass years ago. The house was warmer. The energy bill was better. Well, now there's triple pane glass windows. I didn't know about it until I talked to people at Peach Windows and Doors. There's triple pane glass windows that qualify for electric and gas company rebates, federal tax credits. They will tell you all about it. They're going to want to know when you come in. It's not the high pressure thing. They're going to have questions for you. What do you want to do with your house? Is it about the look of the house? Are you looking at your energy bills and you want to be more energy efficient? Some people are going in and building new homes. Some people are remodeling homes. They'll want to know what works for you. Peach Windows and Doors. Great service. Go in, talk to them, take a look at all the options, stroll through that huge showroom. Peach Windows and Doors, 2940 South, 300 West. Tell them DJ and PK sent you. Because when you buy windows there, they'll give you free blinds if you mention DJ and PK. It's Peach Windows and Doors, 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Monster Energy SMX World Championship takes more than skill. It takes guts, precision, and all-out passion. For the world's best dirt bike racers, every second counts. What's it gonna be? Save big on tickets at any participating Holiday Oil with a $15 savings code when you buy Monster Energy. Restrictions may apply. Get tickets to Monster Energy AMA Supercross. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission. Coming to Rice Eccles Stadium May 9th.
Tim Hughes once again at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Greg is back with me here, and of course it's in the name, Replenish Compost. And boy, it's beautiful when you pull down into your lot here and you see that bin full of Replenish Compost. It's just waiting to beautify some homes.
We've already moved hundreds of yards so far this spring. It is a material that's been proven for 32 years. It has great nutrients. It looks good, works great as a soil amendment, or it can be used as a top dressing for that professional look.
It's one of the reasons why landscapers, professional landscapers all over the valley and really this part of the world out west use Replenish.
We like to say the very best landscapers are our customers as well.
They can beautify your home too and get your plants and growing areas up and growing the way you wanted them to be this year at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call, 801-262-5142. As always, Replenish is good stuff.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, time to get you up to date on everything you missed in this show. Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. PK, we had some NBA playoff action last night. Are you surprised by the way this is going, or is it pretty much what you expected? Cleveland wasn't going to sweep Toronto. They were going to lose the game, weren't they?
Toronto's decent enough that I wouldn't expect to sweep, and I rarely expect to sweep anyway, if you ask me about that. But it'll be interesting to see how this thing develops. I think Cleveland has the better team, so I expect most often in the NBA, the better team. It can have series where Pablo talked about randomness in sport, and there certainly is a factor that plays in. But I think in a series, we're not talking about a game, we're talking about a series, it's not very random. I think the better team usually wins most of the time. And sometimes the better team is not the better team on paper, but you look at like Denver, right? They don't have a lot of good players. They got a high-level player as good as anybody in the game. They got another player who's really good. But if you take a piece like Aaron Gordon out, that's significant because we know when they got Gordon a few years back from Orlando, he was like a Hornacek, not the type of player, but the type of impact on his own. Jeff wasn't going to carry you, but you add him to what the Jazz had 30 years ago, and it made a big difference. Same thing with Aaron Gordon. He's not there to play in Game 3, and then the Nuggets are running from behind the entire game.
David Locke was on talking about A.J. Debonsa. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts. He was on about 8:30, so middle of the third hour. He was pointing out that Debonsa, the three-point numbers he has, you can improve them and get them to a good spot, but most players don't. It's going to be difficult. And so in the debate about who's the number one pick, that's the red flag for Debonsa.
Well,
for Peterson is how many games you play. For Cam Boozer, it's elite athleticism. I think AJ's going number one. I get the red flag. Nobody comes in with a perfect resume. Nobody's completely developed and ready to go. Not even LeBron. So, everybody's going to have an issue if LeBron had some issues. But to David's point, that can be a pretty serious thing and difficult to overcome. And some guys do, and he's got the numbers on how many guys do, but most guys don't.
Okay, well.
Most guys aren't the number one pick.
Magic was a perfect player, so let's get that out of the way.
Yep.
And the thing that got lost is we were comparing number one potential picks to number one potential picks, and he was comparing Ace Bailey to Cam Boozer, he was comparing Debonsa to other players in the league, but yet he's so high on Ace Bailey, and Ace Bailey was 34%. Debonsa's right there. He's in the ballpark at that. But then catch and shoot off the bounce. I mean, you can get buried in all these stats.
You can,
and sometimes you can paralyze yourself by all these things here. What type of player? What type of work ethic do you have? What type of improvement can you make? Just look at Keontae George. Clearly has made improvement. And I suspect we're going to see Ace Bailey make improvement. So I suspect that we'll see Debonsa make improvement. If you're really good at some other stuff, I just don't know that I'm going to base everything on three-point shooting. The best three-point shooters are role players. And I know that what his point is, well, the good scorers are decent three-point shooters. I understand that. But I think there's other things that you can do that can be very, very effective to make you a high-level player.
And Debonsa does a lot of those things already. So if he adds the three, then he could really be off the charts, which is why I think he's going to end up being the number one pick. But everybody's got their
And then if he goes into a team like Utah, it's already got established guys. Hopefully he does go. At BYU, it was, AJ, you better make this bucket or we're going to lose.
Yeah. The Utes had two guys picked in the first round. The predictions were really pretty spot on. Lomu was supposed to go into the first round, and he did. And Fano was supposed to be a top 10 pick, and he went number 9 to Cleveland. Lomu gets to go to New England, who is just in the Super Bowl. So we'll see. Obviously, their coach has issues, and so he's gone off to some kind of counseling or whatever. And apparently that may not have been a short-term deal. It may have been a long-term deal, so I don't know how that's going to play out. It's pretty messy right now in New England. But they got a lot of talent, and they had a really good season, and Lomu's going to a good club.
Yeah. They're ascending. I mean, they're just getting started.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think that this would do them in. I mean,
I wouldn't think so either. The owners come out and said stuff. Now, if more stuff comes out, new information,
more
new
affairs?
opinion. But it seems like the owner is firmly behind him, which falls in line with what we've seen in sports. If your coach have an issue, come off a Super Bowl season. Don't be coming off a 3-14 season.
We see it in the White House. So,
yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, but we see it.
Multiple times. Yeah. There's all kinds of stories. All right, that's a lot of what we've been talking about during this show. Your feedback and a lot of your reaction to the Debonsa and Debonsa number 1. We will get to that next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
The playoffs are back in Utah. In only their second year in Salt Lake City, the Utah Mammoth are in the NHL playoffs, and your home of every second of every moment of Utah Mammoth hockey is right here. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as the Mammoth make their run to a Stanley Cup. Keep it right here on the Zone for the best coverage of Mammoth hockey. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the Zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Pack up the... Because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in the... In Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth and Golden Knights tied 1-1 in their playoff series. Game 3 tonight. Defenseman Mackenzie Weegar talks about the excitement the team has bringing playoff hockey to the Delta Center.
Oh, well, if it's anything like the last month or so, it's going to be super exciting, and I'm sure they got another level that they want to go to. So I know all the guys in here and the organization is super excited to see what the Delta Center's like. And, I'm sure they're all anxious to get in that building and provide a lot of momentum for our group. So we're going to be ready to go, and I'm sure we'll come out of the gates flying for them.
Pregame starts at 6:30. Puck drops at 7:30 right here on 97.5 The Zone. Mammoth Updates are brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Woo! Oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty and the coach from 10 to 2, Tim Dahle Nissan Southtown. Today, 111-55 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Tim Dahle, home of the Forever Warranty. Time for your feedback. PK sports history lesson for you and me.
What?
Remember when we were talking about history will be made with the first NHL playoff game in Salt Lake City? Where does it rank?
Yeah.
And somebody said, I've been dreaming of this since 1969. Classless Skip says it was 1969 because that was the Golden Eagles' first year. The Eagles existed from 69 to 94.
Okay.
So that's when the dream started, when minor league hockey and the Golden Eagles came to Utah.
All right, makes sense. Thank you.
DJ Main at Ute Volunteer 89 says this game's top 5. It's the biggest sports event since the Olympics in 2002. It's a lot of time.
And the Olympics wasn't a singular sports event, though.
It was not.
3 weeks.
17-day extravaganza. Randon Young says, it's a top 5 moment in my opinion. The NBA Finals coming here the first time, which again was not a single event, right? There were 3 of the 6 games played here. That's number 1. NBA Finals the second time was number 2. College Game Day in 2004, the first time it was here, is number 3. And Magic versus Bird in the NCAA title game 1979, that's number 4. So he's got this one at 5.
The thing about some of those, I mean, you didn't necessarily know they were that big in the moment. Here we know beforehand the anticipation of it. Can you argue the first, we weren't the Mammoth last year, but the first hockey club's game in the state? That was a big deal.
That was a big deal. The Mammoth debut. Here's a question for you. A.J. DeBonce is going to be the 3rd player from a Utah school to be drafted number 1. And I put a little poll question up here. 64% say obviously, 32% maybe, and 3.5% of the people, nope, not doing it. I got to say I'd vote obviously.
Obliviously, huh?
Safer and all that, but I'd vote obviously.
I want to wait until I see the draft order.
Makes sense.
Right now, yes, maybe if there's something crazy that happens, might change my opinion. I don't anticipate that happening, though.
There's also a report out of Kentucky, just a little breaking news here late in the show. Maybe Scotty will talk about it. But there's reports out of Kentucky that they are going to hire the Boise State AD. I guess that happened last night, that story started breaking in Kentucky. Jeremiah Dickey leaving Boise State for Kentucky, according to a report out of Kentucky.
Wow.
So, the Pac-12, Boise State, are they going to be the big dog? Who's going to be calling the shots? Does it matter? They've switched coaches and ADs before. Have they got built-in advantages? The momentum will keep rolling.
I think that remains to be
seen.
seen.
Them in the New World Order.
Yeah.
It really does.
I'm intrigued because it's obviously all a bunch of West Coast teams, and I'm familiar with most of them anyway, not literally all of them. And I'm
not Texas State.
Right.
That one's new to you.
And I don't know if they do any other crazy expansion. We'll have to see what goes down. But the other 7 schools in football and 8 in basketball, you have been tracking for one reason or another. Right, yeah, and I'm familiar with them. I've been to those places, and I know their programs to an extent. So it'll be an easy follow.
All right, DJ and PK, that's what we have going on here. We are out of time. Coming up, Scotty G and the coach on remote. And they'll have a pair of tickets to give away to playoff game number 4 Monday night. So stick around. They're coming up right after the break right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey, have you seen the Johnson's house lately?
Yeah, new siding, new windows, even the gutters look amazing.
Right? I walked past 3 times yesterday.
You don't even live on this street.
I know, but their house looks that good.
When your siding, windows, gutters, and decking look great, people notice. That's what RGS Exteriors does.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Spring is calling, and we're not sending into voicemail. I bet you're thinking about heading south this spring, but what if you tried something different, like Cedar City and Bryan Head? With gas prices going up, this is the kind of trip that gives you more vacation for the tank you're already on. Start with 3 Peaks OHV trails that say, go ahead, take the scenic route, then cool it down with disc golf. Because yes, you can be competitive and outdoorsy at the same time. Next, Thor's Hideout. Legendary hike, epic payoff. And if you want the kind of ride you'll talk about all week, hit the Iron Hills Trail System, now an official recreation trail. Just need to chill? Frontier Homestead Park, Cedar City Veterans Park, or play around at Cedar City Golf Course. Then finish strong with local dining, shopping, and small town charm in the historic downtown of Cedar City and Parowan. Spring is calling. Answer it with a one-tank getaway at visitcedarcity.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Every year, the America First Charitable Foundation Diaper Drive provides essential goods to thousands of families, and you can help by dropping off diapers at any America First branch or by securely contributing funds online. Together, we can make life a little easier for those who need it most. So please visit americafirst.com to donate or to learn more today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-2568867. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
Next Gen Motors believes car buying should feel different, more honest, more transparent, and centered around the customer experience. That's why the community is invited to celebrate the Next Gen Motors grand opening on May 1st from 12 to 7 p.m. at their new Linden location, 590 North State Street. Guests can enjoy an afternoon of free food, giveaways, and family-friendly fun, including favorites like Chick-fil-A, Crumble Cookies, and Jurassic Tacos. Live radio broadcasts will take place throughout the day, leading up to the official ribbon cutting at 5 p.m. with local city officials. Whether shoppers are looking for their first car, their next truck, or a vehicle that fits the whole family, Next Gen Motors is ready to make the process simple, stress-free, and worth the drive. Next Gen Motors in Linden. Built on trust.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeComb.
You're damn right.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, let's get it, folks. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Out and about today. It is Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Come by, hang out with us just west of I-15, in between that 106, 114 South exit. It's really easy to find. I got some great Nissans ready to go for you. We're going to chat with our guy Tyler coming up a little bit later on. But we are getting very close to our first week of the Scotty and Coach Show under wraps, man. You know what? It's gone way smoother than I would have thought of.
That's good for me to hear. The only thing I can do is be me. So that's what I'll try to continue to do. I think we're having a good time. We've already had some killer guests this week, and that'll be something I think we'll lean into.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know, Scotty Gerard's network is vast, and I've met a few people myself.
Yes.
So we can get some folks on. We've gotten crazy good texts this week. That's the thing I'm most excited about is there are people listening and people that say, hey, I like what I hear.
And that's what's been great, too, is the feedback. It's been awesome. You can tell that you've had a lot of good impact on a lot of people out there in terms of those personal relationships throughout the years because the amount of support we've been getting has been awesome. So fired up.
Well, I would say the same for you. I told you this yesterday off air, but I'll tell you now because I want our listeners. The media is kind of a funny business, and there's little factions, and it's almost like Anchorman in the newsrooms.
Yeah.
But there, having been not necessarily affiliated with, I was kind of doing my own thing and jumping in here and there. First and foremost, they say, if you're going to work in the business, work for KSL.
Yep.
And then if you're also going to work in the business, a great co-host that has zero enemies out there, my guy Scott Gerard. Well, I mean,
maybe a couple,
yeah. but like such a minuscule. It's like the margin for error on stuff.
You know, it's funny. I remember when I got a phone call from our guy, Chris Barney, and this was back in 21,
and
October
Chris is
of
the
21.
Chief Revenue Officer for the SEG.
And pretty much has his keys to the kingdom over there. And I remember he called me one night. He's like, "Hey, I'm just giving you a heads up. SEG, we're gonna hand the station off to somebody else." And I was like, "Oh boy." I go, "Please tell me it's Bonneville. Please tell me it's KSL." And he's like, "It's KSL." I'm like, "Bam! All right, let's go. We're good."
That was a good news day for you.
That was. It went from being a really scary day to an awesome day because they've been awesome through this process and fired up to have you aboard and can't wait to get it going for week number 2 and a long time after that. All right, so we've got a really busy show. Our good friend Barrett Perry is going to join us coming up at 11:30, correct?
Yes, he is. And Barrett just hired by Utah State, and we'll be you'll see him a ton.
I'm fired up.
Yeah, you guys can actually
That's a dude I want to hang with on the road.
Yeah, he's got great stories and met so many people along the way. I talked the other day about he's been just about everywhere there is to be. You know that Johnny Cash tune?
Yeah, I've been everywhere.
He's the college version of that. He's been in just about everywhere, but brings a wealth of experience, knows Utah basketball inside and out, is connected, which is the number one thing. And he'll serve the Aggies well. He's already kind of making inroads. He's got a great association with Jeff Reinert, the head coach at College of Southern Idaho.
I love CSI, man. Jumping Joey Johnson back in the day.
That's right. Took a quarter right off the top of the backboard.
Yep,
right?
yep. That's where I had my first love of college basketball.
CSI?
Was going to CSI games. We didn't go to Idaho State games. We didn't go to Boise State games. We went to CSI games.
And those places, that was like packed, right?
Yeah, and
yoked.
And I think because that was where a lot of coaches were sending some of the kids they needed to get qualified down to. So the talent there was more often than not way better than what was at the Big Sky schools.
Oh,
in
absolutely.
the area.
Yeah, they're D1 players that just couldn't get the
grades
nod.
weren't a high priority for them. Let's just say that.
They had life issues.
Yeah, so where are you going to stash them? Oh, you send them to Twin Falls, Idaho. So I grew up watching a lot of junior college basketball. So in fact, Utah State just signed a kid out of CSI, and a kid that played at, was it Bingham or?
Alta.
Alta, okay.
Yeah.
South Jordan kid.
Tough kid. Dash Riser comes from you want to talk about a basketball family. This is, you talk about a nuclear basketball family. This one is, everybody in that family is basketball oriented, and he really impressed me in high school. He's a fierce competitor. He gets after you. I told you off air, he's a retro Aggie. He reminds me of that killer guy like Tyler Newbold.
Oh, I love Tyler. Tyler listens, by the way. Hey, Tyler, what's up?
Yeah, Ty's one of my guys. We had one of the more epic contests at Payson High School one night where it was sold out, and it came down to one bucket, and we lost, and Tyler won, and he reminds me of that from time to time.
Was that Lone Peak, or where were we at that, or American Fork?
That was at American Fork.
Okay.
Yeah, we had some killer battles, and then we played in the state tournament as well. So he's phenomenal, but he has that quality that you see through the kind of the Aggie sinew. There's that fierce, tough. Mason Falslev is one of those guys that I'd throw in that category. So homegrown guy that had tons of success at CSI. He's All-American, correct?
Yep.
And so I saw him young, and I think he'll be a really good ad for the Aggies.
So we'll talk to Bear Perry coming up. We'll talk a little hockey. Jay Stevens expected to join us coming up at 1:05. And then also we look forward to chatting with, we mentioned Jay Stevens, and then looks like Travis Yost from TSN. We'll talk some hockey with him coming up at 11:05. So, yeah, hockey's on the mind of everybody. So let's get to it. Starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We got a couple things to talk about because, in thinking about the show this morning, there's two major topics I think that really hit home today. First off, epic night for the University of Utah. First time ever they had two players taken in the first round. And how about the fact that they were your two bookends of your offensive line? Caleb Lomu ends up going late. He gets to go to the New England Patriots, so that doesn't suck for him. Diana Rossini with the breaking news on that one. Oh, sorry. My bad.
Too soon.
Too soon.
A little, way too soon, actually. They're still resolving issues.
Okay, all right.
I like the fact you go for the jug, though.
Well, why not? It's somewhat of a topic
Friday.
these days. I talked to so there are so many people that are in the middle of this from they love the tabloid aspect of this. Like, people that don't really care about sports are like, tell me about the coach of the Patriots. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't care about this stuff.
Oh, it's
But boy, people are eating this stuff up.
Well, the crazy thing to me is that they kind of did the release of photos and waves.
Yes.
And he just kept kind of. It's almost like he was in an interrogation room, and he didn't really know what they had on him. So he was like not going to give too much, and that second release and the timing of it and everything just tough. On a human level, it's absolutely brutal for everybody involved, and everybody loves when there's
a little juice.
A little juice. Yeah, that's unfortunately that's what we run with.
And then you got Spencer Fano going to the Cleveland Browns. So I'm glad that he was a top 10 pick. I do feel bad for him that he goes to Cleveland, but you know what? The money spends the same regardless.
Yeah, the money spends the same, and Cleveland is one of those places that just can't get out of the mire. They were actually pretty good when I was younger.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Bernie Kosar, Webster Slaughter years.
Ernest Biner
fumbled at the one. I remember it well.
Anyhow, it's amazing. It's amazing that the University of Utah, to me, that with all the good players they've had, that this is the first time there's been 2 first-round picks, but definitely monumental. It's a great momentum thing, I would say, for Morgan Scalley and the program. And the key is now to keep that pipeline rolling, and Utah's been, as you said yesterday, one of the big reasons Caleb Lohner is there, because he spent time at the University of Utah learning to play tight end. They loved his physique, but it was the things he picked up, from Freddie Whittingham and the guys there, and so he's the Utah is well thought of, and they put out there a great player.
The problem was last night. Everybody, I was flipping back between the NFL Network and ESPN, and there was a lot of shout-outs to Jim Harding. And rightfully so. Jim Harding was the one that got him, coached him up, developed him into who they are right now. So he does deserve credit. But the problem is they don't say Jim Harding at Utah anymore. They say Jim Harding in Michigan. And so it feels like the curse of Kyle just can't seem to wash that off for Utah, because you got 2 kids wearing Utah jerseys, Utah helmets, and what keeps coming up? University of Michigan. And it's like, this would be a great moment for Utah to be really able to sink their teeth into it and say, look what we did. And everybody's like, yeah, they're coach now at the University of Michigan with Kyle Whittingham. It's like, oh, man. Because if you're a kid and you're like, all right, I want to go in the NFL, I want to be a first rounder, what's a coach that's going to get me there? Jim Harding. All right, where's he at? No, he's in Michigan. But this is also a time for Jordan Gross, who spent a ton of time in the NFL. Obviously, his resume is ridiculous. Many Pro Bowls, many All-American or first-team All-Star. Like, the dude has a tremendous resume. And so at that point, you just got to be like, look, guess what? I played. I made it to the league. I was successful in the league. I can help you do the same. We can get you there from the University of Utah. You don't need to go somewhere crazy to get there. You don't need to go to Alabama. They didn't have 2 offensive linemen go in the first round. We did. So you can come here. You can have a great collegiate experience. You can get the money. You can get all the things you want. You can get the coaching, and we can put you in the league.
Yeah, and you know what the hardest part about it is, all that stuff right now is, there's no track record. There's no data.
Yes.
The only way, and this is one of my dumb quotes, but it's proved to be very true through the years. The only way through is through. I mean, you can't imagine, and you can't fast forward time to where you have your street cred. Yeah. You have to just day by day build it. And the great thing that Morgan Scalley's got going for him is his mindset.
Yeah.
I follow him on Twitter, and he posts so many quotes, and it shows kind of where his mind is. But I can promise you this, he's not caught up with where Jim Harding is.
No.
He is fully 100% basically getting his ship ready to go out to sea. And, but it's got to go out there, and it's got to weather the storms, and it's got to make sure that the plug's in there so it doesn't sink. But the only way through is through. And so Morgan Scalley, Jordan Gross, phenomenal at everything they've done to this point, and now they take a step up and they're in a new position. The data would say to me, because of who they are, they're going to be really successful, but you don't know that till you get out there. And I do think for basically all of the good that Kyle, Urban, Mac, the U, and putting guys in the NFL, I think that will still hold the day. That the University of Utah puts guys in the NFL. And I think Morgan will continue to recruit guys that will go there. And, we'll still be talking about the success of Utah in the NFL.
I think there are two main figures that you look at and say, as long as they're there, Utah will always be Utah. And that's Morgan Scalley and Shreve Shaw.
100%.
As long as those two dudes are connected to the University of Utah program, there's no reason to think that that program will be run any differently, that the success level will change dramatically. Those are two pillars and two institutions for Utah football, not only as coaches but as players as well. That Utah blood runs through their veins. If they're in charge, which they are, and I think Sharif has a very, very big say in as a consultant to Morgan. I think as long as those two are there, I don't think there's any drop off.
No, I'm with you. They know the road. They know that they've gotten great advice and mentoring from incredible coaches that have come through, and they're prepared.
Yes,
I guess that's the most important thing. And if you're prepared and you throw it out there, most of the time you're going to be successful.
How hard was it when Steve Cleveland had it going, and then I don't want to say there was slippage, but it came back down to earth a hair. He ends up going to Fresno State. When Dave Rose took over, was there any doubt that Dave could get that thing back on track? Because same thing, he was a consultant. I mean, not a consultant. He was a coordinator. He was on that staff, so he was a guy that was part of the program, part of the culture, but he seemed to elevate it when he took over.
He did. He had a mindset that was, I guess, kind of dreaming bigger than what had been there. Mm-hmm. And in his mind, down the road, he saw trips to the tournament and wins, and he saw the ability to build the program, outside of just this regional area. He saw the practice facility, in his grand vision of things. And so I think because he had a vision, he was prepared. He had been a head coach at Dixie. You talk about coaching guys that couldn't get into D1s. I mean, he was basically the stash ground for UNLV for a few years. Coach Keon Clark down there.
Yes.
And many other great players. But no, I think the people inside that watched it, much like at Utah, they knew Dave was ready. They knew he had the stuff and that he could lead, but that vision was really important. And I know that's, you just have to listen to Morgan talk for a few minutes, and he's got vision. There's no doubt about that.
Other big story of the day as we bring you your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Playoff game number 3 coming up tonight. It's the Utah Mammoth squaring off against the Vegas Golden Knights. The Mammoth able to get a Game 2 victory, come back to Salt Lake with the series split at 1 game apiece. I'm going to be there with the old media credential, sitting down and trying not to be a fan, but just be that impartial media member. I don't know if I can or not, but I'm fired up to be there because I think this is going to be a spectacular event.
Well, I'm not even going to try the press pass thing because I couldn't do that. I told you I was in the fetal position the last 14 seconds of the game the other night. I literally laid on the floor no. So I've become quite entrenched with this Mammoth team. It is a Mammoth Friday.
Yes.
First playoff game in history, and I walked outside, and you can feel it in the air on days like this. The Utah BYU game, you walk outside, you can feel it. When you're playing an in-state battle, we're going up to Logan, you walk outside, you can feel it. There's a vibe to me in the air, and they're going to have a party on the plaza all day long, so make sure you get down there. There's going to be all sorts of things. I guess the Mammoth is pulled out on the plaza for people
really?
To see. Yeah.
Nice.
So get down there and soak in the festivities. These things only happen, the first time only happens once. So go down there, and if you don't have tickets, be a part of it. But on that ticket theme,
we have tickets. We will be giving away tickets sometime throughout the show today. Now, this isn't for tonight's game.
Right.
Just keep in mind, if you're thinking, well, geez, I've already got plans for tonight, this is for Monday's game.
Well, and if you have plans for tonight, that's good because we do not have plans for you tonight.
Yes.
Monday, we can put you up in a really nice seat.
Yeah, so we will, and by the way, these are lower bowl, 2 tickets to Game 4 that we have available that we will give away throughout the show. But keep listening. I'm not giving them away now. Lloyd is not here today. Shocker. One thing you're going to know about Lloyd, very heavy-handed with his opinion, likes to run things with an iron fist, but that all takes place when he's here. Those days are few and far between. He actually he has more vacation days than work days. I don't know how he worked that into his contract, but good for him.
Well, he's an important member of the team. We did learn he has through our subterfuge, he has a plaque that he parks. He has a number. He's a big dude. And so, he has a lot of pressure. I'm sure like today, he just goes and releases that pressure. But I would like to look into one of those deals too.
What, the number parking lot or the vacation days?
All of the above. Check E. All of the above. That was my go-to when I didn't know the answer.
All of them are correct. By the way, fired up about Logan Cooley. Look, the dude's just 21 years old. First American player to have goals in his first 2 playoff games since some guy named Logan Cooley did it. Clayton Keller did it. So there's so many cool things about what he's doing, what this team is doing, and I got to imagine this team's puffing their chest out a little bit coming home. Now, you can't get the old Pat Riley disease of me. You can't get caught up in that, but you got to make sure that you play well. But there should be a lot of confidence from this team.
I totally agree. You watch those games, and these teams look pretty evenly matched. Obviously, the physicality, that's what the Mammoth are trying to deal with, and the way they deal with that is good decision-making. You can't turn the puck over, but more importantly, to be able to get that thing outletted, get up the ice with your speed.
Yes.
So it's really the speed versus with physicality. And the Mammoth, I thought they really, really outplayed Vegas all night the other night. And they played right with them in Game 1. That little blip in the third period is what it is, and that's hockey.
So in basketball, is it easier to speed a game up or slow it down?
It's probably easier to slow it down.
And I wonder if that applies to hockey too.
Yeah, I wonder too. Positioning wise, like you've got you think about the things you can do. You've got that shot clock, and especially if the other team isn't a big pressure team oriented team.
Yeah.
You can really, like St. Mary's is a perfect example. Yeah. They basically, they're not stalling, but they're being crazy selective, and they're using the clock to their advantage.
They've got that Norman Dell, 4 passes before a shot.
The problem with playing fast and forcing the game fast is if you're trying to play faster than the other team, you're probably going to make mistakes, right? And you take tough shots, which lead to transition the other way. So everything has to be cooked into your plan.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, fired up. Tyler's with us. How are you, man?
The dream team is here.
Yeah.
It's official. It's awesome.
By the way, I was talking to Tim before the show, and I mentioned some of your ties you have down south, and he's like, I wonder if he knows this guy. I'm like, I guarantee he does.
I found out a little bit more about you.
And I'm like,
we got common friends.
If there's somebody that is of some importance, Tyler knows who they are.
It's good and bad. I know where the bodies are buried.
Yes, yeah.
Do I, but 7 years, I think, I just got to wait one more year.
Yeah. Was there apparently there must be something in writing there. But when you see the coaches and you hand them a car every now and then, you see how they bring it back, you learn a lot about these guys.
Yes, you do. Absolutely. And but you know what? I'm just I'm excited. We're in a state that has wonderful, you think about the support we give for our college teams, for our professional teams like this, and your ratings are so good because of it. So this is where I choose to advertise because I know there's a lot of ears and interest, and now we've got playoff hockey.
Oh my gosh! Did you feel it when you woke up this morning?
Oh yeah.
And when you I told Scotty there's a vibe in the air.
I mean,
you can feel it.
Like seriously, that arena tonight will be
historic,
insane. And I mean, you've got half the stadium will be just Mormons drunk on Diet Coke.
Yep.
The other half drunk on real silver bullets.
And one guy drinking a beer out of his boot. Because I've seen that, and I was like, oh, man, I could never do that for any amount of money.
I'm so excited for the state.
I am
this
too.
Is cool.
Well, this is a signature moment for sports here in Utah. I mean, I think there's things that you look at where, the NBA Finals, BYU in the Cotton Bowl, Utah in the Fiesta Bowl, and the runs that they made. I think this is another one that you check off and say, okay, this is another flag planted in the ground saying, hey, we're not messing around. We know what we're doing here. And we can be a mecca of sports here in the United States. And message sent, because I cannot wait to see what that arena is going to be like tonight. And I know to do a bad transition here, you got a lot of crazy deals going on down here.
Do we have to talk about deals?
I kind of feel like we have to, but it's your dime.
Well,
we
Jake,
talk whatever we want.
Jake
to talk
put
about.
a lot of deals out there, so I mean, I know you got competition.
Oh, we're so much better than Jake's deals. Like, it's not even close.
So let's get to those.
Yeah. So now you got me fired up. What did Jake say?
Well, he said no. I'm just kidding.
No, we do. Thanks for keeping me straight here. But here's the fun part: is typically April is a letdown month for Nissan because it's the end of the fiscal year was in March, and then April's kind of a letdown. But for the first time in my 30-year career, April is actually better than March, and it's because the deals are actually better. And so I'm scratching my head going, I've never seen it before. We have incredible, like a Rogue Platinum, which is the top of the line, that leases better than any other mid-size SUV in this state, and it's not close. We're talking like a $40,000 vehicle that you can easily lease in the 300s.
Wow.
And on a purchase payment, that would be like $800.
Jeez.
So, I mean, stuff like that, and I've got it across every line. If you look at this Frontier, this black Frontier lifted, and
I already did.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm attracted to
Coach,
the dark.
we are getting you into one of these one day. I mean, when you buy a vehicle from Tim Daly, then we know you're really on the team.
Okay.
It's almost like
it's initiation.
Yes.
I will do what I have to do for our clients.
But it can't be Jake, because if it's Jake, it's got to be me.
Okay. Now I'm feeling the pressure.
I know.
He showed me one over there yesterday.
He's working
we'll visit.
But that's the thing I love about Nissans, and I've owned a bunch of Nissans, and I've bought them from Tyler because you want to go somewhere where you know you're going to be respected, and the vehicles are great. Make no mistake, Nissan's an incredible brand, but I'm also want to make sure that my dollar's respected, my time's respected, that there are people that I know aren't going to go back in the back office like, you won't believe the deal I pulled over this guy's head. This is crazy. No, like, I know that you guys, you got to make a little bit of money, but you also want to make sure that you have people that buy a car from you and then buy another car from you and then buy another car from you. And the only way you do that is if they have a great experience.
Yeah, great experience. They love the car and a great deal. And they'll keep coming back, and I just become their car guy. We become their car people, and that trust is like, hey, I didn't like this car. I've had it for a week. No problem. Bring it back. We'll find you something else. Like, this is not – most people get real nervous about buying a car. It's like – because it's usually the second biggest purchase you'll make. But I'm like, no, it's not that big of a deal. It's so easy to trade out of it. It's so easy to fix it. Like, don't panic. Just go be a car buyer and enjoy all this fun technology, which – we have a ton of it. I mean, we've got all these EVs, too, that are now used that are like half off of brand new.
Wow.
Like, I'm telling you, those are like lots of Teslas. You name the EV, we have it. This Lucid Air car, you got to come check it out. It's like $100,000 car that now you can buy for $30,000, $40,000. It's just absolutely stunning.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah,
I gotta find more about that.
Yeah, see,
Scotty, you got his eyes.
His eyes started twinkling there, and it's like it's 500-mile electric range too.
I mean, he doesn't really balk. When you said when it gets to triple figures,
yeah.
He's on a little higher
95, we're good, but then once you hit that 100, it's like
no. But we're here to help. We're here to make a deal happen. Bad credit doesn't matter. We have 0% for up to 84 months, and you don't have to have perfect credit. You don't have to have down payment. If you owe too much on the vehicle you're trading in, not a problem. We'll figure it out. Just come check us out.
If you were in a lease with somebody named Jake, you can get us
yes.
get them out of that.
And I have more motivation to do that. So, yeah. And then we'll do a little selfie and send it to him.
I like it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's Tyler and the crew here at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. That's Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. There may be a few Nissan dealerships out there. This is the only one that you need to know that exists because they're the only ones that are going to treat you as well as Tyler will treat you right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
President of Basketball Operations for the Utah Jazz. He is Austin Ainge with us here on Jake and Ben.
Both Nurk and Kevin Love kind of openly campaigned to come back next season. They're free agents this summer and can obviously choose wherever they want to go. But how much do you weigh that, a player who wants to come back when you've seen them before?
I think that's great. And like I said, they were awesome this year, so that matters even more. It's great. And I keep saying this to people, like, this is an awesome place to play. All the guys love it here. Like, Utah's a great place. So I think there's going to be a lot of people that want to be here. But I'd love to have those guys. I mean, they should maybe do a comedy hour on 1280. They're great. They're funny.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th. So text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow with Mint Medical Clinic. If things in the bedroom haven't been what they used to be, you're not alone, and you don't have to just live with it. At Mint Medical, we treat the root cause. Our trifecta treatment combines 3 powerful approaches that work together. First, acoustic wave therapy, clinically proven to open up and regrow blood vessels. Second, compounded pharmaceuticals, from GLP-1s, peptides, and stem cells, which bring proven results from the inside out. And third, hormone support, because when your levels are off, nothing else works the way it should. It's not one thing, it's the process. And that process is why our patients see increases in their energy, drive, confidence, and performance. Right now, for the next 20 callers who sign up, you'll receive a free consultation, the blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift, completely free. That's a $700 value, yours at no cost. And this month only, we are covering your stay in Lake Tahoe or Branson, Missouri when you sign up. Our way of saying thank you for taking the first step. Call 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000, or visit mintmedicalclinic.com. Let's get you back to mint condition.
Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not. She does dream of things done right. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave's got your blacktop covered. Visit GoPaveUtah.com.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 1034, out and about today. Tim Daly, Nissan Southtown. That's Tim Daly, Nissan Southtown. Come on by, just test drive one of these vehicles and see how great these Nissans are. Tyler and the crew. You know, the great thing, this is a massive building, huge inventory, but when you walk in, your family, you're treated like gold. You're treated like one of the dudes. Come by, talk a little sports. They'll make sure you get taken care of. All right, Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and the NFL draft. Not a lot of surprises, but yeah, you finally get your quarterback, Fernando,
he celebrated with the family.
Yes,
that was very nice. Looked like a nice big old gathering. I like that he bucked the trend.
I do too.
I think that sends a nice message of, hey, I am who I am. I'm going to do what I do. And he's a guy who, you know, everybody talks about his leadership qualities, his ability to connect to people. So those the Raider fans should be pretty excited. And you know, it sounds like there is a renewed focus to try to get out of the mire, and the fact that I'm now on board. I mean, I hate to say it, but like the Red Sox, okay, I've been a fan my whole life, so I weathered all that storm.
Yeah.
I had a buddy who was a Cubs fan,
Yep.
and the year the Cubs were right there on the doorstep.
I'm a Cubs guy.
Okay.
I remember the Bartman series very well.
Well, you owe your thank you for getting over the hump to me.
Okay.
Because he literally said, come with me to the NLCS. Went out there, bought a jersey. I got an Ernie Banks jersey.
Nice. Good choice.
I've actually got a little thing I bought out there. I felt inspired to buy, and it said reverse the curse. It was a little bead necklace.
All right.
I wore that the entire playoffs after getting home. Rest is history.
I remember, I think we were interviewing you.
It was all me.
And no, you should take credit for it. And I think we had you on the air, and you had posted a picture of you wearing your Cubs gear. And I remember being like, hey, Tim, I'm a Cubs fan. You're a Cubs fan. You're like, no, I'm a Cubs. I was a rented Cubs fan.
Yeah, I was just helping them.
Yeah. But deep down, it's all about the Red Sox. What was 04 like for you?
Oh, my gosh. I was sitting. The craziest thing is leading up to it. I actually I was working as an art agent at the time.
Really?
One of my lives.
Wow.
And I just delivered a piece of art, a bronze sculpture up to Ketchum, Idaho.
Nice. I know Ketchum well.
Sun Valley, beautiful spot. But it was in the middle of the, it was fall. And that night, the night that Schilling
the
had
bloody,
the bloody
sock.
sock, I was sitting in a restaurant in Ketchum, Idaho.
Probably paying way too
much for my meal.
Yeah.
But we watched it there, drove home the next day, and then watched Game 7. So the whole lead up to it was chaos. But I literally sat in a darkened room with my son and my daughter, and I was rocking my daughter, and they freaking won the game. And it was just like, wow.
Because you knew as soon as you got Game 7, you were going to win the World Series.
I did. Yeah, it was kind of that, I tell you, that vibe you get.
Yeah.
That feeling, and I feel it outside today.
You come down from 03, you beat the Yankees of all people.
I mean, the way they did it, too, what Robert steals the base, right? And, I mean, it's just within an eyelash of being out. And then Poppy was just unbelievable, that series. Just clutch hit after clutch hit after clutch hit. You ever been to Fenway?
I've not been to Fenway.
Okay. You got to go to Fenway. We'll do that.
I've done Wrigley a couple times, but I've not been to Fenway.
When we get, a little more, when I get a little more street cred, when I get up to your level, maybe they'll let us go out and do a, series from Boston.
Do a show from Boston. I'm all about, look, when Utah gets their Major League Baseball team, we're going to have to travel around with the team.
Absolutely. So let's get a lay of the land, and with this video aspect, Oh
yeah.
You could do a little restaurant guide thing in Boston too. That wouldn't be bad.
So when you've got there were a couple little surprises. Jeremiah Love going third, a little bit of a surprise, but this is the one that really threw me for a loop. Is you've got the Rams, who are right there on the cusp. They're just a player or two away from a chance to really cement themselves as a Super Bowl team. They're close already, but they could have used a really good playmaker to get them over the hump and get them back into Super Bowl, and yet they draft the quarterback of the future in Ty Simpson. And Ty Simpson is a very raw quarterback, so I understand the thought process. You like the kid. You're like, okay, this is cool. And everybody apparently told Stafford, you're the quarterback as long as you want to be the quarterback. This kid will wait. And that's great. That's nice. And I'm sure everybody's doing kumbaya. Everybody's happy. But the fact is, you could have used a really dynamic player to get you over the hump, a playmaker. So if I'm Stafford, I'm like, all right, well, you just drafted my replacement. Even though you're telling me all the right things, you just drafted my replacement. And you, in doing so, kept me away from potentially a wide receiver or somebody that could have helped me on offense get this team into a Super Bowl.
Well, Josh Edwards came on yesterday, and he said that very thing when talking about the Rams. He said they're one player away, and he'd expected it to be a skill player that could play right away and make an impact so they could make a push. And so I think that was the thought process. When you look at you look at Sean McVay and his reaction to it all.
Didn't look happy.
Did not look happy in the least, because I think his mind was, he's trying to figure out how we're going to win week 2 and week 7 this year. And I saw something on Twitter that was funny, but it's true. What the Rams did is what rich people do. They've got enough now, and so they're going to put some money away for a later time.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is, like you said, Stafford, and they are so good, but man, an addition, and the fact that they kind of got that pick. I mean, that was through the trade, so it was that one time to make a pop. And I think that, to me, everything was kind of going, okay, I get it. And I'd heard Love at 3 possibly, and when you see him run, you can see why they took him at 3. But at the end of the day, that was the one at 13. I was, what in the world did they just do?
Makes no sense. Absolutely made no sense. And I think it was a huge mistake, because you can say all the right things. Look, the Packers, when Brett Favre was the quarterback and they drafted Aaron Rodgers, said all the right things, but it was an ugly situation for Aaron Rodgers. And how does he repay it? Well, 15 years later, when he's in the same situation and they draft Jordan Love, he makes Jordan Love's life a living hell. And he's mad because they didn't take a player that could have got him over the hump. And now we're seeing it in L.A. I'm sure, again, everybody's going to say all the right things, even though the body language of Sean McVay shows that he was very much not on board with this. But still, I can't imagine that life's going to be particularly easy in that locker room for Ty Simpson.
No, it's a tough way to start. I mean, my mind goes back to, the whole drama between Montana and Young back in the day.
Oh, there you go. There's another one.
And I, having grown up a BYU fan, I kind of suffered through. Gifford Nielsen went to the Oilers. And as a kid, I wanted him to play so bad, but Dan Pastorini was, he kind of held Gifford off. And Giff never really became, that guy that I thought he could be. And then when Young got put in the situation, he's behind friggin' Montana. And you hear all the stories that come out then, but you hear more now that they do. They're not happy about situations like that because they do. I mean, it'd be like, KSL calling and saying, hey, we're going to bring a third guy in, and he's just going to, he's going to be around, and we'll see what we do with. I mean, you just, why you bring, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a change to routine, but that quarterback, particularly on the back end of their career, is thinking, give me something right this second that can help me get another championship. And at the end of the day, the Rams chose to do something else.
And it doesn't appear like it involved the head coach. And that's what's really interesting, because not only you may have ticked off your starting quarterback, you may have ticked off your head coach too.
No question. I mean, he looked he couldn't even look at the camera.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the video of it, and then his comments about, did you have a chance to talk to Ty? Yeah, we talked for a minute. What did he say? We'll keep that between us. He had nothing that he wanted to do more than just the bare minimum of what you have to say.
Certainly a surprise, and it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out for sure. I love the drama. As a non-Rams fan, as a guy that has no skin in the game, I thought it made for great television.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It was great drama.
And you love that. I mean, I got kind of the Lemon kid, Mekhi Lemon, when he got called.
Yeah.
And he came up and he was kind of bobbing and weaving like Stevie Wonder, He had the glasses on, and You definitely you watch it to see where guys go, but there is all sorts of drama in watching mom hold girlfriend off so she can't get a hug in.
Like, you're going to get replaced here pretty soon anyway. So
yeah, there's a major game within the game. You just got to be. It's like where's Waldo? You got to know where to look.
Oh yeah, and it's pretty easy to see. Then you got the agent that's just like, I need to get some FaceTime so I can get some more clients out of this. You got
shaking hands.
Yeah, like hey, it's me.
And the hangers on that want to have their special handshake.
Yeah,
we need to get one of those.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I like that. I like that. Start before a show, like the.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, but it was great drama. I love the NFL draft. Like, you remember, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago when CeeDee Lamb got drafted. And his girlfriend tried to pick up his cell phone, and he's like rips it away from her, like, "Nope, you don't get.
You're not going through that.
Nope, you're going to be as far away from that as possible." And and then you got the high school or college girlfriend that like, "Oh, this is so great," and deep down like, yeah, it ain't going to last for you.
Who is our guy? He's the quarterback, Will Levis.
Will Levis?
Or Will Levis, sorry.
Yeah.
I call him Levi's. He hasn't played, so I can call him whatever I want. I collect football cards,
Okay.
So, I'm very familiar with old Levi's. That's like a Jake Scott thing. Jake would name him Levi's.
Yeah, he would. Yeah.
No, but his draft
He'd call him 502s or something.
Remember how he kept sliding?
Yeah.
And his draft and his girlfriend was just, the more he slid, she's kind of like, I don't know if I picked the right guy. I thought for sure he'd be first 10 picks.
They have since broken up. And who's she with now? She's with some other
she
football
dated
player.
some guy that was in the top 10.
Yeah. She's like moseys on over to the green room to somebody else's table.
What's the old adage? Chicks dig the long ball, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed coming up next right here on the Zone.
The playoffs are back in Utah. In only their second year in Salt Lake City, the Utah Mammoth are in the NHL playoffs, and your home of every second of every moment of Utah Mammoth hockey is right here. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as the Mammoth make their run to a Stanley Cup. Keep it right here on the Zone for the best coverage of Mammoth hockey. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, look, you are locked into your home because about 5-6 years ago, you probably refinanced. You have an interest rate that's either 3% or below. So that means your home you are in right now, that is your dream home because you're not going anywhere. And America First Credit Union realizes that. So they want to help you turn your home into your dream home. And they've got the way to tap into that equity you have in that home. They have a intro rate HELOC at 3.74%. Now, that rate is for the first 6 months of the loan, and you have an opportunity to get that new kitchen that you want. You want that new add-on. You need to expand the bedroom. You want to finish your downstairs. Whatever you want, guess what? You can do it with a HELOC with America First Credit Union with a rate at 3.74% for the first 6 months. And after that, it's your competitive rate as always. This is an opportunity for you to really tap into the potential of your home and make your home the dream home you always wanted. Check out that introductory 3.74 interest rate on your HELOC today. All you have to do is go to any branch, apply online at americafirst.com, or call them right now. America First Credit Union, tapping into the potential of your home with that 3.74% HELOC for the first 6 months. Take advantage of it now.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the Zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/Utah. Utah.com/advertise.
In Utah, over 200,000 families have trusted RGS Exteriors with their homes, and there's a reason for that. Our family's business has been serving Utah homeowners for 5 generations. In fact, there's no exterior company in Utah with a longer history, not even close. That kind of reputation doesn't happen by accident. It happens year after year, award after award, referral after referral, and home after home. At RGS Exteriors, we specialize in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that protect and transform your home.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It was a physical game, too, something that Mackenzie Weegar was proud about, the way his team stepped up in that situation.
Obviously, last game, I thought there was a lot of scrums and whatnot, but tonight I thought it was more whistle and taking the body a bit more. I think personally, individually, I think I can say that I was a little bit more physically engaged tonight. So, yeah, I thought there was an emphasis for me to be more physical, I think.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update, brought to you by BMW Utah. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. You ever watch these guys in concert?
Never did. Larry Kristoviak owes me one, though.
Oh, yeah?
His bass player is a childhood friend. And so Larry goes to about 10 to 15 shows a year and gets backstage passes. And he's told me, I'm going to say this publicly, that he'll take me. So I'm waiting my turn.
All right, Larry.
See, that's the benefit. People, that's a hell of a story. The Larry Kristoviak, Dave Rose saga. The night there was a fight, or Nick Emery threw a punch, and Brandon Taylor all night long was crazy agitator. Doing all stuff behind the whistle and the things that happened. And so Nick got to a point where he he, like we all do, he popped. And so basically the whole thing, the rivalry gets kind of stalled because of this. And there is not a lot of great feelings between Dave and Larry.
Yes. Yeah.
But as I tend to do, I kind of...
You're a mediator.
I mediated. I what I did is I got to know Larry out recruiting after the fact. And I was shocked that he, with a BYU logo, he'd even give me the time of day, but he was cool. So we visited, and I got to know him a little bit, and we became buddies. And when Larry, right as soon as he got done at Utah, there was a Dave Matthews show, and he and I went out to it one night and had a heck of a time. But the whole point of my story is, the bridge wasn't burned, thank God. I was able to kind of coax the thing together, and wouldn't you know that the day that Coach Rose had his heart attack, one of the first people to call was Larry Krystowiak.
That's awesome.
That's kind of the story that nobody knows, that now you do.
But now you know.
So that really the red-blue thing, it shouldn't be, it's not life or death.
No, absolutely not. This segment brought to you by Paris RV, the huge RV blowout sale going on now through Saturday. So you have today and tomorrow at the Provo Town Center, 10 a.m. to dusk. They got used RVs from all over the country. They've been sent to that Provo Town Center with millions of dollars of high-quality inventory. Don't miss it right now at UtahRVEvent.com. All right, so NBA action last night. How about the Hawks?
I had a feeling they were going to do that.
Who knew C.J. McCollum would turn into a villain all of a sudden?
Well, the crazy thing, that dude's always had game.
Oh, yeah.
You think about, and really was playing off of Dame all that time, but he showed it in college at Lehigh. The first time I saw him, I was like, what in the world? This guy, and he shows it last night. It's his ability to get through tight spaces, navigate tight spaces, be, so tight with the ball, but then his multiple finish angles and making big shot after big shot. I'm a huge CJ fan, and it's cool. To me, I like it so much because Atlanta struggled for so many years trying to let Trae Young lead that organization. And Trae Young was taking that organization nowhere. I mean, he was, as long as he got his 28 and people, you can just see when guys aren't team guys.
Yes. Yeah.
And the minute that guy gets out of there, and and you think, okay, well, the Hawks are going to not be very well. No, they have really played well and been one of the hottest teams since the trade.
Yeah, and C.J. McCollum, I think there was a stretch there where people were like, he's still in the league, and then it's like, oh yeah, he very much is in the league, and he's dominating in this series.
Well, and Jalen Johnson's such a man. That kid's a talent, and just really starting to become who he is. Guys. The playoffs where you make your name.
Yeah.
So it's awesome to see. That's a fun series. The Knicks have a ton of expectation, and the Hawks seem to be playing on house money.
All right, we are live here at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. That's Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Tyler's hanging out with us as always. This is, I remember when you opened up this dealership. We were down here doing a live remote, and I remember walking in here. It's like, wow, this place is massive. And the inventory is massive. But I want people to know that when you walk in the door, you immediately become family. Like, just because there's a large inventory and a large building doesn't mean that when you walk in, you don't have that personal touch.
No, I mean, this is not Costco.
No.
This is not Costco. Even though the building might look as big as Costco, this is personalized service. We're not going to check your ID at the door, and we're not going to make you check your
receipt on the way out.
Well, you check the ID when they buy a car. I mean, of course, we got to be within legal range.
Yeah, just to protect. We don't want anybody stealing your identity.
But that's the only thing you really need to bring down here is your driver's license. You don't even need to bring your wallet.
That's right. No, you don't need money down. I did want to just talk about. We have the all new Rogue plug-in hybrid. It's sitting right up there right now. I wish you could see it, but it's a plug-in. For the first time, Nissan has a plug-in hybrid Rogue, and we're really excited about that vehicle. So you're going to, start the first basically 30 to 50 miles on your battery, and then you don't have to charge because you have then a gasoline motor that takes you from there. So you don't have to worry about charge or range anxiety. But for a lot of people, it's like that's all I need in a day, and you really never have to fill up your gas tank for maybe once every 6 weeks, which is really kind of fun to think about.
Oh, there's no doubt, too. And I've always kept my eye on, because my travel, and I drive all over the place. And so I've always waited for a electric to have like a, just get me to Vegas, if I can get, because that's pretty much the longest drive I make will be to Vegas.
Yep.
And as soon as I get there, I'm like, I'm going to go get electric. Well, I love the Rogue. I'm a huge fan of the Rogue. And with this, you can still get the benefits of the electric as you're driving around town. But then if you need to make a long drive, you're good there too.
That's right. That's right. So that's a fun one to talk about. We also have coming out in a few months is the Rogue e-Power. And I want to talk about the e-Power because it is a gasoline generator on an electric car. So you get all the benefits of an electric vehicle, instant torque, really fast, fun to drive, great all-wheel drive handling, and then you don't have to plug it in because it has its own little gasoline generator to power the batteries. So you get the best of both worlds so that you can easily get to, Las Vegas and have all the fun, technology, self-driving, torque, speed of a electric vehicle.
What's your mileage looking like on some of those?
Well, it hasn't come out yet, but you're looking, depending on how you drive it, between 40 to 50 miles per gallon.
Wow.
So that is a game changer.
I've never even heard of that.
No,
I haven't either.
This is the first time I've actually mentioned it. It's coming. It'll be later in the summer, and I just kind of want people to know that option is going to be out there, and it's a fun technology. Again, I think the electric movement, it was great while it lasted, and then people are like, you know what? I'm not ready for it yet. This is a perfect place because you never have to worry. You get all the benefits of electric car, but you never have to worry about charging it up.
Yeah.
How far away are we from you walking in here and say this car can fly you from here to Delta and back?
Yeah, I mean,
it's crazy.
Flying
seriously.
cars actually.
I mean, I know
they
there's
are
prototypes.
Here. Yeah,
right.
they are here, and there's actually a few for sale. It's happening. I mean, especially in big areas, cities where traffic is such a problem, and people who have a lot of money just want to be able to go up and over.
Meet George Jetson.
Exactly.
His boy Elroy.
I love coming down here because Nissan's at the forefront of everything. It always seems like you're dropping something on us. Like I remember back in the day when the Altima went to all-wheel drive.
That's right.
And that was a big deal. And now everything just keeps going up and up and up. But your used inventory is great, but the new inventory, and I don't want to disrespect your used inventory, but you mentioned, some of these vehicles you can get on a lease. It's probably cheaper than buying a used vehicle.
Yeah, right now, matter of fact, I just had, it was a really, my neighbor came in, a really good friend, and he was looking for a used vehicle, and I ended up putting him on this brand new Rogue Platinum lease. And he's like, this is like the no-brainers of all no-brainers.
Yeah.
He just came in and picked it up, and he's so happy. He's like, I had no idea I could get something this nice, and the payment is this low. Like, I was expecting to pay more on a used vehicle, but now I have a brand new platinum Rogue with all the bells and whistles. So that's the message I want to get out there today is that, you know what, you don't know until you know.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you right now, coming down and see what we can do, and the cost of doing that is zero.
Yeah. And, the other thing, too, is, you can really improve your financial situation. If you're crazy upside down in a vehicle and you think there's no way I can do anything, well, you come down, get into a lease with a really low payment, and then in 3 years, you're
That's
done.
Right. That's right. That's right. And I personally like the lease because I never have to worry about maintenance and warranty.
That was what I was going to say. I did not lease cars up until the last few years.
Yeah.
And to me, you're always driving something, that is great and in good condition. And if something does go wrong, it's really easy to get it in and taken care of.
Most people in the car business, that's what they do. So it's like going to a doctor and saying, hey, doc, I've got this problem. What should I do? Well, here's what I would do. If the doctor says that, there's got to be some credibility there, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, if you come to a dealership and the dealer's like, well, this is what I do, like that's kind of pretty good street cred.
And I know there's like horror stories about end of lease, but my end of leases have been so smooth. And in fact, in many cases, I actually had money to put on another car.
Yeah,
so,
because they want you to buy at least another one.
Exactly. So I think that's a great thing to touch on is the lease is a great option.
You got to come check us out. I promise great deals, no money down, Just bring your driver's license, and we won't even check the receipt as you walk out the door.
I love it. It's Tim Daly, Nissan Southtown, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Game 3, Stanley Cup Playoffs Opening Round Series. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the Vegas Golden Knights. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Las Vegas Aviators host the Salt Lake Bees tonight at 8 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Are you looking for a fun way to get your kids outside and off their screens this spring? Try flower gardening. Starting a beautiful flower bed or easy container garden is a great hands-on way to spend quality time together while teaching kids about nature. They'll love digging in the dirt, picking out their favorite flowers, and watching them bloom, all while making real, lasting memories. Plus, gardening is a great way to slow down, soak up some sunshine, and enjoy the fresh air as a family. This is Brian with Olson's Greenhouse, and my family has been growing flowers with care for 4 generations right here in Utah. Whether you have a big sunny backyard or just a small shady front porch, our colorful locally grown flowers make it easy to add beauty to your home. So this spring, start with a new family tradition, one that grows with your kids. Get inspiration at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens on Instagram or find a garden center near you at ogg.com. That's ogg.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not. She does dream of things done right. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave's got your blacktop covered. Visit GoPaveUtah.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's talk some hockey. Travis Yost from TSN, kind enough to hang out with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Game 3 of the Mammoth and the Golden Knights coming up later tonight. You'll hear it right here on the Zone. As Travis, we got ourselves a series on our hands, all tied up at 1 apiece. Just how impressed were you with the Mammoth in Game 2?
For Game 3 tonight, too, so I'm excited to see what this looks like. But I think Utah, this is a very competitive series. I thought it would go 7 games. I think Utah can still win this series, but I think the biggest takeaway is Utah did not look like a plucky underdog in Vegas. They looked like a very game team, and yeah, there were moments in the first 2 games, especially against Vegas's top line, where Utah was under siege a little bit, but they punched them right back, and they have a tremendous opportunity tonight to take a series lead here and really put themselves into position to advance out of the first round, which would be a remarkable accomplishment in year 2 for this team.
In order to do that, to win, what do you think the most important thing is for the Mammoth tonight?
It's a great question. There's 2 things. It goes without saying they need, you got to have goaltending every single night in the playoffs. That goes without saying. There's an interesting kind of setup in this series where the best line for either team, it's not even disputable. It's that Dylan Gunther, Logan Cooley, Kyler Yamamoto line. They have destroyed Vegas. I think they're carrying like 85% of the expected goal share through the first 2 games. I think they're up 3 goals at even strength head-to-head against Vegas. That line, Cooley especially, has just been so dynamic. And frankly, when they're on the ice, they make Vegas look very old and very slow. And now coming to home ice, they've got the matchup advantage. They can deploy that group against whoever they want on the Vegas lineup. I would say it's a 2-sided coin like most things, though. And the other side of this coin, and why I am very eager to see, if not the Game 3 lineup, the Game 4 lineup, what it looks like for the Mammoth. The Mammoth's depth, their bottom 6 and really their 4th line, that Liam O'Brien line, has for all the goodness that the top line has created for Utah, the 4th line in Utah has been getting absolutely crushed. And I think there's a symptom or certainly an explainer for why that's the case. And you take Hayton and McBain out of the lineup, you're starting to get pretty thin further down the lineup. And yeah, you can survive that in the regular season, but when you're playing a team as good and structured and as deep as Vegas, you really can't have a 4th line, even if they're playing only 9 or 10 minutes a night. You can't have them getting outshot 2-1 every time they're on the ice. So Vegas certainly has some opportunity against the Utah bottom 6, but best on best, the Marner-Stone combination and Eichel still remains terrifying for Utah, but best on best, I think Utah's big guns have showed up in a really loud way here, and I am hoping for Utah's sake that they get a little bit of injury luck here, whether it's one or both of them back by either Game 3 or Game 4 between Hayton and McBain. I think that would be a big tailwind for this group right now.
So when you look at Cooley in particular, the youngster, he looks like he's 12 years old out there, but he's got goals in the first 2 games and has really shown that he is a future superstar in this league. I'm sure there are some guys, when they get their first taste of the playoffs, especially a team that's as physical as Vegas, they have a hard time adjusting to that level of physicality, but he has handled himself beautifully. Is it sometimes a crapshoot on how these youngsters play in a playoff series, or did you kind of expect this kind of performance from him?
Oh, it's definitely a bit of a crapshoot, but there's things that can help, right? And one of the big things that can help is don't put a guy on an island, right? And you see that. I'll go to the Sharks as an example, because the short list of best players we watched all season, Macklin Celebrini, I mean, he was dominant at the Olympics, dominant for the Sharks, but it's a pretty talent-thin team around him, right? And you start punching up against a class of a team like Vegas, you need a little bit of help. I don't care how good you are. And Logan Cooley is fast, strong, dynamic. He is taking the game to Vegas's best defensive players, which is a statement in and of himself. But look at his line. I mean, he's got a 40-goal scorer on his wing, and there is incredible symbiosis between those two, where Cooley is this Swiss Army knife cutting through the middle of the ice, playmaking for his wingers, the exact way you want from a young center. It doesn't matter the defensive personnel on the other side of the ice that Vegas is deploying. He seems to have an incredible ability to find his own way to the net mouth and in between the circles, as well as find shooters in those dangerous areas. The value prop here and why that line is so deadly, though, is Cooley. For my money, he's been the best player in the series. Mark Stone's been great for Vegas, but for my money, Cooley's been number one with a bullet. But one of the things that's helping is, Vegas can't really cheat here against that line, right? You can't squeeze on Cooley and leave a player like Gunther open for a blink of a second because he's going to find the back of the net. I mean, his shot is really that good. So, and by the way, Utah's not alone in this, right? Like, you're seeing this in pockets of teams like Montreal and Buffalo, some upstart teams where they've got really young, talented, dynamic, and players who can play with pace, but they're not on an island, right? Cole Caulfield, everyone's talking about maybe the hottest player of the second half of the season for Montreal. He's playing with an unbelievable center in Nick Suzuki. Tage Thompson is kind of the ignition for that Buffalo top six. There is a benefit where the sum of the parts can be greater than the whole, and I think that Cooley, Gunther, Yamamoto line in this head-to-head with Vegas right now, they are much better than the individual attributes each brings to the ice.
The goalie matchup in this has been interesting to watch. Obviously, Connor Hart's having a great series thus far. Your assessment of Vejmelka so far, and what you think he's doing well, maybe some areas that he could tighten up.
I think Vejmelka's been good, not great. I think he was borderline great this during the regular season. I think Vegas has done a really good job. One thing that Vegas does really well, and we've watched this for a decade now, when they apply offensive zone pressure, they can rack up multi-shot shifts in a hurry. And one of the reasons why that's notable is it puts incredible pressure on your blue line when you're defending for 30, 45 seconds, 60 seconds in your own defensive third. It also puts incredible pressure on the goaltender to be able to move post to post, get in front of these shots. I think he's done a good job. I do think, though, the bigger story around the goaltending matchup is it's frankly and simply one that Utah has to win. They came, and this is no disrespect to Carter Hart. I think he's been great in the first two games. Utah has the better goalie in this matchup, and frankly, the reason why Vegas struggled so mightily this regular season, which sounds comical because they ended up winning the division in what I think John Tortorella references as a pillow fight for the division title in the Pacific. Their goaltending was atrocious. It probably cost them 10 points, if not more, in the standings over the course of the season. And getting Carter Hart back, I think they were hoping that they could lean into some real goaltending stability. And frankly, the Golden Knights are one of those teams that are so deep and so talented. They really just need average goaltending, and they are a force when it comes playoff time. It's a little scary that they are getting that quote-unquote average goaltending, but again, you got to give credit to both Utah in that, but more importantly, Utah's big guns having showed up and being able to find some goals against a very structured and very disciplined team that in just the last couple of years has put, teams like Edmonton and in Colorado in a guillotine, in a complete chokehold. Like, if the Golden Knights are capable of doing that against teams of that caliber, certainly they can do it against the Mammoth, but it has not happened through the first two games.
So give us a little background on Vegas, because it appears like if you look at an owner or a GM wrong, they'll fire you in that organization. But yet, as much heat as they took for that firing near the end of the season, it appeared like it worked. Is Tortorelli really working some magic there, or was it the level of competition? What do you see as their resurgence?
So I'll say two things. Number one, I got to be honest, I love the way Vegas runs their organization. They are absolutely ruthless. I get that can lead to potentially unintended consequences and change sentiment on the fly. But I think far more often than not, and it's worth saying, this would be a shocking decision made by most organizations. For Vegas, this was like playing a par 3 hole on a Sunday morning golf club. I mean, this is like every year they pull something out like this, and far more often than not, these bets have panned out. This bet has also panned out, by the way. You fired one of the most successful coaches of the last decade in Cassidy, bring on Tortorella, and they literally have one loss, I believe one regulation loss, under Tortorella's tenure since the change. And that one loss, by the way, was against Utah in Game 2. So you got to give complete credit to the organization for not willing to sit on their hands. They know they've got a contender. They know their division is weak, even with Utah in the mix. Like, this is a division they can get out of and certainly get to a conference final. So I actually think the decision was completely defensible. And again, there have been decisions in the past where I'm like, nah, I think they made the right call. I questioned it because, John Tortorella is a very senior coach, and he's going to bring some elements of stability behind any bench. He can effectively coach any team in the league. He's plug and play. But there's a reason he's been fired 6, 7, 8 times. His teams are typically underperformers. They spend a lot of time in the defensive zone. Some of that can be, historically, that could have been, he wasn't given the personnel, whether it's in New York or Philly for that matter. But they have turned this around. I would say one thing that is notable. Utah is unequivocally, even amidst this Vegas stretch, they're unequivocally the best opponent Vegas has played. I mean, Vegas had an absolute tomato can schedule last 10 games of the regular season. And credit to them, they racked up the wins, and it put them in the position where they can win the division title and have home ice, at least till the Western Conference final. They get credit for that. But they were playing an absolute tomato can stretch late March and into April, and Utah genuinely is a step up in competition. And quite frankly, through 6 periods, I think these teams are darn near equal, and I think that's a testament both to how Utah's played, but also kind of a reality check of, okay, Vegas we know is still a good team. They're probably better than they showed over the course of the regular season. We know the goaltending can't be this bad, but I also am not, foolish enough to believe that a coach can have this remarkable an impact over 2 weeks.
What other series have your attention right now? What ones are you gravitating to? That's kind of my thing. There's some that pull you in. Some that aren't as interesting, but what other series got your eye?
It's been great hockey for the most part, right? I would say the one shocker for those who are like, I've been just poking around the league a little bit. Not that I thought the Pittsburgh Penguins were a great team, but I kind of had wrote off the Flyers as this is an almost guaranteed one and done team in the first round. And they're up 3-0 on a very, very, very veteran-led Penguins team. I mean, their power play unit, the Penguins power play unit, has 4 first-ballot Hall of Famers, with no exception whatsoever between Chris Letang and Erik Karlsson, Kenny Malkin, Sidney Crosby, and yet they're down 3-0 to a bona fide ragtag rebuilding Flyers team that certainly has collected a little bit more talent around the roster the last couple of years. But that's been a surprise. I did not think the Flyers would look this good this early. Most compelling series, though, this is an easy one for me to answer. Over in the Central, I cannot stand this playoff format. I recognize that it does create a few incredible matchups in the first round. I never think it's worth the trade-off, but given that we are here, the Dallas Stars, Minnesota Wild, you are looking at probably 2 of the 6 best teams in the NHL playing each other in round 1. It has been as close as a series as it can get between the two sides. Really, the difference maker has been the Dallas power play with 6 power play goals in 3 games. They play Game 4 on Saturday night. My wallet's hurting a little bit, but I was devising a plan right before I jumped on where we're going to hit this Utah game 3, and then we're going to boogie over to Minnesota for Game 4, Stars Wild. So I might do a little back-to-back, take both in. I think for my money, these are the 2 best series right now. It's Stars Wild and Mammoth Golden Knights. So really excited to see how these evolve, and I think both are going to go the distance.
It seems like Gary Bettman has really dug his heels in on this playoff format. Is there appetite around the league with maybe other owners or other teams to maybe alter it to a little bit more of a traditional format?
There has to be. I mean, I've been writing about this as a problem since year 1, and it's a complete mathematical argument. It is. Look, I am not going to sit here and say everything needs to be, purist, ordered perfectly, standings, points. No leagues run like that. We watch the NFL, we watch the NBA. They all have different seeding strategies. Fine. You cannot have 2 of the 5 or 6 best teams playing each other in the first round. Oh, and by the way, it's happening twice because the Canadiens and Tampa Bay Lightning both finished with 108 points, and they're playing each other in the first round over in the Atlantic. I think Pierre LeBrun, a colleague of mine at TSN, put out a poll, thousands and thousands and thousands of votes, fan poll, and I think it was like 90%, which, you can't get this country to agree at 90% to anything, want a format change of some kind. And the thing to me, 2 points I will close off on this because I really think the NHL is getting this wrong. Number one, they kind of talk out of both sides of their mouth, Gary Bettman specifically on this point, where he argues that, well, this forced, divisional, you got to get out of the division, creates compelling first-round matchups. Number one, that is true, but I would posit that also seeding 1 through 8 creates very compelling first-round matchups. And number two, if you're putting your stake in the ground that it's all about the first round, what are you really saying out of the other side of your mouth? You're saying the product gets diluted and it's less quality as the playoffs go on, which, by the way, has also been my qualitative observation of the Stanley Cup playoffs over the last few years. So I just you can make arguments about imbalanced schedules and the travel component. I've got time for those discussions, but we've got to really think the seeding strategy. This seeding idea that you've got to win the division, we'll seed 4 teams across in each division, it only works when you've got a talent balance across not just the conferences now. You've got to have talent balance across all 4 divisions. And as we watched this year, the Pacific was garbage compared to the Central. The Metro was garbage compared to the Atlantic, and you get these crazy first-round matchups. I will say this, and this is the other point I was going to make. Gary Bettman has definitely dug his heels in on this, almost a little bit shockingly to me at this point, because there has been chatter. Bill Guerin of the Minnesota Wild has come out loudly and has kind of petitioned to go back to a 1-8 seeding setup. Gary Bettman, what was the other topic that he was most, I'm going to die on this hill? It was that the Coyotes are going to stay in Phoenix. And here we are, by the way, 2 decades later. So, he's a brilliant guy. I think he does have the right pulse on things more often than not, but I would submit, and loudly so, they do have this format wrong. They need to rethink how they seed the playoffs.
Hey, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us. Enjoy the game here in Salt Lake. We're anticipating that game. It's going to be crazy tonight in Delta Center. First ever playoff game in that building. So should be a lot of fun. But thanks again for carving out some time for us.
No kidding. You can tell from the ticket prices it's the first ever hockey playoff game. Lord Almighty. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, those things are you got it. Those tickets are like cigarettes in prison, and we're going to be giving away a pair a little bit later on in the show. So keep listening for your chance to win. Tyler's with us as we are live here at Tim Dahle Nissan Southtown. That's Tim Dahle Nissan Southtown. I'm always a big fan of yours in particular because you always come up with something crazy. I'll even see the wheels in your head spinning a little bit when we're talking on the radio, but there's always something brewing. If you come down here and just say, look, this is my situation. I just changed jobs and I need to wait a couple months to make a payment, or I need to do this, or I'm upside down, or, I had some hospital bills that dinged my credit. I don't think there's anything you can do for me. You look at that as like, nah, that's a Tuesday for me. Let's go.
That's right. And that's actually why I enjoy this job, is that, each situation is unique, and you can put together a custom plan of like, hey, we can do this and this. And sometimes it's like, hey, are you thinking about buying another car sometimes this year? Like, well, yeah, I need one for my kid probably, before school starts. Like, well, if we actually do it now, then we can save you quite a bit of money by doing it together. And then they're like, really? And then we put that deal together. It's like, okay, that does make sense. And so stuff like that. I mean, it just makes a lot of sense to come talk to me. 30 years of experience and a lot of other people here with a lot of years of experience. We can put together a custom plan no matter what your situation is. Maybe you bought a vehicle and you're just like not loving it, but you went somewhere else and they said you owe too much. Like, oh, let's go to work. We can figure this one out.
He's talking about me. I did that.
Absolutely.
I did that. You know what? It was a one-night cheating thing. It didn't mean anything.
Is this where you learned about the value of cigarettes in prison?
Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Yeah.
You can't talk about that, remember?
Yeah. Oh, man. But that's the thing. Like, look, that's my story. So I bought a vehicle outside of the family. Horrible mistake.
That's on you.
100% on me. And then I'm like, I hate this car. I owe way too much on it. It was a bad deal all around. I wasn't in a good place mentally. I don't know. I can come up with all kinds of excuses. And then so I called Tyler and I called Jake. And I'm like, here's my situation. And they're like, okay, you promise it's never going to happen again. I'm like, one-time thing, promise. Like, all right, let's get it in. And they had me flipped into a better situation like immediately. And it was great.
Yeah, that's what we do. So one of the reasons we can do that is we have 0% for up to 84 months on, we got Pathfinder, Frontier, Murano, and Rogue. 0 for up to 84 months. So that's like a tool that no other OEM manufacturer dealer has right now. So we can put together, and again, you don't need perfect credit for it, and you don't need money down for it. If you have a trade, like we'll just figure something out. I promise.
Thousands in saving. You're talking
Thousands,
right there.
yeah.
I mean, thousands and thousands. The way interest is right now.
Yep.
You got that Rock Creek Rogue that I'm a huge fan of too.
Yep, and that's got all the fun off-road capability, plus the look to it is really sporty.
That's the thing. Like, I want to take it off-road, but I don't really. That's not my life. But I feel like I need to if I get a vehicle like that, or just I have the appearance like I do. Like,
that's all of us.
I bet that dude's an outdoorsy guy. I'm like,
all you'd have to do is train your driver to drive that big thing.
I know, right?
I mean, don't drive yourself. I mean, you eclipsed that years ago.
Tim Daly, Nissan Southtown. That's where we're at right now. Come in, talk to Tyler, and that's the thing. Tyler runs the place here, but if you want to get involved in the deal and ask for Tyler, you'll be there and help him every step of the way.
Yeah, we have thousands of used cars to choose from. We have 400 new cars. They've got to go. The deals are hot. We've been given an objective by Nissan every month, and if we hit that objective, we get a big bonus. I'm willing to share that. That's another tool that I have to make these deals happen that we just explained.
So right here, Tim Daly, Nissan Southtown. Barrett Perry joins us next right here on The Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Spring is calling, and we're not sending into voicemail. I bet you're thinking about heading south this spring, but what if you tried something different, like Cedar City and Bryan had? With gas prices going up, this is the kind of trip that gives you more vacation for the tank you're already on. Start with 3 Peaks OHV trails that say, go ahead, take the scenic route, then cool it down with disc golf. Because yes, you can be competitive and outdoorsy at the same time. Next, Thor's Hideout. Legendary hike, epic payoff. And if you want the kind of ride you'll talk about all week, hit the Iron Hills Trail System, now an official recreation trail. Just need to chill? Frontier Homestead Park, Cedar City Veterans Park, or play around at Cedar City Golf Course. Then finish strong with local dining, shopping, and small town charm in the historic downtown of Cedar City and Parowan. Spring is calling. Answer it with a one-tank getaway at visitcedarcity.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, joining us now, new assistant coach at Utah State, Barrett Perry, kind enough to carve out some time for us. Coach, you'll like this. You know what? As Coach LaCombe puts his headset on, Coach is working by, what's that, number 3 or number 4 Diet Coke today?
Oh, we are a part of the same tribe, BP and I.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said
that's about 6, if you count what I had coming in.
Coach, how are you?
I can compete with that every day. Tim and I both, we see eye to eye on that. I'm doing good. Thank you.
So I'm a Coke Zero guy, but you guys go old school on the Diet Coke, right?
For me, Coke Zero is too sweet. You just too sweet. I don't bear it. I don't know why. Why do you stick with the old bird?
I stick with Diet Coke. I'm the same way. I don't like Coke Zero. You know, Freddie Smith has tried to get me to Coke Zero forever and ever. I can't do it. I just stick with the old standby.
I love it. Hey, congratulations from a selfish standpoint, doing the radio for Utah State and seeing you come up there for UNLV. And I remember just like, man, I'd love to get this guy in Logan. And to see your name come across with that Utah State logo, I got fired up to see it. Just how fired up for you to get up there in Logan?
Well, 2 things. One is congrats to you guys getting together. This dynamic duo is impressive. I've been enjoying the commercials of the beginning of your tour of duty here together. So awesome stuff. For me, I agree. It was always awesome to come up here and see you and then have to weather the storm of the spectrum each time. So if you can't beat them, join them. But more importantly, for me and my family and our travels and where we've been and what we've done, we've had great experiences in a lot of parts of the country and wonderful places. But at a time in our life where it was going to take a real special opportunity that really fit us, and it's not cliche, it's not, coach speak, it had to be something that really fit our family. And so when this came up, not only was it Utah State, which is a place that I believed in and knew you can be successful at because many people have done it. And as I've gotten here, it's been amazing to see the support and how into it people really are. But also Coach Jake and believing in him, a grown-up head coach that really has, formed an identity for himself as a head coach over 20 years at UNI and several NCAA tournaments and Sweet 16s. And so I was going to come and work with a guy that I really believed in, and that was him.
BP, how many times have you moved?
Well, let's not have my wife on the line because right now it's touch and go.
I know she's hot, but this is just us talking. Nobody else can hear.
I think it's about 9 or 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the crazy part, I actually went out to recruit a kid in Ottumwa, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
You know where Ottumwa is?
No clue where Ottumwa, Iowa.
Well, just go to Iowa and drive until you find people that don't have teeth in their head.
Okay. All right.
And you're there.
Wonderful people.
No, they're awesome people, but man, they're rough people. That's a rough town, man. That's a rough town.
We went to Ottumwa, Iowa, to Indian Hills Community College after our time at University of Utah with Coach Boylan, and unfortunately that ended poorly. But it was a fun run and a great time, and we loved being at the U. And got a call shortly after that happened, and this president called and said, "Hey, we want you to come and do what you had done at CSI years before out here." And I went out there, and we had a wonderful 3 years, and it was awesome. And we really enjoyed it because it was such an awesome basketball place. But it was a little bit off the beaten path for sure.
Yeah, and I joke, but everybody that I looked at, I wouldn't want to cut them off or it was I'm serious. They handle their own there.
When you
now.
sink your teeth into something, no pun intended.
I knew why Indian Hills was so good when I walked in there. I'm like, because they send the docile referees in here that'll just gonna play along.
No, that was an awesome spot, man. It was an awesome spot.
But I guess my point is, go ahead.
No, we loved it. We had opportunities to make national title games, and I think we were about 93-10 while we were out there.
Wow!
And it was the people were so supportive and an awesome place.
Again, from a selfish standpoint, I grew up in Burley, Idaho, and so we never went to Idaho State games. We never went to Boise State games when they're in the Big Sky. We always went to CSI games. That was my college basketball experience because, frankly, the talent there was better than some of those Big Sky teams. Jumpin' Joey Johnson and some of those teams from back in the day. Yeah. Just how much did that experience really turn you into the coach that you are now?
That was an awesome head coaching experience. It was my first time as a head coach, and you've already kind of painted the picture. I mean, a high-level place as far as players and support and them believing in the people. So, I was coaching a bunch of, 10 D1 guys every year that were going to move on to great places, and we were mentoring them and helping them get to where they needed to be, both in the classroom and on the court and a little bit in the community as well. But what a great place. We love that place, and it was so good to us.
How much did that experience in the junior college ranks, when you could lose a kid really quickly to the next level, and sometimes it would be good for that kid, kind of help prepare you for the current landscape of D1 college basketball where everything's turned upside down?
You know what? People refer to that a lot with me, that maybe it doesn't bother me as much, the movement and the 1 year stays for a lot of these kids. Maybe it did prepare me a little bit. I'm not as wrecked by it, and years ago, actually, when I was at Indian Hills, and Fred Hoiberg had left the NBA and come over to Iowa State, he kind of had that mentality. It was like, whether I can coach him for 4 or coach him for 1, let's coach them and use them to the best of their abilities, and let's get all we can out of them. If they want to be here longer, that's great. But if they want to move on, that's great too. Let's love them and help them. So, we all have to be very grown up about the fact that everything's a 1 year deal nowadays. But we've been fortunate up here, as you know, Scotty, that golly, we've got a couple guys that decided to stay for another year here with Mason and Carson, and it's so rare. And the first thing I said to those guys when I came up here a couple weeks ago is, you know what? I'm just so proud of you guys because it's so rare that you guys make decisions like this, and you have a chance to be on the wall forever.
BP, we had Tyler. We actually mentioned Tyler Newbold earlier in the show. Got to represent that pace and
go Lions.
Yeah, absolutely. And he reached out to me via text and said how he was excited he was about you being up there, a Payson guy. I had another guy hit me and said Payson forever. But your experience there was unique because you formed a really important friendship with your head coach, and just talk about what you and John Wardenberg's relationship. John, if you don't know, John's with the women on the BYU women's side, but certainly a great friend of mine, yours, but the influence he's had on your life.
Yeah, he came rolling into Payson High School my senior year and immediately impacted us and impacted who we are and how we acted and how we played. And, we formed a bond that has lasted another 30 years or so. He named his fourth son Barrett, so we've obviously been pretty close. Recently, his son Adam, last week, or was it early this week? Last week, got the Utah Tech women's job. He was my manager at CSI, a bunch of years back. Coach and I have stayed very close. 3 years being my assistant out at Indian Hills in Iowa, and then of course, you remember the days when you were at BYU and he was at BYU and I was at Utah, and we all had to pretend like we were enemies, but we were all great friends as we competed against each other and bumped into each other in gyms every night and all those kind of things. So, yeah, we're close. We're family, and it's been an incredible relationship and somebody that's been, not only a great friend, but a great mentor and somebody that's, your family, not only in basketball, but in life.
You've got a couple junior college signees, and I've heard coaches say that because of the transfer portal and the ability to snag kids out of there, sometimes the junior college kids are getting overlooked. Do you see some talent at that level that may be available to you now that wouldn't have been maybe 5 years ago?
Yeah, and I think that it's kind of a situation where if you haven't been in that world and been in that market, especially my history off and on in my career, and don't have those connections and those relationships with those coaches and those programs, it's more of a challenge. But if you have a relationship and there's a comfort factor with those coaches with you, I think you have a chance to get in the door on some guys. And yeah, we've had 2 or 3, real good things happen from junior colleges just in the last week or 10 days, with the Snow Kids and then with CSI, which are both great connections for me and our program, that I think we're getting kids that are ready-made to come and impact. But more importantly, honestly, I think one of the biggest speeches we've given these kids is an opportunity to stay home, wear the Utah State brand on your chest, play in front of friends and family and be a part of something, that's, for you, a hometown guy or a local Utah kid that, it's going to mean something to them being here.
BP, give us an inside look. You've obviously been through the years, Coach Jacobson, but what's it been like here the first week, and what can you share about him that Aggie fans would be interested in hearing?
Well, I couldn't be more excited about Coach and who he is as not only as a man, but as a ball coach. We have a couple of mutual friends that really kind of had this thing, going and wired. Coach McDermott at Creighton and then TJ at Iowa State. We all have kind of run in the same circle a little bit and been really close. And so when Coach got the job, actually Coach Mack called me first and said, "Hey, this is going down, and I've told Ben he better get you over there." I said, "Well, let's talk." And TJ kind of did the same thing. And so Coach and I spent, a lot of time talking. And, Utah State is in great hands with Coach Jake. He's such an experienced, mature ball coach that's been through it and been in wars, in tough situations, tough places, and proven himself to be a great coach. Lots of NCAA tournaments. And you know what? And everybody can see this really easily. He's had several chances to leave Northern Iowa, and it was never quite what he wanted to do, never quite the right fit. And so he's been very, very picky. And so, in a selfish sort of way for me as a representative of him, he finally said, "Hey, this is the spot for me." And so I think everybody up here in Logan should feel really, really excited and blessed that we got him.
And just to mention, we played, so we only crossed paths as, our teams, Coach Jacobson and any of my experiences. At BYU, we played in Hawaii. We played Hawaii, and, we were over there enjoying the sun and blah-de-doo. We roll out there on the floor, and when that ball's tipped, from the very beginning, you're getting cracked. And, we talk about, you and I talked when you got the job about the Aggie, kind of that prototypical Aggie that will just do whatever it takes, and you can go down the list. Wesley's, even the Grant, Grant way back in the 70s. It's to me, there is a lineage, and so to me, you said it's a natural fit. I think it's a natural fit, and the people that I know outside of you that know him, say one of the best guys doing it. So yeah, I think Utah State knocked it out of the park again.
Yeah, you start talking to all of our basketball buddies, Tim and Scotty, and they're all going to say the same thing about Coach, not only as a coach, but as a human being. And so you feel like you're in really good hands, putting your career and your livelihood and your family in a guy's hands like that. And that's something that you can really sleep well at night and learn from and get better from. And, he's going to fit here. There's going to be a style of play that people are excited about. And, for me, it's been awesome because he's wanted me to come and do what I think that we have a good ability to do, which is, get the guys that should be wearing our uniform here. And that's going to be a big priority for us.
So before we let you go, I was Utah State was playing in a tournament in the Cayman Islands in Danny Sprinkle's year, and and this is when the NIL thing really started to pick up. And I was talking to Andy Hill, who was an assistant with him, and I asked Andy, I'm like, all right, so look, off the record, how much do you think you need per year to really be competitive in the Mountain West Conference? Keep in mind, this was 3 years ago. It will be 3 years ago coming up in October. And he said, you know what, if we could get anywhere from about 700,000 to 900,000 a year, we could be right there. We'll be fine. And that gets you half of a point guard now, for crying out loud. Just how crazy has this world been, and to try to navigate it. And I will say this, like, in knowing Cam Walker and knowing the group that Utah State has up there in that athletic department, they're doing everything they can and being successful to make sure you're as competitive as you possibly can be in that area.
Well, I've been wowed by Cam and President Mortensen just in the small dealings that we've had in my short time, as far as how excited they are to be supportive in 2026. And I mean that by saying, just like you talked about 3 or 4 years ago, talking about 700 or 900 grand, you're adding zeros on that now. And, I mean, a great team's going to cost a lot of money, but they're so supportive and so all in on the program and seeing the benefits of being great at basketball, and being so supportive of Coach, as far as wanting him to be successful right off the bat and doing whatever they can to help him, put a team together that's going to fit him, but also be talented enough to win. But yeah, times have changed. I mean, we all read about it every day, what the market's like and how much it's gone up in recent years, even compared to last year. And it's wild. And, Tim's been through it. Scotty, you follow it all the time. Now you're sitting there and saying, okay, would this guy even really be worth it if we had this much money? You're looking at certain guys and saying, I couldn't even justify that in my brain. And then there's other guys, of course, that, you really think that their value is fantastic and you need to have them in your uniform. We've been lucky enough to get, 4 or 5 of those guys that were already wearing the uniform to stay and be a part of it, as well as add those pieces. But our administration is really all in right now, and it's an exciting time.
Do you hold a spot open in case this 5 for 5 comes through?
We kind of are. We're at that kind of 12 or 13 spot right now. 15 is the magic number. I think we're definitely, we have a kid that had played for Coach at UNI that is a possible transfer opportunity, but he's going through a waiver process. And then, there's a couple kids here that would have a 5th year. So yeah, we'll probably sit on 1 or 2 as this plays out a little bit, because it feels like it's gaining momentum. And even, Coach Pitino made a comment yesterday about how I don't know what everybody's going to do if it actually happens, because they will have already spent their money and filled their spots. And so it'll kind of be a round 2 of portal madness maybe. Yeah.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it. Can't wait to hang out with you a little bit on the road, get to know you a little bit better. But I'm fired up. This is going to be a lot of fun getting you in Logan.
Can't wait. We love it. Love you guys. You guys are great friends. It's always been so good to me and awesome, and love hearing you guys and that you're together. What a fantastic deal.
When Spencer Nelson takes you for a meal, make sure he buys, because he's rolling in the cash these days.
I hear that. I got to get him on that.
Hey, that would be like the old days. Me, you, and Spence going to lunch. Remember those days?
That would be awesome. Oh, yeah.
Where we just meet in the same event, and then we'd say, hey, where are you going? Oh, let's go over there. We all go eat together. It was awesome.
Hey, appreciate it, Coach.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
There he is. Barrett Perry, new assistant coach at Utah State. One of the best dudes out there, too.
Oh, he's going to be great for the Aggies, and the Aggies are going to be great for him. But I think the biggest thing coming out of that is Ben Jacobson really is great.
Yeah.
You're seeing it more and more, but he'll identify the right guys, and this I can promise you'll have them ready to play.
All right, way late on this one. Alex is losing his mind back there. We apologize. We will have a quick segment coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Mark Durant, you hear him on the radio broadcast for BYU basketball.
It was a lot of fun to have A.J. DeBonsa in the program. Wow, what a kid. Forecast for us what you think he'll be as far as a pro, ranging from a decent player, an occasional all-star, perennial all-star, Hall of Fame. Where do you think?
I was talking to Matt Carlino, former BYU player who does the color at TCU, and he said, I think A.J. is going to be the face of the NBA for the next 20 years. Wow. And I think he can be that guy because of the charisma, just has that nature about him that people like him, and I think he's got the game. And because he works hard, he's going to get better and better. I think he will be a perennial all-star and could end up being a Hall of Famer. I think he's going to be one of the greats, and I can't wait to see what happens for him.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, what are your plans this weekend? You know you got Mother's Day on the horizon. You need that great meal, that great steak. It's right there for you at Bar W Steakhouse. Yep, the Bar W Steakhouse, now open. Go to barwsteakhouse.com, make your reservation, and you will have an incredible dining experience, all showcased with some of the best beef on the planet. It's all raised right here in the state of Utah with local farmers, local ranchers. Bar W processes it right there on site. They have the 14-day dry age. Whether you go to the Bar W Steakhouse and get that beautiful ribeye steak, or if you go to the Bar W Grill and get a burger, it's all coming from that beef that you can actually even have sent to your home at barw.com, barwbeef.com. You get there, you can have that beef sent right to your house. The same steaks that they're going to make down there in that steakhouse, you can make at home. Go to barwbeef.com. Any order over $150 or more gets shipped to your house for free. It's barwbeef.com. Get there now, barwbeef.com.
It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit mountainlandpowerequipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. So, Monty, I wonder if you know someone like this. He's the ultimate DIY guy. Restores classic cars, builds his own deck, and even smokes his own brisket.
Sounds like a talented guy.
He is. But get this, his other weekend hobby is troubleshooting his water softener. He's always down there resetting the timer or fiddling with the circuit board.
See, Doug, that's where I draw the line. Smoking a brisket is a great weekend project.
Yeah.
Fixing an electric water softener is just a chore.
Exactly. He thinks he's saved money by buying the bargain brand, but he's paying for it with his Saturdays.
That's the Connecticut difference. Our systems are premium because they are non-electric and fully automated. No computers to fry, no timers to reset. We install it and you get back to the hobbies you actually enjoy.
If you want soft water, do what I did and leave that to Connecticut. It runs on water power, not willpower. Learn more at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify. including VA benefits.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Game 3 tonight as, boy, this is going to be a fun one. Kyler Yamamoto on what's been working for that top line and why they've been just absolutely obliterating the Golden Knights in this series.
They're very easy to talk to off the ice, and on the bench. Always trying to, make better plays, read off each other and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm a fast player, and they're both fast players, so, I think we just read off each other very well on the ice right now.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update, brought to you by BMW Utah. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what this song needs? Well, we got to turn on your mic. Our guy Brant left. All right, we are live here at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. That's Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. As we got some incredible savings. Does that one work? Nope, that one doesn't work either. There we go.
Well, don't sweat it one bit. I just had a heck of a line right there. We were in sync.
Yes, sir. We need some more cowbell. All right, so many great savings, so many great opportunities here at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Make sure to stop by. We will be here until 2 o'clock. The deals, the savings all continue on. And, again, you can get some of these Rogues, Muranos, 0% financing, great lease options. There's really no reason you shouldn't be stopping by. They've got the used inventory with a bunch of EVs. If you're looking for one of those, they'll have them here in stock as well. It's all right here at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as Tyler makes his way over here. And, boy, so many great opportunities for you to save money. People look at that gas bill, and they start to die a little bit inside when they see $4, $4.25, $4.30 a gallon. Well, guess what? You got some hybrids here. You've got the so many options for people to save money at the pump.
Yeah, we have a lot of used electric vehicles, about 30 of them in stock, so you can literally just avoid any gas at all. And the cool part is we purchased these before kind of the gas crunch, and so you don't have to pay a super big premium. But they are going fast, so if it's something you're thinking of doing, I'd recommend doing it this weekend, taking advantage of the prices of these. Because it's happened this way for a while now. When gas prices go up, what do you think the prices of EVs do?
They're going to follow.
Yeah. So, and then when gas prices go down, so it's one of those things where you can take advantage of it right now with all of our used EVs on the lot. We do have the all-new Nissan Leaf, brand new EV as well, that would be a super good value. So we have a lot of different options to save you from the fuel pump, plus the hybrid. We have the plug-in hybrid Rogue, which is going to get you, if you don't drive a ton, then you don't have to even get any gas at all for that car. And we have a few of those in stock as well. Also willing to do a gas allowance if you're just like, hey, I need a truck, and it's painful at the pump. You come by one of these Frontiers from us, which are a lot better fuel efficiency than the big full-size trucks. We'll even give you a gas allowance for a year based on how many miles you drive. Again, we'll package a deal for you so that we can pay for your gas and help you avoid some of the pains at the pump. On top of that, 0% for 84 months on the Frontier.
It just makes too much
sense. How do you beat it? When I go in, obviously the quality and everything is here. Talk about your service. Talk about what customers can expect after the fact when they buy their vehicle here.
It's interesting. A lot of people are like, buying a car like a Tesla where they don't have dealers. They, a Rivian, they don't have dealers, and it's so interesting because it's like, it feels like a good process until they need service.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do? Tweet at Elon Musk, hey, my Tesla 3 needs some service, right? Because, that's honestly, it's that difficult The beauty of buying from us is that we have the franchise dealer model where we have the right to fix your car and protect you as a consumer from the OEM. Let's say it has a defect. We can fix that through warranty. There's even lemon laws that will help you process so that we're going to be your advocate in all of this. And so we have a service drive that's always open, early and late, and we can solve your problem, fix your car. We can even do mobile service. We'll come pick up your car. We'll fix your car wherever it is. That's if the car breaks down, but Nissans don't break down, so you don't have to worry about that.
Exactly. And that's a great thing about these Nissans. They're just going to be on the road forever. I drove Muranos forever. My wife drove Pathfinders. My kid drove a Sentra. And we never had any issues with them. And if we did, it was because of we screwed up, not because of the vehicle. So, I mean, it's just awesome. They're fantastic rides. Come down, check them out. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. That's Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, just west of I-15, just after that 106 South exit. Come by, hang out, say hi to Coach right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
The Monster Energy SMX World Championship takes more than just skill. Here we go! It takes guts, precision, and all-out passion. What's it gonna be? For the world's elite dirt bike racers, every second counts. To the roar of the crowd! Oh, he's done it! Don't miss your chance to experience it live. Get your tickets now to Monster Energy AMA Supercross. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission. Coming to Rice Cycle Stadium May 9th.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at slcfatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, have you seen the Johnson's house lately?
Yeah, new siding, new windows, even the gutters look amazing.
Right? I walked past 3 times yesterday.
You don't even live on this street.
I know, but their house looks that good.
When your siding, windows, gutters, and decking look great, people notice. That's what RGS Exteriors does.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, right here at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. That's where you need to be right now. Then later on tonight, you need to make your way down to Delta Center. Whether you have a ticket or not, that place is going to be absolutely hopping. If you get to be inside the building, you're going to be watching history tonight as the Utah Mammoth play the first ever home playoff game in franchise history in just their second year of existence. A guy I've had the pleasure of hanging out with for a few minutes after each game, game 1 and game 2, and we'll do it again tonight, is the legend himself, Jay Stevens, kind enough to hang out with us. Jay, how are you?
I am doing great. What a day, huh? 2 years to the day that we got to meet the team coming off the plane.
Wow.
Well, that is 2 years from on the day.
I told you there was a vibe in the air.
Wow. That is absolutely incredible. All right, so can a team sometimes get too hyped up for a game? Do you worry about maybe a little bit of that right out of the gate for this squad?
Yeah, you've got to think that's going to factor into it a little bit. I mean, they're definitely, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's not lost on them, especially the guys that came from Arizona. And just seeing how important this is to the fans, the team gets it. And I was worried about that. I talked about keys of the game in game 1 is starting on time. And I think that has to be the same thing for tonight. They have to start on time. They have to let all the emotions and all that stuff and all the extra jitters just get out of the system during warmups and be ready to go. But yeah, it definitely could be a factor.
Game 2 did not start great. We had conversations, and one thing stuck with me coming out of our conversations was, you can't give them space. And those first few minutes, the Vegas pretty much ran that game, and then something flipped. But what did you think about the ability to kind of weather that initial storm?
Yeah, it's important for Utah to be prepared for the same thing. Vegas is a veteran team, and they know the best thing for them is a quick start and a quick goal. But I was pretty impressed with the way Utah was able to figure out the line combinations a little bit better. Bear had first change then, so he didn't have the opportunity to match lines the way he wanted to. And you saw in the first period the same thing you saw in a lot of the first game. The first period of the second game was a lot of Vegas trying to match their line 4 against Utah's line 1, which usually is not a good thing, but for some reason it was working for Vegas. That's how they got 2 of their goals in game 1. But Utah kind of rose to the occasion. They figured it out. They started taking time and space. Maybe that could have been some rookie mistakes and leaving some space, because there cannot be time or space for any players in the playoffs. If they touch the puck, you got to have your stick on their stick, and you got to have your elbow in their chin. There's just it's a violent game when you get to the playoffs, and everybody's got to pay the price.
I love that, and it just seems like the physicality of Vegas is so intense but also I do think it allows for you to really burn them with your speed, because they're so intent on laying a big hit on you. If you're able to get them caught out of position, there's going to be opportunities, and that kind of felt like how Utah got that game-winning goal the other night.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you watch a guy like Clayton Keller, he's slippery. Like he is hard to hit. You hardly ever see him on the receiving end of a big hit. So you did see some guys chasing him around, trying to hit him a lot, and he slid out of it. A few guys got laid out, and that's the way it goes, I guess, sometimes. But Utah really had kind of figured it out in the second period, or in the second game. And like you said, that game-winning goal they got was a good defensive zone breakout, a real quick touch from Kyler Yamamoto, who for some reason keeps not getting mentioned by everybody when they talk about the goals, because he had a big part in both of those goals. But yeah, quick passing out of the D zone, quick pass from Yamamoto. There was no time and space, and they created their own good luck, right? Crashing the net, with the way Gunther crashed the net like that, Cooley right on his tail. And if you looked at the tape, right behind Cooley was Yamamoto, ready to tap it in case Cooley missed it. So having that wave after wave attack like they had on that game-winning goal, that's what you should expect to see tonight. I think Utah's starting to figure out the playoff game a little bit better, and really starting to figure out where to be, when to be, and how to get out of some hits.
So I talked to you about this. I talked to Cole about this a little bit. My son my 14-year-old Brody, he's all in on hockey, and he wants a jersey, and he's like, but I don't want it to be like, no disrespect to Cooley, he just doesn't want to be a front runner. He doesn't want to have the jersey that everybody has. He wants to have a good player, but a guy that maybe flies under the radar. We are now team Yamamoto because I love the way that guy plays. You pointed out some of the things that he's done. He's just done everything right, and he doesn't get a ton of the pub. He doesn't really fill up the stat sheet a ton, but usually when there's a big play going on the ice, he's a part of it.
Yeah, and it's great for him. And this is a guy that has experience with the Edmonton Oilers. Like, he was a first-round pick from them. He was on the same line with McDavid. He knows where to be and when to be there. I don't know the reasons that he didn't last in Edmonton. I don't know the reason he was in the minor leagues last year. But what I'm seeing is a guy that he knew that he had to prove himself, and he did a really good job all season. There were times he was out of the lineup, but for the most part, he was in the lineup. He's had just an amazing year, and he's been so important during the playoffs. And you'll notice, and Scotty, you and I talked about this too, there are players that you barely even know that are on the team during the regular season, and for some reason, once playoffs start, they're your MVP, or they get the game-winning goal. The same thing happened with Vegas in Game 1. Nick Dowd's a fourth-line guy, and for him to get a goal like that for Vegas, it just proves playoffs, the pressure just creates diamonds. And Yamamoto, you got to give it up to Carcone too, because he's been the same way all season, and he's definitely just killing guys in the playoffs. He's really been helping Utah in the playoffs. And you could say the same thing about Tanev, who barely had a regular season, but every time, I think he only had like 8 minutes in Game 2, but he had like 4 hits, created turnovers. He's out there trying to draw penalties. So these guys that you didn't see a lot during the regular season could be your MVP for the playoffs.
When we talked last, it was before Game 2, and you mentioned Veggie was playing decent to playing well, but you'd like to see him handle rebounds, better. I saw him sprawl out and get one the other night, but just kind of evaluate where Veggie is in the series and how important is that goaltender matchup.
There's a famous saying that goaltender's 70% of your game. Unless you don't have it, then it's 100%, right? Goaltending sense. Can definitely cost you the game, and goaltending, especially in playoffs, goalies need to steal a series. Goalies need to steal a game, and it really comes down to better goaltending. And Veggie was really good. I think I gave him a B- or a B during Game 1. I'd have to give him an A- in Game 2. He's getting better each game. He's figuring things out. Not that goaltending is that much different. The only thing that really changes for goaltenders is how much physicality is going on in front of the net and how much more willing guys are to stand right in front of your face and take the beating and take the shots. Because obviously they're going to get hit by the defenseman. They might get hit by their own guys shooting. They never know, but guys are willing to do it in playoffs. I thought Veggie was better consistently. I thought he was tracking pucks better, picking them up out of the screen and then finding rebounds again, because most of those rebounds are hard to find because there's so many people in front. I always talk about the chaos in front of the net, and that's the only way to describe it. It's just pandemonium. The minute the puck hits the goalie's pads and drops somewhere, everybody's looking for it, and if the goalie doesn't find it first, it's not good for the defending team. But I think Veggie's getting better. I haven't had any real issues with his game. The rebound control was just me nitpicking, and I think he's proving himself as a true NHL starter. And hopefully tonight is the same thing. I think Veggie can steal a couple games and maybe even win this series for Utah. And I think he just keeps getting better.
Well, then chaos and pandemonium defined was that last 15 seconds of Game 2 because. I'm in the fetal position, man. I'm like laying on the ground while that puck's bouncing around and the game's on the line. But man, it definitely is. It comes down to goaltending for sure. And I did see, listening to you, I saw what he was fighting in front of him. I focused more on that, and that's quite a battle to watch, the game within the game, and then the way that he responded, to rebounds and those sorts of things. So that was fun to listen to you and kind of get some tidbits and watch it.
I'm glad I could help out somehow. But yeah, that really is, it's one of the biggest things. And we talk about it. The 82 game regular season is just season one. And then you get into the playoffs and it's played differently. It's officiated differently. And that's where it's just watch the front of the net and watch those guys that stand there and try to screen the goaltender. They're going to get cross-checked. If you're standing in front of Veggie, you're gonna find yourself with a Dursey cross check to the back, or Ian Cole is so big and strong, and he's just gonna dig that elbow right into your kidneys and push you out of the way so Veggie can see the puck. And for as violent and as like you said, the pandemonium is during the regular season, the violence in front of the net is something maybe you shouldn't let the children watch, because it was violent.
Fun to watch. I enjoyed it.
That's the thing. In the last 15 seconds or the last minute, the minute the other team pulls a goaltender, it is crazy. And everybody's at the end of their seat, if they're even in their seat, whether you're home on the couch or not. People stand up and you hold your breath a lot of the times. You just get so excited about whether you need the goal or whether you need a big save. Everything is just so anxious, and that's why we're such big sports fans, right?
Oh, there's no doubt. What are your thoughts on McBain or Hayton? I know you've been hoping and praying McBain gets back in the lineup. Do you think we're close?
Yeah, practice yesterday. I saw Barrett Hayton out there doing normal skate. He was on a line. He looked good. McBain wasn't on the ice that I saw yesterday. I didn't go to the skate this morning because I was actually on the radio at the time of the skate. So McBain is a very, very, very important part of Utah's playoff identity. He hasn't had the ability to prove that yet, but that's the style of guy that Utah wants in the lineup right now. Barrett Hayton will definitely add some offensive punch. He's not going to bring a lot of physicality to the game, obviously, but if we can get him back in the lineup, and I know Spicy Tuna is everybody's favorite. But if you think about, if you pull Spicy Tuna out and you put Barrett Hayton in that same spot, you've just increased your speed and your strength as far as and puck control. And Utah's built on speed. We keep talking about that. They're fast skaters. They're really creative and fast on their plays. Barrett Hayton is a huge part of that. That's why he's been a part of the power play for the last 2 years, because he's creative, because he's fast. And the Utah power play hasn't done anything in playoffs, so something needs to change, right? Barrett Hayton could be the guy. Jack McBain brings everything that Utah needs right now. He is the X factor for me, anyway. I think getting a healthy McBain back in the lineup is Utah definitely needs it, and I hope he's in tonight. I haven't heard an official. The lineup yet, and Bear keeps doing the game time decision thing, so we don't get the actual lineup beforehand. But I think both those guys are going to do anything they can to be back in the lineup. And McBain, they're both so important, but McBain is a playoff body and the size that Utah doesn't have.
How big an impact can the crowd make in tonight's game?
Well, we talked about it. Could it be really good for the team, or could it put too much pressure on them? I think the team's going to feed off of it. I talked to Ian Cole yesterday, and he was just talking about how, he knows the loudest game he's ever played in, he said, was game 1, Utah Hockey Club versus Chicago. He said the Delta Center was so loud and so crazy, and he says he expects maybe that times 2 for the first ever playoff game in the Delta Center.
That's been my experience living here. Is everybody they support their teams big time, but when especially like going down there and winning a game, people are, and it's a Friday night too. Everybody's just free, easy, and loud. It's going to be cool, man, for sure.
Yeah, and all the festivities start at 3:00. There's going to be lots of Smith Entertainment Group does it right. They want you to have the fan experience. I don't know of another ownership group that went out and dropped $2 million on the Mammoth just so more fans could ride on the ice. So imagine what they're going to do for everybody else. I mean, I know there's live bands. I think it's the Utes just playing there tonight, a local band. And they've got I'm sure there's face painting and all the fun family things that you can think of outside the Delta Center. starting at 3 o'clock. I mean, that's a long day. I'm going to be tired by the time the game starts, but obviously I'm going to be energized and ready to go by game time.
Let's do it. Hey, you're the best, Jay. Thanks for your time. Look forward to chatting with you after this game.
Thanks, guys.
There he is, Jay Stevens, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I like the way he talks hockey.
Oh, well, I mean, the dude plays it at a high level, and he's the best.
But everything he explains, he was like, it would be like Hans explaining something, put in a forearm to somebody's chin or a stick in their kidney. There's a lot of descriptive violence going on.
I want that guy peeing blood for the next week.
Yeah.
All right, Tim Daly Nissan. That's where we're at right now. That's Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. All right, so Tyler's with us. The great thing about Nissan is there's so many things to choose from. You need a truck? Okay, you got the Frontier. You need something to haul, the traditional Utah family of 7, you got the Armada. Maybe a little smaller family, Pathfinder. You want a crossover, you got the Rogue or you got the Murano. You need something to save a ton of money but look good doing it, you got the Altima. There's whatever you need a vehicle to do, you've got it.
There's one that we need to talk more about, and that's the all-new Sentra.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So it's been fully redesigned. Incredible fuel efficiency, 40 miles per gallon, all the technology, self-driving type technology, all of this you can get it almost, it's just under $20,000. So $20,000 to $25,000 brand new car.
That's a time machine.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
That is
you can't
time
find
machine.
a car
and
like that.
They've Nissan's incentivized it, has some extra rebate on it right now. It's kind of a hidden secret that I need to not make it such a secret because I have some in stock, and for the bang for the buck, you will not find a better value out there in the market. Like a 0.8, it's really nice too. It's good looking. You got to go look online. It's the all new. It's just been redesigned this year, and people are starting to realize, man, this is the best value out there. For especially when it comes to fuel efficiency, price of the new car, that's less. The average used car transaction right now, as of last month, was $26,500 across the country. So the average used car is $26,500. Wow. Okay, so now compare that to a brand new Sentra.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it doesn't
less
exist.
than that.
Yeah.
So why? If you're thinking used, hey, I can get something brand new, full factory warranty, which means you get a full warranty for 3 years, 36,000 miles, plus the powertrain, 5 years, 60,000 miles, and nobody's ever done anything to it, right? You are the only one that'll know it. You'll know its history.
Yeah, and it's that time of year where it's graduation, kids are going to college, and you're thinking, what a great car to get in on it, and co-sign on it, let them build their credit, maybe on a lease for it, and then after 3 years they're ready to go with whatever they want to do. But that's a great just way to start building some financial literacy in your kid on a vehicle that's priced like that. But frankly, the quality of that vehicle, I think everybody should be driving that, not just a college kid.
It's funny you said that. I just had somebody reach out to me who heard us on the radio, and he's like, hey, I bought my a brand new Nissan 17 years ago from Tim Daly, and just this week we're finally selling it. Bought it brand new 17 years ago. It's been through, as a Pathfinder, it's been through every kid in the family, and now 17 years later they're saying goodbye to it. Still running.
Yeah,
they're selling it now. So think about it that way too. It's like buy a Sentra, Pathfinder, any of these vehicles really, and all of a sudden you've got something you can pass on for a long, long time. That Japanese build quality.
Oh, it's just incredible. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, and the one thing, people are a little nervous about the gas these days. Mm-hmm. And so you're providing a gas allowance on these vehicles.
Yep. I tell you what, you come in here this weekend, you ask for me and ask for the gas allowance. You and I are going to have a little conversation about how we're going to hook you up, right? We're going to tailor a specific program for you. And it's almost like one of those where you got to scratch. I'm not going to tell you what it is over the radio. You come in and I'm going to work it. And listen, at the end of the day, I just want to sell you a car. I'm going to make it happen.
Oh, that's true. Whatever issue you're dealing with, don't worry about it. Tyler's seen worse. A lot of people are like, I just don't want anybody to see this, or people are ashamed, so they drive a vehicle that they owe too much on. It's upside down because they're just too concerned about what people will think if they deal with, if they get dealt with some stuff. Don't worry about that.
Yep.
Non-judgmental. These are good dudes who are happy to help you.
Yep, these are the key things. No money down required, low monthly payments, perfect credit not required, more for your trade, and less price for a new or used car.
There you go.
The 5 critical things to a good car deal.
I want you to be thinking about this, because this is what I want to talk about next time. I want to get some questions answered on your tech in the vehicles and kind of what you have. Because, if I'm going to buy a truck, I got to have the right tech in there.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So do a little research.
Okay.
Tim, I don't think he needs to do any research. It's all right here.
It's all right there.
Tim Daly, Nissan Southtown. That's Tim Daly, Nissan Southtown. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The playoffs are back in Utah in only their second year in Salt Lake City. The Utah Mammoth are in the NHL playoffs, and your home of every second of every moment of Utah Mammoth hockey is right here. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as the Mammoth make their run to a Stanley Cup. Keep it right here on the Zone for the best coverage of Mammoth hockey. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to Provo Town Center for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. The used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV, Provo Town Center, 1200 Town Center Boulevard, Provo. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Business technology has changed a lot over the last 70 years. But one thing hasn't.
Les Olson is here.
As the years have passed, there's been one constant. And after 70 years and still counting, Les Olson IT is here with the technology and the people to make life easier, more productive, and more secure for your business. Let Les be here for you.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your good, your bad, your ugly. Normally we do it at 11:30, but Barrett Perry was kind enough to join us in the in the at 11:30 this earlier in the show. So if you missed it, all you have to do is go to kslsports.com or just search Scotty G and the Coach in your podcasting platform of choice. You have all the podcasts, you have all the interviews, full shows, whatever you need, however you want to consume the show. We've got you covered.
And I will say we will move things around for friends, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And everybody's a friend of the show, so yeah, I think the nature of this show is going to take is a little like that, like having people on, shooting it, shooting it straight too.
Shooting it straight.
you got to shoot it straight.
All right, let's start with the good. Big night for a couple of University of Utah players.
With the 9th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano, tackle, Utah. With the 28th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah.
Lomu. So, yeah, you got Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu go in the first round. First time ever, University of Utah's had 2 players selected in the first round, and they both happen to be offensive linemen, right tackle, left tackle. And just a phenomenal night for Utah football. And it was just one of those where you look at it from a situation of Utah has really established themselves as a place where linemen can go to become pros. Linebackers, defensive linemen, safeties, corners can go to be professionals. And if Sharif Shah comes into my living room and my kid's a linebacker or a safety or a defensive back, and he said, I can put your kid in the NFL, I'm like, follow him, because he's done it.
He knows the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what you want ultimately for your kid, is to be able to get high-level development and be able to make a little bit of money eventually. And Utah has shown that they have got a good path to the NFL.
Yeah, and the cool part is if you can do both at the same time.
Yes.
You're now these guys are getting great money, and it's on the job training. But yeah, that's where the differentiator is going to be program to program, who can continually take that talent that you're paying for and develop it into a better player and send them on their way.
Joel Klatt, who was part of the NFL Network broadcast last night, had a great line. Is the first round came to an end, and the second round obviously starts later tonight. He goes, all right, now we get to the players that are going to be taking a pay cut to come to the NFL. And he's not wrong.
That's crazy, but crazy to think, right?
Your first round guys are probably going to be even. Now the second round guys are still stars on their college team, high level dudes, but now the salaries start to drop in the NFL to the point where a kid, he's going to go to the NFL, but he's going to take a pay cut to do it.
And the crazy part is once you get there, you realize it's about double the amount of work, too.
Oh, yeah.
Caleb Lohner is a good friend, and when he went through his experience last year with the Broncos, we would just talk from time to time, and he's like, you don't realize when you're, you just think, professional football, but you don't realize there's 6 a.m., in the off season, being at the facility and basically leaving as the sun goes down, the amount of hours they put in. So it's a commitment, but they're going to be doing fine. I mean, it may take a pay cut for a little bit, but those 2 guys especially, their stock's up.
It's just more an indication of where we're at right now in the world of college athletics, where a second round pick is like, oh man, I got to budget a little bit better.
Exactly, it's funny.
Yeah, and but I think it has made these players better because they're going to stay in college longer because of the financial resources that are available there. So then they develop a little bit more, so they're a little ready. They're ready to go at a higher level in the NFL.
There's going to be way less. There's going to be way less of. There's going to be way less of the guys that are going to go test it, or take a chance to go, because, like you said, they're getting the opportunity to make money, and then guys will go out when it's time, when they feel right.
And so back in the day, the old adage was, look, if you could be a 4th round pick, you go. Now it's like, you know what? If you're a 1st round pick, you go. If you're second, you have to have a long, hard conversation about it.
No, it's true. I mean, it's never used to be a thing. Everybody was celebratory regardless. Even Mr. Irrelevant was excited.
Yeah.
But now there's some ramifications to your economics.
I want to get your thoughts real quick on the 5-and-5 because in theory it sounds good. You know what? Kid shows up. He's got 5 years of eligibility to play. But this is going to open up Pandora's box. And I mentioned it with Barrett Peary. You know, speaking of guys that want to come back and make money, there's a lot of guys like, you know, that I'm trying to think, for example, of, you know, Colin Chandler, for example, you know, if he has an extra year of eligibility, I'm not sure if he redshirted or not, but
I don't think he did.
So all of a sudden he can, you know, a guy that probably isn't going to get drafted in the NBA now can go back to college and make a couple $1 million, if not more. And so he's going to be out there saying, well, yeah, I'm ready to go back to BYU. I'm ready to help. But BYU's already set up their roster. They've paid a chunk of money already in NIL. And so if come July, August, this thing goes down and all these players are coming back saying, all right, I'm ready. Where's those checks? And the teams are like, we kind of spent it all. Now, granted, a lot of these colleges are going to find more, but still, it's this thing could get crazy.
And that what I don't understand is why they do that. Why they create the chaos. Like, do it, but set a time.
Yeah.
So it's not going to blow up what everybody's been working on. And to me, it's where I have the biggest issue with all of it is there are people making a ton of money to run an organization that literally does nothing.
Yes.
I mean, they have this great building and they have this structure, but when you get into the guts of it, they do nothing.
I can't imagine the NCAA stories you have.
Oh, you know, they lost me on the whole Dave Rose, you know, thing.
Yeah.
Of all the people that have rolled through, and you know, it was just so nasty. So, and then I experienced, you know, the way that they try to, they tried to call me, you know, and try to make me a part of the thing. I had nothing to do with it, so I didn't want to talk to anybody, and they bully you almost, you know.
Yeah.
It's a strange thing. So I would say I am really glad I have nothing to do with them anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like they have the ability to subpoena you or anything like that.
No,
but boy, they sure act like it.
Yeah. And show up at, you know, places of business that people, I'm telling you, when I go into detail about it all, it was insane.
Yeah.
The level they went to over Harry Potter. And when literally like millions, hundreds of millions of dollars from the time John Wooden started signing players.
Oh, yeah. John wasn't clean.
No, John's pyramid success was, hey, it's valid, but, you know, it's all built upon the foundation of NIL.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
got to have that NIL dollar, and then the pyramid
Yeah.
can succeed.
All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
The fallout continues on in Michigan. Sharon Moore obviously losing his job and now may not ever get hired for anything ever again. His administrative assistant, Paige Shiver, now speaking up for the first time and talked about how she was manipulated by the head coach of Michigan.
Did you feel pressured to have the relationship in order to have job security?
Yes, I did. I mean, he and other coaches had control over my career, especially him. I mean, he could fire me in a second.
Shiver says her attempts to end.
She's saying she was manipulated and the power struggle was very real and that she knew that she could get fired at any given moment. So she continued on in a relationship that she claimed she didn't want to be a part of.
Yes. And I will simply just use an old camping term. And that is, if you're going to, you know, if you got to go use the latrine, make sure it's way far away from home. I mean, there's no reason to mess with any of that stuff.
No.
And I think everybody knows within the walls of an office, particularly, like you're playing with, and they know they're playing with fire. The bottom line is the fire went off.
Oh yeah, he got napalmed big time.
Bad.
And I mean, it just blows me away where you could be a high level college coach at the most prestigious college football program, arguably in the country. You have the world in your hands. Even if you get fired at Michigan, you'll have another job like that. Now you'll never get another job. No athletic director can ever go to a school president like, hey, I know who I'm going to hire, this guy. And they're like, you've Googled his name, right? Like, we can't bring that onto our campus. There's no way. The firestorm would be too much. He'll never be a coach again. His family is in ruins because of his dumb decisions. I just don't know why somebody would flush that all away. I mean, I do know why, but it just
it's just a general you just get myopic.
You're too big. There's no way I'm gonna get caught.
Right, that and you just become invincible, too big, but also just distracted. Certainly distracted, and life's going on, and your mind is somewhere else. That's the only way I could explain it.
I know coaches, like head coaches, some of these guys are wired so weird that they have this, almost like a God complex, like nothing can touch them. They can have or do whatever they want and nothing will ever come back on them. But, that's not the case anymore. Maybe back in the 80s and 90s, but not anymore.
No, this is, as you know, as we started with the Vrabel stuff, right? Like, you and I could be sitting here and, have no idea of people taking pictures of us for their family album and we're great. We're just sitting here doing a show, but
no interlocking fingers here.
No, everywhere you go, you aren't going to trick anybody.
No,
is the point. So stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane, man. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. All right, we'll take a break. Come back. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Next hour, we'll have a chance to chat with the man himself. Craig Bullerjack will join us coming up at 105 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
He's the head coach of the Utah Mammoth, Andre Torney.
There was a lot of conversation before this matchup with, the experience John Tortorella had. He's won the Cup as a head coach before, and that potentially being an advantage. Is hockey, or is there a major difference at this level?
He is one of the guys who won the most game in the NHL. He's, like you mentioned, has a ton of experience. He won Stanley Cups, but there's nothing I can do about that. What you want me to do about that? Logan Cooley never played a playoff game, so what schools can do about it? Cannot do anything. You just have to go out there and play his game. So it's the same thing for the Bear. The Bear has just to do his job. I'm fortunate because I have an unbelievable staff. We have 5 Stanley Cup on our coaching staff, but at the end of the day, I just have to do my job the best I can, and the rest, there's nothing I can do. I have to make sure I give the tools for our player to be able to perform, and the rest, stay out of the way and let them play. Let them be the star of the show.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Culligan Water is where you need to be going to get your water. If you need a filtration system, they got you covered. You need a drinking water system, they've got you covered. Bottled water service, they've got you covered. Soft water service, they've got you covered. If it involves water, guess what? Culligan has got your back. And a lot of people think, well, this is a national program. They're not going to be able to have that local touch. No, this is a Utah company owned by a local family. Their roots are right here in the state of Utah. And they know better than anybody just how funky the water can be here in Utah, because we love the mountains. But the problem is that water running off those mountains is going to pick up all the minerals that come along with it. And look, you don't want crunchy water. You need to have that stuff filtered. You need to have that stuff ran through the soft water machine so it can protect not only you, but your appliances. And they'll come up with a system specifically for you and your home. All you have to do is give them a call right now. They will come out to your home and give you a free water consultation. They'll test your water, see exactly what's going on. 801-509-9602. That's the number to call to get that appointment. Then, after you get those test results, you can decide how you want to proceed going forward. No pressure from Culligan Water. They just want to give you the information for free. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602, or go to CulliganSLC.com.
In Utah, over 200,000 families have trusted RGS Exteriors with their homes, and there's a reason for that. Our family's business has been serving Utah homeowners for 5 generations. In fact, there's no exterior company in Utah with a longer history, not even close. That kind of reputation doesn't happen by accident. It happens year after year, award after award, referral after referral, and home after home. At RGS Exteriors, we specialize in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that protect and transform transform your home.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating, so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
It's the time of year when so many wonderful things are happening. First of all, we've got Mother's Day just around the corner. We also have a lot of engagement activities, even some early spring weddings. And of course, we have graduations and so much more. It's time to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Either location, right in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're going to be up in the mountains, they're right there, Hotel Park City, with the very best meal you have ever had. It awaits you at either locations. Now, of course, I love to talk about the steaks. The ribeye is my absolute favorite. Each and every steak is cooked to perfection. But of course, there are other wonderful entrees as well, whether it be seafood or poultry or a specialty dish. It is time. Make your reservations for those special occasions that are just around the corner at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, heart of downtown Salt Lake City or Hotel Park City.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Mammoth at 50 update. Big one for the Utah Mammoth. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. First ever home playoff game here in Salt Lake City. Here's Coach Bear talking about what that means to this community.
I think it would be electric. I think it will be a moment of pride for all of us. And when I say all of us, I mean surely the player, the coaches, the management, the marketing team, the cell, the owner, the fans, everybody. We're all in this together, all the state, and I think it will be a moment of pride, no doubt about it.
Puck drop at 7:30. Pregame will be at 6:30. You can catch it here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, one of the coolest things you'll ever see going on right now, and I know it sounds like, I don't want to sound like we're blowing smoke at Ryan Smith a little bit, but what a cool program they've got. If you had a Golden Knight jersey, because let's be honest, before the Mammoth even, we thought it was a possibility, the Golden Knight really got entrenched here in Utah with the fandom. It was, 5.5 hour drive. You go down there, watch an NHL game, and have a great experience as a team that won a Stanley Cup pretty quickly. So there was a lot to be excited about. So a lot of people bought Golden Knight jerseys. Well, right now, and I think it's still going on, you could bring by a a Golden Knight jersey at Delta Center, and they will swap it out for a Mammoth jersey.
It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, you're just wiping, basically saying, bring me a competitor, and I'm going to throw it in a bin and take them off the streets. And we're going to replace those with our mark.
You know what they need to do is just then pile up all those jerseys right by the John and Carl statues, throw a little gasoline on it, and have yourself a big bonfire right before the game.
Man. Let's blow this place up.
Yeah, I know, right? Come on, nothing makes us more fired up in Utah than some a really big bonfire. I mean, come on, as a kid, you'd love to set things on fire, right? Or is that just me?
I did. I learned the hard way, though. It wasn't necessarily the right thing to do all the time.
No.
You were out in there were plenty of places for you to build fires.
Oh, man. Well,
you weren't threatening many structures.
No, but yeah, we enjoyed blowing things up and setting things on fire. That's like when you grow up in a small town, you don't have lagoon, you don't have, a lot of things to keep you busy. So you make your own entertainment, and a lot of times that can cause bodily harm.
Destruction of something or other. Speaking of destruction,
look at our man strolling through.
He just every day he destroys the look. Look at him. He's got his Ray-Bans, and he's looking good today, man.
Dude, Tyler is the epitome of style.
Yeah.
And class.
Stop it. I know I'm paying you, but not that much.
We like to overserve our clients.
Hey, what we do, we speak the truth.
Yes, no doubt. I even think you got Jake styled up a little bit now. He's dropped some LBs.
Dropped some LBs. You and him are just like half the men you used to be and looking wonderful.
Yeah, but that's the thing. When you drop some weight, you're like, okay, well, I don't have to go to DXL to get the clothes anymore. I can.
It opens up a whole new world.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, okay, we can try some new things here.
You've made it when you can shop the discounts at Costco.
Oh yeah,
right. It's hey, that stuff actually fits now.
Yeah, all my clothes come from Costco.
Yeah.
All right, you know what? You're not. It may feel like you're discount shopping here at Nissan, but the value you're getting is through the roof. And I love these Rogues. The Rogue it's always been like, the number one seller for Nissan? Is it still?
That's right. Yeah, it is.
And so people have just known it's reliable. It's got the all-wheel drive. And now Nissan's like, okay, you know what? We're going to sexy this thing up a little bit too.
With the Rock Creek version.
It's like the Jake of vehicles.
That's right.
It went through a complete transformation, and now it's just sexy AF, man.
Yep. No, and it is the number one selling vehicle because it's in a large segment where that vehicle is the most, in demand. And it's the best value, for sure. It's the best value. I mean, you can shop all you want, but I'm telling you, you will not find a better value. What you get for the vehicle, the price, when you put the price on top of all the benefits and features you get on the vehicle, then you're like, okay, yeah, this is the best value. That's something I can promise. On another thing, Coach asked about.
Oh, yeah, the tech.
Yeah, this is what I want to get to.
Right. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the tech. We've got one of these Frontiers right in front of us. One of the things I absolutely love with new technology and vehicles is the adaptive cruise, where you set the cruise, it automatically does the braking and the fuel to maintain the right speed and distance in front of the car. The reason I like that is since that technology has become available, I never get a ticket. Like I haven't had a speeding ticket in decades because I use that technology where you're not caught daydreaming with your speed at 85 because you've already set it and you're not going over that speed. So when you think about some of the technologies in Nissans, that is standard on pretty much everything now. Plus you get what we call the Pro Pilot, which is where the lane centering.
Oh, I love that.
Right. Comes in.
Gotta have it at
where
my age.
That's another thing where this just becomes like driving is not much work when you set the cruise with the lane centering. And you just let the car deal with it. So now when I come across traffic, it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
It used to be like, but now it's like, yeah, whatever. The car will do the work. And, and the thing about Nissan is they have all these technologies, including the pedestrian auto stop. If you're a kid, you want safe vehicles. They're backing out of their driveway. You're not going to hit anything, and if you do, you got to ask some questions. Like the car barked at you, the car warned at you, the car stopped, and you still hit. Oh yeah, Coach.
It happened to this guy.
Wow. Okay. You got to really work to back over something.
You have a lot on your mind. Yeah, that was the issue.
Nothing freaks you out more when the car applies those brakes. Oh, you're back in it, you're like, whoa. It almost feels like you hit something.
Sometimes it'll just be like, just really, because you're not in necessarily a precarious situation, or so you think.
Right. And then all of a sudden, boom. Whoa.
Yeah. And some guy comes by on a scooter or something. You're like, thank you. Appreciate that feature.
And it won't be long until, like, cars will be connected and, like, we're already seeing major accidents and deaths on the freeway and highway just tank. And it's because of these technologies and the safety issues where the cars never get tired. Like the computer's not getting tired. It's just doing what it's told to do over and over and over, where us humans start daydreaming. We're thinking about the Mammoth game tonight. And so that's where it's been fun to see technology. And that's why coming at a brand new Nissan where you don't have to pay crazy money to get it is why I'm trying to push to your listeners is like, this is the value place. This is where you can get all the technology plus really good looking cars, durable, that'll last forever, and you don't have to pay crazy amounts of money.
I know some people believe that or claim that, you got the self-driving thing. I still don't trust it yet.
Sure.
But how long in the future do you think that pretty much it'll be standard in all vehicles that it's self-driving?
Well, we're not too far off from a car that doesn't even have a steering wheel.
Yeah.
Right. So I would say in the next 5 years.
Wow.
Right.
That's crazy.
10 years for sure, where like we won't have to worry about our driver's license being taken away.
I mean, I rode in a Waymo. Have you ever done that?
The taxi service?
Yeah, I did that in Austin. And just said, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, there's nobody there. So, like, my mother-in-law, we had to take her license away, and it's the hardest thing in the world because all she wants to do is like, hey, I want to go take the test. I think I can pass it now. I'm like, no, Lolo, no, we're not doing this. When we get that age,
that's what
driver's license won't be needed.
Yeah.
You'll just get in the car and say, take me to golf in the
dialysis
or dialysis or
take me to the amphitheater for some more rock.
Yeah,
that's what I want to be.
There you go. And it'll just do it. So that's kind of cool to think about.
Oh, it's and I guarantee Nissan will be at the forefront because they're at the forefront of everything.
Absolutely.
All you have to do is come by, say hi to Jake and the crew, Tim Daly, Nissan Southtown. That's Tim Daly, Nissan Southtown. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Next Gen Motors believes car buying should feel different, more honest, more transparent, and centered around the customer experience. That's why the community is invited to celebrate the Next Gen Motors grand opening on May 1st from 12 to 7 p.m. at their new Linden location, 590 North State Street. Guests can enjoy an afternoon of free food, giveaways, and family-friendly fun, including favorites like Chick-fil-A, Crumble Cookies, and Jurassic Tacos. Live radio broadcasts will take place throughout the day, leading up to the official ribbon cutting at 5 p.m. with local city officials. Whether shoppers are looking for their first car, their next truck, or a vehicle that fits the whole family, Next Gen Motors is ready to make the process simple, stress-free, and worth the drive. Next Gen Motors in Linden. Built on trust.
Doug Wright here with Monty at Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. Monty, give it to me straight. Why is Connecticut the premium choice over those standard electric softeners?
Doug, it comes down to this. Do you want an appliance you have to babysit? Standard water softeners have microprocessors and computers that need setting and adjustment, and they use a lot more salt. So you get to haul 40-pound bags of salt down to your basement every month or so.
And Connecticut?
Zero electricity, zero timers to reset, zero downtime, and uses 70% less salt. It's a higher standard of engineering that completely removes the hassle of owning a water softener.
That's what I love about my Connecticut. Dee and I never have to even think about it. We occasionally add a bag of salt and it just works, and I've never had to set or adjust anything. Do what I did and get the one that just works. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride, with sword and pistol by my side.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, remember, the Zone and Beehive Mills are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Mills Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe. We also have a special guest to help introduce our next guest. So I will allow you to introduce Craig Bolerjack on the show.
Well, this is the voice of the Utah Jazz, longtime broadcaster in our market. And for those of us who work in the business and those that don't, this man will be known as the voice of Utah sports. Yes. Very famous over the years for saying Ty Detmer with the touchdown pass, and that elevated him to national fame. And then we were fortunate enough to get him back to the Utah Jazz to take over for the great Hot Rod Hundley. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Craig Bolerjack to the show.
Look at that. Well done.
Whoa. Aliyama,
hey,
come on.
How you doing, Bowler?
Can we just get just for old time's sakes, can you guys go da da da?
Oh, well, how about that,
da,
right?
Da.
You should make that. Man, well, I can't wait for that vibe to come back, Bowler.
Oh,
we're going to be playoff bound next year, and I can't wait.
I can't either. We got to get Big Dog back in town, and Zundel. He's down south somewhere, so we'll have to recruit Big Dog to come back. But, yeah, that 97-98 seasons were incredibly special. Aliyama, I mean, we had a blast at KSL.
Oh.
Thanks for the kind words, my friend. Timmy,
so
congratulations on joining up there with a guy named Scotty G. What a fun show, man. I love it.
Yeah, Lemma came by the dealership here at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. We were chatting it up and knew you were coming on. So, hey, you know what? That's what Tim and I want to build. It's just like a bunch of dudes just sitting around talking sports.
Yeah. Community, baby.
Yeah.
Build community.
Yeah, community. Well, Lemma, you trading in a car? You trading it in, or were you looking for something new?
I was in the neighborhood because this is my neighborhood, right? As you are well aware, Bowler.
Yes.
And I heard, I was driving around, running some errands. I was over at the Jazz offices, which, Timmy, you're very familiar with because you had a little cubicle. I went over, checked on your cubicle.
Is there flowers there
it was
now?
quickly filled.
Yeah.
Because as you know, we are staffed to the hilt. Like
there's a big guy in it,
yes,
too. Big name in it.
Absolutely. By the famous last name, Hawes, Tyler Hawes, part of the Utah Jazz youth movement and the basketball program. But I was driving around, as I often do, listening to 1280 The Zone and KSL Sports Zone, and I heard that Bowler was coming on. I'm like, I wasn't sure, Bowler, if you were going to be here at Tim Daly Nissan and I could stop by and give you a hug. we all know this because we're in this business, right? During the season, we see each other pretty regularly, and then we have kind of this time where, okay, the season's over, and we might not see each other for a while, and so it's fun to catch up a little bit.
It is, yeah. It's that family within a family. I know it sounds corny, but I tell you, 7 months out of the year, that's kind of the way it is. And then we're on the road for 41, and these guys are back at the Delta Center. I talked to them through, IFB, and, we do the little mic, Aliyama, mic, just so they
You there? Check.
Check. And that's about it, man. Then we just go on our way, catch a flight, and rinse and repeat, and do it again tomorrow.
Yep.
You know what was really cool, though, is the one road game I got to do, that game in Toronto, and just seeing, it's just rinse and repeat for these guys. It doesn't matter the city. They've got their method down, and it's like you've done it once or twice, Bowler, on those road games.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just finished up 21 years, which is amazing to me. Where did it go? Where did the time go? And, hopefully history repeats itself. And, the Jazz get back into position where we can be talking postseason play. Look what the Mammoth are doing in year 2. It's awesome. Tonight that place is going to rock in Game 3 at the Delta Center. So, sports, it kind of drives us all together. But, and the passion, it's real. Utah, I don't care if it's BYU, don't care if it's Aggies or Weber State. You got a passion, man. Follow it. And, that's what we're living right now again. It's great to see hockey make such an impact in a short period of time. And hopefully the Jazz, with what's to come, May 10th is a big day. That's draft lottery day. Yeah. And Utah already won the coin flip with Sacramento. So it's going to be a great summer to see how the rest of this roster is built out. I can't wait.
Bowler, thank you for the kind words, and I'll echo those kind words right back at you. You see Craig Bolerjack, such a big deal, right? But people I've kind of drawn to in life are people that don't act like a big deal. And I caught that right from the beginning, and we formed a friendship, and it has been awesome getting to know you, Bowler. But what is what are you most excited about next year? Just the fact we're off Tank River? or just there is a ton to be excited about. I guess. You tell me.
I think that's number one, and I'm glad the league's going to discuss it more in May. From what I understand, I hope that goes through and they discuss, because the fans deserve the best competition on a given night in the NBA, and no matter where you are, hockey, baseball, football, whatever it may be. NIL is another discussion point. But, for me, I think it's just to go into a game knowing that there's potential for a win every time you walk on the floor. And that's, again, not trying to go back to the time, but there was a time where, the 82 game was a badge of honor, to play 82. We've lost our way in that regard. Stockton, Malone, you have to have that combination, and you hope that the Marketins, the Triple J's, the Keontaes, with what we've seen a taste of together, continues to grow. And the days of Stockton and Malone, you couldn't say one without the other. And Hot Rod, always said it perfectly, each and every time. What do you think? John is the all-time assists and steals leader. Karl Malone was on the end of all those passes, and his scoring was outrageous. But I just hope that we find a way back to the playoffs, to postseason dominance, and in the West. The West is tough, as we all know. The East, there's a couple of teams throughout, and some are growing, like Detroit, Boston, getting Tatum back, obviously a huge boost. In the West, you still got a young Victor Wembanyama, and you look what, Denver, kind of on the cusp of going one way or the other, but still, the Joker is still going to be the top second round pick of all time in my book. So, it's fun to watch each of these teams grow, make big decisions, and look what Oklahoma City's done. They could easily be back for a back-to-back title. The Jazz did it. How difficult is that? Ask Carl and John, and Jerry Sloan spoke about it often. It's just nearly impossible to get back, not only win it, but to get back into the seat to have the opportunity. And for OKC, I'd say they're the best team I saw all year long. Boston, when they're on and healthy, very good. But defense is what wins championships. And what I saw with Dort and SGA and Chet and the rest of the guys in Oklahoma City, there's something – that's a young team still, by the way, but they play way beyond their years, and they have something special. And that's just – can't overplay it. It's a college feel, Tim, as you know. But there's something special there that you can share the limelight with a teammate on a given night after a game and just kind of huddle around and have some fun. And that's what they're doing. And they go all out, and they leave nothing on the floor that I've seen. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can't win back-to-back.
When you've watched Oklahoma City play, Bowler, and Alema, when you've watched them as well, the league is, not the league, but other coaches and players are just irate with the whistle that SGA is getting right now. Is that warranted, or is he actually drawing fouls, or is he just getting the friendly whistle? What do you think that is?
I think he's drawing fouls. Now, Bowler, I would say he's drawing fouls. The question is whether or not, do those need to be called consistently. There is an art of drawing that foul. Yeah. And
there's a key
James
word.
Harden has been able to do it, right, Bowler? And I think SGA right now is the guy that is leading the way in that regard. Now, does that get changed? And you have, air quotes, an SGA rule where, okay, that is no longer considered a foul, like the swipe through, those types of things. They'll make those kinds of decisions, and the officials, as we all know, at the beginning of the season, this is, you get together with the officials and they tell you this is the point of emphasis going into this season. Sometimes that sticks, sometimes it's short-lived, but I don't like to see a game that is continually just
choppy.
So choppy because somebody's going to the line, and it's just not good viewing. Which, by the way, is if you're looking at viewership for the NBA, they did get some good news where the playoffs are getting some numbers, regardless of the fact that, they're on these various carriers. And it's fun to see it back on KSL, NBC, and Peacock. For Bowler and I, there's a little, as we reminisce, it feels kind of right. Yeah.
Snapper Jones joined us on occasion. You remember those? That was a blast.
Yep. Bill
Walton.
Could somebody get a rebound, please?
Greg Gumbel, Hannah Storm. We were blessed to actually.
We were right in the center of it, guys. That was so cool.
Yeah. We could drag a camera in from the floor, and we were just kind of everywhere. And it was fun to bring it to the fans because we kind of brought it alive for the first time. And I'll always be thankful for that experience because those 2 years, there was nothing like it. And to even get, the network guys to come over and hang out, I got nothing to do. What do you guys want to do? So we'd sit there and they didn't, I don't have to catch a car till later. So they'd let the stadium clear out, the arena clear out and come over and burn 10 minutes with us. But we had a good time. And, the city was on fire. And I sense the need for that to come back. I think Mammoth hockey is starting to obviously burn right now with some playoff fever, and it's going to be great tonight at the arena. And love to see the Jazz hit the postseason once again. Will Hardy, he's going to be in his fifth year. It's time. It's time for Will to experience that and what he's done to develop patience, but also just he knows what's going down, and to be a part of it. I hope he gets to, with the rest of the Jazz fan base, to experience what it's like to be in the postseason and to feel good about the work you put in and the reward that comes with it.
It's one thing, too, that I want to mention. I think that it goes overlooked, but one of the things that was a big question is how can a culture, a successful culture, how can that be put in place in the middle of losing so many games?
Oh, that's great. Great
the
question.
one thing I will say, and you guys see it, I'm around it, there's an expectation There is a culture, and I think the farthest you have to look, if you just look at how the guys treat each other, like that is a great indicator of culture. Because I had teams, we had great teams that were very talented, but we were not connected, and you could see it.
Yeah.
But with this team, the way they're hugging, the way they got a technical foul late in the season, Will has done a great job through a very tedious and tough time. Getting a culture in place that is ready to hit the ground and run next year.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. Bowlers, we've watched it. I think you're looking at and where your broadcast position is, which is right across upper, top of the upper bowl, but across midcourt, and you can see the Jazz bench. Some of my favorite shots on a broadcast are where we get a camera on the shot, then pans over to the bench, and you get the bench reaction. Tim, to your point, the great teams are the ones that can continue to stay connected during these hard times, and the Jazz have been able to do that. There is a sense in this locker room that is extremely connected. They care about each other, and we've talked so much about the development of Keontae George, and a lot of it, in my opinion, as important as what he's been able to do on the court has been what he's been able to do with the younger players, that younger group, including Ace Bailey, who have gotten kind of a blueprint on how to adapt to the NBA. Because, Tim, as you know, you come out of Ace Bailey or even, we're talking about Keontae, their success when they're coming through the ranks as a young basketball player, they have very little understanding of losing. And your first year, when you come in and you lose, you only won 17 games out of 82 or 21 games out of 82. That's a shock to the system for a lot of these younger players. And so being able to understand, okay, how do I learn from that? How do I continue to develop in that? And, and to lose sometimes and be sitting on the bench and feeling like I can contribute, there's something I can do. I give so much credit to Will Hardy and his staff and their ability to continue to develop these guys when they're going through what is probably the most mentally taxing experience that they have had in their sports career. And Will Hardy has done a phenomenal job with that. Yeah,
I got to imagine it's really difficult when you got like a guy like Ace Bailey, didn't play in the NCAA tournament, played probably 33, 34 games. So he's hitting that halfway point, and he's like, whoo, it's been a long season. And looks around like, hey, Rook, you got 41 more of these left. And you're like, wait, what? I'm not ready for this. And I got to imagine that's got to be tough on rookies to make that transition from 32 to 36, 37 games to then all of a sudden playing 82, and that's just in your regular season. That doesn't count preseason and potentially postseason as well. There's an ability to try to pace yourself, which I can't imagine is a lot easy for these guys.
Well, Will Hardy says it best, and I think every coach in the league. There's basketball shape, and then there's NBA playoff shape, and it's Timmy. This as a coach. I mean. You've got to push yourself to that next level to play on a given night 32, 36, 38 if you have to, and a high level. I think Keontae found that my moment where this year, he wanted to be a leader. Did he know how? I don't think so, but he learned with help. I'm glad the Jazz had avenues for him to work and grow, and I think that's going to be important moving forward in the NBA. You're going to get more 18 and 19-year-olds jumping onto the floor, and even though you think, okay, look, he's talented, but he hasn't matured. He hasn't grown to himself into a man yet, even though he's supposed to live in that type of world. And it's difficult, and it takes now longer and more patience in the front office and the fan base, mind you, that we got to give him time. But you know what the fans want and what everyone wants? We want to win now. Unless you develop the culture you guys have talked about, and the Jazz have done a marvelous job, and that is to understand what they're doing. Are you on board? Can you develop your game? Do you want to be a part of the future? Then tell me how and show me how you're going to do it. And you got to play defense. Will Hardy's been very upfront about that. You got to play D if you're going to make this roster. And is there ways to go? Absolutely. Can they improve? You have to hope so. If not, then most likely changes would have to be made. And you see it every year in the off season. Pieces move. And that's really kind of the business of the NBA. And, Jaren Jackson Jr. has made that, comment several times. He had a good thing going in Memphis, but that thing just kind of imploded on its own. And now he's got a second chance to really, build something special here with Markkanen, and if Kessler does, sign. And you got an athletic front line that is just absolutely going to be a bearer of bad news for a lot of defenses in this league. And if Keontae and Isaiah, whoever else is part of it, Senzabaugh's proven, he can score in bunches. You got to have a sixth man on occasion that can jump and hit with that 3-point shot. So there's a lot of different combinations now that Will Hardy has. He can mix and match, Tim, I think, as well as most coaches in the league right now, with height, speed, and some combos, some different combinations of shooting. And that's exciting because there's different ways to attack a team every night, and it's going to be tough for teams to try to corral the Jazz.
It's like you watch the team every night. You have really good handle on things.
Kind of dialed in here, boy.
Yeah, you got it dialed in. Hey, but I just want to add a little color. I think, we've made a ton about, like you said, the jump that Keontae made on the court. I think the interesting thing is that, and you alluded to it, Bowler, he had to humble himself. Mm-hmm. And he had to actually, a lot of these kids, man, they're identified at such a young age, and then it is just entitlement avenue. And it's entitlement avenue from 12 to whenever that is. And, then you get to the NBA and people start yelling at you and telling you got to do this and you got to do that. There is a point where you have to say, I don't know it all. Mm-hmm. I'm not the most, I don't have everything figured out. And to me, that's what really flipped that culture piece is Keontae, first of all, did that and was willing to do that. And then, as you said, brought everybody else, went on that trip last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That stuff has paid major dividends. And like I said, it's impossible, near impossible to forge a realistic. You see coaches all the time throw slogans out there that say, our locker room can't be beat. Bottom line is you see that with your eyeballs. That's not something a coach tells you. And that is very, very clear and evident. It's one of the more amazing things I think Will's done since he got here.
Alema Harrington, Craig Bowler, Jack, with us. You know what? I remember back in the day, Bowler, that Gordon Monson came to me after one of the big shows, and he says, hey, you better be ready. I think Bowler's going to take the play-by-play job. And I'm like, oh, no, there's no way. I just started working with Bowler. There's no way. It's hard to believe that was 21 years ago. The time between can go out and buy a beer right now. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Scotty, what's amazing that radio station is now the flagship station of the Utah Jazz.
Yeah. After all those things about I know, right?
So you end up where you're supposed to end up, Bowler.
Come on, what a wild ride.
Oh, geez.
Just sports radio in the state of Utah, this market has been crazy for the size market we are.
Yeah.
And I would give Bowler, you, and Gordon Monson a lot of credit for that.
Yeah.
The big show really
we had fun.
Put it on the map.
You guys
we had
fun.
Well, I will – and also,
we had
too –
fun. And Scotty, man, we gave Scotty so much trouble. I mean, I'm surprised he's alive and well today. Honestly, the stories that deserves at least a documentary. I don't know if it could ever air, but it deserves one.
Oh, it'd be good.
Okay, so Bowler, I'm gonna let you do what you did to me back in the day. Christian, who's back in studios producing, Lloyd's got the day off. So Christian, this is what Bowler would do to me. When we'd give away tickets. Normally it's caller number 12, but Bowler would come up with some crazy number that would have me stuck on the phone for an hour.
Let's go with caller 1,652.
I have got, how about this? Because we want people to work for these. Right now, we've got 2 lower bowl tickets to the Mammoth Golden Knight, Game 4, the Monday game. Not tonight, but Game 4 coming up on Monday. Bowler, you get to set the stage. What's our caller?
Let me see. What's Cooley's number? 99?
Sure. 92, but
we could go with maybe a single-digit guy too, if you want.
No. Christian,
like,
sorry, pal.
I think his number's number 1.
Yeah. No, let's go caller 92.
Oh yeah, Christian. This is a little bit of hazing.
You know what's going to
but
test your integrity here, Christian?
There's got to be an HR.
Hey, it's Bowler, man. You got to take it. I just got to do it.
You started. He's a legend.
Yeah, I can't say no. I grew up watching this guy on TV,
so
man.
much fun. This
is Bowler's now on Entitlement Avenue. He's on the back end of Entitlement Avenue.
All right, I got to start answering the phone. I'm going to be busy, so no swearing. I can't dump.
Look, we'll check back in about a half an hour from now.
Yeah.
It should be done.
Well, it will be about to 16.
Go get those tickets right now. Caller number 92. Excuse me. Caller number 92, and you will have tickets to go see the Mammoth and the Golden Knights coming up. Game number 4, not tonight, but game number 4. And these are lower bowl tickets. So call in and claim those tickets right now.
Love you, Bowler.
Bowler, you're the best, buddy.
Hey, guys, we'll see you soon. Can't wait for lottery night. Can't wait for draft night. Can't wait for tonight. Let's.
I can't wait for call 92.
Through.
We better go.
Yeah. I just want to know who that person is, and I'll call him up if I can.
Yeah, there you go. And you also get a phone call from Bowler saying, "Hey, I'm Craig Bowler Jack.
Welcome to."
Congratulations on being caller number 92. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. Man, it's cool to hang out with a couple legends.
The best.
Yeah.
Well, for me, it's 3.
Well, stop. No.
True.
Yeah, Brant's over there. All right. We'll wrap. We'll do a little sports roulette coming up next. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, have you seen the Johnson's house lately?
Yeah, new siding, new windows, even the gutters look amazing.
Right? I walked past 3 times yesterday.
You don't even live on this street.
I know, but their house looks that good.
When your siding, windows, gutters, and decking look great, people notice. That's what RGS Exteriors does.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday, everybody. How cool is that? Not just Bullard, but Alema Harrington. Come on, doesn't get much better than that.
I felt like I should pay admission for that segment.
Do you know all the good that's going on in Morgan Scalley's life couldn't be directly related to Alema Harrington? Because Alema, after he got done with Utah, brought him on the radio, the original Red and Blue show, put his arm around him and said, hey, let me mentor you. And now Morgan Scalley is the head coach of the University of Utah, and it's all because of Alema Harrington.
Absolutely. And you know what's crazy along the way? I'm sure you've got your guys.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I call it like I put little pictures on the mantle of my life. And, people that have helped you through tough times, people that have been there at every turn. You know, you only got a handful of those people. But, man, meaningful.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, time for Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines, put it on a roulette wheel. We spin that little white ball, and wherever it lands is what we end up talking about. So with that, Christian, fire it up.
Round 2 tonight.
49ers on the clock. You will have rounds 2 and 3 tonight, and then the rest of the NFL draft begins tomorrow. But a few surprises. Ty Simpson is now a member of the Rams, even though I don't know what Matthew Stafford thinks of it, but his head coach doesn't look too overly thrilled. So the Rams, even though they look to be just one skill player away from maybe getting back into the Super Bowl, can't get it done. Instead, they go quarterback. Other than that, not a lot of big surprises last night, but 2 offensive linemen go for the University of Utah, as Caleb Lomu will go to New England to play for the Patriots. Logan Fanu will go to Cleveland to play for the Browns.
And Pradesh Shadur.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
I mean, that could be good. You know, starting as of now, it's Cleveland. Who are we kidding?
No, they'll screw it up.
They'll mess it up somehow.
Because it's Cleveland. It's kind of weird how, and you saw this in, the Mountain West or other places where you play. There are just some schools or some organizations, it doesn't matter who they bring in. It doesn't matter, if the AD changes, the owner changes, the coach changes, the GM, they just can't help themselves. There's just a culture. Yeah, the Kings.
The Clippers.
It's just like they try, and sometimes they'll get a little bit better, but it just always fizzles.
The Wizards.
Yeah. You know what you're going to expect out of them every year.
Yeah, and it has to be process. I mean, to me, it has to be process. The bottom line is that is the great differentiator in being able to do it, to be able to build it. And these these second days are huge. You're picking up guys that are going to contribute. As you said, the money goes down a teeny bit, but exciting time for a lot of young dudes. And the Ty Simpson thing is the only thing that I really could find reading that stood out as a what in the world.
Yeah, just makes no sense. Makes no sense. All right, go ahead and spin it, Christian.
The Jayhawk has flown from the coop.
All right. Darren Peterson announces today, just the day after A.J. DeBonsa announces that he's going to the NBA. Darren Peterson, he was one and done as expected at Kansas, and now he's on his way to the NBA. So A.J. probably number one, and then you've got Peterson probably number two, Boozer number three. Is that how it kind of feels right now?
I do. I think that whoever wins, in what situation they're in, it could change possibly. There may be somebody absolutely in love with analytics that sees what Boozer did and the lineage. So I do believe odds-on favorites AJ, and it probably should be AJ. But, yeah, Darren Peterson's an interesting one. We talked a little bit about it this week. The one thing you can't do in this situation is develop a hard and fast opinion based on what you've seen. You want to not like the kid, but you don't know any of the reasons behind a lot of things going on. These kids now are so different, and competition is viewed so different. When you play 4 games a day, how important is a game?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the world is different through their eyes, and so the key is through this process now teams got to get in and dig in and really understand what makes him tick, who his people are, what he's driven by, and if he's worthy of getting a pick up there, and he certainly, when he's at his best, certainly looks to be an incredible player.
There was all this situation around Ace Bailey last year, and Ace Bailey falls to 5. The Jazz snag him at 5, and I think there's this concern of what did you just get? And once you peeled back some representation and got him into your facility around your players and your infrastructure, the Jazz struck gold with a genuinely good kid. I think there were a lot of people that thought, this kid's going to be a pain in the butt. He shows up, and you're like, wait a minute, no, this is actually a genuinely good human being that's just super young, that hasn't had a lot of good people around him. But once you just peel back those layers, this kid's awesome. And he's a great kid, great ambassador for the Jazz, fun, really well-liked in the locker room, and sometimes what you perceive isn't necessarily the truth.
I mean, that's the perfect example because it's so recent. But the other thing that happens at this time is smoke screens and a lot of, because we live in this world and you don't know, oftentimes you have to research to find what's actually true because there's so much out there. And so in Ace's case, it was a guy who was billed as a little bit of a selfish guy, a guy that would take any shot known to man. You didn't have necessarily the highest IQ and basketball IQ. All those things were floated out there. I watched the tape of him, and I kind of saw the spacing limitations he was playing in. That caused a lot of those issues. And certainly the bottom line is you got a young kid, but the minute he hit the ground here, I've heard nothing but absolute stellar things about him. His willingness to be here, his want to be great, his willingness to pay the price to be great. So he's got all the right stuff. And, that had to be dug, in and around, and that's why that front office does all the work they do.
That's why you spend a lot of money on your scouting department, and you really leave no stone unturned. You don't want to be surprised by anything. Gordy Chiesa used to tell me the story all the time about the Jazz drafting Luther Wright. And that they got PJ Carlissimo on the phone, who was his coach at Seton Hall. And PJ's like, oh, he's a great man, and blah, 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 blah. And he shows up, and he's a deadbeat. Like, just no work ethic, doesn't care, doesn't really enjoy the game of basketball. And the Jazz whiffed badly on a pick because they trusted a coach. And that's why a coach, okay, that's one opinion. And then you dig a little deeper, and then you keep digging, and you keep digging, and then you finally talk to the maintenance workers inside the building. How does he treat them? And you just keep going down the list, and then you start building your judgment. But you don't do it off of just one opinion.
No, and that's the big part of it. So, yeah, I'm as intrigued as anybody to see what happens with Darren Peterson, because in a lot of ways, if there's good intel, I mean, he could possibly be number one, at the end of the day. But I think right now, as we sit, I think AJ's earned that spot, and it'll be interesting to see it play out.
All right. Go ahead and spin it, Christian.
And the NBA playoffs roll on.
They do indeed. You've got 2 1-1 games, Celtics and 76ers. That'll be your early game that will start here in just about an hour from now. That series is tied up at 1 apiece. Your nightcap are the Spurs and the Trailblazers, who picked up a Game 2 victory. That series is all square at 1 apiece. The Lakers will try to go 3-0 on Houston in a bit of a surprise to the start of that series as well. Write the script for me. What do you think we see tonight?
Well, the Celtics just had it seemed to be a rough game for them shooting the ball, and that's a big part of what they do. I think they were 13 for 50 from three. The issue at hand is I think the 76ers are far better when they just let Maxey and Edgecombe cook.
Yeah.
They need to get Embiid out of the way. And I think Embiid this summer could be something like you could see them totally flip quick.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to be a tough one for, they've got to contain those two guards, and they are a handful. I mean, both those guys can beat you on a given night. So they got to be tight, make shots, but I think the Celtics find a way to win there. The Rockets do not look right. They don't look right. They don't play right. It looks like a team we talked about earlier, but the eye test says they hate each other. And, some of the things that came out about KD and his DMs talking about his teammates, I can see maybe why they hate each other.
Yeah.
So I think the Lakers, maybe continue to roll there, although Rockets are home and maybe they get something out of that. The Spurs Trailblazers obviously is all hinging now on the health of Wemby. His concussion protocol, I haven't heard. Is he in tonight or out tonight?
I know he traveled. Okay. I don't know what the latest injury report is.
Well, that's going to be a big one. Obviously, he plays. I think they're going to be fine. But, Portland, that was a big win for them. They needed a little bit of luck. Unfortunately, the concussion. But I like what they're building there. I think Denny Avdia is a great player. So that should be a fun game, too. But the Spurs win tonight.
Yep, I think you're right. But the Spurs are somewhat pedestrian with Wemby out of the lineup.
They are. And, the one thing he creates is that layer of freakdom that you cannot recreate. And it's what's exciting to me about what the Jazz have done size-wise. They are positionally able to go battle Oklahoma City. They are positionally able size-wise now to go battle San Antonio. Multiple bigs, very physical, shot protector, weak side shot blocker, length all over the place. So not only have the Jazz built a great team, but they thought enough about it. They were thoughtful enough to build it with the teams they're going to be competing against.
All right, final segment next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard and the coach, Tim Lacombe, right here on the Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Next Gen Motors believes car buying should feel different, more honest, more transparent, and centered around the customer experience. That's why the community is invited to celebrate the Next Gen Motors grand opening on May 1st from 12 to 7 p.m. at their new Linden location, 590 North State Street. Guests can enjoy an afternoon of free food, giveaways, and family-friendly fun, including favorites like Chick-fil-A, Crumble Cookies, and Jurassic Tacos. Live radio broadcasts will take place throughout the day, leading up to the official ribbon cutting at 5 p.m. with local city officials. Whether shoppers are looking for their first car, their next truck, or a vehicle that fits the whole family, Next Gen Motors is ready to make the process simple, stress-free, and worth the drive. Next Gen Motors in Linden. Built on trust.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Mammoth at 50 update. Big game for the Mammoth tonight. First home playoff game ever in Salt Lake City. Here's Nick Schmaltz talking about matching the physicality of the Las Vegas Golden Knights.
I thought we were good. I mean, I think guys are sticking up for each other. Guys aren't taking it. They're giving it back, and it's a long series, so I think they're doing everything they can to try to put us off our game and wear us down, and we're doing the same to them. Guys are putting their bodies on the line every night, so it's fun to see, and we got a super close group, and we're going to battle for each other. We're having a heck of a time out there. It's a lot of fun, and we're just enjoying it right now.
Puck drop at 7:30. You can listen to the Mammoth pregame show at 6:30 here on The Zone. That is your Mammoth at 50 update, brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, not that I'm an executive. I'm making an executive decision right now. This is now our closing song every day. No more of the na-na-na-na, goodbye. Nope, this right here, Freebird. What a great way to end a show.
Because what we want to do, bring everybody in as they can come in, hang. As long as you can hang, we'll treat you great. We'll give you knowledge, and then you fly off on your own.
Yeah.
And impart that to everybody else.
I always get a little nervous when we talk about flying and Leonard Skinner, but,
Oof. Have you ever seen Skinner, or what's left of Skinner?
Yes, I've not.
I saw them with Dave Rose and Quincy Lewis out at USANA. I swear to you.
You, Dave Rose, Quincy Lewis. That's an interesting trio going to a concert.
Yeah, we had a little box that somebody let us go sit in, and we went out there. I'm telling you, they rocked my socks. But I'm looking at them. There's one or two, and then they've got all these young.
Oh yeah. When I saw the last time I saw the Eagles, and I was just like, no, this isn't right.
I saw them the last time as a group.
Oh, did you?
With Glenn, yep. They came through Salt Lake about a year before, so I did get to see them in full force.
Yeah, I was going to go see him down at the Sphere in Vegas, and I saw there's just I don't want to see just a bunch of youngs. It's a cover band almost.
Yeah, but I mean, so are we. So sometimes you can have good ones.
Well, I know, but I'm not spending $150 a ticket. Yeah,
you're right. Hey, who do you like? What's your band? What's your music fare over there, Mr. Tyler?
It's crazy.
You listen to everything?
I mean, I'm from rap to Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
Okay, you lost me there, but
the good Motab. I'm not hating
a good
on
Motab with.
I can do Battle Hymn.
Yeah, I mean the Battle Hymn of the Republic in the right setting.
Christmas time, throwing the best of.
So I mean, I go from Pavarotti to, I'm all over the place.
80s rock.
Yeah, 80s
like
rock.
That.
I will get. AC/DC.
Yeah.
Back in Black. Don't get it twisted. I will absolutely jam to that. That was my song before we'd go to the church basketball game, get everybody pumped up.
Everybody, you listen to Have a Drink on Me and go go ball out.
Church basketball where the fight begins with a prayer.
Yes.
Always
nice
fun.
to see you.
Bam. Yep. Please bless, we'll all get along, and nobody does.
It's kind of like the relationship between coaches. It's so phony. Like the startup, you see it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Like the coaches over there saying, I hate this guy so bad. And then he comes over, hey, what's going on? Great to see you.
You guys are having
Good
a
luck
great
tonight.
year.
The referees and the coaches before the game. Oh.
So true.
The silly, small talk that I'll watch, and I can't hear anything, but you can tell both of them are like, I know we have to do this because the camera's on.
Doing good.
Nobody wants to do this.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Doing good.
We're ready. You ready? Okay.
All right.
And once in a while, a coach loses his mind.
That's the fun part.
And then it gets real interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more, as competitive as these guys are.
You're right.
One of the craziest ones I was involved in that regard, I worked for Coach Majerus. I didn't go make the trip, but they went to Maui. And he was not a guy who rode the officials. As you'd be surprised, he would just coach his team. He wouldn't even, that's a travel. He wouldn't do any of that. But it would build up to the point where then he would just lose it. And he went down to the end of the bench, and the water cooler, he just turned the whole thing over. It flew all over the place in that little Maui gym. And, they kept showing that over and over. He was not a happy man that night.
Your guy, Randy Bennett, and Ryan Odom almost came to blows in Logan.
Really?
Yeah, and St. Mary's came, and there was a late foul. I remember Justin Bean got hit with a foul. It was a tie game. Utah State was holding for the last shot. Ryland Jones had a good look, couldn't knock down the three. Justin Bean fights for the rebound with 1 second left. They call a foul on Bean. They're in the double bonus, and St. Mary's hits both free throws, and that's how the game ends.
Oh.
And Randy Bennett and Ryan Odom, who Ryan looks like he's just calm, collect all the time, but he was a fiery son of a gun. They come and they start barking it, and my crowd mic is right there at the table, and it's cranked so I can hear all the crowd and all that stuff. And boy, after about the fifth F-bomb, I'm like, oh, we got to turn that down. That's going over the air right now. But that was nasty. And it almost got out of hand real quick. Although I would take Randy Bennett over Ryan Odom in a fight any day of the week.
Oh, yeah. He just lowers center of gravity.
Yeah. Ryan Odom would be like, hey, he's like Anchorman. Just don't touch the face.
No, Randy, you go back and watch he would bite your kneecap. He's one of those guys.
Yeah,
He would do whatever it takes to beat you.
Jerry Sloan.
Yes, a lot like that.
So one thing about Tyler, he'll do anything to get you into a vehicle. If you've got hiccups, if you got issues, you got a story, that's cool. No worries. Let's get you in a brand new Nissan, better your financial situation, and drive a car you actually love to drive.
Let's just review the last 4 hours of deals. So
yes.
We keep this all straight. Let me just highlight the ones that are just absolutely no-brainers. Number one, we have an objective to hit, and when we hit that objective, we get literally thousands upon thousands of bonus money. I'm willing to use that money to help make a deal happen for you, including a gas allowance. We talked about that. We've already had people asking about the gas allowance, so I know that we have more than 2 listeners on this.
Awesome.
So this is good. We have a lot of listeners on this.
Yeah,
show.
we do all right.
Well, I mean, we got to build it back up now. You know, Scotty's got a project on his hands.
I mean, that Scotty G and friends really just kind of bottomed it out for a while, and now we're bringing it back up.
You guys are great. And then we also have 0% for 84 months, Frontier, Murano, Rogue, and Pathfinder.
So the Pathfinder and the Rogue are both in that.
Yes. So we have that awesome deal. We talked about the lease on the Platinum Rogue, which is a $40,000 fully loaded Rogue that you can get in the 300s, and it is sensational, like less than a used vehicle. I told you my neighbor just bought one. It's like it had no intention of buying one, and then he's like, I can't pass up this deal. So there's that. Then we have the Sentra, all that technology, brand new, right here.
Beautiful car.
Less than $25,000, even some below $20,000, which is, again, less than the average used car price right now is $27,000. So why buy used when you can buy new? But if you do want used, I have 200 used, including a lot of EVs that have been priced before the gas crunch. You can take advantage of that too. So just get down here. I promise we'll make a deal.
There is no reason that you won't walk away out of here with a vehicle, because the price, the staff, the money you're going to save, the gas card, all of that, check. There's no excuses. You don't have one. In fact, you don't even need to bring your checkbook or your wallet. Just bring your driver's license. That's it.
We don't need money down. You don't need to have perfect credit, and it costs you nothing to see what we can do for you.
I'm going to go walk by that black truck again one more time.
I know that sucker's been calling your name.
That's the Tim special.
I know. Get inside. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, we got Jake and Ben coming up next right here on the Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit MountainLandPowerEquipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
Hi, Tim Hughes back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, talking with Greg about all of the great materials that they have here. Of course, you know about Replenish Compost, you know about their soil blends, but this year, as we've mentioned, has been a tough winter, and doing away with some of those areas that are just gobbling up water would be a great idea this year.
We have a variety of barks. There's 4 different sizes of barks. We also have the colored wood mulches, 4 different colors there. We have playground chips if that's what you're looking for. We also have soil, sand, screen topsoil.
By the way, those playground chips are used by a lot of the schools in the area, aren't they?
School districts, municipalities, and daycare centers, and a lot of home use too.
Make your home look like the pros do by using Replenish Landscape Garden Products this year. You can buy it in bulk, you can buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
the first doing anything matters, right? The Stanley Cup playoffs seem to be pretty awesome, but you have to create those moments where you're like, I was there, or where was I? It has to be a little more special than just making the playoffs for the first time. You got to win a game that you're not supposed to win. You've got to create that newsreel in people's brains that you go back to automatically when you're talking about your fandom in 10 years, in 12 years, or whatever. They got to go make some moments. The fact that Vegas is big bad Vegas totally leans into that, but you have to go beat them, and you have to create the buzz, and you have to create the storyline.
You need lore.
You need lore. Yeah. And simply making the playoffs, I don't think accomplishes that. They need to win these games. They need to create the lore. They need to create the moment where you're like, oh, dude, I was watching that with my dad.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for your next vehicle? Choose the dealership that delivers every time. Performance Automotive in Bountiful. Featuring trusted brands like Ford, Toyota, and Honda, Performance Automotive has the selection, quality, and service you can count on. Plus a huge selection of quality used vehicles ready to drive today. They're proud sponsors of the Utah Puck Report, cheering on great performance on the ice and on the road. Find your next vehicle at performancebountiful.com. Choose quality, choose service, choose Performance Automotive in Bountiful.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Mark Durant, you hear him on the radio broadcast for BYU basketball.
It was a lot of fun to have A.J. DeBonsa in the program. Wow, what a kid. Forecast for us what you think he'll be as far as a pro, ranging from a decent player, an occasional all-star, perennial all-star, Hall of Fame. Where do you think?
I was talking to Matt Carlino, former BYU player who does the color at TCU, and he said, I think A.J. is going to be the face of the NBA for the next 20 years. Wow. And I think he can be that guy because of the charisma, just has that nature about him that people like him, and I think he's got the game, and because he works hard, he's going to get better and better. I think he will be a perennial all-star and could end up being a Hall of Famer. I think he's going to be one of the greats, and I can't wait to see what happens for him.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go.
It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim Lacombe.
Joining us now, longtime head coach at BYU, Dave Rose, kind enough to carve out some time for us. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Not as well as Tim, but I'm doing really well today.
It's a good day today, Coach.
Yeah, it is a good day. I'm really happy for you, big fella. I can remember those days driving in the middle of nowhere on our way to recruit kids or watch games in the summer that you talked about someday wanting to have your own radio show. And I thought you were kind of crazy, but
you already knew that.
Yeah, so I'm happy for you. Good luck to you.
It was such an awesome experience. I mean, I had so many different experiences. I worked for Rick and I worked for Ray, and they were distinctly different. And then Ray and Dave were so different, but all in a good way. I just value so much. It was a 12-year education on just how to be a good person.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wait the sound and tell the people about the musical disc coming your way. No, no, no.
Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your Stanley Cup playoff Friday. We are live on the plaza at the Delta Center. It is a beautiful, beautiful day. The band is getting warmed up, Ben. People have been busy getting set up. I got a feeling that the plaza is going to be the place to be before the game tonight.
I thought we were going to be broadcasting live from the Mammoth. I'm not kidding.
Well, I told you I want to drive it.
It's right there. You can drive it back.
You think they'd let me?
Probably. You're
Yeah.
a big star.
Well, no.
2-6.
No, that's. I mean, like, they wouldn't let me from an. Like, I couldn't go down somewhere and just operate a forklift.
If you told me you were a big star, you could.
Oh, but I wouldn't know what I was doing.
Yeah. Well, do you think you know how to ride the Mammoth? Drive the Mammoth?
No, that's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, well.
I need a little instruction, I guess.
Trial by fire.
Just go get after it.
Just get after it.
It is cool.
It's really cool. Yeah, it's cool to see in person. Come on down, right by the big Mammoth puck. The Jazz know right in front of Delta Center. They have the Mammoth out. You can get photos. There's a live band warming up. We got all sorts of brands here. And we got a double tent here, including, is that Xbox over there? What are we playing?
NHL.
Oh, I was thinking a little Call of Duty or something.
Well,
Nick Olczyk's stopping by. He's a Call of Duty guy.
Oh man, we'll get over the we'll go over the
Battlefield. He's a Battlefield guy. My fault.
The schedule for the show coming up here in a moment. But yeah, everybody's getting set up. We are right next to the, what is that, Ben? Free samples of
True Fruit.
True Fruit.
Yeah.
We're right next to them. That's probably a good spot to be. That'll bring in a crowd. IKEA is right behind us. Everybody besides me loves IKEA.
Be nice.
No. It's my peccadillos. It just isn't. That store is not built for me, my temperament.
There's all sorts of gear. No, it's very cool. Exciting to host this first game here in Salt Lake City ever for the Utah Mammoth and for you and I to be on the plaza.
Yeah, nothing against their fine furniture. I'm sure it's great.
Still stuck on IKEA?
I am.
Okay.
I like to get into the store and get out, and
Yeah.
that's just, they're more of a, you're going to come and you're going to check out what we got. That's all. But yeah, we will be here on the plaza. We're excited about it. It's fun. Ben, I've done lots of shows over the years on the plaza, and usually they're for Jazz playoff games. It's pretty cool that now the Mammoth are here, and we are back out. It feels like spring to me. Sitting right here feels like spring. The keep your fingers crossed that the weather is going to be nice part of it is in today pretty awesome because the sun's out. It's nice and warm. But in the past, Ben, it's been a real crapshoot.
Yeah,
so
it's been some real windy days, some cold days, some rainy days.
Oh, I've never seen it. I'll never forget. I was sitting right over there, Ben, and it was before a Jazz playoff game. I wish I could remember which one. But it rained like I've never seen it rain here for, like, I don't know, 10 minutes. I mean, like,
torrential,
like water running down the not the streets, but, you know, like overrunning the gutters.
Yeah.
I mean, just an incredible amount of water came down in a 10-minute period. And the flood of people running, I mean, in full sprint to get to the building. And then in typical Utah fashion, it cleared out. It was like sunny in like 10 minutes.
Not today.
No, today there's...
It's gorgeous.
I don't think there's a cloud in the sky.
Little breeze, though. Feels great.
It does. This is going to be the place to be. You know, the Mammoth, the playoff, the hot ticket. Oh, speaking of that, we are going to give away tickets. We will explain that a little further, but we're going to have tickets to give away on the show. So for Game 4, so stay tuned for that. But if you are coming to the game, make sure you get down here early, and not only to see Ben, of course, but to get in on the festivities and get to know your fellow Android users.
It's a real party. It's a real party down here.
Your fellow, what was it, Green
Bubblers.
Your fellow Green Bubblers.
Yeah.
You can network, share stories and information.
Come on
about
down and
how much you love your
flash us your Android.
Your non-Apple product.
Show us your Android.
That'd be funny. If this were back in the old days, we'd do something like that to give away the tickets. We can't, but that would be
like that.
To say. Only Android users.
Did you guys hear what Bowler did to me?
No, what happened?
So
yes,
I was
did hear
producing
that.
for Scotty and the coach, and they had Bowler on. And apparently back in the day, Bowler used to be mean to Scotty when Scotty was producing for Bowler. And so today, Bowler said, well, what's Logan Cooley's jersey number? And it's 92. So instead of caller 12 to win tickets, they did caller 92. So I had to answer 92 phones.
That's nice of you. I would have been your caller 1, your caller 2, your caller 92.
Well, that's
Congratulations.
illegal. That's illegal. Ben did not say that.
That's what I would have done.
That did not even cross Christian's mind.
That's what I would have done, but I'm not a producer anymore.
I want to know. It's really funny when you're answering phone calls for a contest. I want to know what caller 91 said or sounded like. Like, did you go caller 91 and then what was their response?
You get a lot of screaming. Like the, let me see if I can find this drop real quick. Sounds like this.
Yeah, right. Man, you get a lot of groans. You get a lot. Oh no, are you serious? You get it. The reaction to the one who misses it by one is pretty hilarious.
You think that's a law? You think it's illegal?
Well, we have contest rules and that sort of thing.
That's true.
And by the way, shout out to the people across the street in our building. They take that sort of thing very seriously.
Extraordinarily seriously.
Which they should.
Yeah.
Because there are laws about it.
Yeah.
So anyway, all contests unbelievably fair
and legit
here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right. We are going to be talking an extraordinary amount of hockey today, especially picking up in the 3 o'clock hour. Ben, Cole Bagley and Jay Stevens are going to be with us together at 3:05. We are very excited for that. They're going to be here and in person. So if you ever wanted Cole's autograph, today is your day. Mike Folta and Nick Olczyk will be here at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. So excited to talk to Nick in person. So we can put a face to the voice.
Us for him or him for us?
Oh, I've seen Nick. So that's going to be fun. Then Chris Armstrong, the president of hockey operations, will be with us at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Awesome that he's going to be on right at live at 5:05. So we're excited for that. And then I believe Adrian Denny's going to join us before he takes over for the pregame show at 6:30.
Great.
So we're pretty wall-to-wall Mammoth, Ben, except for a little bit here in the 2 o'clock hour. So we thought maybe we'd get started with a little NBA talk, a little talk about the playoffs. I know you are not eager to talk about last night in the playoffs, Ben.
Well, you know what? In all honesty,
Bing bang.
We got to start with the big game.
They are struggling, and also I'm curious if you further digested our Austin Ainge interview, and if you have any further thoughts. But let's start with your Knicks.
Okay.
And their really exciting game. I mean, it was a
heck of a game.
It was a thriller against the Hawks, and man, Quinn Snyder is lucky that
that's not his name anymore. Did you not learn his new name?
What?
Oh, Christian, you don't have to play this. Go to my Twitter account.
Oh, it's what the team calls him, right?
It's apparently what the team calls him.
Oh yeah, pull it up. Yeah, I got wind of this, but I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, well, when you have it, Christian, we'll have to play it live because I'd never heard this before, and I know it drives Quinn Snyder crazy because, as you have joked, he didn't like being called Q. He didn't like being called Quinn. He wanted to be called Coach Snyder or Mr. Snyder or whatever, but he did not want to be familiar with anybody. So the fact that after the game, C.J. McCollum let his nickname within the hallways leak is the funniest thing to me.
Oh, he hates this. That's a great point. I didn't even think of that. All right, let's play it.
What did you see on that game-winning shot that you made, and was that the play that was drawn up?
Great play by Quinn. Captain Jack knows what he's doing with that clipboard. He drew me open, and I got to a spot and did what I had to do to get this win. But
Captain Jack.
That is incredible. Captain Jack. That's amazing. I'm going to call him that from here on out.
Obviously got to be an ode to Captain Jack Sparrow because it's a little bit of a what am I doing, what am I doing, what am I doing? It all turns out okay.
Oh, dude.
A little bit of a mad genius.
Captain Jack has a little Jack Sparrow energy for
100%.
sure. Yeah, that is Jack Sparrow energy coming out of that guy's ears. 1,000%. Captain Jack. That is so incredible. I am so happy that I'm going to be calling him that from here on out.
But I will tell you,
well, the point I was making though is that he's so lucky they found Jalen Johnson. He is special.
Yeah, and he hadn't been very good in the first two games of this series, but showed up once they got back home. Which is a very good sign for them. Look, they're up 2-1, and apparently Mike Brown doesn't realize that you can always have one of Jaylen Brown or Karl Anthony Towns on the floor at the same time. They're opening the fourth quarter. Jalen Brunson, excuse me. They're opening the fourth quarter without Brunson or Cat on the floor. So they're going these long stretches without what is designed. I mean, this team is designed to be a absolutely dominant offensive team. You've got great offensive players, very flawed defensive players, but awesome offensive players, and he doesn't have them on the floor at the same time. It's bizarre. But Mike Brown's getting out-coached by Captain Jack in this series. So that's been one of their issues. And then, last night they were terrific. And Captain Jack pulled all the right levers, and CJ McCollum continues to flourish. He's been A+ in this series. He has a history of really big playoff moments going back to his time in Portland. And look, man, I would love if if Atlanta won this series. I think that would be hilarious.
Out Fox Barbosa again. Oh my gosh, that is the best part. That was the best thing by a mile. The best thing that has happened to me today, Captain Jack. Oh, man, what a disaster that the Knicks are, Ben. And they should be ashamed. Ashamed. A player should never want to go there ever, ever, ever again for what they have done to Mikal Bridges. For a budding all-star, a player the whole league loved. Ben, I know you talk to people, behind the scenes about different players around the league. I heard Jazz people talking about him when he was in Phoenix. That one of those players that everybody coveted, the do-it-all guy.
Yeah,
and they've just ruined his career.
The Jazz wanted to go get him in hopes of luring Paul George with him. That was one of the Jazz's off-season plans not too long ago. Try and go get Mikal Bridges, who was, this two-way potential star, and then hope that if he comes, you can attract other stars because he was thought of as that type of player. And clearly they've just been able to figure out how to use him.
Did you see his stat line last night?
I watched the fourth quarter, and he wasn't on the court.
I've got it in front of me. Well, he only played 21 minutes. And remember what they gave up for him? Oh,
6 firsts?
My Lanta. All right, here's his stat line. Get ready. 0 points. He took 3 shots, missed all 3.
Okay.
2 of them twos. 1 rebound.
Mm-hmm.
4 assists. 3. No, wait, excuse me. Nope. Check that. 1 rebound, 2 assists, 4 turnovers.
Wow.
Ben. And that rebound, in case you were interested, was a defensive rebound.
Clearly they've broken him, right? Clearly they have hurt whatever he thought he was going to be or whatever he was trending towards, because he was trending towards being an all-star. He was averaging over 20 points a game with Brooklyn. He was on a finals team in Phoenix. So, yes, they have ruined his confidence.
He was the centerpiece of the Kevin Durant trade, no?
Yeah, exactly right. He was the big piece, him and Cam Johnson and some draft picks. But he was kind of the prize, like, this is the young guy that we can't believe we're also getting in this trade. And he's just turned into absolutely nothing. And good for the Nets for getting off of him when they did and getting that huge haul back. But, no, pretty amazing.
Except for you say that like he's a bad player. I'm not convinced he's a bad player. I'm convinced he's being used way wrong.
I think that's probably right.
You know what I mean? I don't think Mikal Bridges forgot how to play basketball. I think he's fallen now. Obviously, you mentioned it, he didn't even play in the fourth quarter. I think he's obviously fallen out of favor with the coaching staff or whatever, but I don't think he's stopped being a useful two-way guy.
No, he's a bad fit, and Mike Brown hasn't really figured out how to utilize him, and, it's become a major issue, and he's probably going to be a piece that they have to use if they're going to try and go out and get who knows this offseason, because I do think they have to move him, and he's on a good contract. That's the advantageous thing, but, it's just a real disaster for the Knicks, and now falling behind 2-1 in the series, having at times looking like they were going to come back and win that game, erasing, a 19-point lead or deficit in the first half, and just could not quite figure out how to get there. So it's a major problem.
If I was doing a show with PK right now, he would have started singing. You would have started singing mid-sentence.
Yes.
Shout out to the band. Is that the most Knicks thing of all time, what you just said right there about Bridges? They're going to have to trade a good player on a good contract. And he used the word have to.
Yeah. Who's a two-way player. Like exactly what everybody in the NBA wants.
What the whole league wants.
Yeah.
And he's going to go somewhere else and be good. What do you bet me?
No, of
they
course.
have to trade. Think about that for a second. How not to run your franchise. You have to trade a good player on a good contract for rock bottom value.
Yeah. We're going to sell low.
We're going to sell this good player on a good contract at a rock bottom bargain. But you know what? That's how smart franchises get good players. In all honesty, that's
exactly
how smart franchises end up when you go, wow, how'd they get that guy?
And you know he's going to. You know he's going to end up in Dallas, or he's going to end up, not that Dallas has been particularly smart lately, but somebody will go out and pick him up this offseason for a mid-level first-round pick and a young player, and he's going to look great.
You ask yourself, how did Tyrese Halliburton make it to Indiana? And then you go, oh, yeah, the Kings traded him.
Yeah.
And it just makes all the sense in the world. The other games are out last night. My Raptors came away with a win, 126 to 104.
Yeah, very impressive. Honestly, good for them.
Randomly, your guy, the Duke guy, showed up.
Brandon Ingram?
No, the other one. I shouldn't have done this.
Oh, R.J. Barrett.
Yeah, R.J. Barrett. I should
Yeah.
have had the box score in front of me. I watched it. The Duke guy. The other Duke guy.
And they've been struggling because they don't have Emmanuel Quickly. He's been hurt early in this series, so we'll see what he's able to contribute by the end.
Our guy, Rudolph.
Dominated.
Awesome.
No, he's been awesome.
He was awesome.
We laid this out kind of before this series started, talking about this playoff run, that there is a chance here for Rudy to either kind of be at the very end of his rope and kind of people to recognize he's just not that level of a defensive player anymore. And if Jokic is going out and putting up 40-point, 30-point, 50-point triple-doubles on him, which he's capable of doing, it could kind of seal the end of the Gobert run, and it's been the exact opposite. Gobert has been absolutely incredible. He's owned Jokic in this series. He was incredibly disruptive throughout the entire game.
He's switching on to Jamal
and then
Murray.
really in the fourth quarter, yeah. I mean, the Nuggets look dead to rights to me. And you can't really write them off because they've got Nikola Jokic and they've got Jamal Murray, who's dangerous. But it seems like the Timberwolves know all the right buttons to push.
All right, we've got top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, we'll talk a little NFL draft. We'll get the Mammoth conversation going, and we'll continue to talk Jazz as well. Big day today, highlighted by Mammoth President Chris Armstrong is going to be on the show at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you're around. We're here on the plaza. Stop and say hello. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The playoffs are back in Utah. In only their second year in Salt Lake City, the Utah Mammoth are in the NHL playoffs, and your home of every second of every moment of Utah Mammoth hockey is right here. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as the Mammoth make their run to a Stanley Cup. Keep it right here on the Zone for the best coverage of Mammoth hockey. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. Stan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name Dan to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
The Monster Energy SMX World Championship races into Salt Lake City. Before the gate drops, kick off your race day at the Supercross Fan Fest. Get close to your favorite riders, autograph sessions, qualifying races, and so much more.
To the roar of the crowd!
Buy a can of Monster Energy and recycle at the entrance for free admission to FanFest. Must have valid event ticket to enter FanFest. Be part of the action at Rice Cycle Stadium May 9th. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission. Get your tickets today.
Next Gen Motors believes car buying should feel different, more honest, more transparent, and centered around the customer experience. That's why the community is invited to celebrate the Next Gen Motors grand opening on May 1st from 12 to 7 p.m. at their new Linden location, 590 North State Street. Guests can enjoy an afternoon of free food, giveaways, and family-friendly fun, including favorites like Chick-fil-A, Crumble Cookies, and Jurassic Tacos. Live radio broadcasts will take place throughout the day, leading up to the official ribbon cutting at 5 p.m. with local city officials. Whether shoppers are looking for their first car, their next truck, or a vehicle that fits the whole family, Next Gen Motors is ready to make the process simple, stress-free, and worth the drive. Next Gen Motors in Linden. Built on trust.
So you want soft water, but the thought of hauling all those heavy salt bags and fussing with the water softener is more than you want to deal with? Do what I did. Check out Connecticut. Enjoy the softest water, lowest salt usage, and zero maintenance. Learn more. Visit softwaterutah.com. Tell them Doug sent you.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, not sure if you guys are really doing 92 callers. He's not even answering to tell you what caller you are. He's just ending every single call. So, I don't know. I don't see it being very fair. And it's pretty frustrating that I can't even get someone to say caller 20 or caller whatever. Just throwing that out there.
Wow, accusations flying from Joey.
Well, I believe Joey.
Don't say that. You're going to get Christian fired.
Well, Christian, just say, hi, this is Christian
Well,
from
after I
97.5
get the
and
tickets
1280
away, I don't have to
KSL
answer
Sports
another
Zone.
dang phone call.
Oh, are you telling people before that what their number is?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, so he's just calling in after.
Well,
Yeah.
we used to be able to X out the lines. That's what I used to do.
Well, I could, but to his point, I do tell somebody, what number you are until I give the tickets away. I'm not going to, Scotty G and the Coach is a very popular show. There were a lot of callers far past 92. I'm not going to tell everybody else that they missed out afterwards.
Your caller 108.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joey.
Where'd you get that from? That's funny.
The band got together and made it for me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Put our graphic designer on it.
So, Joey, if you're still listening, Jake and Ben are going to give a pair away today. Good luck.
Yeah.
A picture of Quinn Snyder looking like Captain Jack Sparrow.
Check my Twitter.
It's pretty funny.
If you want to look at it.
Captain Jack. Oh, you're going to throw it out on Twitter. That's dangerous. He might be mad next time he comes into town.
He will be.
Yeah. Oh, he hates that. I guarantee he hates that. And probably the reason C.J. McCollum said it.
I'm going to have to lose his phone number.
That is really funny. All right, top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials, J. Brooks Jewelers. Oh, by the way, I failed to mention, we're here on the plaza, so come see us. We're getting ready for the Mammoth game. The band has been warming up. There's already people buzzing around. Very excited about it. So come by and see us and say hello. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Big night for a couple of Utes. Spencer Fano to the Browns, Caleb Lomu to the Patriots.
Very cool for both Utes getting drafted in the first round. Spencer Fano being the first offensive lineman drafted. The Browns traded back from 6 to 9 and still got their guy. And that's quite an honor for the University of Utah. A nice feather in their cap.
Yeah, I mean it's something that they will certainly sell. I think if I were Spencer Fano, I would have rather been the second or third offensive lineman off the board. Can you really be all that excited when you're going to Cleveland?
The Browns have drafted well lately, so that's something that they have going for them, but they do have terrible ownership, and that's always been an issue, and they're the Browns.
I was going to say, what was the first two words you said in that sentence? The Browns.
Yeah, the Browns.
Yeah, that's rough.
No, so that's not ideal.
No.
It was interesting. You know what they did praise about him after the draft was that he was in one system 2 years ago and a totally different system last year and was dominant in both. So they liked the fact that he has some versatility. And obviously there was some conversation about, is he actually going to be a tackle or are they going to have to move him inside? He took snaps as a center, I think, at his pro day or combine or one of the all-star games that they do. But there definitely seems to be some optimism that he can play wherever they need him, though they did say, we're going to make you our franchise left tackle.
If he would have been the second offensive lineman taken, he could have gone to play for John Harbaugh in New York with the Giants. If he was the third, he could have gone to Miami and the Dolphins, which not a real well-run organization, but still located in Miami.
Beautiful Miami.
So that's rough.
You have a problem with Cleveland, the city?
Never been. Although my buddy Dustin lived there. He loved it.
And then Caleb Lomu ends up getting drafted by the Patriots, move the opposite direction of the draft. They traded up to go and get him.
He's the one who got the phone call.
He got the phone call.
He got the phone call from Mike Vrabel.
That we were worried about. I saw the video. I watched the video of Vrabel talking
awkward?
to him. I felt awkward about it because you and I did two things yesterday. We ran down the Browns, then we ran down the Patriots, and that's where the two local players went.
We didn't run down the Patriots. How did we run down the Patriots?
We talked about how awkward it would be to have Mike Vrabel call you right now.
That's not running anybody down.
15 minutes after he gets out of his I made a huge mistake press conference.
That's a fact. That's not running anybody down. That's his fault.
It is his fault. You can still run somebody down when it's their fault.
That's not running anybody down. That's just talking about the biggest news story to hit this country in decades. A very, very long time. Just huge news. If I were Caleb, I would have asked him about it.
You think so? This is your only chance.
Absolutely.
This is your only chance. Right?
Yeah.
You're
right.
You're the person who's everyone in New England is most excited about. This is your chance to be. You're not a bust. You haven't done anything wrong yet. You're riding high. The entire organization's clearly behind you, though apparently that's not the case with every draft pick. So, this is the time to burn up your equity.
No, you don't even have to be that obvious about it. You could have just been like, Coach, how are you? How are you doing? I'm interested in your condition. Doing all right?
Yeah.
Things going okay? I've heard you're not going to be around on Saturday.
You remember the extortion case against David Letterman?
Oh, yeah.
You remember that? And he had Steve Martin on his first show after, and Steve Martin sat down in the chair and said, "So, how was your weekend?" Which was a great line, which should have been Caleb Lomu's first line.
How was your week?
How's your week?
How's your week gone? Doing all right? Excited to be aboard. Fernando Mendoza goes number 1, predictably, so he'll be ruined by the Raiders.
David Bailey goes number 2 overall from Texas Tech. We saw how dominant he was against both BYU and Utah. And then I think one of the biggest surprises, of the two biggest surprises of the draft, was certainly Jeremiah Love going number 3 overall to the team in the Arizona Cardinals, who don't have a quarterback or an offensive line. And we saw how well that worked out last year for Ashton Genty, who was equally dominant in college and couldn't do anything once he got to the Raiders.
Some of these NFL teams are just bananas.
Just can't help themselves.
Who are these people? Who are these people in these franchises making these decisions? What's his the boy wonder there in L.A. seemed less than thrilled that they drafted a quarterback. That felt like somebody else's decision.
Absolutely unthrilled, and it was Snead. That's their GM with the Rams who picked Ty Simpson out of Alabama with the 13th pick. They didn't even trade back. I would get it if you said, "Hey man, we're going to trade from 13 back to 22. We're getting a mid-level second or an early second, and we think we're going to be able to, get a guy that we like that slips out of the first round, get a defensive end or get a wide receiver, address a need of theirs." But no, they just stuck to their guns. They took Ty Simpson, Snead was thrilled about it, and what's his name now?
McVay
was almost speechless during the post-draft media availability when asked if he talked to their existing quarterback.
Matt
Stafford, excuse me. Geez, as soon as they talked to Matt Stafford, he said they asked if McVay had talked to him. He said yes. He said, "What did you say?" He said, "I'll keep that between us." Very tough.
Well, I mean, it's kind of very Aaron Rodgers,
And look, there's one thing if it's you've got Aaron Rodgers and you draft Jordan Love at the end of the first round. Penix was drafted a little bit earlier.
Jordan Love was like 16.
He was like 21, wasn't he? No, I thought he was in the 20s.
I could go back and look at it. He was the first quarterback in that draft that was taken.
But looking at where you take a guy in that position when the Rams are already, he was 26th overall in 2020.
Was he?
Yeah. So when you are in the running for a Super Bowl and you have the MVP already, that's where I don't love the idea of drafting a Michael Penix or drafting a Jordan Love. And, they passed on everything else to go and get Ty Simpson. That might have been a mistake.
Well, we'll see, won't we? I don't hate the idea of drafting I don't hate the idea like you're talking about. And it didn't work in Atlanta, I guess.
Well, we don't know. Penix might be okay.
But I think it did work in Green Bay. I think it worked twice in Green Bay.
Absolutely.
And so it does. It's interesting. I wouldn't mind making players grumpy with draft picks because if you pick anybody at their position, it's going to make them grumpy, right? It's kind of unavoidable, I would say. But I wouldn't be that eager to make my coach grumpy about the draft pick.
Especially when my coach is that coach. McVay is the L.A. Rams. McVay is the system. McVay is the offensive wizard. He is the genius. He's got the relationship with Stafford. Yeah, I might try and keep him happy.
That doesn't mean, I guess, you have to do everything he has to say. I don't know. Being a GM would be tough. Because there's a lot of coaches that think they're GMs, right? And then that eventually devolves into conflict of who's going to win out. We're sitting in front of a building where I believe that happened.
Yep.
Not that long ago.
Yep, absolutely.
So, it's a complicated relationship. Anything else from the draft? Everybody's saying the Jets won the draft.
Jets as well. They got Arvell Reese, who's some people thought was the best player in the draft. So him falling to them was very good. Giants seemed like they had a good draft as well. So.
Yeah, but then all those media.
No, except the Giants got Arvell Reese. Jets got David Bailey, number 2 overall. Giants had a very good draft.
Yeah, but those New York media outlets, they're biased.
Sure.
They're big fans.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, big night for the Utah Mammoth. First ever home game in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
And the vibe is already out here. We're out on the plaza just really with the people setting up. There's smiles. We've got a youngster, 2 youngsters over here playing hockey next to us.
A little street hockey
going on. We've got NHL up here if you want to drop by and play it on the, what is it, the
Xbox.
The Y box?
We don't have it set up yet.
Not yet. Later.
Maybe.
You can play X Station when we get it up and running.
Looks like J-Dogs is going to be down here. You and I are going to have to get a J-Dogs.
Oh, man, I eat a lot of J-Dogs during the basketball season.
I love J-Dogs.
I know, they're very good. They're also, it's pretty dangerous that J-Dogs is the vendor that's right across from the radio studio. It's very easy to get a J-Dog during the Jazz season.
So like you said, we've got a lot of Mammoth guests on throughout the show starting at about 3 o'clock. But, no, this is a huge game. This is exciting. I'm curious to see what the crowd looks like and how they answer the bell. It was clear Vegas was engaged, and they have the castle, and they have the drummers, and they have the cheerleaders, and all these things that the Knights are able to do. I think just this is kind of a raw crowd for the Mammoth, and that doesn't mean it's underproduced. It doesn't mean the Mammoth don't have good, in-game production and entertainment. But I think this is going to be a loud crowd. I think this is going to be an aggressive crowd. I think they're going to be right on top of the Vegas Golden Knights, and I'm very curious to see what it looks like on the air.
Oh, we may have breaking Diana Rossini news.
Okay.
We can get to that later.
Can you move Chris Armstrong?
We're going to put it right at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. I think the story I'm going to keep my eye on, Ben, is how do they continue to make Vegas adjust to them?
Yeah.
I think when the Mammoth are playing Vegas's game, I think it's going to be tough. Because all the reasons we talk about, they don't have that kind of size. But when they're skating and here at altitude and all those sorts of things, and Vegas has to play the speed game, they can't keep up either. And so how do you press that advantage? They did it in the, I would say, final 2 periods of game number 2.
Yep.
So how do you maintain it going into game number 2?
Did they actually figure something out that the Vegas Golden Knights do not have an answer for, which does happen in playoff series, or was that Vegas caught off guard and they're going to make the right adjustment?
Well, we had the Bear on yesterday, and he even called himself the Bear, which you, as you pointed out yesterday, is just incredible. But he talked about the chess match. Remember, he talked about how, every coach and every team, they make adjustments going into every single game. It's what adjustments do you make to those adjustments? So, that sounds super cliche as I'm just saying it, but it makes some sense. How do you figure out how to play to your advantage as long during the game and with as many lines as possible?
Yep.
All right, what's next?
And number 3, we had Austin Ainge on the show yesterday. He was asked about Lauri Markkanen, and boy, he had quite a lot to say about Lauri.
Oh, Lauri is so good. He's such an amazing player. I had such a great time getting to know him as a person this year. Obviously been an admirer of his game, but he came in amazing shape coming off a good run with Team Finland in the summer and just hit the ground running. His ability to shoot on the move and move without the ball at his size is one of one. I don't know of anyone else that, plays like J.J. Redick, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry at 7 feet tall. It's incredible, the energy and the movement and the shot making. It's so hard to guard because if you go under the screens, he makes the shots. If you go over the screens, he's a massive target cutting to the rim. So he's a special talent, and we're very lucky to have him.
We're talking about Vegas Golden Knights and their size advantage and what that does for you in the postseason in these series. Jazz can have that same advantage next year when you have Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen, and assuming Walker Kessler comes back. That's a pretty massive front line for the Jazz. And, if Ace Bailey's at your 2, you're huge at every position.
Ben, I'm trying to think about it. I've said something like this before, but I don't think that I've ever covered a Jazz team that had a size advantage.
Yeah.
Ever. The fundamental flaw of D. Will and Booze was they were too small.
Too small. Memo was small.
Booze was small.
Yep.
They were too small. And I came in basically as Carl and John were leaving. And from there on out, has there been a Jazz team that is a big team? I don't think so. I mean, Donovan and Rudy, too small?
Rudy big.
Rudy wasn't the small
Derek,
part.
when the Jazz were starting Derek Favors and Rudy together, they were big, but their backcourt was small. So, no, they've never been, had a size advantage. And the draft, if you get a top 4 pick, you're just adding more size because all of those dudes are very big. So, the Jazz are going to be huge next year. And one of the advantages is not just, there's one of the problems with being big is it often means you're slow. The Jazz can stay big and still spread the floor because, as you just heard Austin Ainge say, Lauri plays like, J.J. Redick. Lauri plays like Klay Thompson. He doesn't play like, a stationary big. He's out there running around a ton. Jaren Jackson Jr. is certainly more lumbering, but if you wanted to put him at the 5, you can still play big. You can put Ace at the 3, and he still has very legitimate size for that position. So even if you don't have Walker on the floor, you can be 5 out for stretches and still be very, very big. And that's going to be something the Jazz are going to be able to put on teams for the next several years.
I actually think Jaren Jackson is the linchpin. I think his athleticism and not being a lumberer is what makes him really unique. So, starting 3 7-footers, it's what made Cleveland interesting before they made the Donovan Mitchell trade was they were absolutely huge and still super athletic. So I'm very curious. But it is funny to hear Austin talk about players that are under contract versus players that are not.
Yeah, he's careful too. Yeah. He's certainly careful too.
All right, stay tuned. We'll get to more coming up next. Again, starting at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, we're going to have Cole Bagley and Jay Stevens, big part of our hockey coverage here on KSL Sports. They're going to join us together at 3:05. 3:05. Sorry about that. And then Mike Fulta and Nick Olchek are going to join us at 4:05. Chris Armstrong, president of hockey operations, at 5, Adrian Denny at 5:30, and more guests in between. So we're going to be
don't skip Maddie, the voice, Matt McConnell.
Wall-to-wall Mammoth. Yeah, I kind of got lost in my own read there.
3:45. I've never met Maddie. I'm excited to talk to him.
So we'll get to that. It's all straight ahead. Jake and Ben live from the plaza outside the Delta Center right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, we all spend a lifetime working toward retirement, right? We all put in our hard labor and we put aside money to set us up for those golden years, right? Well, what are you doing to get yourself there? And if you are anything like me, it's probably not all the right stuff. And that's why, if you're anything like me, you need a team of good folks on your side to help you make the correct decisions. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. I've gone through the process, and really in the meeting, all they want to do is get to know you, what you are all about, what your priorities are, when do you want to retire, what kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire, and then they're going to show you what you've got to do to get there and help you every step along the way. So 801-210-6800. Call them today, 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client-paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 and TrajanWealth.com.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor.
Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm.
From the bold cowboy barbecue burger
to the sweet and savory Aloha burger,
paired with crispy cowboy fries,
hand-spun shakes,
or signature spud nuts.
Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger.
Bar Dub Grill in Nephi
with easy access
right off exit 222
in Nephi.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Adventuring with your family in the Wasatch Back? Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley to get one of their famous strawberry shakes and a strawberry chicken salad. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the train and best of state shakes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Time for your Mammoth at 50 update. We're outside. We're here at the Delta Center. Game 3, Mammoth Golden Knights goes down at 7:30 tonight. Here's Mackenzie Weegar talking about his excitement for playoffs at the DC.
Oh, well, if it's anything like the last month or so, it's going to be super exciting, and I'm sure they got another level that they want to go to. So I know all the guys in here and the organization is super excited to see what the Delta Center's like. And, I'm sure they're all anxious to get in that building and provide a lot of momentum for our group. So we're going to be ready to go, and I'm sure we'll come out of the gates flying for them.
Puck drops at 7:30, pregame at 6:30 right here on the KSL Sports Zone. Mammoth at 50 updates brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hello? Oh, man, the CBS Sports has Fano going 6.
Wow.
To Cleveland.
Yeah.
Oh,
tough.
No.
Yeah.
No, Spencer.
I hope it doesn't happen.
With the 9th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano, tackle, Utah.
I just can't imagine tonight being whoever the Patriots draft about the 31st pick and being like, you get off the phone with the coach and everyone's like, is that Mike Vrabel? Did you just talk to Mike Vrabel?
Hey, coach.
Did you ask him about his family?
Is it true?
Is it true? It's my coach. Be quiet.
Sedona, eh? Is it nice?
Where are you now?
You're right. That would be awkward.
That's an awkward conversation.
That should be like a joyous conversation.
The greatest moment of your life.
For a player. And it's going to be, hey, Mike. How's it going?
There's a woman laughing in the background.
Got things buttoned up?
I think it was his wife.
Caleb, how are you, man? It's Coach Vrabel.
I'm doing good, Coach. How you doing?
You're doing great, man. Congratulations. We're excited to have you. I hope you're with your family, and you're enjoying this. And we can't wait to get you here and give you a chance to help the football team, man.
Can't wait to be there. Thank you, Coach.
Hilarious stuff right there. Throwback to yesterday's show. And wow.
Kiss of death.
How about that?
Both of us.
That's really funny. Oh, well, I'm sorry to Spencer Fano that he's going to the Browns.
Caleb Lomo talking to Vrabel there. It sounded like he was at the club. I heard that music there. It sounded like he was maybe not at the facilities. What was he doing?
Dude, Vrabel, how's your family? How's yours, Mike? We do have an update, Ben.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that we are accurate on this show, and we've been floating a rumor that is actually proven to be incorrect.
Okay.
Or at least according to the 3 Mile Zone, also known as TMZ. The photographer who snapped the pics of Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini looking all cozy in Arizona, their words, not mine, was not a private investigator hired by a scorned spouse, despite the internet rumor. And honestly, they would know because they passed on this story. So they probably knew who was selling the pictures. Not a private investigator.
Not hired by the husband.
Which I'm kind of disappointed, to be honest.
Agreed. I thought that would have been more fun.
So who's just snapping photos at the... It has to be an NFL source, don't you think? Has to be somebody in the
in
NFL.
Sedona, recognizing Vrabel.
Well, let's see who takes the athletic
Diana
job
Rossini.
now.
Well, according to Pablo Torre, the whoever took the picture didn't even know... When they shopped it to TMZ, they didn't know it was Diana Rossini. They just knew it was Vrabel.
And then somebody saw it and said, I know who
so
that
TMZ
is.
passed because they're like, oh, we don't want it. And they didn't realize that, at least according to Pablo Torre,
there was a story there.
That there
they
was
didn't recognize the story.
They knew it was, salacious, but didn't know it was like a bombshell because of her also notoriety.
So it wasn't Diana Rossini's Chandler Holt taking out the number one?
Correct. Coming for the top dog. No. Chandler Holt's taking my job.
No, that's not what happened. So I don't know. I'm dying to know who took the photos, Ben.
It'll come out.
But apparently they sold it for just a fraction of what it was actually worth.
Because they didn't know either.
Yeah.
Dang.
I mean,
it's to get in early on Facebook and didn't do it.
I mean, the post. I don't know if you saw somebody posted the front picture of the New York Post on the day that they drafted. What? Between the Jets and the Giants, how many first-round picks did they have? Like 5? On the day they drafted 5 players in the NFL draft, the front page of the Post was?
Diana Rossini.
Diana Rossini. All right. Pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, Cole Bagley is here. Jay Stevens also going to be joining us coming up right around the corner, getting you ready for the Mammoth and the Golden Knights Game 3 here at the Delta Center. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Next Gen Motors believes car buying should feel different, more honest, more transparent, and centered around the customer experience. That's why the community is invited to celebrate the Next Gen Motors grand opening on May 1st from 12 to 7 p.m. at their new Linden location, 590 North State Street. Guests can enjoy an afternoon of free food, giveaways, and family-friendly fun, including favorites like Chick-fil-A, Crumble Cookies, and Jurassic Tacos. Live radio broadcasts will take place throughout the day, leading up to the official ribbon cutting at 5 p.m. with local city officials. Whether shoppers are looking for their first car, their next truck, or a vehicle that fits the whole family, Next Gen Motors is ready to make the process simple, stress-free, and worth the drive. Next Gen Motors in Linden. Built on trust.
It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit mountainlandpowerequipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at slcfatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All systems go.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from the Plaza outside of the Delta Center, getting you ready for the Mammoth and the Golden Knights Game 3, the inaugural Stanley Cup playoff game here at the Delta Center. The vibe out here is fantastic. Joining us now, we have the great Cole Bagley, covers the Mammoth for KSLSports.com, is here with us on site and joining us as well, of course, host of the Utah Puck Report, Jay Stevens, of course, two guys that are a huge part of our Mammoth coverage here on KSLSports.com. Thank you both for joining us. What's going on?
Glad to be here. Crazy stuff going on today, huh? I'm sure Cole's got all the action down there at the Plaza, which I'm on my way in 5 minutes as soon as we're done here. But what an amazing day. Basically 2 years from the day of seeing the team at the airport for the first time ever. And now it's playoff hockey, Stanley Cup playoff hockey in the Delta Center.
Yeah, Cole, I guess let's start there. From that day of the Eagle has landed to where they are today, are they ahead of schedule, do you think? Do you think this is the expectation of where the team was coming from Arizona? All right, we don't have Cole.
We're working on
his
Cole.
mic.
Send that Jay's way.
Jay, how about you? What do you think? Are we?
I can 100%. Yeah, they definitely did plan on, because they were still in a rebuild when they were with Arizona. The problem was they would end up selling off players that got too good and then get more draft capital. But the plan was, it seemed to be like, and they told us when they got here, we want to be in the playoffs next year. Next year's the goal. Last year was some pain. They told us there would be pain and watching, and that sometimes you'd think they were the best team in the league, and sometimes you'd think they didn't belong in that league. And we saw that last year. They said, but this year the goal is playoffs, and I don't think they're just here to be here. I think they plan on winning this series and showing the NHL and the fans of Utah all this depth of talent and these young guns and what they can do, and then those veterans kind of leading the way. It's, I think they're right where they thought they'd be.
Yeah, Cole, if they were coming back to Salt Lake tied 1-1 against Vegas, what would you have thought after just 2 regular seasons?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to the guys about that today, and I mean, Bill Armstrong has followed a very specific game plan. Bill Armstrong has followed a very specific game plan, with this whole rebuilding process, right? They've gone step by step. They haven't tried to jump any steps. Even when they've made big trades, it hasn't been this like swinging for the fences type deal, right? It's been for very specific players, Mikhail Sergachev, JJ Peterka, guys that Bill Armstrong knew would fit into this scheme, along with, hitting on draft picks. I mean, I think if, we probably we maybe even be at the point where you can look back at the Cooley draft and the Gunther draft and say those guys both probably should have gone, Cooley at least number 1 overall and Dylan Gunther top 3. And so, yeah, I mean, it's crazy that this has happened so quickly, but I think this was always the plan dating back to Arizona. Utah's just been the beneficiary that a team showed up that was ready to start making the playoffs, and a team that I think is going to be very good for a long time.
So, Jay, what do you expect, I guess, tonight? We saw, Ben and I were talking about this earlier, the Mammoth really using their speed in the second 2 periods of game number 2, and that really making a difference. So how do they keep that up tonight, where they continue to use their speed as opposed to getting swallowed up in the physicality of the Knights?
Well, yeah, that's why we have the saying, right? Speed kills, and Utah has to... Basically, they have to prove the NHL history wrong, because it's always been proven in the Stanley Cup playoffs that the bigger teams win playoff games. And other teams have tried to be fast, and then they run into a team like Florida or Tampa Bay or Vegas that are big boys that can also skate. So Utah has to come out. They have to control their emotions. There's a lot more pressure in Game 3 than there was in Game 1 on the Mammoth. They basically had nothing to lose in Vegas. Nobody really expected them to win, coming in as a wild card. But at Utah, with the fan base that they have and the loyalty that the fans have had to them and the gratefulness that the players have had, they got to come out, control the emotions, keep using the speed. In Game 2, Utah had more hits than Vegas did, which kind of surprised everybody. But you weren't seeing the stupid hits, and they weren't going out of their way to make hits. And that's what they need to do. Finish your check, and then get right back in the play. Don't get caught in the muddy stuff that happens after the whistle. Just play to the whistle, get off the whistle. So whistle to whistle nastiness and speed, and then just skate right back to the bench and let the next line do the same thing. Stay out of the penalty box. That's the number 1 thing. Special teams are so important during the playoffs. It's make or break based on usually on special teams.
Cole, we could see it now, and in retrospect, it's easy to say, well, this is when it felt like there was maybe a shift in this series. But you look back early in period 2 of Game 2, there's a penalty in favor, or the Mammoth go on the penalty play, or the power play, and they just they get a lot of shots on goal. They don't score, but it seems like, okay, they're figuring something out. And then you get the 4-on-3 and the 4-on-4. And from there on, the Mammoth just looked like the better team. They had a rhythm. They were faster. They were getting the puck in space. Did you sense that? You were down in Vegas. Could you get a sense of that in the arena, that something was starting to shift in this series?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the first 2 games, it wasn't the team that came out hot that ended up winning those games. In Game 1, Utah came out flying. They scored the first goal. They had all this momentum, but then Vegas wore them down with their physicality, right? I mean, they had 51 hits in Game 1 as opposed to Utah's 31, and Vegas got better as that Game 1 went on, and then Utah kind of got worse. So that's why, that result ended up being what it was. Whereas in Game 2, it was the polar opposite. Vegas came out in that first period. It felt a little bit like Utah was just simply outmatched in the series. You're kind of going, oh boy, Vegas, they're building off what they did in Game 1. It kind of looked like they were going to go up 2-0 in the series. But then, that power play happens. Utah starts to generate offense. And a lot of times, fans may be disappointed that, Utah doesn't score in a power play, but there's more to it than that. There's building confidence, there's building chemistry, there's just kind of getting into your game a little bit more. When you start to see it's kind of like in basketball when a team just needs to see the ball go in the basket. It's almost like on the power play, you obviously want to score, but you kind of just need to see the puck go at the net, to build that confidence. That's what Utah did in Game 2, and they built from there. That's when they got their confidence. They started to generate a lot more speed and play their game. And so for Utah going into Game 3, they need to build off what they did in periods 2 and 3. If you play to Vegas' strength, like what happened in the first period and even in the second and third periods of Game 1, it's going to go in favor in Vegas. And that's what makes this series so fun. Is it's almost like they have kind of the polar opposite strengths. It's speed and youthfulness for Utah against experience and physicality for Vegas. And I think it's whoever's going to win this series, it's going to come down to who can wear the other team down with their with their skills and with their strengths over the course of the however many games are left.
Jay, give us a tale of the tape with the goalies, how they're playing right now, what to expect, who might have an advantage with Veggie v. Carter Hart.
Right now, statistically, the advantage is with Carter Hart. He's at about a 93% save average. He had a lot of extra pressure on him as well, playing at home in front of a crowd that he didn't really get a chance to, really seed himself with. Coming in, mid-season or late into the year, played a few games, then got hurt, then came back with all the controversy, comes in. So I thought there was a lot of pressure on him. He performed well the last few games of the regular season, which I think is really why Vegas went on the winning streak. It had nothing to do with the coaching change, maybe a little bit to do with the coaching change, but Carter Hart came in and he was exactly what Vegas needed him to be. On the flip side, Veggie has been solid. He's been exactly what Utah needs. He's at a 90% save average, a little bit better than he was during the regular season. He started looking better in Game 2. He was tracking better. The main thing that changes from the goaltender's perspective is, because you wouldn't think a lot would change for a goalie, it's still just seeing shots. But the thing that changes is the people that go net front presence, and they're willing to take more of a beating in playoffs than they are in the regular season. So you'll get one or two guys parked right in front of you. And Veggie's done a good job at fighting through that screen. And then on his rebounds, he's done a good job at limiting his rebounds. But when they do have a rebound, he has to track them and find them and fighting through all that traffic and chaos that's in front. And that's where Veggie kind of elevated Game 2 from Game 1. I thought he was better at we call it a post-save reaction and tracking. He's better at tracking the puck and getting ready for that second shot if it comes. Carter Hart is a technically sound Canadian goaltender, and they look almost like robots. They have the exact same style, the exact same movement, and Veggie is definitely not that. He's more of I would almost call him a hybrid from an older style to the new style. So watching the two styles compete against each other has been a lot of fun because I think they've both done exactly what their teams wanted them to do. I think as long as Veggie doesn't give in to a little more pressure or feeling that pressure at home, I think you'll see him elevate a little bit more, and we're going to get some special performance out of Veggie. And that's what Utah needs. Your goalie needs to steal a game or two so that you can steal a series.
Cole, it was clear that the Mammoth were happy to ice the puck in the last game just to kind of get it out of the D zone and kind of reset what they were doing. And it seemed like that was okay because they won an equal amount of the faceoffs. It was 30-30. Throughout the regular season, the Mammoth were mid-level faceoff team. Vegas was very good. Is that something they can keep up? How important is that possession battle?
Yeah, I actually had an opportunity to ask Andre Tournier about this earlier today. And, yeah, the Mammoth have iced the puck, in my opinion, way too much. Okay. Especially in Game 2, there was a stretch of probably 3 or 4 minutes almost straight where they could not break out. They were winning the puck, but it was just icing it back down to the end of the ice. So, and what that does, to your point, right? Like, Vegas is a good team at winning those faceoffs, and their style is to trap you and to possess the puck and to wear you down and to go to the net and win those battles. That's how they've scored most of their goals in this series so far. Is they've beaten Utah in front of the net. Now they're not doing it all the time, and I would say that's why this series is even. But you cannot give extra opportunities. Now when I asked Andre Tournier about it, he said, "Look, it just creates a 50-50 battle." And, I can certainly understand where he's coming from that point is, it's not giving them direct possession back. You do have a say in who wins the faceoff. But if you keep doing that, Vegas is eventually going to exploit you, right? They're going to win more faceoffs than you. They're going to have more extended ozone time, and it's going to lead to, extra extended possessions and, potentially goals. So, as much as Torney feels okay with it, I have a hard time believing that he fully does. He did kind of add that he still would like to see the team be better in their breakouts. And as a whole, that they need to do that, regardless of if they're icing the puck. If you look back to Game 2, when Vegas was able to tie things up 60 seconds after Gunther scored his one-timer, it was a poor breakout by Mikhail Sergachev.
Mm-hmm.
He did not elevate the puck. He didn't get it up off the boards. He kept it ice level, which was then picked off by Vegas, and then they got caught flat-footed. And it almost happened 2 more times. Sean Dursey had this. He was right near the blue line. He kind of had this play where he tried to flip it off his backhand, but the puck just kind of went end over end and barely went into the neutral zone. Vegas attacked quickly. It caused Korova-Melko to have to make a pretty spectacular save. And then Ian Cole had one just a few moments later.
Uyghur did in the first game.
Yeah, Uyghur did in the first game. Ian Cole had one just shortly after that where he's going off the backhand behind the net, doesn't get enough on it, doesn't get out. So overall, it's fine right now because they haven't been punished by it. But, I think just generally speaking, they have to be better and more confident on their breakouts.
All right, Jay, I heard you earlier today on the station with Scotty G and the coach, and I think you guys were talking about Yamamoto. But the point you brought up, which I thought was interesting, was the playoff heroes aren't always the star players. And I was curious if you had maybe somebody in kind of in that vein that you're keeping an eye on tonight that might be that kind of unsung guy that makes a huge play.
Yeah, I'm still, for Utah, I still have a lot of belief in Carcone and the way he plays and how that works into the playoffs. I think he's just one of those, and I hate to keep using the same term, but he's a blue-collar player. He goes to the corner. He goes to the dirty areas. He knows he's going to eat some elbows and some sticks while he goes into the corner. But he's willing to go to any position, any spot on the ice. He'll go there and try to make a play. So I expect to see, I just keep expecting to see Carcone do something that blows everybody away, just because that's kind of what he does. He's on that line with Kerfoot and Peterka right now. We'll see if that changes at game time. But that line has been so effective, and so those are the guys I expect to see break out. I would have said Peterka before. When Utah traded for him, that's kind of the reason they brought him over, was some of that quick action scoring, just to add a little bit more depth to that. But then they spent a lot of time making him more of a defensive player, and you've seen that in the game too. Whenever there's a turnover, if you look, Yamamoto's back, Kerfoot's back, Peterka's back. Those guys are so quick at getting back and helping out that it really is a full team effort. And yeah, you want to see Keller and all those guys on the scoreboard, but at the end of the night. But I really do think a lot of times in playoffs, line ones get canceled out by the other team's best checking line or defensive line. That's why being a second line center is so hard in this league. And, that's a lot to ask of Logan Cooley. But when it comes right down to it, expect somebody like Carcone, Kerfoot, or Yamamoto to do something and kind of be your unsung hero of the night.
I saw a kid walking around in a Tanev jersey earlier today. Tanev's got to get his first goal in the playoffs. I think that would be perfectly fitting.
I love Tanev, and I just need to see him score. You saw the goal that he thought he had scored, and it got called off. But when he thought it went in, and not even off his stick, but it hit him somewhere and went in, you could see the relief on his face, and you could almost see him just breathe better. And I think if he gets something like that, because, man, he's paid the price. He goes in, he works his guts out every time he's on the ice, and he hits everybody. He does exactly what the coaching staff wants. He'll do anything you tell him to. And I'm with you. I would love to see him score. And in the playoffs, I think that would give him more confidence and make him even more dangerous.
Cole, what was the vibe like today at morning skate?
Yeah, it was an optional skate today, but it just feels – I think this group has shown so much maturity and confidence. When you think about who's dominating this series for Utah, it's the most inexperienced guys on the team. It's Logan Cooley and Dylan Gunther. And, there was a big question mark about how this young team would handle the playoffs and would handle an experienced team like Vegas. I mean, how many national analysts kind of just wrote Utah off? Most of them.
Yeah.
Very few people gave Utah a chance in this series. But it's because I just don't think that they understood the grit that this team has and the hunger that this team has, and how, if you look at those younger guys, their games translate so well to the playoffs, and it's because they have no fear. They want to be in these moments. Logan Cooley keeps saying we're here to fight for the cup, right? Like, he's not just satisfied with, well, we made the playoffs. It's a kid that wants to bring a Stanley Cup to Utah, right? Like, and I think as you say those things and you believe those things, eventually, they're going to happen. So, I think for Utah, they're excited about this opportunity. They're excited about the first playoff game, at Delta Center. But, Dylan Gunther kind of pointed out, like, we're excited about it, but we can't let it affect us too much. And not in a sense of that anything poor is going to happen, but because you don't want to go in with too much pressure on yourself. You don't want to be gripping your sticks too tight. You want to be trying to make too many things happen. I feel like Utah kind of fell victim to that last year early on when they played a few home games, and I think there was a stretch of 4, 5, or 6 at home as after they won the inaugural game that they were really poor, and it's because they were letting it get to their heads. So for Utah, I think it's just to play with that same confidence that they had in Vegas. It's just another hockey game. I mean, there is a lot on the line, but it's just another hockey game for these guys.
Okay, this is it's not important why I'm asking this question per se, but I'm just curious. Cole, are you an Android or an Apple phone user?
I'm an Apple phone user.
Jay, Apple or Android?
Apple all the way.
Wow.
Okay.
See, Ben, they're proving you wrong, buddy. 2 hockey guys with
media
with
guys
Apple,
are different.
With Apple
media
phones.
guys are different.
We're
talking fans here.
Jay, are you
a guy Dan from Lehigh who just got here after having 2 heart attacks and open heart surgery? That's an Android guy.
Okay. All right. Jay, are you doing stuff with Scotty G tonight?
Yeah, we're doing the post game, I believe. So we'll break down what happens. Hopefully, we'll be talking about a big win.
Awesome. Well, good luck with it. We appreciate you and all of your fine work. And Cole, I know you're not going to be busy at all. Nothing going up at KSLSports.com. Hardly, not a thing. Follow all of Cole's great work as well. Hey, thank you both for being such a big part of our Mammoth coverage on the station. You guys are great. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks guys. See you in a little bit.
All right, there you go. Jay Stevens and Cole Bagley. We'll have more next, live from the Plaza, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got early northbound slowing on I-15 heading toward downtown Salt Lake City with reduced speed starting around 4500 south. Southbound I-15 also with early delays at the south interchange and from Sandy going into Draper. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Joining us now, longtime head coach at BYU, Dave Rose, kind enough to carve out some time for us. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Not as well as Tim, but I'm doing really well today.
It's a good day today, Coach.
Yeah, it is a good day. I'm really happy for you, big fella. I can remember those days driving in the middle of nowhere on our way to recruit kids or watch games in the summer that you talked about someday wanting to have your own radio show. And I thought you were kind of crazy, but
you already knew that.
Yeah, so I'm happy for you. Good luck to you.
It was such an awesome experience. I mean, I had so many different experiences. I worked for Rick and I worked for Ray, and they were distinctly different, and then Ray and Dave were so different, but all in a good way. I just value so much. It was a 12-year education on just how to be a good person.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Most financial financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. So, Monty, I wonder if you know someone like this. He's the ultimate DIY guy. Restores classic cars, builds his own deck, and even smokes his own brisket.
Sounds like a talented guy.
He is, but get this, his other weekend hobby is troubleshooting his water softener. He's always down there resetting the timer or fiddling with the circuit board.
See, Doug, that's where I draw the line. Smoking a brisket is a great weekend project.
Yeah.
Fixing an electric water softener is just a chore.
Exactly. He thinks he's saved money by buying the bargain brand, but he's paying for it with his Saturdays.
That's the Connecticut difference. Our systems are premium because they are non-electric and fully automated. No computers to fry, no timers to reset. We install it and you get back to the hobbies you actually enjoy.
If you want soft water, do what I did and leave that to Connecticut. It runs on water power, not willpower. Learn more at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Pet owners and parents know the struggle. Every time dogs or kids go outside, they track mud right back in. If you're tired of scrubbing floors, you need Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that cleans paws and shoes before they ruin your home. Only Muddy Mat features thousands of ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary mats, instantly trapping dirt and water to protect your floors. Put it by every door, under pet bowls, in the kitchen for spills. It even makes a perfect bath mat. And it's 100% machine washable, so cleanup is effortless.
Since getting Muddy Mat, I don't worry about what my dog gets into. His paws are clean the second he steps off.
No more mopping. I love it. Thank you, Muddy Mat.
Right now, get a free medium Muddy Mat with your order of 2 or more mats at buymuddymat.com. This offer is only available at buymuddymat.com. That's BUYMUDDYMAT.com. Don't wait. Get your free Muddy Mat today at buymuddymat.com.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacobin 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from the Plaza outside of the Delta Center, getting ready for the Mammoth and the Golden Knights, Game 3 in their NHL Stanley Cup playoff first round matchup. Ben, coming up at 3:45, the very next segment, Matt McConnell, the television play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, is going to be on the show. We are very excited about that.
They're going to have to drive him up in a limousine. He can't walk through. There's too many fans out here.
Oh, yeah. He's
going to get a bit mobbed.
He's going to have to pull a Thurl.
Yeah.
It's like Thurl. You know, everywhere Thurl goes, he's signing autographs.
Yep.
You got to get used to it. We are up on the streaming, by the way, at KSLSports.com and the YouTube. That was not functioning there for a minute. So shout out to our team here, by the way. Everybody making it happen. We look great out here on the Plaza and work through some technical difficulties. So we are we are back up and rolling. So you can indeed see what Ben looks like. And I guess if you want to see what I look like, I can't imagine why anybody would. You could. Any of our guests who drop by on site, you could see.
Yeah.
Like, who doesn't want to see Cole Bagley?
Well, did we have it up for Cole? I don't think we had it up for Cole. I think we missed
I was
Cole.
just using that as an example.
Okay. Well, have you seen Chris Armstrong?
Yeah, is he a good-looking guy?
Ask the ladies.
Are you going to tell him that to his face? You can be like, hey,
I got something lined up.
A pretty handsome guy.
I got a little something lined up for him.
Do you really? You've got a plan?
I do.
Oh, I can't wait. That's a tease. That's a tease.
Yeah.
Chris Armstrong.
Make sure you're listening right at 5 o'clock. We got a little something lined up for Chris.
Do you really? I want to know now.
I'm not going to tell you.
Why?
You're part of it, pal.
I'm a part of it?
Absolutely.
What did I do?
You'll find out.
Are you making fun of me?
No. You're going to like it.
I will like it?
I've got a gift for you. It's not a physical gift. It's a radio gift. It's an air gift. But you're going to like it, and I don't know if Chris is going to like it, but I'm hoping Chris likes it.
Oh, okay.
But you're going to like it.
Okay, well, I like that then.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. No, it's good. This is going to be
Like
good.
that?
I'm excited for this.
Well, we are going to have the president of hockey operations of the Utah Mammoth on the show at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Celebrity sighting, Dave Fox is here. That is Dave. How are you, buddy? Oh, man, that's nice of you to say. Oh,
Thanks,
that's
Dave.
nice of you to see. The great Dave Fox. What a compliment. Thanks, buddy. Good to see you. Your suit looks fantastic. I love that. Dave's got the pinstripe look
Yeah,
today.
it's awesome.
Looking smooth. You never know who you're going to see out here on the plaza at the Delta Center, Ben. We should have some sort of contest, the biggest celebrity to come up to the
It's over.
To come up to the table.
Contest is over.
Dave Fox is going to be pretty tough to beat.
Hey, man, look at all the jerseys. This place is geared out, and we talked yesterday about the jersey exchange. Sounds like it was very successful. I did not see photos, but apparently the line was quite long to exchange your Golden Knights jersey for your Mammoth jersey
I'm
today.
just surprised there's that many defectors, like fans that took up the Golden Knights in that short period of time to make a long line to switch it out. I guess, successful operation by Ryan Smith. I saw a Coyotes jersey running around just a minute ago.
But everyone's on theme. Everyone's wearing black, so they're geared out for the home game.
Should be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool.
It should be pretty cool. And we're going to be talking Mammoth, obviously, heavy for the rest of the show. I mentioned Matt McConnell's going to be on with us in the very next segment. Mike Folta and Nick Olchek will be with us at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Rinkside reporter Sarah Merrifield is going to be on with us at 4:15. And then Chris Armstrong at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Oh, yeah, and then Adrian Denny drops by at 5:30. So we are wall to wall Utah Mammoth for the rest of the show. I thought Jay's breakdown of the goaltending was an interesting one.
Like everything, it evolves, and we are catching it 2 years into its iteration here in Salt Lake City. But yeah, I mean, the pads evolve, the size evolves, the strategy evolves, where you're shooting from, I'm sure, evolves. So all of that has continued to change. And as that happens, you imagine that the way the goalies play is going to change. So hearing Jay talk about it, having played goalie at the level that he did, is very interesting to hear. And obviously that's going to be huge. If Vejmelka can turn out a huge game, that's going to give the Mammoth a big advantage. And Hart has been hard to beat. His save percentage at 93 is truly elite, but the Mammoth have played well enough that they put themselves in a spot to have success.
Well, because Cole talked about the signings that they've made and the support and why it was different than it was with the Coyotes. And Veggie is one of those guys that they signed. I mean, they bet on him being a guy long term, and I suppose, Ben, the Stanley Cup playoffs is where you earn that dough. I mean, this is why you sign a goaltender, a goalie, to a long-term contract because of games just like this Game 3. So I'm curious to see if he's a young player too that is set to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, no question about it. And again, finding these breakout opportunities for these players to establish themselves, and they've gotten paid, and Veg has gotten paid, and Cooley's gotten paid, and Gunther's gotten paid. And I thought it was very funny yesterday to have Bear on and say, "Yeah, that's why we gave them contracts." It's like these are good players. These are guys that we believe in. That's why they're here. They're building with these players. This is the core. This is the group of players that they, have invested to win with. While it's still new and feels young because a lot of these players are young, this is about who this team is going to be going forward and what it's going to look like.
Yeah, then this is the time to deliver is my point. This is why you paid those guys that money, right? This is what Arizona was lacking when they had the Coyotes. They would develop the young players. They didn't really care about the winning per se, and they would move off them as soon as they reached the time to get the Dylan Guenther contract or the Veggie contract. And so there's a reason those players get the contract, is my point, and that's going out and playing well in the playoffs. And I agree with Cole. It feels to me like the franchise isn't just happy about making the playoffs, and they feel like they can win around. And I think Game 2 certainly absolutely proved that.
Yeah, if you win a game on the road, there's no reason to think you can't come back and take an advantage in this series and take control entirely. So I'm sure, as we talked yesterday about kind of the pressures that the teams might be feeling, and I said I'm sure Vegas is feeling a lot more pressure than the Mammoth are. Maybe the Mammoths just have confidence now that they didn't have otherwise. Coming back in a series tied 1-1 versus
we'll see.
Down 2-0 is probably an advantage.
Do you think that's the case?
I think they've got to be feeling pretty confident. Now, that doesn't mean they're expecting to win or expecting to be able to take it easy and close out the series. You can't win the series tonight, but I'm sure they feel better about coming back to Salt Lake 1-1 versus, if they'd lost both games 4-2, 5-2, and felt like they weren't really competing.
Certainly I agree. But the Vegas is still good, too. I mean, that's the thing with the series. It's going to go back and forth. We do this in the NBA playoffs, the wave, The Knicks are going to win it all, and then the Knicks are going to be swept in 4. It depends on what happened the night before. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's funny riding the wave with the Mammoth because 1-1, but you got to, I guess, protect home ice. I'm still not convinced that home ice actually means anything.
I don't think it
does. Winning a game on the road actually mean something?
It certainly doesn't lock up the series, and I know that's not what you're saying, but no, I'm sure it feels better to win. But the Vegas can absolutely win this series and come back here and steal too. So they've got to be sharp.
All right, we'll find out what Matt McConnell thinks the Mammoth need to do tonight against the Golden Knights. He's going to join us coming up right around the corner. We are live here on the Plaza. Things definitely heating up. People filling in. I mean, it's the perfect day for it. The sun is out. It's beautiful weather. And folks are into it. So we encourage you to get down here, come hang out. They've got all sorts of booths. You can take a picture with the Mammoth.
Yeah, get on it.
I keep debating in my mind which one is right, Mamboni or Mammoth. I blame you because you got that into my brain. So I had to double clutch there. Mammoth.
It's the Mammoth.
Man, it looks cool. So you can check it out. There's a whole lot of reasons to come down here. People are playing Jenga right next to us with the giant wood blocks. So you can do that as well. Stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Spring is in the air and your forever begins here. At TSH Events in the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, elegant spaces set the stage for unforgettable I-dos. Celebrate your love story where every detail feels timeless. Reserve your perfect date today at tshevents.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Kyler Yamamoto on what's working for his line.
They're very easy to talk to off the ice, and on the bench. Always trying to, make better plays, read off each other and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm a fast player and they're both fast players, so, I think we just read off each other very well on the ice right now.
Mammoth at 50 brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah, drive elevated.
These guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market. They've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben live from the Plaza. We're out here on the Delta Center. Want to remind you, we're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. And then listen every Thursday to Jake and Ben as we announced the winner. Joining us now in person here on the Plaza. We're so excited about this. Of course, the television voice of the Utah Mammoth, Matt McConnell, with us on Jake and Ben. Matt, thank you. It's great to see you.
Yeah, great seeing you guys, too. Hey, let's go, right? Big one tonight. I hear there's a game in sight.
I'm excited to hear you talk. There's no Dom and Nick dominating the airwaves.
Well, those guys get paid by the word, so I try to let them in every once in a while. I mean, they got to feed their families and stuff. So.
Hey, we have Nick on. What was it? Every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday
for when we were doing the midday show, and Nick can fill a segment. Nick knows how to. He does a great job.
Yes. I am blessed. I am blessed. I have great broadcast partners. I've got Dom. I've got Nick. Right. I got Kim. And right off camera, Sarah Merrifield, the legend, okay? She says she's a Dallas girl, but she's really from San Diego. So
okay.
Well, before we dive into the hockey, how has it been, that experience, building a broadcast and a new team? I mean, we talk so much about, this franchise and coming here so quickly and the infrastructure and all that stuff, but that includes the broadcast side of things too.
Yeah, you know what? We genuinely all love each other, right? Like it's a family. I see them more than I see my family. That's probably not good for them most of the time. But no, it's been great. It's it was 2 years ago today that I hosted the Meet the Team event, and I remember after the event I was walking down towards Union Station, and I was going to get an Uber because I was going back to Arizona at the time. And people were like stopping me in the concourse saying, "You got to be a part of this. We'd love to have you. Great job and everything." And I got to the airport and I had about 3 hours because I had a real late flight that night back. And I grabbed a beer and I grabbed something to eat and I just said, you know what, it would be really cool to be a part of it, because I didn't know at that point, am I coming to Utah or not? And it all worked out great. But the group makes it special, and the city, there's a certain community feeling here, and you don't get that very many places anymore, right? You don't. They are genuinely friendly and kind in Salt Lake City and the parts of Utah that I've been to. So, and I'm not just saying that is truth, and it's just been a great experience.
You haven't met our boss Lloyd yet, obviously.
Oh no, okay.
No, it's a real community. So Utah, Salt Lake is a real community. There's no doubt about that. And it's funny you bring up, the introduction, because we heard there's a team coming up, and obviously it was just everyone's hair was on fire, and it was just getting the team up here. And I think everyone had some trepidation. Is this going to work? The NHL, is hockey going to take a foothold here in Salt Lake City? And then that introduction night, it's packed.
Yeah.
The players walking down the red carpet, and you could tell they could see, okay, this is real, and this team is here, and the fans embraced them so quickly. It felt like from that night on, there was no doubt that this was going to be a success.
Well, I think, guys, it starts and stops with ownership, right? And I've been on the other side of that, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
But the ownership here, Ryan and Ashley Smith, they're excited to get the NHL team. They've done a great job, I think, with the Jazz, but more than anything, they want this team, they want the Jazz, they want everything downtown. They want all this to be a community asset moving forward, and you get that feeling. You really get that feeling they're all in. They've given us everything on a broadcast side that we need to, hopefully do a pretty good job. The Mammoth Ice Center is spectacular. They're all in on the players. They're all in on their development. They're all in on their, their need to succeed, right? And so to do it in the second year, even though you had some of the infrastructure in place, is really, really good.
Ben and I have been talking about growing the sport, and we were talking about how that night, it's funny, that was 2 years ago, certainly proved, if anything, that there is an existing hockey culture here in Utah and Salt Lake City, and you're in this building for these home games. I do Jazz stuff, so I'm in here too, and the environment is just crazy. And we were talking about how do you spread that to the community, and it's experiences. And I feel like tonight, the first playoff game, this type of stuff really goes to, I think, not just the hockey hardcore, but spreading it out to the community at large.
Well, you got to win, right?
Right.
Sooner or later you got to win, and the fact that they're winning this early, I think, bodes very, very well for the future of the franchise. Salt Lake has had a great history of professional hockey. It goes all the way back to, I believe, the early to mid-1960s when I was kind of, apprenticing in the minors, right, making no money, by the way, and riding the buses everywhere, except when we'd come to Salt Lake, we'd get to fly, and that was kind of a special thing. But I was in places like Flint, Michigan, and Peoria, Illinois, and I'd come out and we'd play the Golden Eagles. And and they would pack the Salt Palace. I remember a New Year's Eve game. It was sold out. I want to say it was 1987 or something like that. I'm dating myself a little bit.
I was 1 year old. It's fine.
Really? Wow. Hey, you know what? Most of our broadcast crew, they weren't even around.
Yeah,
at
right.
that. I don't. Sarah wasn't around. Like I know Fulta certainly wasn't around. But it was spectacular. And then a few years later, Theo Fleury, who's now in the Hall of Fame, he turned pro. Calgary sent him to the Golden Eagles, which was their farm club, and I watched him destroy my Peoria Rivermen in a couple of playoff games, and that was it. But it helped me, I think, get to know, have a basis of knowledge for Salt Lake City. We used to stay at the old Shiloh, which is now the Holiday Inn Express, and we go down to the bar. Well, we go to the Dead Goat. We go to there was a wherever Lake Effect is now. I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but we go in there and grab a pop after the game. So it was always kind of special to come to Salt Lake because you could fly. I think we got $3 extra of meal money per day.
Wow.
So that was a big deal when you're making no money in the minors. But it's just a cool place.
The old Shiloh with those red lights, man, that looked like it should have been in Vegas.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Well, they had the Chuck. Remember they had the old Chuck wagon like breakfast area where the booths were like wagon trains and stuff like that. The Green Parrot. That's what it was called. Okay. The Green Parrot. Yeah. So I might have been in there a few times back in the day.
Speaking of building out the environment, building out the fan base, winning and the memories, and seeing Gunther driving the net and Cooley cleaning it up, the young guys taking the starring role right now, and when the lights are the brightest, I think that's been a major plus for the team.
1,000%. They've been the best line in the first two games. Kyler Yamamoto, Dylan Gunther, Logan Cooley. They've been absolutely terrific. It's kind of scary to think about what they'll be able to do once that top line gets going a little more. They've had a bit of a tough go in the first couple of games, but I'm sure they'll start contributing. There's really almost three layers of this team, right? The base layer is a lot of the veterans that General Manager Bill Armstrong brought in. I'm talking about Ian Cole and Nate Schmidt and Mikhail Sergachev, guys that have all won Stanley Cups. And then you got that middle layer of guys that have been around for 5, 6, 7 years. Lawson Krause, Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz, Michael Carconi now, and then you've got the very top, right? The young kids and the guys that you guys were talking about, the Dylan Gunthers and the Logan Cooleys, and maybe to a slightly lesser degree Kyler Yamamoto. So it's really good. And one of the things that Bill did, he built basically a draft pick ladder, right? So he built picks so that he would always have multiple picks in every draft. So, whether it be like 3 first-rounders 1 year, 2 first-rounders the next year, he would systematically do that, and he's done that over the course of the last half dozen years or so, and it's paid off. Yeah.
They were able to, the Mammoth that is, were able to maximize their speed in game number 2. What was the reason for that? And I asked the Bear this yesterday, like, what was the switch that flipped there in period 2, do you think?
Well, this team, and they're probably like every other team in the league, when they get a goal, they get their confidence rolling again, right? And they got outscored 2-0 in the third of game 1. So then they come out, they were kind of sluggish in the first period, maybe a little bit into the second, but when they got that first goal, they started to roll. And I think I think the difference in our game right now as a league is speed trumps just about everything. Right now through 2 games, the Mammoth have almost twice as many 20-mile-per-hour plus speed bursts than the Vegas Golden Knights. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Vegas can play heavy, though. They were a heavy team in game 1, and I think the key for Utah is just to continue to be connected. Like Bear talks about that all the time. That's from the defense getting the puck up to the forwards, getting into the zone and rolling. So I'm going to keep an eye on that, and I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do that again here tonight. But again, Vegas, a lot of experience. They went all the way just a couple of years ago. It's not going to be easy.
I'll give you a little Utah lore. You stayed in the Shiloh Inn.
Yeah.
That's where Danny Elfman and Oingo Boingo wrote Dead Man's Party.
Come on!
About that hotel.
Come on!
It's got some scary lore behind it, but that's where he wrote it.
Wow.
Yeah. So now you have some trivia when your
It's
friends
a
come
dead
through.
man's part.
Yeah, exactly right.
What's the story behind that?
Guy threw his family off the.
No, not that.
Oh.
Not the, no, why was Oingo Boingo? Why was he writing?
Well, that's
a
what they were
song?
saying, and he heard that's what would happen.
Oh, okay.
And
So can I throw one in? Do we have a little bit of time
Yeah.
here? So we
as
come
long
out.
as Sarah's okay.
Yeah, well, Sarah's just hanging.
Okay.
Sarah probably went to get a coffee.
Get a
or something.
J-Dog, yeah.
Yeah, a J-Dog, exactly. So in I don't know, it was my last year in the minors. We had this guy, Rick Mahar, who was the coach in Peoria, and he played at BU with Mike Eruzione.
Uh-huh.
So he and Eruzione are real tight. Used to go over to Eruzione's mom and dad's house for Italian every Sunday night when they were going to college. So we get out here, and we're in the Shiloh, and we're getting ready to check in. He goes, "What are you doing tonight?" And I said, I don't know, probably going to have a beer with you, right? And he laughed. He goes, well, Eruzione's in town. I go, what? He goes, yeah, he's in town. He's shooting some, turkey shoot show for ESPN or something back when ESPN had no programming. Yeah. And he goes, there's a bunch of the Olympic guys out here from 1980 with him. You want to go? We're just going to go across the street to the Red. It was the Red Lion, which is now the Hilton, right?
Yep.
So we walk across the street. And we're in the bar, and we got a couple of high tops, and they just start telling stories, right? They're telling these incredible stories about 1980. And for once in my life, as a play-by-play guy, I shut up and I didn't say anything for about 3 hours, and I just listened to the stories.
Collected.
Jim Craig was there, Mike Eruzione, Phil Vercoto, all the guys from the '80 Olympic team. There must have been 10 of them, and it was.
One of those nights.
Yeah, if I would have known, I would have gone back to my hotel room at the Shiloh, listened to some Oingo Boingo.
Would have had a perfect night.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, it was a special moment in our community's history of the '02 Olympics when that team walked up and lit the cauldron at the opening ceremony. So also, it's fun to talk hockey history in Salt Lake. Absolutely.
No question.
So, 'cause I certainly remember the Golden Eagles.
Well, how about the Winter Classic coming up, too?
Yeah.
Speaking of the cauldron, it's going to be right there.
Amazing. And it's cool you talked about all the facilities they're building, and I love the concept of bringing hockey to kids and making it more accessible. And we were talking to somebody who grew up playing in Bountiful and how hard it was to get ice time. He was from Ogden and had to go to Bountiful to play. Yeah. And I think it's great, the whole community event to kind of where you started with our conversation. It's awesome.
Oh, it's amazing. It's a great place, and it's only going to get better.
Maddie, we appreciate you jumping on with us.
Anytime.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Enjoy tonight.
I will.
Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah.
I will. Looks like the henchmen are here. We got Nikki Olczyk over there. We got Mikey Folta behind us here.
We've got everybody coming up. So we're wall-to-wall Mammoth, and we appreciate you, Matt. Thanks for jumping on.
All right. Take care, guys. Thanks for being here.
Oh, yeah, you bet. We'll have more from the Plaza. Coming up next, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Next Gen Motors believes car buying should feel different, more honest, more transparent, and centered around the customer experience. That's why the community is invited to celebrate the Next Gen Motors grand opening on May 1st from 12 to 7 p.m. at their new Linden location, 590 North State Street. Guests can enjoy an afternoon of free food, giveaways, and family-friendly fun, including favorites like Chick-fil-A, Crumble Cookies, and Jurassic Tacos. Live radio broadcasts will take place throughout the day, leading up to the official ribbon cutting at 5 p.m. with local city officials. Whether shoppers are looking for their first car, their next truck, or a vehicle that fits the whole family, Next Gen Motors is ready to make the process simple, stress-free, and worth the drive. Next Gen Motors in Linden. Built on trust.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
It's the time of year when so many wonderful things are happening. First of all, we've got Mother's Day just around the corner. We also have a lot of engagement activities, even some early spring weddings. And, of course, we have graduations and so much more. It's time to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Either location, right in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're going to be up in the mountains, they're right there, Hotel Park City, with the very best meal you have ever had. It awaits you at either locations. Now, of course, I love to talk about the steaks. The ribeye is my absolute favorite. Each and every steak is cooked to perfection. But, of course, there are other wonderful entrees as well, whether it be seafood or poultry or a specialty dish. It is time. Make your reservations for those special occasions that are just around the corner at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, heart of downtown Salt Lake City or Hotel Park City.
In Utah, over 200,000 families have trusted RGS Exteriors with their homes, and there's a reason for that. Our family's business has been serving Utah homeowners for 5 generations. In fact, there's no exterior company in Utah with a longer history, not even close. That kind of reputation doesn't happen by accident. It happens year after year, award after award, referral after referral, and home after home. At RGS Exteriors, we specialize in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that protect and transform your home.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nice touch there, Christian. Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from the Plaza here at the Delta Center, getting ready for the Mammoth and the Golden Knights Game 3. Puck drops at 7:30. And joining us now, the radio voice of the Utah Mammoth. He's Mike Folta. And also joining us, of course, Nick Olchek. You do radio, you do TV, and you came on with us once a week this entire season. Great to see both of you guys. How are you?
Great. We're on our way to get our faces painted here
really?
in a little bit. Yeah.
I didn't know I came here with John Belushi with those sunglasses on.
Blues Brothers.
That's right.
You're looking great.
These were $9.99 at 7-Eleven.
Really?
Yeah.
Not even Amazon. Good for you. You went and got them.
This is
like this day, boys. I think this will be a day that all fans of the Utah Mammoth, whether they live in the great state of Utah or whether they're all around the world, this will be one of those days of where were you when the first home playoff game happened. I mean, just on the walk here, aside from the excitement of the fans, we got people dressed up in Halloween costumes as Mammoth. We got people getting body and face painted. The excitement level is really off the charts, and this game is going to be very special. And I think to start, huge kudos to the team, the organization, Ryan Smith, Ashley Smith, for putting on this unbelievable event before to
allow the fans to be able to really enjoy.
No, but I mean, honestly, you guys are sitting down with Sarah's here. Kim came behind us. Maddie's been here. You guys are getting mobbed. Like the community really has embraced hockey. This has become a hockey city. It's really picking up, and this is a historic day, I think, to build that out even further.
Well, I got to let Mikey lead off because he has quite the fan club and fan support, because it is hard for him to even just get into his section where he does the radio games from, because it's just mobbed with people just wanting to get a chance to talk to Mikey. But I know we're all really appreciative of the support.
It's incredible. It's hard for me to get into my seat on Radio Row. It's hard for me to get in a word edgewise with this guy on the program, too. But, no, in all seriousness, like, the Mammoth community that's gathered around us has been unbelievable. And all you got to do is take a look around, right? We're witnessing it. How about this morning, earlier today, lunchtime, we had 1,000 fans show up and swear fealty to the Mountain Blue, turning in their Vegas Golden Knights jerseys. Just outstanding stuff, and getting to meet people and kind of getting to bring people together across, differences in background is really what sports are all about, and we've been able to accomplish some of that. We want to do more of it here with the Mammoth.
And as a broadcaster, as someone who is here to entertain and inform, there is no better compliment to me than when somebody comes up and says, hey, I learned aspect X about the game from you or from the broadcast team. Or people say, everything I know about hockey, we learned from you guys. Or experienced long hockey fans that have been fans their whole life. They come up and say, we appreciate what you're doing for us as well, because it's not like Utah is a brand new hockey market where there's nobody here that knows nothing about the game. So to me, the fan support has been absolutely unbelievable, and we could not be more grateful and blessed to be here, to be part of this organization, and to try to be the conduit between everything going on the ice, which is of utmost importance, and bridging the gap there to our newer fans, our more experienced fans, and those that want to be entertained, because at the end of the day, we're in the entertainment business. Why do people watch sports? Why do people watch the Mammoth? Because they love hockey, because they want to be part of a community, because they need a little bit of a distraction from their life, whatever the case may be. That's why we're here, and we couldn't be more blessed to have the kind of support that we do.
There's a Utah Mammoth Brazil account I saw today. I follow them. I have their alerts on. I have no idea what they're saying most of the time, but I think it's hilarious.
Summer vacation. We going?
Sao Paulo, here we come.
You could line it up. Well, let's talk a little bit about the hockey. Mike, what do you expect? How can they keep riding the momentum from Game 2 to Game 3 tonight?
Well, I think the storyline of this series is, can the Mammoth team's speed outmatch and outpace the brute force that the Vegas Golden Knights are trying to employ? They leveled 50-plus hits against the Mammoth in Game 1. The hitting slowed down in Game 2, and Utah was able to skate past Vegas. I think playing with that speed and playing with that pace, not just the skating but the decision-making too, is what is going to define Mammoth victories. So far, the special teams battle has gone in favor of Vegas, but we saw it start to swing in Utah's favor last game. Mammoth didn't score on the power play, but they looked really good. They did allow a power play goal, but the penalty kill looked good as the game went on. If the Mammoth can start to get a special teams edge, that will take away one of Vegas's biggest weapons.
And I think the thing that Mikey brings up so astutely is the team speed, and I think the line for me that has really gone to the next level here in the playoffs is the second line. Kyler Yamamoto with Dylan Guenther and Logan Cooley. I mean, Cooley and Guenther in particular are looking like they're playoff season veterans with the fact that they're not shying away from the physicality, but they're not going over the edge either. They're not taking bad penalties at bad moments of the game. And when those guys get going, it's like there's a bunch of pylons out there for the opposition, because the way of, as Mikey mentioned, not just the foot speed, but the decision-making with the puck to try to draw defenders in towards them, move the puck, so that way there's going to be some space in behind. Though that line has been dangerous, and they got to continue to raise their level, because the games only get more difficult the longer the series goes.
Easier to slow a game down or speed it up?
I would say for the Mammoth, probably a little bit easier to speed it up, because they have the ability to be able to make plays at top speed. And sometimes throughout the course of a game, when things get a little bit hectic, you want to slow things down a little bit, and they have guys that can make plays and can hang on to pucks. When you think about a Clayton Keller, obviously that's one of the first guys that come to mind. But even more so, and we saw this on the game-winning goal, where Utah's defense kind of backed up a little bit, and it was John Marino. He just held on to the puck. He sagged a little bit deeper in his zone, and then what happened? Well, Jack Eichel bit on Kyler Yamamoto, the quick up pass, and then it was just a quick little bump play from Yamamoto to Gunther, and Dylan was coming with a bunch of speed from underneath, and Vegas was caught flat-footed in the middle of the ice. So I think the cool part about Utah's game is that they can do a little bit of both. But I think when they're playing at their best is they're skating faster than the opposition. Easier said than done, both with their feet and the puck movement.
What about Veggie? Mike, let's talk a little bit about how he's played and what you expect from him tonight.
Well, I think he's been really solid. You look at the goals that have gotten by him, and they've been either tipped or they've been rebounds that the Golden Knights have kind of boxed out the Mammoth for around the net. So we haven't seen him steal a game yet in this series. We certainly know he's capable of it, right? All you have to do is think back to, oh, hold on, are we in jinx territory yet on the broadcast?
No, we're not there yet.
Can I say the word?
Are we 90 minutes to game time?
That doesn't lock in until at least Adrian takes over, right?
That's right, until the pregame starts. All right, so I'm going to use the word shutout. He had a 28-save shutout against Vegas back in March. He was fantastic in that game. We know he can take over games and do it against this Vegas team. He hasn't taken over yet, but Nick, you're the analyst. I think he's been really steady so far.
And the one thing I think that has helped him in a big way is that the defensemen, I think, in Game 2 did an even better job than they did in Game 1 of clearing out the net front. And a lot is talked about Vegas' physicality, the skill that they have, whether it's Eichel, Marner, Stone, you go on down the list. They got some big boys up front. And their MO is to go right to the front of the net. So when the puck is on the exterior, when the puck is back at the point, they are filing to the goal. And as a goaltender, you're trying to look through trees. It's really difficult to make stops, even though Karel Vejmelka this year had the second most saves from long range and gave up the second fewest goals. So that's a part of using his size, his anticipation, but also the athleticism too. But I think the key is that it was in front of Utah's net in Game 2 is that the defenseman did a much better job of boxing out. Kind of the analogy I like to use is being a goalie's windshield wipers. Because if you can clear the front of that, there was a big Jenga set that just toppled over, by the way. And it was not me. I did not lose the game. But if the defenseman can continue to clear out the net front and allow Karel Vejmelka to get a good read of pucks, if he sees it, he's stopping it. That's just the kind of year that he's had.
How can they improve on the special teams?
Well, I think on the power play in particular, can't turn down any opportunities to shoot the puck. That's been first and foremost, and the power play this year has...
What was working really late in the regular season? Because it caught fire.
Yeah, they were shooting pucks. And any chance they had to shoot it, they did. And what that does as a penalty killer is when there's a shot, then you got to turn, you got to face the net, you got to try to find where that puck is. Is it still at the front of the net? Did it squirt loose into the corner? So then that pulls you out of position, and the power play having the extra skater, well, you got to find a way to outwork the penalty killer. So I think they got to get back to more of a shoot-first mentality, and then when that happens and everybody's a threat to shoot, as a penalty killer, you're not going to be as aggressive. If I know that Mike is over there, and he is not a threat to shoot.
Definitely not.
Well, I can just sit back and play
the
passing lane.
Yeah, he's a big body up front.
And it's real. I would. That is way.
I'm the grocery stick on the bench that separates
extreme.
the forwards and the defensemen.
Yeah.
I don't move.
Mikey's a really good cheerleader there on the bench playing.
I'm a great locker room guy. That's where they leave me. The
You
locker
are.
room.
He has gotten much better though. His team has informed me. But it's kind of like in football, where if all you do is pass, it's going to go back into a prevent defense. They're going to play man-on-man. They're not going to respect the run. Same thing on a power play. If all you do is just pass around, all the penalty killers have to do is just sit back and try to be in those passing lanes. So a shot-first mentality is going to be key, and that's what's going to open up those cross-seam passes.
Mike, I want to know if your calls for big moments are they? Do you pre-plan those, or are they inspired by the moment?
You know, I used to think, like, people would always give me the advice that you don't want to be scripted. And that's true. You don't want to be scripted. But there are so many big moments that the Mammoth have had the last 2 years. I find, like, I'm not doing the moment justice if I'm not at least visualizing a little bit. So, no, I'm not looking down at a script or anything like that. But I do put some thought into what I want it to sound like and how I want to capture it. Like, there's going to be a moment tonight where the Mammoth get their first home Stanley Cup playoff goal. And I want to make sure that I do due diligence to that moment. So I think, Nick and I, we kind of workshop some some ways we want to describe players, describe
There's a lot of long plane rides in the NHL, so we got to pass the time somehow.
A lot of chat GPT, but no, I
wouldn't go that far.
I'm kidding. But I think for me to do it justice, I have to visualize it a little bit and put some thought into it.
All right. Well, we'll be listening.
No
and
spoilers.
Thank you very much for jumping on with us, Nick. Thank you.
Pleasure, boys.
Thanks for being on with us all year. We really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
It's great to see you. Thank you very much.
It's always one of the highlights of my week, and I mean it when I say it. You guys keep up the great work you're doing.
We'll talk again before the series is over.
Have a great game.
Yep.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Nick. We're gonna swap you out a little bit live here.
Bring in the big guns.
I'm really curious to see whose headset Sarah takes.
Exactly.
Who does she
what
trust
we're
the most?
Do.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. That, of course, is Mike Folta, the radio voice of the Utah Mammoth, and our buddy Nick Olchek, who's an analyst all over the radio and television broadcast. But taking over the headset right now, of course, she is the Utah Mammoth rinkside reporter. She's Sarah Merrifield with us here on Jake and Ben. Throw that thing on there, Sarah. I like those glasses, by the way. Those are nice. Hey, let's get Sarah turned on there. All right. Hey, thank you. Thank you for sitting down.
Yes, of course. My pleasure. Sorry we had to squeeze it in such a short window.
We're lucky to have you.
No, this is great. We're so excited. And seriously, the setting, we're hours before the start, and people they're already partying.
It's incredible. Honestly, I was not prepared for a full live band, but they're rocking.
Well, this is a very Ryan Smith thing to do, right? Like and I mean this, he blows it out. Ryan, I mean, you can go back and look at the fact that he got a team here, but I think about it like Mammoth Plus is how I watch you guys. It works every time.
Yeah.
And that could have been a nightmare. And, shout out to Caroline Klein and so many people who got that up and running. But that is a very Ryan Smith thing to get those things in place in a couple of months to set you guys up to have success.
Yeah, I mean, it's been top down. Ryan and Ashley Smith have just been, pouring support into this team. And it's so impressive coming into an organization like that, not having experienced that kind of support from an ownership group, that this kind of stuff is really extra special. It's all the bells and whistles, but it makes you feel like this is so much bigger than just one team.
Right.
I find your job really interesting because I just picture it chaotic. Finding the
what do you mean? Because they throw vegetables at her?
No.
But
that was a first in my career. I have never had that happen before.
Usually that's a bad sign. You get a tomato thrown at you. You're doing a bad
in theory,
job.
but it was wet broccoli because it was cooked, so I don't know that was a good
might
thing
not
either.
Be any better.
But you're constantly chasing, right? You're chasing down these stories, and it's immediate. And for guys like Ben and I who want to know immediately at home, do you love it? I mean, what's it like behind the scenes for you?
I love it because it is no day is ever the same, right? And every the fun part about it is uncovering stories and getting a chance to know all these guys so well, getting to know the team so well, getting to know the community so well through them, and the fast-paced, environment that is sports is kind of what you do sports for, right? You want to have that ever-changing, fluid day, I guess. So, days like today, we had a million things change within the last 3 hours, but hey, that's sports. That's live TV for you, which I think is really fun, and it definitely keeps you on your toes.
And you do particularly unique. We cover the Jazz, and I'll do post-game, and I'll go do the locker room, and they've got 20 minutes, 30 minutes before they're, off the court and showered or whatever. You're pulling guys with the 3 stars right as they come off the ice, right as the game is ended. Sometimes, you think back on Gunther's game winner in overtime last year, and you're pulling him right off the ice. You've got to match that moment. That's not an easy job.
It's definitely interesting, and I've learned over the course of my career how to match that energy, because I think that's a really good, important note, because if they're not as high of the threshold of the rest of the bowl, because, it's business as usual. They want to act like they've been there, act like they've had success. So that's important, but also, you get the characters like Nate Schmidt coming off the bench, and he is just all energy all the time. It's fun, but it's also you read their energy just as much as the bowl, and then you kind of make it about the moment, which is fun.
Who's your favorite interview on the team?
Oh, it's
Get
so
yourself
tough.
in trouble.
I get asked that question all the time, but honestly, it's so hard to pick one because they're all different, and they're all professionals. They all know exactly what to say, but it's always fun to get the really big smiley interviews. Obviously, Nate Schmidt's been fantastic all season long. It's great to see, even Logan Cooley have his moments of really excited and adrenaline moments. So I can't pick my favorite because I feel like that would be biased.
Give us a little insight behind the scenes then. We see Keller a lot. We see Gunther a lot. We see Cooley a lot. They do the ads. It's kind of the forward-facing guys. Behind the scenes, on the plane, in the locker room, who's setting the culture? Who's keeping everybody light? Who's kind of keeping everybody on the same plane?
I think the one thing I can commend them for is that they as a group, they have been on the same page since day one, and I think it also is a huge testament to some of those core guys that came over with the original group from Arizona, and Lawson Krause, Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz. They are as even keel as you can get when it comes to emotion. So keeping the room in check with those three guys, at least from dating back 5 years, and then adding some new voices, I think that's what's kind of made it a good balance. But as far as who's setting the culture, who's setting the tone, it starts with the captain. Clayton has done a fantastic job at keeping everyone on the same page, but also using those other leadership voices in the room to help balance him out. So he's learned a lot in a couple of years, especially since he got the C on his sweater, and it's really impressive to see him grow into that role.
Because I'm not sure that's like the most organic position for him. I'm not sure he's like Mr. Loud in the locker room.
Definitely
I don't
not,
think he's got the loudest voice, certainly. So that must have been a growing experience for him.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the lead by example mentality is very evident with him. And like you said, maybe not the loudest voice in the room, but when he does speak, people listen. That's important too because they trust him. And then again, he mentioned to me the other day, like I asked him, what's it mean to captain a team going into playoffs for the first time in franchise history? And he's obviously so humble about it, but he's grateful to have the support of other leadership voices in the room, not to mention leaning on the coaching staff who's done such a good job of kind of raising up that culture. And I will give credit to Andre Turini, who again, culture is his baseline. Like, you have to have good culture in order to have success, and it starts maybe up there and kind of trickles down, but it's great to have a player voice in the room like Clayton.
What do you expect to see on the ice tonight? What are you going to have your eye on?
Man, I mean, not to steal Mike Foltz's line, but I'm overhearing it just a minute ago. The real narrative of this series has been speed versus size. And I firmly believe that they are going to continue to lean into that speed, but also they gotta lean into the physicality a little bit, even though they're not the bigger team. That's also going to be a huge component. So I expect it to be fast and physical, like we've seen in the first two, and then attempting to get more shots and bodies and pucks to the net. I think that was a really big success marker for them in Game 2.
And there are some vets on this team, obviously, but this is a young group.
Yeah.
They've got to be geeked. They've got to be really excited about what this is.
They're so excited. I mean, I think I actually had this conversation with Mikhail Sergachev the other day. When it comes down to the locking in component, because they're all locked in, that's for sure. And some guys, maybe the bright lights might affect them a little bit more than others just because they haven't done this before. But for the guys that have been in the playoffs before, which is for the most part the back end, they're not worried about the noise. They're focused on the game, which is a good thing. You don't want them to be, I guess, distracted. But for Cooley taking the ice for the first time the other day, he had energy but not nerves. Right. Liam O'Brien even. Yeah. I talked to him the other day. He's been with teams in the playoffs before, but he had never skated in a playoff game.
Wow.
So he had nerves, not in a negative way, but just I want to perform.
He's a human.
I want to perform at the highest level. I'm human, exactly. So it's interesting to hear all of their personal anecdotes because, again, they are human first. But, I think going inside tonight and experiencing what's even just a small sample size of what's happening here on the Plaza is going to be really, really fun.
Yeah, the band is covering Miley right now. They're doing a little Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, we don't have a castle inside Delta Center here in Salt Lake. We don't quite have what Vegas has.
We don't have a dragon either, but, we do have a Zamoth.
Which is right over there.
So I think, Zamoth, dragon, I don't know. I'd pick a Zamoth.
The energy level, let me ask you about that. You've been in that building in Vegas during the regular season.
Yep.
I don't know if you want to give me a percentage or what. How much different is playoff hockey? And for fans who are coming tonight who've maybe been to a regular season game.
Specifically comparison to that arena, because we haven't experienced it here yet, that arena is already kind of a showmanship arena. Obviously, it's Vegas. People come there for an event. You see a lot more kind of random fans in Vegas than you do anywhere else. But they definitely do up the showmanship. The other place I would say that does that similarly is Crypto.com in LA for the Kings. But the environment in Vegas the last two games was actually shockingly more Utah I saw and was aware of more Utah presence than I was in theory for Vegas, especially even 2 hours before the game started.
We could hear it on the broadcast.
Oh my gosh, it was incredible. I mean, obviously you're going to hear the home team chanting and the music blaring when they score goals and things like that, but I was out on the bench 2 hours before the game started because I'm doing, our pregame hits and whatnot, and there were significantly more Utah fans than there were Vegas fans planted in the stands already, starting the chants, the whole thing. I mean, it was the camaraderie of the whole event was pretty spectacular.
So cool. Well, Sarah, listen, thank you for sitting down with us.
My
this
pleasure.
was so
Thanks
fun.
for having me.
We really appreciate it. And
we're going to need to get you a different hat, sir.
I know. You know what? I didn't
Where's Whaler's hat today?
I didn't even mean to wear this hat today, honestly.
My next stop is going inside to make sure you have a Mammoth hat.
I appreciate that. Thank you for jumping on our show.
My pleasure.
All right, there you go. Oh. That is Sarah Merrifield.
Give me that puck
Thank
back.
you very much. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. All right, we'll have more next from the Delta Center, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a northbound crash on I-15 in South Salt Lake, blocking a pair of right lanes approaching the 3300 South exit, with further slowing up ahead going into downtown. Southbound Legacy Parkway is suddenly slow for drivers as well, heading out of Centerville and into Bountiful. This Mother's Day, treat Mom to something unforgettable at the Roof with our brand new spring and summer brunch menu she will love. Celebrate Mom in style above the heart of Salt Lake City. Visit theroofslc.com. That's theroofslc.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Mark Durant, you hear him on the radio broadcast for BYU basketball.
It was a lot of fun to have A.J. DeBonsa in the program. Wow, what a kid. Forecast for us what you think he'll be as far as a pro, ranging from a decent player, an occasional all-star, perennial all-star, Hall of Fame. Where do you think?
I was talking to Matt Carlino, who's a former BYU player who does the color at TCU, and he said, I think A.J. is going to be the face of the NBA for the next 20 years.
Wow.
And I think he can be that guy because of the charisma, just has that nature about him that people like him, and I think he's got the game. And because he works hard, he's going to get better and better. I think he will be a perennial all-star and could end up being a Hall of Famer. I think he's going to be one of the greats, and I can't wait to see what happens for him.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest. Up to 84 months at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Business technology has changed a lot over the last 70 years. But one thing hasn't.
Les Olson is here.
As the years have passed, there's been one constant. And after 70 years and still counting, Les Olson IT is here with the technology and the people to make life easier, more productive, and more secure for your business. Let Les be here for you.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Proud sponsors of the Utah Puck Report, Performance Automotive and Bountiful. Find your next vehicle at performancebountiful.com. Performancebountiful.com.
All systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tusky just rolled by. There's a ton of people here. We're out on the Delta Center Plaza, and Mike Folta wasn't kidding. That dude can't go anywhere. I think he's over there signing an autograph right now. He might not get back into the building. Come visit us. People are piling down here. The turnout is already terrific. Come out to the Plaza. The Mammoth game, of course, taking on the Golden Knights. Puck drops at 7:30. And guess what? We just found out, just this break, did we find out, Ben, that we have tickets to give away for tonight's game.
Tonight's game.
Now, listen, we will still give away tickets to Monday's game. We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. But coming up in the very next segment, we've got 2 sets of tickets, 2, to give away to tonight's game. So tell your friends. You've got a few minutes to tune in. Tell everybody you know. Get ready to call. We're going to give away tickets to tonight's Game 3 coming up in the very next segment.
Very cool.
Man, we've had a busy show today.
That's nice to meet all those people. I've seen them on TV, like everybody who's watched the Mammoth here locally, but nice to meet Nick and Folta and Sarah, and Kim came up, and Maddie was here, so very enjoyable.
Yeah, it was great. And like I said, look at Folta over there. He's just soaking it in. There's a guy who enjoys his celebrity.
Man of the
right
people.
There. Yeah, there's a man that enjoys hanging out. Who's going to win tonight? All right.
We got Mammoth fans all around us.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. Anyway, nice to meet you, man. What's your name? Shandon. Pleasure. Thanks. Enjoy the game tonight. I like the Tusky on the shoulder. That's awesome. Yeah, we've got Mammoth fans all over. It's fantastic. So come on down and see us. Ben, do you want to take a brief break and talk a little NBA? We've got a segment here where we can talk a little bit about tonight's matchups in the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, we actually have a little bit of breaking news.
Do we?
That Kevin Durant is out for Game 3 in L.A. or at home against Houston with a left ankle sprain.
I cannot believe it looks like the Lakers are going to win this series.
They might win it in a sweep.
Color me shocked.
He's missing 2 of these first 3 games.
The Lakers are such a bad team. Who knew Houston was so dysfunctional? Did you hear? I'm not sure if you did. If you heard Locke this morning with DJ and PK, he made the observation that Şengün has stopped passing since the burner accounts came out. And I don't know. I'm going to pay extra close attention to that now and see what kind of Şengün we're getting.
And look, I thought Ime was one of the better coaches in the NBA. Now, he was coaching an all-star team, and since he left and Missoula took over, he's had success. So it's probably not a ringing endorsement of what we saw from Ime Udoka. You've got good players. You can win games. But he has not done a good job with Houston. He's not done a particularly good job here. This locker room feels very separated. It sounds like there's rumors that the players don't like him. He may not like all the players. He can't really figure out what his rotations are. So this is a mess. And they lose this home game. You go down 3-0, that series is over.
I'm so surprised because the Lakers are not good.
They're not good either, especially without Luka and Austin Reeves. Now, it is true that when you lose those players, you naturally become a better defensive team. And they are playing better defense. The Rockets have yet to crack 100 points in this series.
Give the sommelier credit. The sommelier has coached a good series.
He has.
He put a good vintage in the barrel for this series.
He's got one of his favorites.
I can't believe I'm saying it because I don't know if J.J. Redick even knows how to coach.
But he's turned Luke Kennard into a real player. And Luke Kennard's always kind of been a movement shooter.
Well, they've always needed shooting.
Yeah.
They've always been desperate
but
for that.
He's not just doing the J.J. Redick thing anymore. You know, he's catching the ball and he's creating shots and kind of creating for others, which is such a red flag that the Houston Rockets, who are supposed to be a great defensive team, are allowing Luke Kennard to become playmaker Duke Luke Kennard. But that's what he's doing, and it's one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why the Rockets are facing elimination sooner rather than later.
Man, they should just trade Şengün. They should just boot it and go back into another rebuild.
Look, and it's not his fault tonight that he's hurt, but my hottest take maybe in basketball is that I think Kevin Durant's one of the most overrated players of all time, and the skill is there. There's no question about it. He just passed Michael Jordan in scoring. Like, there's no doubt he's one of the great scorers, offensive superstars, physical freaks that we've ever seen. His skill level is through the roof. His teams, outside of, playing with another all-star team with the Golden State Warriors, and then early on when he also had 2 MVPs on his roster with him, made the finals. I just think he's underachieved. I think he's consistently underachieved. And, there's context to all of it, but just for a guy who I think is considered as, one of LeBron's peers in this era or one of Steph's peers in this era, I think those two have proven to be head and shoulders above him.
LeBron and his Mickey Mouse title in the last 10 years isn't doing anything for me.
Okay. Well, and he also played on an all-star team with the Heat to get his.
Yeah, right.
He started this whole...
It's all fake and manufactured, too. I really do. This is just a thought that just came to me. LeBron and Kevin Durant both would have bigger legacies if they had not left their original teams.
I think they both would have won championships.
Well, LeBron did with Cleveland eventually.
But he had to come back to it.
But he had to come back to do it. If he would have just stayed and they would have rebooted that team around him and he won championships that way, or Kevin Durant got over the hump in Oklahoma City, I think we'd view them differently.
I think that's very fair. I would also say you got to learn how to win. And I don't know if they would have learned how to win, I guess, at home, but eventually.
Maybe, but that is part of Michael Jordan's legacy.
It is.
It is part of his legacy.
He suffered for a long time.
He was a Bull, and he stayed with the Bulls. It is part of Bird's legacy. I mean, even to a lesser extent, and I'm not saying like Patrick Ewing stayed with the Knicks forever. I know he wasn't with the Knicks at the end, but he's a Knick, and he has a huge legacy because he stayed there the whole time. And I know you think Patrick Ewing's overrated too, and he probably is, but he's considered a legend and one of the Nick greats because he stayed there. The whole mercenary thing, I don't think goes to legacy building. If you want to talk about why I don't think LeBron is in the GOAT discussion, part of it is that. The mercenary thing doesn't do it for me.
It's why Giannis will be viewed a little bit differently than some of the peers in this era. And he's going to leave this offseason, but he stuck it through, and he did win a title at the team that drafted him in a small market team. He did the impossible. And while I'm not necessarily a fan of this player, he is in the playoffs right now, and he has made a real emphasis on staying in Phoenix, and that's Devin Booker. Devin has over and over and over proven he's very true to that city and wants to win there.
That's part
and
of your
has made
legacy.
the finals, and he's going to retire as the greatest son of all time. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win a title or that he's going to be viewed as an all-timer, but he is one of the great sons, and maybe will finish as the greatest son of all time because he's playing his entire career there.
Look at my friends who are here.
I know, your whole team. She's got the
The
lens
whole
cap on.
broadcast
Your lens cap's on.
Oh, they're going to take a picture of Stevie, quite the photog who's out here, and of course they're Jazz broadcast assistants. I call them Jazz broadcast assistants, but they work on the Mammoth broadcast as well. So shout out to Jalen and Stevie, and Hunter. Man, did we had a great crew of broadcast assistants this year. That is for sure. All right, we'll have more for you next.
Tickets.
Live on the Plaza. We've got tickets. We're giving them away straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's like a parking lot northbound I-15 through Murray right now, thanks to a crash approaching 3300 South that's blocking 3 right lanes. Southbound I-15 coming out of Ogden, also moving slowly from the 21st Street exit down to 5600 South in Roy. That sounds like if you're trying to get to Salt Lake to see the game, you might want to leave a little early to give yourself some time there. Want to remind you about Go Pave Utah. Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not. She does dream of things done right, whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it. GoPave's got your blacktop covered. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com with your KSL traffic update. I'm Christian Esparza on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The playoffs are back in Utah in only their second year in Salt Lake City. The Utah Mammoth are in the NHL playoffs, and your home of every second of every moment of Utah Mammoth hockey is right here. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as the Mammoth make their run to a Stanley Cup. Keep it right here on the Zone for the best coverage of Mammoth hockey. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's Brian with Olson's Greenhouse. In today's busy world, your home should be your sanctuary, a peaceful retreat where you can unwind, breathe deeply, and recharge. And what better way to create that haven than with flowers? A pop of color in your flower beds, a cheerful container garden by the front door, or a lush patio filled with vibrant blooms can transform any space into a personal oasis. Flowers don't just brighten up your home, they lift your spirits too. Research even shows that surrounding yourself with plants can reduce stress and boost happiness. At Olson's Greenhouse, we grow premium quality plants that make it easy to bring beauty and joy into your life. Whether you prefer bold, eye-catching colors or soft, soothing pastels, we have the perfect flowers to complement your space. And with locally grown plants, you know they're ready to thrive. This spring, create a sanctuary of color and comfort with flowers from Olson's Greenhouse. Find us on Instagram at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens or go to OGG.com to find a retailer near you. That's OGG.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Utah Mammoth hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Game 3, Stanley Cup Playoffs Opening Round Series tonight. The Utah Mammoth hosts the Vegas Golden Knights. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Las Vegas Aviators host the Salt Lake Bees tonight at 8 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth at 50 update as we get you ready for Game 3 of their Stanley Cup playoff matchup with the Golden Knights of Las Vegas. Here's the Bear, Andre Tourny, talking about the mentality the team needs to bring it tonight.
It's exactly what it is. You need to have really good intensity. You need to be 10 out of 10 in your drive, but at the same time, you need to be calm. You need to be urgent, but you need to be patient. So you need to be disciplined. You need all of that. So it's why those guys are pros and they're unbelievable.
Mammoth at 50 update brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from the plaza outside of the Delta Center. Joining the show now, and then, because we're going to let her be a part of the giveaway, we're giving away tickets.
Oh.
So, yeah, absolutely. Kim Becker joining us. Of course, you hear her on the radio broadcast. Yeah, you're very popular when you jump on the segment where you give away tickets.
Yeah, I was going to say, I came for the best part, and this was just a coincidence. Or was it?
All right, so caller 9.
Oh, I was going to let Kim pick the number.
At caller 11, Christian has picked low ones because, he said 9 in honor of Clayton Keller.
No, that's fair.
And 11 in honor of Dylan Gunther.
Not bad choices.
801-575 zone, caller 9 and caller 11. You're coming tonight, so
better be ready.
You better be ready.
You better have your jersey on.
Gear on. Yeah, be ready to go.
Hey, are you kidding for this?
Oh, my
So
gosh.
many people would do whatever, just drop whatever just to get down here. Are you kidding? This is going to be
exactly.
amazing tonight.
And what an opportunity for people to be able to just come hang out, even if they're not going to the game tonight, right? They can just come enjoy the plaza party that's happening right now. Vibes are high. Atmosphere's great. Energy is bumping, and everyone's just getting so excited for Puck Drop.
Kim, we were talking during the break, kind of your background and talking about you'd spent some time with the Avalanche, and they're one of the premier organizations in all of the NHL, and have had a ton of success and 3 Stanley Cups. How does this compare? I mean, what you're seeing right now and the excitement around this of what a kind of a, I guess, more traditional Hockey City looks like.
Yeah, it's funny because I actually could have stayed with the Avalanche. I had an opportunity to stay there and continue working for them. And when this opportunity came on my plate at the exact same time, it was, I hate to say this, but it was honestly a no-brainer because I was like, I need to be a part of something from the ground up. I could already feel in my bones how special this was going to be and how incredible it was going to be to just be there, to see all of the fans for the first time, to see the guys take the ice for the first time, to see the fan base grow, to see the community be able to attach to this team. And it has exceeded my expectations, honestly. I wasn't sure how the hockey knowledge was in the fan base already in Utah, and it was there. We thought we were maybe going to have to teach the game to people and this and that, and it was like, no, we did that for a little bit, and people knew the game, and people know it, and they caught on to it so fast. And so seeing all of this is so incredible because there have been so many different instances within the Utah Mammoth organization in the last 2 years that have been firsts, right? It was the first ever game. It was the first home opener. It was when the branding got done with the Utah Mammoth, and then it was the first time you saw the Utah Mammoth jerseys on the ice, and then it was, when the Winter Classic was announced. That was such a huge day, and now it's the first playoff game here in the state of Utah, and all of these days, they feel like you're on cloud nine, honestly. It just feels like you're floating around. I mean, vibes are so high, and people are so excited, so to be a part of this is so incredible. I mean, it was amazing, working with the Avalanche, and I grew up watching that team. I grew up in Denver, so that was like my home team, and that was so cool. But this is so cool because we're all part of something. Everyone that is even a fan in the last 2 years is part of something really special, part of history, and I think that's something you can't replicate.
Man, I didn't know you were from Denver.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. We always say Salt Lake is what Denver pretends to be.
Yeah.
Including a hockey
Depending where
town.
you go. I think if you go there, they say the opposite. But yeah, no, it's no. You know what? I love Denver. Of course, it's home. But Salt Lake City has been so pleasantly surprising to both my husband and I, and we've really, really enjoyed it. And I will say, I thought I grew up in the mountains in Denver, but no. This is in the mountains
Yeah,
here in Salt Lake
they're
City.
way out there.
They're
You can
way,
kind of see way
they're
out
way
there.
out there in Denver. So this is pretty cool.
What do you expect tonight? What do you have your eye on?
I mean, I just cannot wait to see what kind of game presentation happens when the boys are out on the ice. I've heard a lot of really exciting new things will be happening inside of the Delta Center, but honestly, I just can't wait for game action. I know the guys are super excited to play in front of their home crowd. They're super excited to play for all of those watching at home that are cheering them on here from Utah, and I think they're going to have a little pep in their step tonight, knowing that this is the first opportunity for playoff hockey here inside of the Delta Center in front of their home crowd, and I think that's just, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of the fans and for all of the players, so I just can't wait for the energy inside there tonight.
You're right. I suspect there's going to be some surprises because Tusky was a surprise. There was no announcement, and then all of a sudden he came out. What wasn't the shell? What was it? What did he come out of? What did he break out of on his first game?
Oh, yeah, it was like a big ice cube.
Yeah, it was the big ice cube.
Yeah, we got it like the ice game.
And then the Mammoth just got dropped on
Right?
everybody. So there's got to be something like a second hockey team.
I know.
Another
Yeah,
Salt Lake
right?
team.
Good point, right? Is it a second mascot? Who knows? No, there's going to be some really cool stuff going on. I don't know what they are. There are surprises to all of us, but I've been so excited to see what happens for a long time.
What do you think about the atmosphere they've created here? Not just, the fans. We've seen passionate Jazz fans. We know people's passion, but the way they did the building with the steepness, and I got to imagine it's an environment that stands up around the league, I would hope.
Yes, and I am not just saying that because I am here. I have heard that from other organizations, from other people that work with other teams. They have said, holy cow, what's been built in Utah is incredible, especially within just 2 years in such a short time. To have the energy and to have the renovations being done, to have the facility, the Utah Mammoth Ice Center. Yeah. I have heard so many people around the league talk about what a state of art, like just facility that is, having all of the resources, having anything that the guys need. And I know that has been a draw, too, for other players around the league to come here. Like Mackenzie Weegar, he waived his trade clause when he was in Calgary. Mm-hmm. And he had a no-trade clause. He did not want to be traded from the Calgary Flames, and then he waived it when Utah was on the table. And that just goes to show you that guys want to come here. This is a destination for the NHL now, and you will see more and more players want to come join the Utah Mammoth, and you will see these guys here that are already playing with the Mammoth want to stay here. You've seen the extensions with Nick Schmaltz, with Logan Cooley. The guys want to play here, and they want to play for the fans. And I think that is just a testament to what Ryan and Ashley Smith have built over the last 2 years, and it's been nothing short of incredible.
Do you ever sneak out?
Out
from the broadcast?
Oh yeah, and just get into the stands.
Yeah, just go and sit around.
Partake in the celly cam a little bit. Yeah, of course. Haven't you seen me up there? Yeah, no. No, I definitely do. I walk around the concourse. I love to say hi to people. I normally get my food during the first period, so I'll say hi to people walking around. And we do our pregame show right in front of the team store there, but in
Yeah.
between sections 1 and 2, so people will come up and say hi to us, which is my favorite part of this entire thing, and just getting to know the fans and seeing people and how they've grown to love this team and love watching what we do and the product that we're giving them, and that's just always like the biggest compliment. So it's been really, really fun to be involved.
What have you taken from the first 2 games? What worked? What didn't?
Yeah, the first one, I think just the physicality of it was so intense, and that is playoff hockey. There was no surprises there, but I don't know if I've seen our team play a team that had that much physicality, right? It was the most hits they've received in franchise history that day. And then they stepped up to the plate and they matched it. And in game 2, the physicality went down a little bit, but Utah was so confident. And I think that was what really stood out to me was in game 1, I think it was probably like a whoa, this is playoff hockey. We're here in Vegas. These guys know how to win. They are experienced playoff teams. And now we've got to step up to the plate, and you saw that happen in game 2. And in a series of possibly 7 games against the same team, that's what you want to see, right, is adjustments and improvements from the previous game, because it's not like you can just brush it under the rug and get ready for the next team. You're playing the exact same team 2 nights later, so you have to learn and you have to make adjustments on what went on in that game 1, and that's what I saw in game 2, and I think the speed that this team has is going to be the kryptonite for them. I mean, Vegas can't keep up with that speed through 7 games, so we'll see what happens, but I've been really impressed with how these guys just have handled the energy, have handled the vibes and the expectations, and I think coming back here with the split 1-1 series is best case scenario.
Well, Kim, we can't thank you enough for jumping on with us.
Very cool.
Enjoy the
You
game
guys.
tonight. Thank you so much.
You guys enjoy it and have fun out here. This is awesome. Soak it up.
It is cool. It is
We
really,
were
really
just saying
cool.
this. The game doesn't start for like 3 hours.
Oh.
There are so many people.
Oh, people
here.
are raging. Yeah, it's awesome.
Very cool.
And they
Yeah.
should be.
Yeah, as they
It's
should
exciting.
be. This
You
is
said
amazing.
it. It's historic.
Once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, Kim.
Thanks so
You
much.
You're
rock.
welcome, you guys.
All right, we're going to talk to Chris Armstrong coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben live from the plaza outside the Delta Center, getting ready for the Mammoth and the Golden Knights Game 3 of the Stanley Cup playoffs, the inaugural playoff game here in Salt Lake City. And joining us now, the Utah Mammoth President of Hockey Operations, Chris Armstrong, with us here on Jake and Ben. Chris, it's great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys. Great to be here. Look at this plaza.
This
full
is
of,
amazing.
Unbelievable energy and atmosphere here.
All right, before we get started, I have to say you guys share a common love, and I don't know if you guys know this.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
So when you guys were looking for the name of the team,
Yep.
Jake had an idea. What was your idea?
Oh, I thought the Dream Coats, because of our connection to Joseph and the amazing Technicolor
You're talking to
Dream Coat.
Joseph right here, brother.
Get out of here.
How did you guys ever possibly uncover that? That is impressive.
Get out of here. Are you serious?
He's handsome.
Not
He's smart.
Not the Donny Osmond level of things, but
He's a walking work of art.
Yeah.
A multi-talented guy. Wow.
Musical theater in high school. Yeah, I had the privilege of playing Joseph. It was fun.
Oh, Ben told me that I would like that. I do like that.
So we went to
That
the
was
wrong
good.
person when we were pitching Dream Coats as the
did.
name.
We were more on the money. I thought local connection, rad name.
That's really impressive.
But you know what? Mammoth is pretty good. It's pretty good.
The fans led us there, and look how they've embraced it. I mean, it's like jerseys everywhere.
Well, the jersey exchange today, it was insane. I mean, the fact that, there were that many Vegas fans that came in and that they were ready to switch allegiance to a team that's winning and ready to go.
I think it's pretty special. I think it speaks to the legacy of hockey that was here, and that was part of our thesis that NHL hockey would work in Utah. We knew there were lots of hockey fans here already, and I think we've converted many of them, and today was an opportunity to have a little good-natured fun and try to convert some more.
Well, tell us a little bit about what you've learned, because this has been a wild ride, right? I mean, 2 years and to have playoff hockey here in Salt Lake. Give us kind of what's it like?
It's been awesome. I mean, I think what I've learned the most is that I have the privilege of working with the best, most talented people in the world in their various fields, from our players on the ice to our coaches to our staff, our front office across our entire organization at SEG, and certainly I think we have the best ownership group in Ryan and Ashley Smith in all of professional sports. But what I would tell you is that, the best, most talented people don't ever reach their full potential unless they're surrounded by others who challenge them and who push them, who support them, and most importantly, who believe in them. And I think our organization is full of those kinds of people, but more importantly, we're surrounded by those kinds of people here in our community and across the state in the way they've embraced this team and this franchise.
Well, Chris, not trying to look past what's happening right now, but, we got introduced to Ryan Smith for the first time. He's doing the jersey patches for the Jazz 5 for the fight.
Yeah.
And that was maybe 10 years ago, and now he owns 2 major league teams here in the Delta Center and the shops at Southtown and all. He always has something next. So how do you build off of this playoff success? I mean, what's next for the organization?
Yeah, I think the best part of making the playoffs is through that journey, however long that journey is, you learn everything you need to know about your team at that moment in time. Where we're at, what we need, where we can continue to improve and get better. We're going to learn a lot tonight through our fans' experience with our first ever and historic playoff game. NHL playoff game, Stanley Cup playoff game here in Utah. We've tried to have that two-way communication with our fans from day one, whether it's naming the team or the experience inside the Delta Center. We're continuously trying to improve and make this a uniquely Utah experience for them.
We were talking to Kim in the last segment about Utah becoming a destination for hockey players. Can you talk about what goes into maybe building that from behind the scenes to the vibe or whatever? How do you make it a destination for great players?
Yeah, I think I have the unique vantage point of having represented athletes for 20 years prior to taking this role, and I think what an athlete is looking for is the resources and support to help them to reach their full potential, to eliminate all of the distractions and all of the excuses, all the impediments to their success. And on the other side of that is how you treat their family, their sphere of influence, and making sure that those people are well taken care of, that there isn't ancillary stress in their lives as a result of those kinds of things. And I think that's been our approach since the very first conversation we had with the players when we met the lion's share of the group for a day of golf in Arizona. Was what's important to you? What do you need? What do you need us to do to make sure the experience? And Ryan knows more than anyone about experience. In fact, as you guys know through Qualtrics, and that is really where the source of much of his success has come from, is understanding that experience and being able to customize and tailor an experience to meet the needs of your customer or your stakeholder, in this case for us, the players. And what do you need to make this experience the best it can possibly be and to create an environment that you can have success in? I think that's been our approach since day one. That will continue to be our approach. And again, it's a two-way conversation, learning what we can continue to do to improve.
And you've got some new guys who have joined the team, since you've been in Salt Lake City, and whether it's Uyghur or some of the names that have come in. But I've got to imagine there feels like a lot of ownership for these players. I mean, they were from the ground up here. I know they had histories before, but they were here in Salt Lake City from day one.
Yeah, I think they all view it as what it was, which is they were all traded to a new franchise. And the good fortune is in being traded, they were traded together, and so there is that familiarity and there is that chemistry and camaraderie that's already been built. And we've been very systematic in these first 2 years of going after pieces that will complement the culture and objectives that we have as an organization. I think Bill Armstrong's done a great job of finding those pieces and making making improvements to the club whilst also recognizing that we have, 6 first-round picks sitting outside the franchise right now who are coming, and giving ourselves the ability to buy more time for those players to come into our lineup and play, a significant role in the future. So I think we knew on day one that we had a great foundation on the ice from which to build, and the most important thing is being patient. Especially around all of this enthusiasm and energy, and continuing to stick to our plan. We ultimately want to get to a place where we're making the playoffs every year and hopefully contending every year.
Ben and I talked about how 2 years ago, I guess, was the introduction of all the players, 2 years ago today. And I think that day really proved that there is a hockey community here. And then attendance obviously has been amazing, and how loud the building is. I'm curious, though, and I don't know if you can quantify this, have you seen the growth in the community? Have you seen other maybe not hockey-centric people really jumping on?
Absolutely. I think, first of all, that welcome event here at the Delta Center, I think was one of the coolest moments that any of us had ever been a part of in our careers in sport. Just the energy of that moment, to see the reaction, the pride that people felt for having another major professional sports team in this market, in this city, in this state, was exceptional. It still gives us chills thinking about the impact. We introduced the players in suits and ties, and you'd think we were in Game 7 of a playoff series, how loud the energy of that building was. I think, we see it every day in our interactions in the community. It's Ubers, it's restaurants, it's walking on the street. You see what this organization, having this team means to people, that it's happened in their lifetime, that it's something that they feel is uniquely theirs and that they're growing with from the ground up, I think is really the thing that we feel the most. People feel a sense of pride of being part of the authorship of this organization and where we're going, and that's pretty special. And I think you see that level of investment and connection. Certainly you're going to see it tonight in the arena.
But on top of that, you even need some magic, and that comes with winning the lottery last year. That comes with Clayton Keller going to the Olympics and just kind of generating some natural, organic identity. I think you guys have. I said this last week. It's kind of been a fairy tale start through 2 years. It feels like
it's been a lot of hard work to get to this point, and there was a lot of hard work preceding the arrival of SEG into the NHL, and we're the beneficiaries of a lot of that work, and we've tried to provide the additional resources and support to take those critical next steps. I think what I see is unlimited potential, and we've got to cultivate that and nurture it, and we've also got to take the approach of not taking this support that we have for granted and continuing to meet the mark and meet the standard that we've set.
Are you superstitious?
Not particularly. I guess
No?
with some things, I would probably acknowledge that I'm more routine-based, maybe less superstitious. Yeah.
No,
Ben's shoes are on backwards.
No pregame routine for Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor. You didn't have a go-to before? Something to warm up the voice that stayed with you forever?
Not that I can remember. When I played the game many moons ago, I was a goaltender, and so I would do certain things like put on my pads the same way, in the same orders, same straps, same order of straps, etc. Back then, it's much easier now. The equipment's way more user-friendly and way lighter. So, but I would say I kind of left that stuff behind when I stopped playing sports competitively, and just try to take the approach that preparation is the only thing you can control.
You gonna go with the playoff beard? You gonna let that thing keep growing?
I have a beard all the time, so I'm just gonna let it ride. I'm gonna, I'm not gonna let it get unruly, but I'm gonna let it reach some depth, and hopefully we're playing a long time here and we get to grow it.
Well, Chris, listen, thank you. We know you're super busy, and for you to come out and sit down with us, we couldn't thank you enough.
Likewise,
good luck
guys.
tonight.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
the support and for being
Thanks,
here.
Julie.
You bet. Thanks, Julie. We appreciate it. There you go. That is Chris Armstrong, Utah Mammoth president of hockey operations. So great to have him on.
Nardwar's got nothing on us. Yeah. My wife. Angie Treasure.
The famous Will Trubshaw is here.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I've got sources.
You never know what celebrities you're going to run into. Thank you very much to Chris Armstrong. Will, you look sharp, buddy. You look good. It must be playoffs, right? Our great producer of the Mammoth radio broadcast, Will Trubshaw, dropping by to see us.
Man, everybody's stopping by.
No coincidence. Will drops by when Chris is here. He's got a brown nose a little bit, Got a little FaceTime. Hey, that was super fun. I can't imagine what a task has been on his hands in particular to do what they've done as a franchise in 2 years, including, speaking of Will, including launching the radio broadcast and the TV broadcast and getting all the, you were just talking a little bit about some people behind the scenes, Ben, but to get the what am I looking for? Manpower, but there's a different word for that. The structure, the infrastructure behind the scenes to pull it off is really amazing.
Unbelievable. No, it's this to be here today. I mean, from the very beginning of where this was to just actually be at a functioning arena, that can seat 20,000-ish hockey fans in the second year. Both Mammoth and Vegas fans. We see a lot of Vegas fans here as well. But to be able to host this quickly and have it feel as natural and as organic as it does, because you can tell when you walk into a building that's not finished. You can tell when you walk into an arena that's not where it's supposed to be. And if you know the Arizona history, I mean, that's where they came from. Yeah. That's where they were playing. It's no surprise that they weren't having a lot of success, despite the fact that they clearly had a lot of talent on that team. And I think if you look at the players and the talent and the time they put in to get to where they were, they deserve better, I would imagine. So to be here and have this set up and then have, the fans rewarded with a good product and the fans to pay that back as well as we know fans in Utah do, I think is a real cool symbiosis, a real cool synergy.
Where are those Vegas fans? Should we send Brant over to mean mug him?
This guy's wearing gold pants.
And just videotape it? Just go over there and intimidate him?
Brant's scary.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Brant's way scary.
Scarier than we are.
He could totally intimidate some Vegas fans. No doubt about it. Make them feel, like they're here in Mammoth country.
Yeah.
It is amazing. I can't get over how many people are here.
The game doesn't start for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, the puck drops at 7:30, and I'm telling you, there are hundreds, I don't know, dare I say thousands of people here already? Probably not quite in the multi-thousands, but...
Christian, how did our ticket giveaway go?
Oh, wonderful. 2 people are very happy.
Yeah.
Shout out to those 2 people.
Yeah, very cool. 2 sets, right? So we got 4 people that should be...
4 people that should be super excited.
Happy.
To get down there and get down here early and really check it out. They've got the band out. They've got the booths up. And the vibe is high.
Yeah.
Got to make again, we just had the president of the team on. Got to make him feel pretty good.
No, again, and, I tried to get him to agree with me on it being a fairy tale, and he wouldn't. And he said, yeah, we all worked really hard.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you did. And,
the
lottery will be very cool.
I'm blown away by your surprise. I'm blown away by the Joseph connection. How did we not know this?
I know.
Well, I should have advocated harder for the Dreamcoats.
Well,
I thought it was a lost cause.
I will tell you the truth. I didn't learn until this morning, and so that was.
You had a source?
Yeah, I got a source. I outed her on the online.
Oh, we should have played this song for him.
Believe it or not, I had set this whole thing up with our friend Christian before the show.
No, that did bring a smile.
He got ambushed.
I got ambushed by Chris joining us early. I had to manipulate.
It is your fault,
the schedule. I know. I made a mess up.
Well, next time we have Chris on, because I suspect that won't be the last time.
We got to play
this
song.
This could be his intro.
Yeah,
Joseph himself.
We've got to play this song.
Yeah,
you better believe we do. That's amazing. No, what a cool dude. That's my first time meeting him in person too. So, very nice for everybody. I mean, we'll go through and thank the guests later, but man, we've had a bunch of people that have come down and kind enough to share their thoughts on the game and the franchise and what a big moment this is for the Mammoth.
No, just and if you're a fan, ideally they win and whatever happens, you'll be happy. But I think this is in itself a real sign of success, a real sign that this is where they're supposed to be, that this is going to be a long-term fixture in the state of Utah. That I don't think this is a fad. This isn't a bad team that people are going to go because it's new. This is going to be a winning organization. This is going to be a winning team. And as Chris said, they've got 6 first-round draft picks who are not yet with the team. Bill Armstrong has said repeatedly that their best team is not here yet. This is something that's just at the very beginning. And as we talked to Chris about, I'm sure the players have some ownership of it. I think a lot of these fans feel like they've got ownership of it. There's not a lot of fans in Salt Lake who remember the Jazz's first game at this point. That was 50 years ago now, in 1979 when the Jazz first played here. every fan here remembers the Mammoth's first game and now first playoff game. So I think this is a way you've got a bunch of kids here that are going to have this as a part of their bloodstream the way if you grew up in Salt Lake, certainly the Jazz were as well.
Yeah, I would agree. So, yeah, come on out. Big crowd out here. There's a Vegas fan. I'm not going to send Brandt to mean mug that guy.
He's bigger than Brandt.
Yeah, that guy's bigger.
Not a lot of guys are bigger than Brandt, but he is. In fact, he's coming over to Brandt now. Brandt, be
right.
careful.
Don't mean mug that guy.
He's all right.
Yeah, be nice. You never know what these Vegas fans. But the cavalcade of pundits that we brought here through here so far today, Ben. I mean, keep coming back to this theme with pretty much every guest: physicality versus speed. I mean, that's going to really be the key tonight. We'll talk to Adrian Denny coming up at 5:30 as he jumps on with us, host of I guess you don't call it half. What do they call it, Ben? Period,
intermission.
Post. Yeah, pre-intermission and post-game host. Adrian Denny is going to jump on with us. But that's the key. How does the Mammoth get out of the trap of physicality and get into a fast-paced, open ice skate type of game?
I was surprised talking to Nick Olchek we did in the last hour. And again, if you missed any of those interviews, if you want to get ready for the game, you can find him at KSLSports.com and our podcast page. But, we were talking about is it easier to slow down the game or speed it up, and he talked about speeding it up. He said you can slow it down, certainly, and for the Mammoths, because they have that speed, he really thinks they're going to be able to continue to do that. And that's going to be a plus for them. That's going to be a positive. If they can keep the pace of the game high, which, basketball, you can really slow things down. Football, you can slow things down if you want to. If you can keep the speed high, that's going to be really hard for the Golden Knights to catch up with. And again, the later these games get at altitude, that could really be an advantage as long as the Mammoth can keep it close or play with lead.
And then how do they get the first line going? Because everybody's talking positive about line 2 with Cooley and Gunther, but how do you get the captain going? How do you get Keller going?
And I suspect they won't win if they don't. To be honest, I don't think they're going to escape this series if they don't get more production from Keller, from Schmaltz, from Krause. That's got to be where they start to find some help here. And we were talking about the Knicks and Hawks series earlier, and who's the Hawks star? Jalen Johnson had not played particularly well in New York, and he gets back to Atlanta and he figures it out. Well, he's their all-star. He's the face of that franchise now. That's what you need to see from Keller. That's what you need to see from Krause. That's what you need to see from Schmaltz. And there were so often this season, especially in the midway point, where it felt like they really found their momentum and found their rhythm. Those guys stepped up. Those guys picked it up. Schmaltz specifically started scoring a lot of goals, and that's why they were the top 2 point scorers on the team this year. They've got to figure it out. They've got to show up, and they've got to start performing better than they have in the first couple of games, because while it's amazing that Cooley and Gunther can carry you, that Yamamoto's had a big impact, that the Carcone's had a big impact, you need your stars to shine brightest. And, they just extended Schmaltz. Keller does have the C on his chest. Those guys have to play at a higher level.
Well, certainly don't get scored on twice by Vegas's fourth line.
Absolutely.
I mean, I can't believe that was a strategy for the Golden Knights in game number 1 that actually worked with not 1 but 2 goals.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of I always said the way I would play defense against LeBron would just be gap him, stand under the hoop and beg him to shoot.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel a little bit like that?
If you're not intimidated by them, if you're not intimidated by that top line, and they're not able to.
They're going to play their fourth line.
Yeah,
that's going to be a strategy.
No, you're exactly right, and that's got to be, where it's helpful. And then, what, the veterans on defense have to play better as well. We talked about Uyghur's turnovers. We talked about Sergachev's turnovers that both led directly to goals. You can't do that all that often, and whether you continue to ice the puck and that strategy, or whether you feel like you can get it out of the defensive zone and kind of break out and get some of those breakaways for the speedsters on your team. I think that's going to be also a determining factor in the series. So it's exciting to watch how these develop. It's exciting to learn this about hockey for both the Golden Knights and the Mammoth, and the chess match of it all, to sound too cliche, but how they adapt to one another, or how they counter what one another do.
Well, after listening to Jay Stevens earlier, I'm going to be paying extra close attention to which one of those defensemen clear the net, clearing not the puck, but the body out from front of Veggie. Because it sounds like that's exactly what the Golden Knights want to do, is stack bodies in front of the goal and take advantage of their size and physicality. So who's going to come across with that dirty cross-check, Ben, and really make them pay?
Ian Cole. He's a big boy. McBain's a big boy. Krause is a big boy. Those guys need to get out there and need to do their parts
Spicy
as well
tuna
to match that physicality. And honestly, it's all part of it. And it's about diving in front of pucks. You've got to look at saves at the end of the night, and not saves by the goaltender, but pucks blocked by the defense, by the stars on the team. And that's where, Schmaltz and Keller and Krause can continue to be effective, even if they're not racking up points, even if that's not where you're seeing their production. But, putting their body on the line, taking a puck to the knee, taking a puck to the chest. And it's not fun, but I don't think hockey's necessarily – I don't think you're out there to have fun. I think you're out there to win these games, and that's where they can continue to have an impact.
Another tracks train full of hockey fans just pulled up.
Yeah, they're just dumping them in.
Like
Do they ship these guys in?
Clown car watching all these hockey fans pile off the train. It's really amazing. And we've seen some great responses from the Jazz fans on the plaza, but I don't know if we've seen this many folks this early.
And we're rewarded with a beautiful day. That's not hurt at all.
That's the best part. Have you seen Tusky? I know you want to get a picture.
Well, I saw him running around.
I know your affinity for mascots.
He was on his he doesn't do the weird mascot hand thing, which I like. He
majored in mascotting in college.
And now I've got a real vitriol towards them because I didn't make it.
It got cut.
I got cut.
Got cut by the minor league.
He's
the Grizzlies.
He's riding around on his little hoverboard, wherever he is.
Speaking of, Adrian Denny is going to join us next. Of course, Adrian worked for the Grizzlies for a long, long time. I think he may have. We'll have to ask him. I think he has some mascot experience.
I believe it.
I think he has some Grisby experience.
I would believe that as well.
I had no idea you could major in mascotting until I met you.
I haven't made it very far.
I didn't know that was a class.
Yeah.
That was something you could do.
That's why this is the highlight of my life so far.
You've really done a lot. Some people get like English lit majors and they say, oh, what are you going to do with that? Ben got a mascotting major.
Well, you missed this conversation, unfortunately, and she had to leave quickly because she's got to get ready for pre-half and post. But you know what Kim Becker was doing before she was with the Avalanche?
What was she doing?
She was Disney on Ice.
No way.
She's a figure skater. That's how she grew up. That's her background with hockey, is being on the ice as much as she was. And she was a competitive figure skater who jumped over to doing Disney on Ice.
That's awesome.
And then she started doing announcing during Disney on Ice. She kind of moved into the voice work, and she realized, I don't mind this at all. And now she's doing pre-half.
What a
and post.
career path!
Yeah, very cool.
No, that is
she
really cool.
She skipped right over mascot school like I did. And
I should have asked her what princesses she was. My kids would get a huge kick out of that.
Well, she's got the long red hair. So
probably
Ariel.
Yeah, probably a
probably had Ariel going
for Ariel. That's a good point.
Can you skate in the mermaid fins?
I'm sure you can. Disney could do anything. I'm sure they make it happen. Oh, well, that's awesome. What a cool background.
Yeah.
What a cool background for her. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Adrian Denny, he hosts pre-intermission and post for the Utah Mammoth broadcast. He's going to jump on the show coming up right around the corner. Stay tuned. We also have game tickets for Game 4 to give away. Stay tuned for that as well. Jake and Ben live from the Plaza here at the Delta Center, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The playoffs are back in Utah. In only their second year in Salt Lake City, the Utah Mammoth are in the NHL playoffs, and your home of every second of every moment of Utah Mammoth hockey is right here. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as the Mammoth make their run to a Stanley Cup. Keep it right here on the Zone for the best coverage of Mammoth hockey. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Next Gen Motors believes car buying should feel different, more honest, more transparent, and centered around the customer experience. That's why the community is invited to celebrate the Next Gen Motors grand opening on May 1st from 12 to 7 p.m. at their new Linden location, 590 North State Street. Guests can enjoy an afternoon of free food, giveaways, and family-friendly fun, including favorites like Chick-fil-A, Crumble Cookies, and Jurassic Tacos. Live radio broadcasts will take place throughout the day, leading up to the official ribbon cutting at 5 p.m. with local city officials. Whether shoppers are looking for their first car, their next truck, or a vehicle that fits the whole family, Next Gen Motors is ready to make the process simple, stress-free, and worth the drive. Next Gen Motors in Linden. Built on trust.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at slcfatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
The Monster Energy SMX World Championship takes more than just skill. Here we go! It takes guts, precision, and all-out passion. What's it gonna be? For the world's elite dirt bike racers, every second counts. To the roar of the crowd! Oh, he's done it! Don't miss your chance to experience it live. Get your tickets now to Monster Energy AMA Supercross. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission. Coming to Rice Eccles Stadium May 9th.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating, heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacobin, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live today from the plaza here outside of the Delta Center, getting you ready for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup playoff matchup between the Utah Mammoth and the Las Vegas Golden Knights. We want to say thanks to our friends at Trajan Wealth. We had Chris Armstrong on in the last segment. We didn't get to the official live at 505 Open, but of course that segment is brought to you every day by Trajan, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them 801-899-7600 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. We will be giving away tickets to game number 4 coming up in the very next segment, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But joining us now, he is the host of pre-intermission and post-game for the Utah Mammoth radio broadcast, and my former editor at the Skyline Horizon. He is Adrian Denny with us here on Jake and Ben. Hey, Adrian, what's up?
Hey, boys, welcome to the afternoons. Jake, I love telling everybody that we went to the same elementary, junior high, high school, and graduated in the same department at the University of Utah together,
sure did.
all while being about a block and a half away from all of that.
Geez, I feel like we go way back because it's like 10 years now and not even close to
Adrian and I were children together. It's super cool, and I'm super stoked you're doing this. You spent so many years with the Grizzlies, and this was just the ideal fit, man. So it's great. And not to mention, you were interning at K-Fan at the same time I was interning here.
That is where it split,
Yeah,
Jake.
that is where it split.
I was on one station and you were on the other.
Yep.
After college, things went our separate ways.
They did.
After our mass communications professor thought we were both just bottom of the barrel sports guys that didn't get how to read news for NPR.
That is correct.
All that stuff. And here we are. The only people, I say, the only two people from our department that graduated that are actually still on the air.
Using the
all the other people were so smart. They made such good sense. We just had a Blackhawk fly over. That was very cool. Speaking of which, shout out to our winner of one of our tickets who just came on down, Anthony.
Anthony just dropped by. He was so stoked. He was driving down here just to kind of hope to happen into a ticket. And he called and he won. He's
a member of the
so cool.
military as well. So shout out Anthony and thanks for everything he does. All right, Adrian, we've talked so much about what to expect tonight or what's going to happen before the end of the series. What did you learn about this team in the first 2 games that maybe we didn't know through the first 2 regular seasons?
Do you know what? It might not have been what we learned. It might have been what hockey and hockey fans outside of Utah learned about Dylan Guenther and Logan Cooley making their playoff debuts, right? Because there's a reason. You can kind of tell with guys that Bill Armstrong drafts and signs that they are, that they're, I don't want to say robots, but that they've got skill, speed, but they're all winners, right? Like Dylan Guenther won 2 championships in juniors. Logan Cooley went to the University of Minnesota, played in the Frozen Four championship game his first year there, right? Like, you got to have, every possible characteristic to land on one of Bill Armstrong's rosters. So the way that those 2 guys came out and opened things up, playing with Kyler Yamamoto, who's a guy that was with the Edmonton Oilers for a number of years, playing with them, with Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, 2 of the best players in the world, on a line with them. And so those 3, I think, were the biggest pieces for Utah in the first 2 games, and the hockey world just kind of saw, okay, Dylan Guenther and Logan Cooley have never played in the playoffs, but I think they're okay. I think they're going to be all right.
What's the key to taking advantage of speed? As I am getting to know hockey, Adrian, I was not a hockey guy like yourself for a long time, and it seems like this team is so fast. How do they avoid getting caught up in the physical style that Vegas wants to play in, and how do they play their brand?
I think the way I would put this, stop worrying about the narrative that Vegas is physical and Vegas likes to take advantage of that and maybe being a little bigger. I don't want to say worry because my mom worries, right? But there's, that little guy in your head that keeps saying, oh, they're physical. Oh, they had 51 hits in game 1. And just go play. Just go play like they did in periods 2 and 3. And game 1 was was what it was. Utah matched it. They lost by a goal because they took a penalty and they turned a puck over in a 2-minute span. It wasn't really anything to do with the physicality. We saw it was physical. We saw the total hits. We saw that it was a little contentious. So it didn't really have anything to do with the game. Period number 1 in game 2, I was like, okay, better watch it here.
Yeah,
this game's going to be 2-0,
Yep.
and you're not winning a game down 2-0. You're going to be down 2-0. And Andre Cherney to Sarah Merrifield, our ringside reporter you just had on here on 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Good job, Adrian.
Yes.
What a pro.
Thank you.
What
thank
a pro.
You. Her interview with Bear in the first period on Tuesday night, right at the under 10 timeout, was it said what was going to happen the entire game, because he's like, we just need to calm down. We need to just stop worrying about them. We need to just play. And you get to periods 2 and 3, and you saw Utah just come out and play. Didn't even look like the same matchup. They just played. So for me, it's just stop worrying about the fact that everybody in hockey after game 1's like, whoa, can the Mammoth play with a physical team like Vegas? You just got to go do it. You can skate through it, and so they can. And I think they're the better team in this series. I'm not worried about that. It's still a young group playing hockey for the first time. You look at game 1. Game 1 was quote unquote physical. It's a one goal game until the empty netter. Game 2, 1 goal game the whole time, tied or within a goal. This series has been tied or within a goal all but 2 minutes when Vegas had that empty netter Sunday. So you look at it, it's a tight series, but I think you see that, okay, we can do this. We can win a best of 7. But when you're thinking, oh, but it's physical, what do we do? Don't let that adjust, and don't change anything that you do.
We've seen Vegas kind of start up because they're a relatively new franchise as well, and everyone was wondering, is professional sports going to work in Vegas? Is this going to become a thing and they're going to have success? And obviously they have so much success right out of the gate, and they win the Stanley Cup in their second year? Third year?
They went to the final their first year, but they won within their first 5.
So they showed up. How are they actually viewed by outsiders? Because they have the highest salary, I think, of anybody in the NHL. They've invested in a lot of stars. But my understanding following social media is they're not beloved.
You watch their team, you see them firing coaches with 8 games left in the regular season, and you just kind of realize they're kind of on their own page. They do things a little differently, and they don't care about it. Their team, their first year, they call them the cast of misfits, all the guys they got off of the expansion draft. But the way they kind of put that team together, that they were able to take advantage of some expansion draft rules and really kind of coerce teams into making some deals that they're like, oh, I didn't realize we just did that. So it kind of changed things when Seattle came in a couple years later. So you have that. You have a first-year team making the Stanley Cup final. It's Vegas. There's kind of a personality there that might be a little different than ours and other cities around the NHL. So they're just kind of
It's not a showy sport.
Yeah.
It is not a sport for a lot of showmen. Not that there's not great athletes and great performers, but it's not really braggadocious the way some other sports are.
I've never looked at Vegas and the Golden Knights and thought that they were particularly lovable.
Okay.
Right? But when it's your team and you're in Vegas, heck yeah. Except they don't say that in Vegas.
Yeah, right. They sure don't. Listen, you've been a part of the hockey community here for a long, long time. You took a break and went down to Tucson. For a minute.
I was in the desert.
But of course you were the voice of the Grizzlies for a long time, and I don't know if people realize you did everything for the Grizzlies outside of coach the team. You were all over. But point being, you've been a member of the hockey community here for a long time, and as we look out on the plaza. Dude, there's so many people here. The puck doesn't drop for another 2+ hours. I guess I'm curious to your reaction to what the hockey community looks like now, and with this enthusiasm. And if you've ever thought you would see an NHL playoff game here in this town with this kind of response.
No, I didn't, and that's why I left. Right? I left. Because I believed that my chance in the NHL would be elsewhere.
Yeah.
And I was very, very lucky to come back. But to me, it goes beyond hockey. It's Utah. And I'm walking back from lunch today, and I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, you kind of just have to be here to get it.
Yeah.
And, growing up and watching Stockton and Malone and their trips to the finals and just the electric feel that took over the town and the state. And then when we got the NHL here and, 2 years ago yesterday, they get off of the plane and the scene at the airport and the scene inside the Delta Center, later that day, and you're like, I think, this is going to be a thing. And then when I actually got here, opening night, October 8th of 2024 against Chicago, same exact thing here, and it's just bananas and it's berserk. And then we go inside, and it's like, holy cow, that was crazy. And it's like that every single night. You're just like, I don't know that it'll ever sink in or feel real
but
to
Adrian,
me.
I was
just watching this, because every time you think something is going to happen in Utah in sports, it just blows it out of the water.
And they just didn't have the gear at the time, so it's a little bit understandable. But I was at that Chicago game. Like, there are 1,000 Mammoth jerseys here. You know what I mean? I mean, this is everybody has bought in. That Chicago game, everyone was wearing random hockey jerseys, whatever they could get. It was just kind of a bunch of people feeling it out. These all feel like real diehard fans now.
Do you know what another huge part of it is? And it's a bonus, because the NHL could be here with a last place team, and you see the Jazz 10 straight years of sellouts, and it has been a challenging rebuild. But for this, the bonus is the team. So you competed for a playoff spot last year. You're in the playoffs this year in year 2, but this team's fun.
Yeah.
Like Bill Armstrong, holy cow. You can tell the guy's straight out of the minor leagues, playing, coaching, being an executive, and then pro scout, assistant GM. You can tell he's done all of the jobs, because every step along the way, he's always had in the back of his mind, we got to sell tickets for this. So he's constructed this team knowing, okay, this is going to work, but this is going to be a heck of a lot of fun to watch. And I think that's another big thing that's put this team to the level that they're at.
You saw Cooley and Gunther with the Roadrunners then, yeah?
We had Gunther with the Roadrunners.
Cooley never went to the Roadrunners?
Cooley went straight to the NHL.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But we did have Gunther with the Roadrunners, and 9th overall pick, the 2 championships in juniors that I mentioned, but for him it took some time. Like, he played half of a season in the NHL, and they sent him back to juniors.
Kind of doing what Neil Boot's doing. And
sent him back to juniors, and he didn't expect it. And it was a hard conversation, obviously, to send a kid who's been in the NHL for 30 games back to play with teenagers, because rules are rules, and can't play in the AHL until the 20-year birth year, et cetera. That's changing. But that's why he couldn't come to Tucson. So the next year, after all that, wins another championship in juniors. He's in training camp, and they have another tough conversation with him. And they're like, we're going to start you in Tucson in the AHL. And the kid's like, are you kidding me right now? Okay. So he comes down to Tucson, and he's playing for the Roadrunners, and he couldn't have been, number one, better to work with, because he's the star of the town. Everybody wanted to interview him, talk to him, use him at every community appearance, etc. So he comes down, and not only is he just the best at all that stuff, he's our best player. And so we're about halfway through the season, best player in the league, and player for the Coyotes, Jason Zucker, gets suspended for 3 games. So they called him up, and we all pretty much knew that's 3 games. They're calling him up to play for the suspension, and they'll send him back down. And that's what everybody thought. I don't think there was one person that didn't believe that except Owen Gunther, who's like, I'm not going back there.
It's nice to know you.
Yeah, not going back there. And he has 2 points his first night, 2 points his second night, and he doesn't come back.
Yeah, the rest is history.
But here's the catch. So you remember 2 years ago yesterday when the flight landed and the whole team got off to see their new home? Gunther wasn't on that flight. because they sent him back to Tucson to help the Roadrunners in the playoffs that season. So Gunther today kind of is like, I wasn't on that flight because I was down
playing for the Roadrunners,
playing in the minor leagues in the playoffs. But it's long story short, it just kind of shows, takes this special kind of person that takes all that stuff first class as an 18-year-old, as a 19-year-old, because how we were when we were 18 and 19.
I do remember.
But to just handle all that, just with the grace that he did and the patience and believing in the process, takes us back full circle. Okay, Bill Armstrong only takes certain kind of people to be part of the team.
Adrian knew me back then. I was very buttoned up and wise.
Yeah, you were a regular Dylan Gunther.
Me too. Me too,
very
Jake.
Buttoned up. Adrian, you get started in about 45 minutes, so we will be listening. Thank you for dropping by. It's great to see you, and so cool to be
Congrats
part
to
of
you.
this big time. Yeah.
Thanks. Oh, great to see you guys. Yeah. So proud of you.
You're the man.
Jake, doing everything. We've known each other since elementary school. Ben, known you since 2013, I think.
Yeah,
over at the old stop.
Yeah.
Answering phones.
It's whatever I can do.
The old show. Yeah.
Adrian, thank you. You're the best. All right, that's Adrian Denny. We'll have more coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound and southbound delays on I-15 in Salt Lake County, originating in Murray, with the southbound stretch of slowing going all the way to the Bangor exit. Northbound 15 in Utah County is a real problem spot this afternoon, too, with a new crash on the left just past Provo's Center Street exit, and delays after that all the way up to American Fork. Makerspace bloom with beauty with Olson's Greenhouse. Locally grown premium flowers. Join KSL live this Saturday at 90th South Home Depot in West Jordan to celebrate Olson's Container Fest, happening at all Home Depots. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit mountainlandpowerequipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for 1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at slcfatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Game 3, Stanley Cup Playoffs Opening Round Series tonight. The Utah Mammoth hosts the Vegas Golden Knights. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Las Vegas Aviators host the Salt Lake Bees tonight at 8 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Proud sponsors of the Utah Puck Report, Performance Automotive and Bountiful. Find your next vehicle at performancebountiful.com. Performancebountiful.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Coach Bear on the important matchups in this series.
I think throughout their lineup, they have a lot of talent. I said it earlier, from their experience, their level of skills, their size, they have ability. So you need to play really hard. And I like the way Schmaltz's line played tonight. I think they played really hard. They had a good bounce-back game, and they played solid both sides of the puck, and that helped us for sure.
Mammoth at 50, brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah, drive elevated.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
This is Nate, and this is for the Jake and Ben Show. I just finished absorbing yesterday's show and remembered one of my favorite name swaps where Steve Bartle was on the show and Ben was interviewing him, and at the end of the interview, Steve ends up calling Ben Jake, and Jake wasn't even there that day. Now, I don't think you two sound that alike, so do we think that was intentional, or was that just a mistake? Anyway, love the show, guys.
Appreciate you jumping on. Enjoy the family this weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, Jake. Have a good one, man.
Hey, this is Ryan for the Jake and Ben Show. I'm a podcast and YouTube listener. Ben recently has really had a hard time saying "like that," often apologizing after he says it, or saying "like" and then pausing and coming up with a different phrase. And so we need to create a counter for the number of times Ben tries to avoid saying "like that." Or maybe Christian just needs to start using the drop, even though he doesn't say "like that," but he's obviously trying to avoid saying "like that." It's just one of the rules of the show, and we should be using that drop more often, not finding ways to avoid it.
Like that?
Oh, there you go. Couple of call-ins. It's the Jake and Ben Show live from the Delta Center Plaza. We're so excited to be out here. We've had a great time. Nathan, great observation about Steve. I don't know. Ben, do you have a theory?
You had been out that whole day. I was doing a solo show.
I think that one might have been a mistake.
I don't know. We were both insiders. Maybe he was trying to get the upper hand.
Austin H. called me Ben yesterday, and we were debating whether or not he did it on purpose to be funny, because I accidentally called him Danny the segment before.
Yes, you did.
Before he came on. So great call in there, Nathan. And Ryan, I totally agree with Ryan, our friend from the future, podcaster and YouTuber. Even when Ben's trying to check it, Christian should still hit him with the "like that." I totally agree.
I enjoy that when we get those calls. I think it's fun when we get callers who sound that way.
Like what?
Like that?
That way, in that fashion.
Like what?
I
agree. Why are you checking up? Why are you leaning in? It's a rule of the show. We got to be leaning in, dude. Lean in just like that.
It's your rule.
Like that?
I established the rules of the show on Monday. It's our rule, whether you like it or not.
I know.
Ben, let's give I can't. I was trying to figure out another way to wedge in like that, and I couldn't do it. Like that. Let's give away some tickets.
Like
Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're hooking you up with a pair of lower bowl tickets to Monday's Game 4. Awesome. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're welcome. Ben personally confiscated these tickets from just an innocent who was walking by, and now we're giving them to you.
I ran him over just like that.
There, see? I was going to make up something
like that?
Like you tased them and stole it while they were incapacitated. But that was good, too.
That one was for you, Ryan.
Shout out to Ryan. Hey, shout out to all the people who contribute with the call-ins. We really do love it. That's one of our rules. If you have something to say, call in. Download the KSL Sports app. Use the call-in feature and contribute to the show. We truly, we do. We love it. You listeners out there are absolutely hilarious and a big part of the show. So make sure you do that.
Ryan Smith's here. He's getting accosted.
Is he really? Well, he's a big celebrity. He's the owner of the team.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we're going to let you hear from Mike Folta, Nick Olczyk, and are we
Sarah Merrifield?
Are we going to do Sarah too? Sarah Merrifield will be on as well. So that's coming up straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit mountainlandpowerequipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
Next Gen Motors believes car buying should feel different, more honest, more transparent, and centered around the customer experience. That's why the community is invited to celebrate the Next Gen Motors grand opening on May 1st from 12 to 7 p.m. at their new Linden location, 590 North State Street. Guests can enjoy an afternoon of free food, giveaways, and family-friendly fun, including favorites like Chick-fil-A, Crumble Cookies, and Jurassic Tacos. Live radio broadcasts will take place throughout the day, leading up to the official ribbon cutting at 5 p.m. with local city officials. Whether shoppers are looking for their first car, their next truck, or a vehicle that fits the whole family, Next Gen Motors is ready to make the process simple, stress-free, and worth the drive. Next Gen Motors in Linden. Built on trust.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You wired me away.
Jacob Ben live from the plaza here at the Delta Center, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, man, the people keep piling off that train.
Oh, no, it's amazing. This is going to be an explosive building. This is a powder keg.
All right, let's throw to a segment we did a little bit earlier. Here is Mike Folta and Nick Olchek, and then we talk with Sarah Merrifield right after. Let's throw that out now right here on Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Joining us now, the radio voice